A light, persistent drizzle fell as Su Nianji sat alone in a dilapidated temple, one hand cradling his head, while the other softly tapped the wooden chest beneath him. "Old man, what on earth is inside this?" he demanded. "It's so unbearably heavy, and yet they insist I carry it to that so-called Jiansheng. I doubt I'll even make it there before my end." Gazing into the torrential rain, Su Nianji recalled his grandfather's final moment, the old man clutching his hand and urging, "Take him to Jiansheng. Otherwise, even in death, I shall not find peace." His tone had been menacing, yet it filled Su Nianji with a deep sorrow. After all, he had been raised by the old man since childhood. According to the old man, he had 3 sons. The eldest had been missing for decades, the second had perished in Jiansheng, and the third, Su Nianji's own father, departed for war over 10 years ago, presumed dead. None of the 3 sons had ever been recovered, not even as corpses, with the second being the sole exception, his remains still in Jiansheng. Had his mother not abandoned him after birth, the old man would have been forced to care for Su Nianji, and he would have long since retrieved the second son's remains from Jiansheng. The old man's life was filled with regret. Before his death, he never explicitly commanded Su Nianji to fetch the unseen second uncle. He merely told him to take the wooden chest to Jiansheng. Yet Su Nianji felt that the old man intended for him to bring back the second uncle's corpse. At first, he assumed the chest was a simple vessel for holding his ashes. But when, after arranging his old man's funeral, Su Nianji tried to carry the chest to Jiansheng, he found that he could not budge it. At 13, his futile efforts were a source of awkward humiliation. Thus, he surmised that the chest must contain something valuable enough to exchange for his second uncle's corpse. Nothing else could weigh so heavily. Alas, Su Nianji could not unlock its secrets. The wooden chest, though only about 1.2 meters long and 60 centimeters wide, defied every attempt he made to open it. Indeed, the chest was extraordinarily tough. When Su Nianji tried a knife, not a single mark was left upon it. Only the blade suffered a nick. What kind of wood could be so resilient? Su Nianji's limited worldview could find no answer. Yet merely carrying this chest cost him 3 long years. For 3 years, he incessantly trained his body and honed the ancestral martial art until at last he could bear its weight upon his back. But hoisting the chest was only the beginning. The true trial lay in the journey ahead, for its weight even hampered his cultivation, tempting him over 100 times to cast it aside. Each time he contemplated abandoning it, the image of the old man re-emerged in his thoughts. Now 3 months had passed since he left his hometown. Su Nianji had reached the point where he would pause to rest every too sure. "What use are you if you're nothing but a burden?" he thundered in exasperation. In his fit of anger, Su Nianji could not help but unleash a torrent of curses at the silent chest. "You sit there and mute. Do you think silence is golden?" Yet no amount of scolding could change the unmoving chest. Since leaving his hometown, Su Nianji had known only solitude, resorting to this one-sided monologue to stave off his loneliness. "Do you think you can hit me? Even if you try, you'll never land a blow. If you're so capable, then give me a sword," he declared, slapping the chest with a buoyant challenge. A surge of pride swelled within him. Indeed, cursing felt gratifying. But before he could finish his challenge, he was startled to see a sword streaking from the rain directly toward him. "My goodness!" Su Nianji quickly dodged to the side. "Is this the sword that answers a call? How relentless!" he exclaimed. In a reflexive outburst, he scolded, "You wretched brute. After carrying you for so long, you might as well be my own daughter. How could you possibly kill your father?" At that very moment, a woman emerged from the rain. Dressed in white stained with blood, she clutched a broken sword from which fresh droplets of blood still fell. Her complexion was pale, her breath ragged, and her hair in disarray, rendering her features indistinct. But what mattered was that she was drenched from head to toe. Emerging from the rain, the woman, soaked and bearing traces of blood, exuded an unexpected allure. "Daughter," Su Nianji began, only to instantly retort, "Bah! You must be chilled heroine, come warm yourself by the fire." Su Nianji blurted out, perspiration beading on his brow, quickly rephrasing his words. Blame it on the cursed chest and broken sword that had led him to mistakenly utter daughter. Hoping the heroine hadn't heard, Su Baran cast a sidelong glance at Su Nianji before seating herself by the fire. Was that really all there was to it? Su Nianji's eyes widened in disbelief. This was not a casual sit-down, but a matter of life and death. Surely the woman had heard him, for her silence betrayed his feigned politeness. In the midst of heavy rain, a dark night, and a dilapidated temple, the woman who burst in was no ghost, but a bona fide female assassin. The environment itself needed no further embellishment. Without a hint of hesitation, she set about her lethal task. While Su Nianji looked on in astonishment, Su Baran merely warmed one hand by the fire, while the other, firm on her sword, never wavered. Exhausted and soaked to the bone, all she desired was the comfort of the fire's warmth. Su Baran sat in silence, letting the quiet speak for itself. Su Nianji dared not speak. Hesitation was safer than a misstep. Yet an awkward question lingered in his mind. Should he ask about her origins? Or should he flee? Tapping his finger on the chest in indecision, Su Nianji finally, after long hesitation, ventured, "Aren't you hungry?" A question that nearly spelled social ruin. No sooner had he spoken than regret set in. "Hungry." Su Baran replied simply. She was indeed cold, hungry, and exhausted. "Here I have half a steamed bun," Su Nianji offered cautiously. For reasons unknown, hearing her say hungry made him imagine a shivering kitten starved for days. So fragile, pitiful, and helpless. Were it not for Su Baran's firm grip on her blood-dripping sword, Su Nianji might have been tempted to gently pat her head. Su Nianji passed the bun, and Su Baran did not hesitate to accept it. Their motions were natural, yet carried an undercurrent of strangeness. On one hand, their actions were casual, a simple give and take. On the other, Su Baran clutched her sword tight, while Su Nianji instinctively recoiled, ready to retreat. "So there's also your paramour here." Amidst their quiet exchange, a band of burly men burst in, and Su Nianji reflexively tried to withdraw his hand. Unwilling to relinquish the bun before her, Su Baran grasped it forcefully. Even injured, her movements were swift, and in one decisive grab, she clutched Su Nianji's hand. It was reminiscent of the tender hand-holding between lovers, with the boy bashful and the girl encouraging as she firmly seized his hand. From that moment, their bond was sealed, or so Su Nianji thought. It felt as though their furtive affection had been exposed, as if they were about to be dunked in a pig cage, utterly disastrous. And so the existence of a paramour was unequivocally confirmed. Was it really given away on their very first encounter? Only afterwards did Su Nianji realize that this was the first time a girl had seized him, the first time a girl's touch had graced his hand. It was his first time touching hands in a dilapidated temple under pouring rain. All the while, numerous burly men watched intently. So absorbed was he that he failed to notice that even the steamed bun in his hand had vanished, his gesture frozen in the act of offering it. It happened so suddenly. In contrast to Su Nianji's youthful awkwardness, Su Baran remained remarkably composed, not only retrieving the steamed bun from his hand, but also consuming it slowly, deliberately. Had it not been for the red flush in her ears and a peculiar hint of rosy color on her otherwise cold, pale face, no change in her demeanor would have been noticed. Yet compared to Su Nianji, Su Baran faced even greater pressure. Surrounded by more than a dozen burly men intent on ending her life, she was compelled to remain even more composed. She had no choice but to silently ingest the cold, hardened steamed bun from Su Nianji's hand. There was no time to ponder, for Su Baran needed to save her strength for the tasks ahead. Neither answered the thug's inquiries. Su Baran quietly warmed herself by the fire as she ate her bun, while Su Nianji remained lost in thought. You pair of scoundrels meeting in this desolate, crumbling temple. What trickery might you be plotting?" one thug sneered. "Boys, once this deal is done, we're off to dine in luxury." With a bellow, the thug declared his intent to kill. These were no ordinary robbers. They would not afford Su Baran even a moment's respite. Out of the 11 assailants, 9 lunged at Su Baran, while 2 charged Su Nianji. "I'm out," he exclaimed. "I'm nothing but a bystander. Could you spare a life?" Seeing 2 men racing toward him, Su Nianji inquired. "All right," came the retort, "just stand perfectly still, and we'll let you go." The 2 thugs grinned maliciously at Su Nianji. "Stand still, and we'll release you. That'll be like sending you to the afterlife," he bitterly mused. With no time left for retort, he had only to snatch up his wooden box and wield it as a makeshift staff to block the 2 swaying blades. Clang! The blade struck the wooden box, carving a notch into it, yet the box remained miraculously unscathed. Alas, a tremendous force was then transmitted onto his body. He was hurled through the air, the wooden box slipping from his grasp. Second rank. Su Nianji stared in astonishment at his attackers. In martial arts, there are 13 ranks, each step ascending to the heavens. The martial realm is traditionally divided into 13 ranks, with the first rank for beginners and the 13th reserved for the mightiest. Though second rank may seem modest, one must understand its significance. In his 16 years in Yi City, the strongest martial practitioner had been of second rank, and there was but one. Yet now 2 appeared, and they were here merely to subdue a minor thug like him. So did these 11 thugs imply that there were at least 11 second-rank warriors? Su Nianji's eyes widened. Truth be told, with these 11 at hand, exterminating Yi City would pose little difficulty. "Miss, I truly cannot do this. Even I, your guardian, can offer no aid." Su Nianji shouted, leaping to grab the wooden box as he attempted to flee. Su Baran, surrounded by 9 assailants, appeared disheveled and overwhelmed. Yet in rare, fleeting moments, she even found time to take a bite of her steamed bun. Clearly, hunger had taken its toll. At the sound of Su Nianji's words, his swordplay grew suddenly fierce. The half-broken sword in his hand emitted a sharp, intermittent hum. Alas, the 9 attackers were nothing to scoff at. They swiftly blocked Su Baran's escape. Meanwhile, indifferent to the torrential rain, Su Nianji clutched the wooden box and dashed into the downpour. He was nothing more than a novice. A mere beginner who had cultivated his ancestral heart method for 10 years, only breaching the first rank a couple of days ago by failing to properly channel his chi. He was yet in search of an ideal moment to push into the first rank. It is already extraordinarily difficult for one novice to take on two adversaries, let alone one of lower rank against two second-rank warriors. There was simply no way to prevail. Moreover, family affairs remained deeply personal. The old man had taught him only the ancestral heart method, no other techniques. No special moves, no fist skills, no swordplay. Sun Yanji had once earnestly inquired about learning more. The old man replied that their family's techniques were formidable, so exclusive that even the first rank could not fathom them. Only upon reaching the first rank would he reveal these intricate skills, a prospect that filled Sun Yanji with joy. The more restrictions imposed, the greater the power. But before Sun Yanji could break through to the first rank, his mentor had perished. Consequently, he was left as little more than a feeble wretch with only a trace of inner strength. Unable to overcome his foes, he could only choose flight. Yet escape was no easy endeavor. Barely had Sun Yanji plunged into the rain when two thugs intercepted him. Firstly, his strength was inferior to theirs. Secondly, the cursed wooden box weighed him down, making any speed futile. Honorable sirs, we share no enmity. Could you grant me mercy? Soaked by the rain, Sun Yanji wiped his face in utter disarray. Off to the netherworld with you, cried a thug as he charged forward, brandishing his blade. Sun Yanji watched in disbelief as the rain itself seemed to be split apart. I'm finished. Doomed, he murmured. Old man, without your blessing, I shall never reach Sword City. Now not only will you fail to retrieve your son's remains, but you won't even be able to collect your grandson's. Sun Yanji muttered, his eyes widening in dreadful realization. He knew that now was not the time to be fearful or close his eyes. Seizing the moment, he slammed the wooden box against the blade. The weapon shattered, and Sun Yanji was flung away. His clenched fist split open, sending a spurt of blood forth as the wooden box in his arms flew away. The blow was so mighty that his enemy exploited the box's resilience to deliver a recoil that injured him. Cough, cough. Sun Yanji managed a feeble cough, barely able to speak. Second rank, indeed a notch higher than first. That blow must have injured all his innards. At that very moment, another assailant arrived, swinging his blade with lethal intent to finish him off. Unbeknownst to anyone, Sun Yanji's blood spattered onto the wooden box. Rather than being washed away, it was fully absorbed into it. The thug with the broken blade, upon seeing the wooden box fly forth, was delighted by the prospect of the hunt. Despite repeated collisions that left his prized blade fragment shattered by the recoil, it was undoubtedly extraordinary. Quick hands prevail, first come, first served. That thug did not immediately seize Sun Yanji's life. Instead, he promptly clutched the wooden box to his chest. How can it be so heavy, the thug thought as he cradled the box. Why has my chi stilled? I can barely hold it. The thug suddenly realized that his chi was rendered useless. Without its aid, he was unable to lift the wooden box. A treasure, the thug exclaimed. Rather than being disheartened, he grew even more elated, convinced that this was indeed a prized relic. He clutched the wooden box tightly, unwilling to let it go. In his overwhelming delight, he failed to notice that the wooden box was slowly beginning to crack open. As it did, a clear, resonant sword song rang out. Sword chi burst forth from the wooden box. Some treasures never appear, or when they do, they are destined to stun. In an instant, the thug's clothes were cleaved apart by the surging energy. It was only then that the thug realized something was amiss, but it was already too late. Countless streams of sword chi soared skyward from the wooden box, parting even the torrential rain and shrouding the surrounding area in a canopy of energy. This unbridled sword chi continued its relentless destruction. A second-rank thug attempted to resist, but his chi was suppressed by the wooden box, unable to coalesce. Within the torrent of sword chi, he was nothing more than a mere ant among giants. In an instant, the thug was torn asunder into bloody fragments. The second-rank warrior was finished. A sword swiftly flew out from the wooden box. Its resonant sword song mingled with the roar of the rain as lethal intent surged forth. As the imposing figure with a large blade drew closer, Sun Yanji found an unexpected calm within himself. This was no dream, it was reality. Panic would lead to death. He frantically searched his mind for any strategies he could employ. Lacking any combat training or superior strength, his only tool, a wooden box, had already been knocked away by another brute. Without the wooden box, he had nothing to block the massive blade of the giant. This was indeed bad news. Yet it also brought a glimmer of hope. Without the box, the energy within him, his power, would no longer be suppressed. Thus he could make one final desperate play. Resolutely, Sun Yanji steeled himself. Old man, I'm counting on you, he whispered softly. Within him, the family martial arts technique surged into action. The ancestral technique passed down to Sun Yanji was named Sword Chi Stasis. The name was peculiar, and its usefulness was uncertain. In this moment of despair, he had no choice but to treat it as a potential solution. In the wind and rain, it felt as though something was shattering. Faced with great peril, Su Nianji had recently broken through a barrier in his martial arts, yearning for the right moment to channel energy into his body and achieve a first-grade breakthrough. He had not found the ideal moment, but now at the brink of death, he finally drew the energy into his body, achieving that breakthrough. Sword chi stasis had to be related to sword energy. Su Nianji positioned his index and middle fingers upright, mimicking a sword, and pointed at the giant. Sword chi stasis, he called out. Nothing happened as he thrust his fingers forward, which caused the approaching giant to hesitate for a moment. This brief pause granted Su Nianji a fleeting opportunity to breathe. He beckoned to the giant with a finger, realizing that after his breakthrough, something was being drawn toward him, slowly absorbing his energy. He wanted to see if anything could be pulled from the air with his energy. Seeking death. The giant mistook Su Nianji's actions for taunts. A man on the brink of death, daring to mock him. Instead of losing his composure, the giant became even more vigilant. Still nothing occurred. Su Nianji seized another chance to breathe, continuing his mockery toward the giant. Are you stalling for time? The giant assumed Su Nianji was merely delaying. No longer hesitating, he swung his blade towards Su Nianji. Come on then. Su Nianji shouted, determined to draw whatever he could. A sound akin to a sword's hum resonated in their ears. The giant had already struck, leaving him no time to defend himself. He was a ruthless man, and regardless of what Su Nianji had summoned, he believed that eliminating the source of the threat would surely be the right choice. He swung his blade with increased ferocity, not bothering to block or evade. The clash of air and water intertwined with the sound of the sword's hum as both men fought with the resolve to kill each other. There was no hesitation, no doubt. It was a fight to the death. The giant's blade came down beside Su Nianji's face, stopping just short. Su Nianji's hair was severed by the blade's energy, and a gash appeared on his cheek. Yet Su Nianji had indeed won his gamble. A sword pierced through the giant's back, piercing his heart, and emerging from his chest mere inches from Su Nianji's nose. The blade was only a finger's breadth from Su Nianji's head, while the sword pressed against his nose. He gasped for breath. The thrill of life and death hanging in the balance was overwhelming. His heart raced. With a thud, the giant's body collapsed to the ground, the blade clattering to the earth. The sword also fell. Su Nianji, drenched in rain, sat there in disarray, too exhausted to move. After a moment, he slowly extended his right hand, raising his index and middle fingers. The family technique sword chi stasis was still in motion, causing his fingers to bend slightly. The sword embedded in the giant's corpse soared into the air, landing before Su Nianji. Haha, he chuckled. Old man, the family technique is quite impressive. Struggling to rise from the puddle, he reached for the sword, only for it to resist, breaking free from his control and zipping back into the wooden box. Su Nianji looked up, surprised to see the box had opened. The sword he had just summoned rested quietly within, alongside 5 other swords and 7 empty sheaths. There were likely more swords inside, just not visible. So this isn't an ordinary wooden box, but a sword box. That means there should be 13 swords inside. Now only 6 remain. Su Nianji lamented, feeling as if a precious treasure had been stolen from him. Indeed it had been. Originally all 13 should have belonged to him, but now 7 were missing, surpassing half. His heart ached. Close, he tentatively tapped the sword box. It obediently shut. Quite compliant. How wonderful. I'm glad I didn't toss you aside for being heavy. Otherwise he would be regretting it now. Su Nianji reveled in his newfound fortune. Who wouldn't dream of wielding a flying sword to vanquish injustice? Who hadn't fantasized about soaring freely through the skies riding a sword? Not only had he gained 1, but now he had 6. Old man, you've bestowed a family heirloom upon me. Su Nianji felt a pang of nostalgia for the old man. Cradling the sword box in his arms, he remained still for a moment before finally standing up. Time to head back. With this downpour, there's nowhere to take cover and no dry kindling. They've really driven me out. Oh, how pitiful I am. We'll return and make those who forced us from our warm fire regret it. With 6 flying swords, Su Nianji felt a surge of confidence. Brimming with bravado, he was unafraid of the world and sought vengeance against those who were at least second-grade cultivators. As the rain poured down, he stealthily made his way back to the dilapidated temple. Inside, both sides were still engaged in a fierce battle, oblivious to Su Nianji's return, likely unable to fathom that he would be the one to come back. In the dilapidated temple, flames had erupted. Originally, Su Nianji had merely ignited a fire, but a fierce brawl among a group of people sent the flames scattering. Engaged in a deadly struggle, no one paused to extinguish the fire, allowing the small flames to grow and flourish. Often it is these flickering embers that can ignite a vast inferno. The fire gradually intensified, illuminating the surroundings. Soon Yinji noticed that a lifeless body lay on the ground. It was 9 against 1, yet one of them had been slain. This woman was formidable. A sense of admiration welled up within Soon Yinji. To be honest, he didn't even know how he had managed to kill. As for the other robust man, his whereabouts were unknown. In any case, seeing that no one was around, he stealthily returned. A female knight like her managing to take down 1 out of 9 was already impressive. Though one less, the situation on the scene was dire. Subaranshi was severely suppressed. Not long ago, she had been able to spare moments to eat steamed buns, but now she lacked even the chance to catch her breath. A gash had appeared on her shoulder. Throughout the ordeal, it had been nothing but fighting. The 8 opponents worked in perfect harmony, and even with her broken sword, Subaranshi was a force to be reckoned with, not an easy target for 8 men. However, it was only a matter of time before Subaranshi would fall. Should I lend her a hand? Soon Yinji pondered. Yet in this unfamiliar place, he had only just met the girl. What was his motive? Was it her attractive figure? Her beauty? Indeed, she was striking. But most importantly, she wielded a sword. Wasn't it a small dream of life to traverse the world with a sword in hand and marry a woman who could wield one? No, I'm not helping her. I've been wronged and chased for no reason. I'm here for revenge. Soon Yinji found his justification. He gently stroked the sword box. This was now his treasure. Open. Soon Yinji whispered, and the sword box sprang open. The family's secret sword technique flowed into motion. His index and middle fingers came together, and with a slight flick, a small sword flew out. Let's give them a grand surprise. Like a thief, Soon Yinji carefully maneuvered the small sword. Strangely enough, it was his first time utilizing a flying sword, yet he felt an uncanny connection, as if the sword were a part of him. The blade glided silently across the ground stealthily, making its way towards Subaranshi and the 8 burly men. In the heat of battle, with Soon Yinji deliberately controlling the situation, not a single person noticed that his sword had stealthily approached. Subaranshi was exhausted and famished, but she knew she couldn't fall here. She couldn't afford to waste any more energy, so she decided to feign a weakness and take down another opponent. As her sword clashed against a blade, Subaranshi stumbled back, 3 steps, her grip on the sword trembling, as if she might drop it. Sure enough, someone, seeing her faltering state, greedily surged forward. The previously synchronized group was thrown into disarray as one man recklessly charged and heading straight for Subaranshi, swinging his blade towards her waist. If that burly man's large blade struck Subaranshi's slender waist, it would surely result in a fatal wound. Subaranshi's eyes brightened. Her sword moved swiftly, her steps agile. Instead of retreating, she darted into the burly man's embrace, her sword preemptively slicing across his throat. 1 man fell dead. The other 7 were not to be underestimated. Seeing that Subaranshi had killed 1, without fear they simultaneously attacked her. After slaying 1, Subaranshi was left exhausted with no time to catch her breath or evade. Just as she faced imminent death, a sword suddenly shot out from the grass below, moving at incredible speed towards one of the burly men. Caught off guard, that man focused on killing Subaranshi had not anticipated the ambush and was pierced by the flying sword, chilled to the core. Thank you. Subaranshi seized the chance to break free. Who? Shouted the leader of the remaining 6. Soon Yinji, of course, would not foolishly reveal himself. At that moment, remaining hidden was his best offense. An open attack is easy to dodge, but a hidden arrow is hard to defend against. As long as Soon Yinji stayed concealed, even without striking, they would be wary, unable to unleash their full power. Are you a timid turtle? The leader taunted, trying to provoke Soon Yinji into revealing himself. I can't hear you, I'm busy. Soon Yinji muttered to himself. As long as he didn't feel insulted, he could retort in kind. Subaranshi didn't care about such matters. With a newfound ally, she charged with her broken sword. The 6 exchanged glances and retreated. With 3 dead, they were uncertain if they could defeat Subaranshi. With an unknown expert wielding a flying sword hidden in the shadows, they certainly wouldn't win. In the martial world, the rule is simple: if you can't win, run. Escaping is the best respect. Subaranshi didn't pursue. She sat down directly, starting to warm herself by the fire. How carefree. Soon Yinji couldn't help but scoff. With Subaranshi not chasing, he had no reason to do so either. So he too decided to warm himself, though it was too cold, and he was still damp. He ambled over to Subaranshi's side and sat down by the fire. Seeing Soon Yinji, Subaranshi showed no surprise. Soon Yinji stowed his sword into the sword box and placed it beneath him, about to sit down fully. The sword box began to thrash inside, clearly refusing to let him sit. However, Subaranshi was unceremonious and sat down without hesitation. Remarkably, the sword box ceased its resistance. Soon Yinji shot a resentful glance at the box. It was such a lecher. Then he sat beside Subaranshi. Fortunately, the box was long enough that there was still a gap between them, or else Su Nianji would have felt utterly awkward. Once seated, Su Baranchi fixed her gaze intently on Su Nianji. Why are you staring at me? Is there something on my face? Su Nianji couldn't help but ask. I'm hungry. Su Baranchi spoke, her tone apparently cold, yet Su Nianji detected a hint of grievance reminiscent of a hungry little wildcat that hadn't eaten for days. I saved your life, and you didn't thank me. How can you so shamelessly ask me for food? Su Nianji said with determination, wanting Su Baranchi to feel guilt for her request, hoping she would repay him for his kindness. But Su Baranchi seemed oblivious to worldly matters, simply staring at Su Nianji, saying nothing, offering no response, just gazing at him. All right, you've bested me. Su Nianji pulled out an oil paper package from his robes and rummaged through the grass. When he had dashed out, he had only thought to grab the sword box and left his belongings behind, unsure if they had been burned. Thankfully, they were unharmed. He retrieved a few steamed buns and opened the oil paper to reveal 3 chicken legs. Upon seeing the food, Su Baranchi swallowed hard. Su Nianji caught sight of this moment, finding it somewhat adorable. Though Su Baranchi was hungry, she did not snatch the food from Su Nianji. She merely continued to watch him, as if waiting to be fed. Here, eat up, Su Nianji offered. Su Baranchi accepted the food. In that instant, it felt as though they had returned to the very scene from the beginning, except this time, Su Baranchi did not grasp Su Nianji's hand. On a morning following a heavy rain, the air was particularly humid and refreshing, often bringing a sense of comfort and joy. However, this morning was anything but friendly to Su Nianji and Su Burang. Su Nianji was ill. The previous night, he had been slashed several times by a burly man, injuring his internal organs, and then he was caught in the rain. Having just barely broken through to the first tier, he was not immune to illness. Last night, while his injuries were still latent, the excitement from receiving 6 flying swords had masked his pain. It was not until the latter half of the night that his wounds flared up and the consequences of being drenched in the rain came crashing down upon him. Su Nianji had developed a fever, leaving him disoriented and pale. Su Burang noticed this as soon as she awoke. She also discovered another unfortunate fact: her own cultivation had regressed. Once at the 5th tier, she had now fallen to the 4th. This was even worse news. The true force that had cowed their pursuers last night was not the hidden assailant, but Su Burang's own abilities. Now, with powerful pursuers on their trail and her strength diminished, her only ally was incapacitated. The situation was dire. For Su Burang, the best course of action was to abandon Su Nianji, lightening her load for a swift escape, thus avoiding the burden of dragging him along. She knew her own circumstances well. If she couldn't shake off the pursuers now, it would be even harder to do so later. Gazing at Su Nianji, she squatted down and lifted him onto her back. My things. He mumbled weakly as he stirred, barely opening his eyes. His fever muddled his thoughts, but he hadn't forgotten his belongings, items he had brought from his hometown. Su Burang glanced at him, then discarded him momentarily to gather his pack and sword case, strapping them onto him before hoisting him up once more. As she did, she sensed something was amiss. Her energy was heavily suppressed. Having already dropped to the 4th tier, she now felt as if her strength had been reduced to that of a 2nd-tier practitioner. Moreover, Su Nianji was considerably heavy, slowing her down significantly. Su Burang cast a sidelong glance at the sword case on Su Nianji's back. The pressure suddenly lessened significantly. After gauging it, she realized she could manage her energy at the newly defined 4th-tier level, and the weight was considerably reduced. Satisfied, she adjusted Su Nianji on her back and proceeded forward. In his feverish stupor, Su Nianji was oblivious to the fact that his own energy was completely immobilized. In his hazy state, he felt as if a mountain were pressing down on him, rendering him utterly still, like the monkey trapped under the 5-fingered mountain of the Buddha. The sword case didn't lighten Su Burang's load, rather it transferred the burden entirely onto Su Nianji. If Su Nianji had been aware, he would have cursed vehemently, "You old bitter sword case." Unfortunately, he was too feverish to articulate his thoughts. Even if he weren't sick, the weight pressing down on him would have rendered him speechless. Su Burang trudged on, neither fast nor slow. The morning dew soaked her white pant hems, yet she seemed oblivious, moving steadily onward without complaint or disdain for Su Nianji. Even though the path ahead held no promises of an end, she continued carrying him. Years later, as Su Nianji gazed at the moonlight from a city wall, he would remember that girl who silently carried him from the brink of death, and he would realize he ought to create a realm for that girl. Su Nianji, already muddled by fever, mumbled intermittently, "Don't think you can press me down just because you're in white clothes. I don't like girls being on top of me. You ate my bun and chicken leg, so you should owe me your life. How is it that being full means I should serve you? You're so heavy. Your waist looks slender, it should be comfortable to hold you, but why is it when you press down? Although I don't like you, I don't dislike you either. Just don't be on top of me." As they traveled, Su Nianji rambled on beside Su Burang. She walked steadily, appearing oblivious to his words, yet a keen observer would notice the flush on her ears. His hands found their way around her waist, and while she had briefly rested her hand on her sword, she let it drop considering Su Nianji's state. By noon, Su Burang finally arrived at a small town where she sought medical help for Su Nianji and fed him medicine. Then without lingering she left. She could not stay. Her presence would only bring him trouble, and they might even take the opportunity to eliminate him. Only by departing alone could she draw the danger away. Once Su Burang was gone, someone stealthily entered. Upon seeing Su Nianji lying in bed, they drew a dagger from their bosom. After Su Burang departed, the suppression of Su Nianji's power diminished significantly, allowing his energy to circulate normally. In his dreams, Su Burang also vanished. A sudden sense of loss enveloped Su Nianji, who something that hadn't even begun was already over. How could he not feel despondent? He wanted to open his eyes to call out to Su Burang to stay. But upon opening his eyes, he found a stranger before him, dagger in hand, poised to kill. Startled awake, Su Nianji instinctively activated his family's sword technique. Rolling aside, the dagger missed its target and struck the sword case on his back. What the? Can't I even sleep without you taking my sword case off? Who's so heartless? He couldn't help but curse. However, seeing the sword case brought him a sense of relief. With a flick of his fingers, the case flew open and the flying sword shot out. The assassin, caught off guard by this unexpected attack, found himself too close to evade. The flying sword swiftly cut through his throat. As the assassin crumpled to the ground, a cold sweat broke out on Su Nianji. Searching the surroundings for Su Burang, he felt the thrill of retribution fade, replaced by a deep sense of loss. Not even a farewell. It seems we are merely passers-by. I am but a minuscule part of your life. Su Nianji sighed, not intending to linger. He rummaged through the assassin's belongings, uncovering 5 taels of silver. After securing the money and dagger, he hurriedly exited, seeking a new location. As he opened the door, he was met with a crowd below, all gazing up at him. Not good. His heart sank as he quickly shut the door, pressing his back against it. Have they set their sights on me? Do they intend to eliminate me first? Realizing the gravity of the situation, he thought, indeed, being a good person can draw fire upon oneself. If there's a next time, I must save them again. A mischievous grin spread across his face as he settled down, running through his family's sword technique to adjust his condition. Martial artists seldom fall ill. Su Nianji was unwell only due to his injuries. His wounds were not severe, and with time and rest he could recover, which was why Su Burang had felt secure leaving. As long as he woke up and resumed his training, he would gradually heal. The only difficulty lay in preventing him from becoming delirious with fever or succumbing to it altogether. After a round of recuperation, Su Nianji felt considerably better, yet the commotion outside offered him no opportunity to continue. Objectively speaking, here is the hot water you wanted. A knock echoed from outside the door. Su Nianji scoffed. This group was truly impatient. One wondered what that woman had done to warrant such a relentless pursuit, with so many eager to hunt her down. Even her helpers were being hastily dispatched. Hastily, Su Nianji locked the door and barricaded it with a table before opening the window. Outside, a few scattered lights flickered. To his surprise, another day had passed, and night had fallen. Fortunately, this was a second-floor room. Su Nianji flipped over and, channeling his sword energy, easily leaped out of the window. As he landed softly, he immediately noticed a group of people converging around him. Hello, what brings you here so late? Su Nianji forced a smile, though apprehension gnawed at him. This was quite troublesome. However, what astonished him was that among the approaching crowd, there were only 3 or 5 who had reached the first rank. The rest had yet to break through. The robust second-rank men from the previous night were conspicuously absent. Perhaps they had pursued the female hero or were hiding elsewhere. At least this was a piece of good news. Yet the numbers were overwhelming. There were more than 10 outside, and he could only guess how many were inside. Was it truly necessary to bring so many to capture a sickly individual? Su Nianji silently scoffed. Don't come any closer. He lightly tapped the sword case, which sprang open to reveal 6 swords inside. My swords recognize no one. If you come too close and get hurt, don't blame me. Su Nianji feigned the demeanor of a master. With a flick of his fingers, one sword shot forth. Is that the one who wields flying swords? But how can someone of the first rank control a flying sword? A few in the crowd murmured in bewilderment. Flying swords were not unheard of, but typically only those at least of the 3rd rank could wield them. To see someone of the 1st rank accomplish such a feat was unprecedented. I merely concealed my true strength to lure you into action. Su Nianji certainly wouldn't divulge the inherent might of his family's secret technique. If he could scare them off, why bother to engage? After all, he could only use the flying sword to launch a surprise attack. The few he had killed previously were either due to ambush or sheer luck. When it came to a real confrontation, he was uncertain how to proceed. "Mph, do you take us for fools?" Everyone attacked together. "He has only one flying sword. He cannot possibly be our collective opponent." Whoosh! The one who thought he was hidden in the shadows would remain unnoticed. Before he could finish speaking, Su Nianji's flying sword had already pierced toward him. Clang! The man also at the first rank was different from Su Nianji, who had just recently attained this level without any combat experience or technique training. He had engaged in numerous battles. With a single slash, he deflected Su Nianji's flying sword. The few people Su Nianji had managed to kill before either caught them off guard or simply had no defenses allowing him to strike. Now facing a prepared opponent, Su Nianji found himself at a disadvantage. This was dire. Seeing this unfold, Su Nianji realized the peril he was in. His plan was to eliminate one person to instill fear, but instead, he had exposed himself. This was bad. He's merely a hollow shell. Everyone attack him together. Each of you will earn 100 taels of gold. The man shouted, igniting the greed in the hearts of the crowd. My head is worth that much. For that much gold, I could easily take my own life. Su Nianji's first thought was disbelief at his newfound value. The second thought was to escape. He clutched the sword case tightly. Behind him, in front of him, to the left, and to the right, there were people closing in from all sides, encircling him completely. So valuable was his head that everyone coveted it. No, it was like a walking gold mine. The first to charge at him, Su Nianji swung the sword case horizontally. The force from the case knocked him back 2 steps, and more attackers rushed in. Su Nianji attempted to summon the flying sword back, but it was intercepted. Enemies came from both sides. "It's over. Heroine, save me." Su Nianji called out desperately. A blade came crashing down. A broken sword appeared before him. Phantom images flew, and the sound of sword energy slicing through the air rang out continuously. Su Nianji could only watch as one by one the attackers fell. Su Boren had returned. Not long after leaving, Su Boren discovered no one was pursuing her. Realizing something was amiss, she chose to turn back. She could have easily escaped under the pretense of no one chasing her, yet she decisively chose to return to save Su Nianji. Su Boren's sword was swift. Even a broken sword in her hands became a deadly weapon that could claim countless lives. Those of the first rank stood before her like sheep awaiting slaughter, utterly powerless to resist. The remaining ones who had not yet reached the first rank could not even attempt to flee, let alone fight back, and fell beneath Su Boren's blade. In the face of Su Nianji and these foes, Su Boren seemed like an entirely different person. Perhaps they were both the same person, merely presenting different facets to different individuals. In mere breaths, those who had been Su Nianji's formidable opponents lay dead at Su Boren's feet. Su Nianji pondered how long he could withstand her sword. He estimated he might only last long enough to receive a single strike from Su Boren. If killing did not require a sword, he probably wouldn't survive even that. "Why did you come back?" Su Nianji asked. "I was hungry," Su Boren replied. "So you're just a glutton. Is there anything you think about besides food?" "Just food." The last word went unspoken as Su Boren had already raised her sword. Let's talk. Su Nianji hastily interjected. This truly did not require a sword. Yet Su Boren did not cease her upward motion. "Let's go, I'll take you to buy chicken legs." Su Nianji's eyes sparkled with a sudden idea. Su Boren instantly lowered her sword. Su Nianji quickly rummaged through the bodies surrounding them. Who could understand the peculiar joy of looting? This was a pleasure he could only savor alone. He quietly rejoiced. He found quite a bit of money and a bottle of pills, though he was unsure what they were for. Once he finished, Su Nianji led the now impatient Su Boren to buy chicken legs. Su Boren devoured 3 bowls of noodles and 5 chicken legs in one go, leaving Su Nianji wide-eyed. Could she be the legendary food connoisseur, the first in murder and the first in appetite? Yet Su Nianji kept these thoughts to himself, as he had also consumed a fair amount. 2 bowls of noodles and 2 chicken legs. He had thought that if he couldn't outmatch Su Boren in combat, he would surpass her in appetite. In the end, it turned out he was utterly dominated in this regard as well. "Have you never eaten before?" Su Nianji couldn't help but voice his disdain for Su Boren. "I have no money," Su Boren replied, and the truth struck her. She hadn't eaten in a long time. Her last meal had been the chicken legs and buns from last night, the meal before that she could hardly remember. Su Nianji picked up on the implication in her words. "Where's your money?" He recalled that Su Boren should have some, otherwise how could she have bought him medicine? "I used it to buy medicine," Su Boren answered. All of it had been spent on medicine. "Thank you." After a long pause, Su Nianji finally articulated those 2 words. In this lifetime, besides his grandfather, no one had ever been this kind to him, except for Su Borin. You gave me food. Su Borin seemed to regard it as a trivial matter, as if saving Su Nianzi's life was not worth more than a single meal. Rest assured, as long as I am not hungry, you will never go without food, Su Nianzi blurted out. Just then he noticed Su Borin's clothing. It was the same outfit she had worn the first time they met. However, back then Su Borin had been dressed in pristine white, stained with blood, yet still predominantly white. Now her clothes were tattered with a bloody mark on her left shoulder. The fabric could no longer conceal the scarred skin beneath, revealing her fair skin marred by scars. The white of her clothes was almost invisible, having been stained red with blood and mingled with dirt. It was the muddy path she had traversed while carrying Su Nianzi. Su Nianzi purchased 2 sets of clothing for Su Burang, and after changing into her new garments, Su Burang appeared much more at ease, though her hair remained in disarray. After some contemplation, Su Nianzi reluctantly bought a wooden comb. It wasn't that the comb was expensive, it was simply unfathomable that Su Burang claimed she didn't know how to use one. How had she managed all these years? Su Nianzi's impoverished worldview could hardly grasp it. After buying some food, Su Nianzi noticed that Su Burang had acquired a bundle which she carried with her. When Su Burang had arrived, she bore little more than herself, dressed in white, accompanied only by a broken sword. The more Su Nianzi looked, the more she felt a sense of discontent. It seemed to echo the saying, burdens and men hinder a heroine's journey through the world. Su Nianzi offered to carry Su Burang's burden, but Su Burang stubbornly refused, unwilling to part with the food contained within. Su Nianzi didn't pry into Su Burang's background, only knowing her name, a name that suggested purity. Su Burang as immaculate as a fairy in flowing white robes. Yet now she had been tainted by Su Nianzi, cast into the mundane world. The thought brought Su Nianzi a measure of joy. Was it akin to a toad feasting on swan meat? After all, swan meat was meant for toads, wasn't it? Su Burang's destination was the 10,000 Great Mountains, which Su Nianzi also needed to traverse. Thus the two continued their journey together. The 10,000 Great Mountains marked the farthest reaches of the Great Wind Kingdom, where Su Nianzi would be leaving the homeland he had known for 16 years. Before the age of 16, the farthest he had ventured was merely the distance between the town and the village, no more than 60 or 70 miles. After turning 16, he embarked on a solitary journey towards Sword City, tasked with retrieving the remains of his long unmet second uncle. The way ahead was uncertain and fraught with peril, yet the young man remained unafraid of hardship. Step by step, he journeyed alone for 3 months, unaware of the distance he had covered. Now he was about to leave the familiar lands behind. Su Nianzi had no idea whether he would reach Sword City. The sword had not yet been sought, and stepping beyond his door meant entering the world of martial arts. Following Su Burang's lead, he ascended, neither looking back nor reminiscing. This journey was one of great heights and distant obstacles. The young man's sole desire was to return his family's unburied remains home. Upon entering the 10,000 Great Mountains, Su Nianzi contemplated that if he could successfully bring his uncle's body back, he would also retrieve the remains of his irresponsible father and perhaps his elder uncle as well. Although he found his father's irresponsibility troubling, he believed that a man, unless in dire circumstances, should never abandon his children. If Su Nianzi discovered that his father had left not to shoulder responsibility, he would surely scold him. As for his mother, Su Nianzi was unsure whether to reproach her or find peace. He hadn't seen her before leaving and wondered if he would ever have the chance to do so again. Brother, should we continue the pursuit? Outside the 10,000 Great Mountains, a group of individuals gazed at the looming mountains that stretched endlessly before them, concealing any sign of life. Once someone entered, finding them would become exceedingly difficult. What would it matter if we caught up? One man, referred to as Brother, inquired. It is already late. If we can delay her until morning, she will undoubtedly be no match for us. The questioned individual pondered for a long moment before formulating a response. If Su Nianzi were present, he would certainly recognize these two as among the burly men who had pursued Su Burang the previous night. Then let me take that credit. You can go and hold Su Burang off until morning, and I will commend you for your efforts. The brother replied with a menacing grin. I was wrong. The younger brother lowered his head, realizing that if he went alone, he would not merely delay Su Burang, he would be delivering himself to death. You're not wrong. If you wish to seek death, go ahead. We won't stop you. The brother chuckled wickedly. I too desire that tremendous glory. After all, it's Su Burang. The brother continued, ignoring the younger man. Internally, she is the foremost talent of Frost Continent, the leader of the most powerful faction, the Ling Tian Pavilion. Externally, she is the most promising figure to achieve the 10th rank in 900 years across the 7 continents. Regardless of either aspect, it is enough to etch a name in history. If we can kill her, the glory will be immense, and we will leave our mark in history. Do you think I wouldn't want that? But do you know why it is only us tasked with killing Su Burang? The brother looked at the younger man as if he were a fool. Su Burang's current strength would be more than enough for me. The younger brother replied eagerly. Fool, imbecile. I am already at the 7th rank against someone who has fallen to the 6th or 5th ranks. What can I do? Bringing you along only led to 2 of us being killed by her. The brother expressed his disdain. Some wish for her death, while others do not. Therefore, only those with great ambition will have the chance to claim the glory. Before the younger brother could respond, the brother continued slowly. It is said that reaching the 13th rank is arduous. How difficult is it to attain the 10th rank now? Since over 900 years ago, when someone severed the path to the 10th rank with a single sword strike, no one has been able to break through since. Those existing powers with sects above the 10th rank are all remnants from 900 years ago. Without new blood to break through the 10th rank, some sects are struggling to survive. After all, those at the 11th and 12th ranks can still perish as long as one is not an immortal. Death is inevitable. For 900 years there has been no shortage of prodigies, yet none could break through the 10th rank, and now Frost Continent has produced a Su Burang. In just 60 years, she has progressed from an ordinary person to the 9th rank, and is on the verge of breaking through to the 10th. However, due to the nature of her cultivation method, she needs just one final step to achieve that breakthrough. It is said that her cultivation will fall from the 9th rank all the way down to none, and then, with a leap, she will transform into a dragon, achieving the 10th rank in a single bound. The brother spoke coldly of these secrets. In the past I did not believe it, but now that Su Burang is being driven around like a dog by us, I am beginning to believe that rumor more and more. I too feel urgency. I am desperate to kill Su Burang. No one knows exactly how her cultivation will fall. If it drops by 1 rank every day, what if one day it inexplicably breaks through to the 10th rank? Brother, I want the glory, but I do not wish to die. They say that if Su Burang reaches the 10th rank, the chasm that separated the 9th from the 10th rank will be bridged once more. So some don't want Su Burang to die. I don't want to die either. At that time, our qualifications would still have a chance to break through to the 10th rank. If she dies, it will be impossible for us to ever reach that level. The brother gazed into the distance at the 10,000 great mountains, his brow furrowed, torn in conflict. So does the brother wish for her death, or for her to survive? The younger brother's eyes widened, finally grasping their true purpose. He had thought they were merely there to kill the leader of the Ling Tian pavilion, unaware of the deeper intricacies at play. I hope she dies by my hands, yet I also hope she lives. The brother sighed deeply. Why? Isn't breaking through to the 10th rank better? The younger brother pressed. Human joys and sorrows are not the same. It is merely that the interests do not align. Enemies can become friends as long as the interests are substantial enough. Taking a step too fast leads to missteps. Even if we break through to the 10th rank, we will still be suppressed by Su Burang. Once the older generation passes away, who will be a match for Su Burang? The brother looked into the distance. After all, they are not immortal. There has yet to be anyone who cannot die. Are you a glutton? You've just climbed the mountain and you've already eaten the provisions I prepared for 10 days. Are you going to eat the seasonings next because there's nothing left? Su Nianji was utterly bewildered. His only feeling was anger. Anger blinded him to all reason. It's not tasty. Su Burang stuck out her tongue, sipping water as she spoke. If it's not tasty, why did you eat so much? Su Nianji was about to curse her out when he suddenly noticed salt at the corner of Su Burang's mouth. So it wasn't the food that was bad, but the seasoning. You really did eat the seasonings too. Heavens, earth, if I have sinned, let the law punish me, but do not send me Su Burang to torment me. Su Nianji was on the verge of tears. After walking half the night, he had only sipped some water. Just when he planned to sit down and take a break, perhaps eat something, he found all the food was gone. Upon inquiry, it turned out Su Burang had consumed it all. No wonder she had been so adamant about carrying the burden, or it wasn't to help, but just to eat. I'm so hungry. Su Burang stared at Su Nianji. Are you still hungry? Su Nianji nearly felt like he could die from frustration. That was 10 days worth of provisions. They had only been on the road for about 3 hours, and she devoured it all, and is still hungry. A moving glutton. Did you hear that? There's a tiger roaring over there. Go catch the leading one, and he'll prepare a feast for you. Su Nianji pointed in a direction. Food. Su Burang licked her lips, savoring the saltiness, feeling even hungrier. If only she could break through to the 7th rank, she would be able to fast. Su Burang hadn't eaten in years. For some reason, after her realm dropped, she found herself easily hungry, and moreover, that food was delicious, so Su Burang couldn't resist her appetite. It looked like there was a lot, but in reality, it was just a little gone in just a few bites. Now she was hungry again. Upon hearing about food, Su Burang dashed out like an arrow. I'm regretting saying I would feed her now. Should I take the opportunity to run away? Su Nianji sighed, but still obediently gathered firewood and started a fire. After he got the fire going, Su Buran returned dragging a tiger behind her. With one swing of her sword, Su Nianji looked at the wound. It was a tiger larger than himself, its head cleanly severed. He probably wouldn't have been able to defeat it even if he had gone himself. To be honest, with such a powerful companion, hunting game would surely be a breeze. Su Nianji began to process the tiger. Su Buran stepped forward and tore off a piece. Then she bit into it. What are you doing? You can't eat that, it's not good. Su Nianji hurried to stop her. In conditions like this, there was no need to eat raw meat, especially bloodied raw meat. Eat. It really isn't tasty. Su Buran spat out what was in her mouth. It was too horrible. Su Nianji shook his head, feeling a bit sympathetic. How had this girl grown up without knowing anything? Aside from her high cultivation and impressive sword skills, she seemed to know nothing else. Su Nianji began to roast the tiger, and once it was ready, the two of them enjoyed a splendid meal. Su Nianji ate a small portion, while Su Buran finished the entire tiger. It was the first time he praised her, and she actually wanted to go hunt another one for more to eat. Only after finishing the second one did Su Buran finally feel full. After eating to her heart's content, Su Buran fell asleep immediately. Su Nianji looked at her delicate face, curious how such a small frame could devour two tigers without gaining any weight. How infuriating. He sat beside her, beginning to study the sword box. Since the sword box could be opened, he hadn't truly explored it. It was either while being chased or while fleeing. With a thought, the sword box opened. I didn't need to call out. Su Nianji felt a little embarrassed. He hooked his fingers, and a small sword emerged. This time it obediently hovered in front of him. The sword was about 1.2 meters long, roughly 3 fingers wide, looking quite like a normal sword. Its body was entirely smooth, and he couldn't tell what it was made of. On the blade were 2 characters, Chuwen. Is your name Chuwen? From now on I shall call you Xiao Chu. Su Nianji said happily. This was his first flying sword, Oi Chuwen, which meant he would encounter more flying swords in the future. What a good omen. Su Nianji smiled. The sword bore no other markings. Looking back at the sword box, Chuwen sat in the first slot to the left. In the second slot from the left there was another sword, but the third was empty. The fourth also had a sword, while the next 5 and 6 were empty, but there were swords in slots 7, 8, and 9. The rest were empty. Su Nianji didn't know what this represented, yet he felt a hollow sensation in his heart. He reached out to touch the slot of Chuwen. In an instant, Su Nianji felt himself pulled into some other space. It was dark all around, and he was alone. In the air, a sword flew back and forth incessantly. Although Su Nianji couldn't see the sword clearly, he felt that it was Chuwen. Chuwen danced in the air, suddenly emitting a piercing sword cry. It struck Su Nianji with a sensation that his soul was quaking, leaving him momentarily paralyzed. Then he saw Chuwen swiftly piercing through shadowy figures. In Tianga. Is this the hidden sword technique within Chuwen? Su Nianji suddenly realized this was the sword move he had long yearned for. However, this was a flying sword distinct from other sword techniques. In Tianga, it seemed that the sword cry was not an ordinary sound, but capable of harming one's soul. Now he had a secret weapon in his arsenal. Exiting the alternate space, Su Nianji immediately commanded Chuwen, eager to learn the In Tianga technique. But it was too difficult. After practicing half the night, he still hadn't grasped the entry-level essence, exhausting himself completely. After resting for a while, Su Nianji felt somewhat disheartened. He hadn't expected the sword technique to be so challenging. Looking at the sword in the second slot, an idea struck him. Could he control 2 swords to fend off enemies? If he could wield 2 swords, it would be much easier, especially against a single opponent. He could easily overpower them. Without hesitation, Su Nianji set to work. He hooked his fingers. With his family's secret technique, the sword energy began to circulate. First, he focused on controlling Chuwen in the air. Then he diverted his attention to control the other sword. His energy surged towards the second sword. The second sword remained utterly still. Rise! Su Nianji called out sharply. It didn't budge. Instead, Su Nianji felt his energy being continuously absorbed. Before long, all his inner strength had been drained away. Then, Su Nianji collapsed to the ground, utterly exhausted, falling into a deep sleep. In the dead of night, only the sounds of wild beasts echoed. Su Nianji lay on the ground as weary as a dead pig. He wouldn't even notice if a wolf carried him away. Su Buran, who had originally been sleeping nearby, felt a bit cold. The mountain wind blew, and she instinctively snuggled closer to Su Nianji. Eventually, she burrowed directly into his arms. In Su Nianji's embrace, Su Buran finally settled down, resembling a kitten that had found a cozy nest. If any of Su Buran's enemies were present, they would surely realize that this was the moment she was most defenseless and the optimal time to strike. Another gust of mountain wind blew, enveloping them in mist. In the fog, Su Buran's energy gradually diminished. Her cultivation dropped to the second rank. A thick fog enveloped the mountain, obscuring everything around. Su Nianji woke up startled by the cool dew that had soaked him, only to see a vast expanse of white. The visibility was perilously low. He could barely make out anything within a meter's reach. This was not good. He tried to raise his hand, but it felt as though it was bound by something. Looking down, he discovered that his hand was tightly held by Su Buran. She clung to him like an octopus, her arms wrapped around his hand, her legs clasping his waist, appearing as though she were hanging off him. Wake up. We must maintain decorum between genders. Su Nianji hastily pushed Su Buran. It wasn't that she lacked warmth, rather he feared the sharpness of her sword. If she awoke, she might impulsively harm him without discerning the situation. What's wrong? Su Buran rubbed her sleepy eyes and shifted into a more comfortable position, still draping herself over him. You could get pregnant, Su Nianji said softly. Su Buran's eyes widened in shock. She glanced at him, then at herself, and immediately released her hold, moving aside. Really? Could I really have a baby? She asked, blushing. This marked the first time Su Nianji had heard her speak so much since their acquaintance. It should be possible, he responded ambiguously, deliberately trying to scare her. Afraid were you? If so, behave well. Su Nianji felt a joy akin to discovering a rare treasure. This is wonderful. I will finally have a baby. With a child, I won't need to be the sect leader, and my master won't have to worry about her legacy being unfulfilled. Su Buran's eyes sparkled. It seemed that having a child was an incredibly joyous prospect for her. Su Nianji felt a bit awkward. Aren't you scared of the pain of childbirth? For my master, I'm not afraid. Su Buran's earnest desire for a child made her more talkative. How did you grow up? Su Nianji couldn't help but reach out to touch her forehead. Training with my sword, she replied after a moment of thought. Would that increase the chances of having a baby? Su Nianji was momentarily speechless. Was it possible? Yet he couldn't resist the pleasant sensation. Her forehead felt like that of a kitten. It would be a shame to sully her innocence. Seeing that he didn't respond, Su Buran believed her answer was correct. Go ahead and touch me. When I have a child, I'll make her practice swordsmanship every day, and I can watch her. Su Buran smiled, and it was the first time Su Nianji had seen her smile since they met. It was quite charming. Do you practice swordsmanship every day too? Su Nianji curiously inquired about her past. Su Buran reverted to her former self in response to this question. Do you only practice swordsmanship aside from eating and sleeping? Su Nianji repeated, not in disbelief, but rather incredulously, thinking her master had been too extreme. It seems Su Buran had only engaged in sword practice for years. I don't eat or sleep, she asserted. I cultivate and practice swordsmanship. Su Buran pondered her response. In her first 10 years, she indeed needed to eat, but for the subsequent 40 years, she had no need for food. Whenever she felt tired, she would cultivate, which alleviated her fatigue and hunger. If she couldn't cultivate, she practiced her sword, day in and day out. Her breakthrough to the 10th rank before she turned 60 was not merely due to talent. The record for breaking through to the 10th rank on the continent was 72 years. Su Buran was very close to shattering that record, provided she survived this time. Reaching the 10th rank would grant her a lifespan of over 1,000 years, while the 11th rank would extend her life to 1,500 years. 60 years was merely the beginning of a long journey for Su Buran. For 900 years, there had been no shortage of geniuses. Today, only Su Buran had embarked on this path, determined to continue the severed road. Talent is one thing, perseverance and determination count for another. Perhaps only someone as pure and unblemished as Su Buran could achieve such feats. Su Nianji gently touched Su Buran's forehead. You've worked hard. Unsure of how to comfort her, he hesitated. My master said once I have a child, I will find liberation. Su Buran returned to her calm demeanor. The matter of children isn't urgent. Su Nianji ultimately couldn't bear to shatter her hopes. Oh, disappointment was written all over Su Buran's face. Su Nianji dared not look at her. Let's go find the sword wall you mentioned. Su Nianji quickly changed the subject. Su Buran's goal was a sword wall rumored to be located in the Great Mountains, a place filled with many relics. There were miraculous treasures that could help 12th ranks break through to 13th, alongside artifacts that could enable ordinary individuals to establish great sects. These were all abstract concepts. However, Su Buran sought a specific sword wall where ancient masters had left their sword marks. It was a renowned site, considered a sacred ground in the hearts of sword practitioners from Frost Continent. Su Nianji had assumed Su Buran intended to comprehend the sword energy there, but she surprised him by stating she aimed to leave her own mark. This astonished him, though he brushed it off, thinking it was merely her naive ambition. As they proceeded through the thick fog, they treaded cautiously, unable to see far ahead, unaware of the dangers lurking in the mist. Not long into their journey, a wild boar suddenly charged out of the fog, nearly colliding with Su Burin, who swiftly dispatched it with a single stroke of her sword, turning it into a meal. In the morning, Su Burin displayed quite the appetite, consuming half a boar. After satisfying her hunger, they continued their trek. In the fog, with no sense of direction, the two wandered aimlessly. This errant path led them into trouble. They found themselves surrounded by colorful eggs emerging from the mist. The experience felt novel, akin to a blind box. They had no idea what lay inside, simply taking whatever they encountered. Eggs! Su Burin exclaimed, her eyes sparkling. If my swordsmanship pleases my master, she will reward me with an egg to roast and eat. I love eggs. She was eager to try, having eaten eggs before she had developed a fondness for them. Su Nianji thought to himself how easy it was to care for her. She would eat anything in sight. He wouldn't dare voice that thought. Although it was true, having seen the wild boar in the morning and then the eggs, he knew better than to say it, otherwise he would meet a swift end. While Su Burin skillfully set a fire to roast the eggs, she was adept at it, proud of her culinary skills. There were hundreds of eggs, and she quickly grabbed dozens. Roasting a pile was not enough for her. She prepared 3 more piles. Clearly the morning boar hadn't satiated her hunger. Su Nianji felt he might cry. At this rate, he truly couldn't afford to feed her. She could eat far too much. A delightful aroma wafted through the air. It smelled divine. Su Nianji rushed over to grab a roasted egg from in front of Su Burin and savored it without hesitation. No matter what kind of egg it was, he just dug in. The eggs were palm-sized and, once roasted simply by Su Burin, exuded an enticing fragrance. They were indeed high-quality ingredients that required minimal cooking. The more he ate, the more delicious they became. After finishing one, Su Nianji felt warmth spreading through his body, his energy surging vigorously without him needing to consciously circulate it. That egg! Su Nianji sensed something was off and hurriedly activated his family's heart technique, the sword energy stasis, to halt the energy flow. Astoundingly, the speed of his energy circulation doubled from before. According to the principles of sword energy stasis, achieving a 10-fold speed after eating an egg would allow him to break through to the second layer. Would 10 eggs yield 10-fold? He was exhilarated. If that were true, he would eat until he burst. He was determined to finish all 10 eggs. Why can you eat so much? Leave some for me, he exclaimed, looking up to see Su Burin had already devoured more than 10. Now Su Nianji understood the perks of being a foodie. He joined her in the feast, unreservedly grabbing food along with Su Burin. No way. After finishing one, Su Nianji noted that while his energy increased, it didn't accelerate his circulation speed. The two were completely lost in their gluttony. This was a treasure. Of course, Su Burin had no concept of that. She was simply focused on how delicious it was. She felt hungrier the more she ate, craving even more. After a while, the roasting became tedious, so Su Burin simply cracked open an egg and began drinking the contents directly. On the other hand, Su Nianji appeared as if he were intoxicated, his face flushed, looking utterly stuffed and unable to eat more. He had eaten only 5 eggs, though they seemed small, they were immensely nourishing. His energy was nearly bursting forth. He truly couldn't eat any more. Another bite might lead to his demise. Yet looking around, he saw hundreds of eggs left uneaten, and he felt disheartened. Take them with him. At Su Burin's rate, he doubted they could even finish them all. What a heartache. No matter how painful it was, Su Nianji could only stop activating his family's heart technique, the sword energy stasis, to begin transforming the excess energy into his own. Su Nianji frantically practiced sword energy stasis. The speed of his energy circulation increased incrementally from double to a current triple speed. By the time Su Nianji finished digesting, he estimated he could achieve even greater speed. Su Burin, with egg liquid all over her hair, ate as if she had no need for digestion. If a cultivator of higher rank than Su Burin were to witness this scene, they would surely be astonished. The more she ate, the more her cultivation diminished. From the stable second rank upon arriving that morning, she had now regressed to the peak of the first rank. After half an hour of meditative practice, Su Nianji finally managed to retain that excess energy within his body, transforming it into his own vital force. A simple estimation suggested that this single session could equate to 3 months of arduous training. Most importantly, the speed of his family's signature sword technique had more than tripled. A profound happiness welled up within him, accompanied by an undeniable sense of pride. Su Nianji opened his eyes, eager to boast to someone about his achievement, only to be greeted by a floor littered with eggshells. Finished eating? He asked, dazed. Suddenly struck by a bolt of realization, Su Nianji felt as if he had been fried on the outside, but remained tender on the inside. His joy and pride evaporated, replaced by disappointment and heartache. Yes, I'm done, Su Buran replied, still oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Still hungry. Su Buran seemed to believe Su Nianji was inquiring further, answering honestly. Finished, but still hungry. What more could be taken from him? Su Nianji couldn't help but scream in agony. He had encountered such a treasure only once in 16 years. And now it was all gone, as if a thief had painstakingly stolen a fortune only to find it squandered by another. Approaching Su Buran, he noticed remnants of egg liquid clinging to her lips. Don't move, he exclaimed, extending a finger to wipe the egg residue from her mouth, and promptly popping it into his own. It was a treasure after all, its dirtiness was of little concern. Just as he was about to reach for another scrape, Su Buran licked her lips, tidying up the remnants with her tongue. Gone again. My last hope. Su Nianji lamented, lost in despair. In his anguish, he failed to notice a looming presence above him, and Su Buran shrouded in mist. What descended upon them was a grotesque creature, a spider with countless eyes and 8 legs. It loomed over Su Nianji, observing the scattered eggshells, and began to spin silk, weaving a web. Having consumed my eggs, you shall become my food. The gigantic spider proclaimed, astonishingly capable of human speech. Your eggs? Su Nianji attempted to laugh, about to question further, but as if struck by a revelation, he looked up toward the source of the voice. He could see no form, only the massive legs, and an elaborate web of white silk descending upon them. Run, he shouted to Su Buran. Just as he prepared to push her away, she raised her hand and sliced through the spider's silk with ease. It was then that Su Nianji recalled her formidable strength. Kill it, the taste must be exquisite. He urged Su Buran, feeling bolstered by her prowess. Can't beat it. Su Buran replied, her head lowered in defeat. It seemed humiliating to admit one could not overcome a mere spider. Just yesterday, she had been able to fight. Today, she felt powerless. Then let's flee. Su Nianji had never imagined Su Buran would deceive him. She was simply too innocent. She must truly believe they were outmatched. Grabbing her hand, he chose a random direction and took off running. All around them, strands of spider silk ensnared their path. Su Buran swung her sword again and again, severing the threads, while more strands shot toward them from behind. The spider's colossal legs descended, aiming to crush them. Boom! The spider's foot struck the ground, creating a massive crater, but missing the fleeing Su Buran and Su Nianji. It seemed the spider realized Su Buran was not to be trifled with, redirecting its silk attacks solely at Su Nianji. Several times, Su Nianji found his feet ensnared, but fortunately Su Buran's swift hands were there to cut him free. This is gigantic. It must be at least 5th rank, he muttered, awed by the creature's size. 5th rank. Su Buran replied coolly, her voice steady. 5th rank. Su Nianji gasped at the revelation. He could barely contend with a 2nd rank opponent. A 5th rank was beyond comprehension. Run. He had already abandoned thoughts of consuming the spider. Simply avoiding being eaten was a stroke of luck. The two fled, pursued relentlessly across the mountains. Su Nianji retaliated with his flying sword a few times, but it was utterly ineffective. The spider's body was exceedingly tough. The sword only bounced back, leaving him heartbroken. What if his newly acquired flying sword were damaged? He could only let Su Buran lead the way. Throughout their escape, she held his hand firmly, whether out of a desire not to lose her long-term meal ticket or a determination to keep working hard on their future together, he could not discern. In the frantic flight, Su Nianji was too occupied dodging the spider's assaults to notice the underlying tension in their grip. Initially, he would get ensnared, but gradually he became adept at evading the spider's silk. Yet dodging the spider's stomps remained a challenge. Under Su Buran's guidance, he managed to stay afloat. The chase continued for an entire night. The spider seemed frenzied, relentlessly pursuing them. It was only fitting. They had decimated its lair, leaving nothing behind, and having devoured its eggs was akin to slaughtering its offspring, an act of irreconcilable enmity that justified its relentless pursuit. Fortunately, the spider's tumultuous movements attracted another dominant force from the depths of the mountains, which intercepted it, sparing them from further flight. Can you teach me swordsmanship? After they managed to settle down, Su Nianji approached Su Buran with this request. He had only the mental techniques, but lacked any proper moves. While his flying sword could sever his enemies from afar, it often proved inadequate in certain situations, like today. Su Buran's prowess allowed her to slice through the fray effortlessly, a style Su Nianji deeply admired. Hungry. Su Buran neither accepted nor declined, stating her hunger first. After a day of running, she was utterly famished. The idea of enduring hunger while teaching Su Nianji was simply too much. Alright, Su Nianji thought she had refused him, considering her skills were likely rooted in formal training, not to be casually shared. Go. Su Nianji commanded, launching his flying sword, which struck a distant rabbit, bringing it back, without him needing to move. Since his sword technique achieved greater speed, he felt that his flying sword had also improved. Although it couldn't slay the spider, it had become effective for hunting. After finishing the rabbit, Su Buran felt slightly better. This is the 7-star sword, she declared, demonstrating it to Sun Yinji. The sword moved swiftly, dazzlingly. Each strike carried the essence of the 7 stars, akin to a river of stars, with only 7 brilliant celestial bodies illuminating the night. A total of 17 moves. Su Buran executed them in merely 3 minutes. Sun Yinji was taken aback by her decisiveness, instantly launching into practice without a word. As he watched her demonstration, he found himself entranced, both beautiful and powerful. Su Buran did not inquire if he had learned, as she simply repeated the sequence again and again. Sun Yinji focused intently on her movements, feeling as if he stood within the cosmos, enveloped by the starry river, weighed down by its gravity, struggling to breathe under the pressure. Amidst this intensity, he began to wield his sword, executing one strike after another. Initially, his form was awkward, but as he became more familiar, his technique began to mirror Su Buran's. An hour later, Su Buran paused, her eyes lighting up as she observed Sun Yinji's impressive imitation of the 7-star sword technique. When her master had taught her it took an entire day for her to grasp it, Sun Yinji had managed to embody it in just an hour. Truly remarkable. She recognized a certain talent within him. While Sun Yinji continued to practice, Su Buran stifled a yawn and settled down to rest beside him. Unbeknownst to her, she had been increasingly hungry and sleepy in recent days. She didn't realize that the transformation from caterpillar to butterfly required one to first fill themselves and then enter a deep slumber to undergo metamorphosis. Now she was in the final stage of this transformation, eating and sleeping to prepare for her evolution. As the sounds of Sun Yinji's swordplay echoed, Su Buran succumbed to slumber, her cultivation gradually waning until it was extinguished entirely. The first rays of morning sunlight illuminated Sun Yinji's face. The 7-star sword technique seemed deceptively simple at first, yet after 3 attempts, Sun Yinji suddenly realized that his body felt inexplicably drained of energy. Now awake, fatigue lifted and his mind was clear. Glancing down, he discovered that there was indeed another person nestled beside him. However, this morning's companion appeared quite different from the previous 2 days. With striking phoenix eyes and a porcelain complexion, her skin seemed so supple that it could almost yield droplets of water with the slightest touch. The figure was similar to the Su Buran's he remembered, maintaining the same stature and grace. Yet this face was entirely unlike the one he was familiar with. Previously, Su Buran's had a good figure and an admirable aura, but her face was rather ordinary, leaving Sun Yinji to feel that her beauty was somewhat wasted on her plain features. Today's visage, however, was an exquisite beauty that Sun Yinji had never encountered before. At a loss for words, he marveled at the transformation. How could such a change occur overnight? Was it due to those eggs she had eaten? The more he pondered, the more incensed he became, feeling that all the benefits had gone to Su Buran's while he was left to face the consequences of her being pursued. A sense of unfairness gnawed at him, yet he was powerless against Su Buran's. Wake up, Sun Yinji urged, shaking the now beautiful Su Buran's. Despite having a rational explanation in mind, he still found it hard to believe. What if while he was asleep someone had replaced Su Buran's? The thought was utterly terrifying. Have you eaten? Su Buran's opened her eyes, the first question on her lips being about breakfast. Hearing this familiar inquiry, Sun Yinji already knew the answer. She was indeed Su Buran's, just a more beautiful version. Beauty cannot hide the fact that you're a foodie, Sun Yinji remarked with a hint of admiration. Su Buran's looked puzzled. I'm complimenting your looks. Sun Yinji grinned and reached out to pinch her cheek. Instinctively, Su Buran's tried to evade, but she found herself unable to escape his grasp. Quickly, she sat up, closed her eyes, and attempted to circulate her energy, only to find that there was not a trace of vitality left within her. My cultivation, it's gone, she said to Sun Yinji, her tone flat, devoid of sorrow or excitement, as if recounting a tale of someone else. What? Sun Yinji thought he had misheard. The face you saw before was my disguised form. Without cultivation, I can't maintain that appearance, which is why you see me like this now. Su Buran stuck out her tongue at him. No energy. Sun Yinji observed her intently. With your looks lacking vitality, means you can't resist in front of me anymore, he teased, a mischievous smile creeping onto his face as he approached her. Su Buran's frowned and grabbed the sword nearby, aiming it at Sun Yinji. Her strike was swift. Anticipating this, Sun Yinji summoned his flying sword to block her attack. Although her strike was powerful, without the enhancement of energy or sword intent, it posed no real threat to him. It seems you truly have lost your energy. Sun Yinji's teasing tone was cut short as Su Buran's suddenly changed her stance, executing a move from the 7-star sword technique. Previously, while watching her practice, he hadn't thought much of the technique's prowess, but now as he faced her, he felt as though swords were raining down from every direction. One strike after another. Despite her lack of energy, Su Buran's wielded her skill with remarkable precision. It was terrifying. Su Nianji had to leap back, fearing he could not withstand her assault. "I'm not malicious, I simply want to help you have a child," he exclaimed, realizing how absurd his words sounded. No malice intended, merely a suggestion to procreate. Such a statement could easily be misconstrued as lewd. To his surprise, Su Buran's seemed to take it seriously, her desire for children evidently strong. The mention of having a child halted her sword mid-strike. "Is that so? Then come on, I'm not afraid of pain," Su Buran's declared suddenly. Su Nianji was momentarily taken aback. She was far too innocent. How could he proceed? Panic set in as he covered his face, realizing he had merely sought a way to quickly quell her anger, never expecting her to take him at his word. "Not right now. Why? Are you deceiving me?" Su Buran's innocence did not equate to naivety. "You're not relaxed enough." As he saw her readying her sword again, he hastily retreated, scrambling to devise another excuse. Indeed, one lie often necessitates a multitude of others to sustain it. "All right then." Su Buran's lowered her head, a hint of disappointment in her tone. For reasons unknown, the notion of not having children seemed to weigh heavily on her mind. On the mountain path, Su Nianji carried Su Buran on her back, inquiring, "What will we do if they catch up to us without your cultivation?" As she walked, her family's heart method continued to circulate within her, a practice instilled by her grandfather since childhood. Regardless of her actions, she maintained her cultivation. This ability to multitask had become second nature to Su Nianji. Notably aided by the sword box, her already accelerated heart method speed had doubled once more. "Count on you." Su Buran, being carried, pondered for a long while before arriving at such a conclusion. Without her cultivation, it was difficult for her to traverse the rugged terrain, and her delicate feet had already sustained injuries after only a short distance. Given that she had been carried by Su Buran before, Su Nianji decided to hoist her up entirely. Su Buran rested on Su Nianji's back, experiencing the peculiar sensation of being carried for the first time. It was neither unpleasant nor overly enjoyable, but lying there felt quite comfortable, her face nestled against Su Nianji's back. She relished this brief moment of freedom and leisure, a rare indulgence. "Me," Su Buran considered aloud. "Even the weakest among them is at least a second ear, and who knows how formidable the strongest one is? Not to mention we've also provoked that little spider. If it catches us, it's certain death." Su Nianji sighed, wishing for her own strength, yet realizing she had no time to wait for it to grow. "Then we die together," Su Buran replied flatly, as if death was not a concern for her. This struck Su Nianji as odd, almost reminiscent of a tragic romance. "I certainly don't want to die," Su Nianji exclaimed, hastily gathering her thoughts. "I'm hungry." Su Buran did not respond to Su Nianji's concerns. Throughout their journey, she had mentioned her hunger countless times. "There's nothing to eat." Su Nianji snapped back. "We're in the middle of nowhere. Where could I possibly find food for you?" It was frustrating that Su Buran had consumed their 10 days' worth of provisions, all by herself. "Up ahead," Su Buran answered Su Nianji's question. Su Nianji looked up to see a small village emerging in front of them. "There's a village in the depths of the 10,000 Great Mountains." She wondered aloud. It was her first time here, and she had only heard rumors along the way. These tales spoke of countless opportunities within the 10,000 Great Mountains, suggesting that if one was willing to seek, treasures were abundant. Yet Su Nianji knew that most of these stories were fabrications, and even if there were opportunities, they often came with significant risks. Having entered the 10,000 Great Mountains for 2 days, she had not expected to discover any signs of habitation in such remote areas. Moreover, given the distance and the lack of communication with the outside world, she was curious about how the villagers obtained their necessities. The presence of the village also meant they would not have to spend the night in the wilderness, a relief given the discomfort and the constant fear of wild beasts. "I don't know," Su Buran replied softly. Though her words were few, she responded to every question Su Nianji posed. While traveling, one must remain cautious, Su Nianji warned, despite her excitement upon seeing the village. With Su Buran devoid of her cultivation and no strong backing, everything depended on her own strength. Caution was the best course. As Su Nianji entered the village with Su Buran on her back, she remained unaware that a spider had emerged behind them. It was the same little spider that had previously chased after Su Buran and Su Nianji. Initially intent on catching them, the spider froze upon seeing them enter the village, trembling as if in fear. As he stepped into the village, it was not large. He could see its edges at a glance. There were perhaps 100 households or so. At the entrance there stood a well beside which a few elderly men were enjoying the shade. "Hello, elders. May I ask if there is an inn nearby?" Su Nianji inquired politely. Although he suspected there was little chance of finding an inn, he still held on to a faint hope. "Is there an inn here?" one elder replied, shaking his head. "If you don't mind, you can stay at my home." "My house is bigger, you can come to mine," another elder chimed in enthusiastically. The others also offered to take Sun Yinji home. Seeing that Sun Yinji did not respond, one elder approached and took his hand, pulling him along. Their warmth was overwhelming. Sun Yinji found himself led away without resistance. Once they were away, he failed to notice a bucket of red liquid being drawn from the well. It might not even be water, but merely some strange crimson substance. How did I end up following them? After settling into the elder's house, Sun Yinji felt perplexed. He had been on guard, but the elder's insistence had drawn him in. It was indeed strange. Throughout the journey, the elders had been exceedingly hospitable, inquiring about his well-being, which made Sun Yinji feel a bit embarrassed. "Be careful, this place is quite peculiar," Su Buran, who had been sitting on a stool, remarked, as if enduring some unseen burden. "What's so strange about it?" Sun Yinji felt the oddity too, yet whenever he thought about it, he felt it should be that way, which in turn made him feel even stranger. He couldn't quite grasp the reasoning behind it, and thus turned to Su Buran for answers. "I'm so hungry," Su Buran responded, looking at Sun Yinji. Sun Yinji touched his forehead, bemused by such a peculiar statement. Was there ever a day when one wasn't hungry? It was as if Su Buran had been reincarnated from a starving ghost. With a mental scoff, Sun Yinji prepared to step outside to find something to eat for Su Buran. As he opened the door, he found the very elder who had guided them, standing there holding food in both hands. Behind him was an elderly woman, also carrying a substantial amount of food. "I thought you both might be hungry, so I brought you some food," the elder said with a warm smile. His kind demeanor made it impossible for Sun Yinji to refuse. The elder and the woman seemed to value etiquette highly, and after placing the food down, they exited, leaving Sun Yinji and Su Buran to their own devices. "Go on, eat," Sun Yinji urged, pushing the food towards Su Buran. He wondered if it would be enough for her, and how he would explain the situation to the elderly couple to ask for more later. Su Buran picked up a piece of meat, took a bite, and immediately spat it out. "What's wrong? Aren't you hungry?" Sun Yinji asked, intrigued. Was her earlier hunger merely pretense? "I can't eat this," Su Buran replied coolly. A deepening sense of hunger enveloped her, as if a profound cry echoed from the depths of her soul. Yet as soon as any meat touched her tongue, she sensed something was off. It didn't taste like meat, and there was an unsettling stench, well masked but unmistakable. However, Su Buran's desperate need to eat allowed her to discern the peculiar flavor. "Is it spoiled?" Sun Yinji asked, lifting a piece to his mouth. But upon closer inspection, he noticed the meat had darkened, its color altered. Did the two elders offer them spoiled food? What could be their motive? Sun Yinji could not fathom why two exceedingly kind elderly people would offer them spoiled meat. Perhaps the elders in their old age had failing eyesight and failed to notice the meat's condition. After all, it was instinctual for anyone to avoid considering that such a warm-hearted couple might act with malice. "Just bear with it for now, we'll go out and find something to eat for you," Sun Yinji said, noting that it was still early in the day. She planned to venture out to assess the surroundings and at the same time procure some food for Su Buran. "I'm so hungry." Su Buran swallowed hard, her throat tight with hunger. The gnawing sensation was genuine, despite her awareness that something unseen was amplifying her emotions, influencing her soul. Yet the hunger surged authentically from within her. Devoid of energy, her sword intent had diminished to a mere fraction of its former power, rendering her incapable of severing the influence encroaching upon her spirit. Although she recognized the manipulation, she could not escape it. A most peculiar sensation. Su Buran contemplated using this challenge to hone her sword heart. Thus, she surrendered to it, allowing the emotion to shape her mindset without resistance. "If you keep this up, I might have to call you a glutton," Sun Yinji remarked, noting that Su Buran, though ineffectual, in many ways excelled at consuming food. "I'm so hungry. So hungry." Gradually, under the weight of her emotions, Su Buran began to exclaim her hunger uncontrollably. Initially, she was aware that it was her own voice crying out. Yet as the hunger intensified, the emotion swelled within her, like a relentless tide, overwhelming her completely. Honing her sword heart had taken a troubling turn. After losing her cultivation, Su Buran found herself unable to dispel the influence. Instead, it only grew stronger. "I'm hungry. I'm about to go mad from hunger," Su Buran declared, her mouth agape. She had transformed into a grotesque being, consumed by the very emotion of hunger. "What's wrong with you?" Sun Yinji noticed something amiss. Although Su Buran often spoke of hunger, she was not typically so unrestrained. Moreover, a ravenous Su Buran would seek food herself rather than shouting her cravings. Something was definitely off. "Eat," I want to eat you to fill my stomach. Su Buran suddenly shouted at Su Nianji, displaying a wildness that revealed her desperate hunger. Calm down, Su Nianji urged, alarmed, as Su Buran threw down the sword she had always held. That broken sword had accompanied Su Buran in battle, never leaving her side since Su Nianji first laid eyes on her. It was not only a weapon for self-defense, but also a symbol of her unwavering spirit. Now, with the sword forsaken, it was clear that in this trial of honing her sword heart, Su Buran had succumbed, at least in her current state devoid of any cultivation. With the sword cast away, Su Buran lunged at Su Nianji. Su Nianji had been on guard, thinking that Su Buran's throwing down of her sword was merely a jest. To her shock, it was simply an act to facilitate her desire to devour. Su Nianji raised her hand to block Su Buran. Yet Su Buran bit down hard on Su Nianji's arm, drawing blood. Seeing this, Su Nianji endured the pain and pinned Su Buran onto the bed, twisting her arm behind her back. Without her sword, Su Buran was easily subdued, soft, delicate, and utterly vulnerable. Su Nianji found that it required little effort to overpower her. This was a stark contrast to the formidable Su Buran who wielded a sword. However, this was preferable. She could be managed much more easily. Glancing at the blood on her arm, Su Nianji felt a surge of irritation. She delivered a light smack to Su Buran's backside, noting the pleasing firmness of it. Then she proceeded to bind Su Buran securely. To prevent Su Buran from biting herself out of extreme hunger, Su Nianji took the precaution of covering her mouth. At first glance, one might think Su Nianji had peculiar interests. After finishing, Su Nianji intended to step outside. Just as he opened the door, the two elderly people appeared at his doorstep. Hello, Su Nianji greeted, sensing an inexplicable feeling of guilt. Young man, where are you going? The old man asked first. It's a bit stuffy in here. I thought I'd take a stroll, Su Nianji casually replied, having no intention of asking the elderly couple for food again. Firstly, he felt embarrassed. Secondly, he was concerned they might bring him spoiled meat. Young man, it's better not to go outside. It's not very safe out there, the old man patiently advised. Not safe? In what way? Su Nianji queried, confused. Everything had seemed fine upon entering, but nothing had happened. Why was it suddenly deemed unsafe? It's just not safe, but it's better that you don't know, the old woman said, growing impatient with Su Nianji's probing. Be obedient, this is for your own good, the old man implored sincerely. For your own good. Hearing those words left Su Nianji momentarily hesitant to press further. The two elderly people were only looking out for him. With such kind and gentle faces, how could they harbor ill intentions? Su Nianji found himself wavering. Come on, hurry back inside. Before Su Nianji could make a decision, the two elderly people pushed him back inside. Never mind, once they leave, he'll sneak out. Just bear with it for now, Su Nianji thought, not easily intimidated by the elderly couple. It didn't matter whether he could go out or not. Su Buran was clearly starving, and he needed to find food for her. After waiting for a while, just as Su Nianji prepared to open the door, he discovered to his dismay that it was locked from the outside. A large iron lock secured the door, and no matter how hard he pulled, it wouldn't budge. At this point, it dawned on Su Nianji that something was amiss with this place and the two elderly people. With no way to exit the door, Su Nianji tried the window, only to find it nailed shut. What is going on? He pondered, reflecting on the entire situation without identifying any issues. If he had to pinpoint one, it would be the villagers' excessive warmth, a warmth that felt off. Also, Su Buran's hunger seemed suspicious. A gentleman should not stand beneath a precarious wall, especially when he was responsible for Su Buran. Su Nianji focused his mind, channeling his energy, and his flying sword swiftly emerged from its scabbard. It pierced through the window and severed the lock from the outside. He had considered breaking down the door directly, but refrained, knowing that would create too much noise. Under the uncertainty of hidden dangers lurking in the dark, he opted for a more discreet approach. Su Nianji opened the door cautiously, and with Su Buran on his back, stealthily made his way out. This place was too sinister. He could not leave Su Buran alone. He attached the sword scabbard to her back, hoisted her up, and exited the room. Just then, a group of people arrived at the village entrance. They were none other than the group of burly men pursuing Su Buran. It's been said that Su Buran has trained at the top of the Ling Tian Pavilion for years, sheltered from worldly affairs. I never believed it until now, one of the senior disciples remarked as he surveyed the village before him. In the vast expanse of the 10,000 great mountains, finding someone without a lead could take a lifetime. Yet here they were, having tracked down Su Buran and Su Nianji less than an hour after they entered. It was indeed thanks to the lingering scent of Su Buran. Throughout their journey, neither had concealed their presence. While it could be excused if others failed to hide, Su Buran, as the head of the Frost Prefecture's foremost power, should have been privy to such secrets, but had not taken precautions. It seemed to be a matter of experience in the martial world. Relying on the scent purposely left on Su Buran by the senior disciple, the six of them easily tracked her down. At the village entrance stood a group of 23 individuals, all eyes scanning the surroundings. Despite knowing that Su Burang's cultivation had been steadily declining, they dared not underestimate him. Their hesitation in pursuing him immediately stemmed from two reasons. They were waiting for Su Burang's strength to diminish further, and they were also awaiting reinforcements. Due to the interests of certain individuals who wished to see Su Burang remain alive, their manpower was tightly constrained, making it difficult to mobilize additional forces. Hence, only a small contingent had arrived, 17 people in total, with the weakest at the 2nd rank and the strongest at the 5th. Compared to their senior brother's 7th rank and Su Burang's imminent breakthrough to the 10th rank, these individuals were hardly formidable. However, with Su Burang's current weakened state and the uncertainty of his strength, a strategy of sheer numbers became their most practical approach. Yes, replied 3 elderly men at the village entrance, one of whom was the very same who had warmly welcomed Su Burang and Su Nianji earlier. They stood near the village well, exuding a hospitality that was sincere and unpretentious, as if greeting long-lost friends. Where are they? Despite knowing that Su Burang and Su Nianji had entered this village, they could not afford to search house by house. That would only raise alarm. The scent could lead them in the right direction, but they still needed to locate them precisely. They're right. They're in my house. Are you friends of theirs? The elder's voice was gentle, his face adorned with a warm smile. It had been a long time since he had seen so many unfamiliar faces. The group glanced at their 7th-rank senior brother, awaiting his guidance on how to proceed. Their inquiry had been tentative, and they were taken aback when they received an answer which inadvertently put several of them in a difficult position. Without a clear understanding of how much Su Burang's strength had diminished, they were hesitant to act, especially considering he was on the verge of reaching the 10th rank. To eliminate him would be paramount. Take us there to have a look, but make sure not to disturb them. Their senior brother spoke, first establishing a preliminary plan. Since they were here, they might as well test the waters. Sooner or later they would encounter Su Burang. It was merely a matter of time. As for the state of Su Burang's power, it was only by seeing him that they would truly know. All right, you can rest assured they are staying at my place, and we won't cause any disturbance. The elder's smile was genuine as he led the group of 23 towards his home. Are they your friends? They are staying at my house. Why not stay with us as well? The elder invited enthusiastically. I have plenty of rooms, you can all fit comfortably. Suddenly, their senior brother halted in his tracks. He was reluctant to agree, as an instinctive feeling warned him that if he consented to the elder's invitation, something peculiar would surely ensue. Yet despite knowing he should refuse, he felt an inexplicable urge to accept. The more he resisted, the more his curiosity gnawed at him. Something was amiss. His eyes widened as he recalled the tales surrounding the 10,000 great mountains, a place of both great fortune and peril. Legends spoke of immortal beings of the 13th rank who had perished within its depths. Whether these tales were true was uncertain, but he knew stories weren't mere fabrications. Their secret society had seen 11th and 12th rank members fall there. Otherwise, the Ling Tian Pavilion could not have risen to become the foremost power in Frost Continent. What could possibly lead 11th and 12th rank cultivators to their demise in the 10,000 great mountains, even taking down 13th rank beings? All that remained were the legends, devoid of any clues. Thus, the 10,000 great mountains were a source of both admiration and dread. At that moment, as the only 7th rank expert among the gathered, Li Zhu comprehended that they had stumbled upon a formidable and terrifying encounter. Li Zhu clenched his fists, silently giving himself a mental note. I can't agree. Well then, thank you, old man. Thanks. It's settled then. Oh, we will all stay at your place. Before Li Zhu could regain his composure, his junior brother had already agreed on his behalf. Despite being the only 7th grade practitioner present, Li Zhu could not resist the overwhelming influence of the situation, especially from those junior brothers whose strengths paled in comparison to his own. Among the group sent on this pursuit, Li Zhu stood as the strongest, the sole 7th grade cultivator. The others ranged from the 5th to the 2nd grade, with the weakest among them being a 2nd grade practitioner. It was 2 of the 2nd grade junior brothers who had responded. Usually they would flaunt their superiority outside, looking down on ordinary folks who seemed devoid of any cultivation. They would easily resort to violence, striking down anyone who displeased them. Yet now they were all overly polite, even addressing the elderly man as old man. This was entirely out of character for them. Li Zhu furrowed his brow, but refrained from reminding them of their true nature. Even if he sensed something was amiss, someone had to take the initiative to explore this situation. In this world governed by the law of the jungle, it was either you trample me or I trample you. Li Zhu did not mind losing a few junior brothers in the fray. However, he was unaware whether this thought was genuinely his or a distortion brought about by external influences. Once we arrive at my home, you may do as you please. Think whatever you want and act accordingly. You need not worry about me or my old partner, the elder said with a warm smile, treating these individuals not as guests, but rather as family, perhaps even more warmly than some actual family members. All right. With such agreeable terms, more and more of them acquiesced, leaving only Li Zhu and a few others who did not comply. Even someone as strong as Li Zhu found himself contemplating whether they truly could do anything they wished. It was only after a moment of reflection that he felt a sense of urgency. The elder led them to a thatched cottage, but it was not the same one where Su Buran and Su Nianji resided. The elder entered first, pushing open the door and beckoning to the others. Come in. They are right here. His face wore a welcoming smile, exuding an aura of warmth that invited closeness. Yet Li Zhu, standing at the forefront, hesitated at the entrance. He felt a lump in his throat, not from the prospect of a delicious meal, but from sheer terror, a deep, bone-chilling fear that urged him to flee. His instincts screamed at him not to enter. To step inside would mean certain death. Li Zhu had no idea what lay within, but he trusted his intuition completely. After reaching the 7th grade, he had developed an uncanny perception regarding life and death. What could possibly instill such dread in a 7th grade practitioner? The last time he felt such fear was when Su Buran coldly watched him after killing his master right in front of him. This time, however, the terror he felt surpassed even that encounter with Su Buran. What kind of force could evoke such a feeling stronger than that of a 9th grade practitioner? Li Zhu had no clarity on this, but he was certain it was more formidable than anything he had previously faced. Thus he remained motionless, unable to take a step forward or retreat. He could not comprehend why the mysterious entity inside was luring him forward step by step. Surely with such overwhelming strength, it could simply strike down anyone who entered. Yet it chose to employ such tactics. Li Zhu suspected there might be something restraining the entity's actions. However, he also knew he could not simply run away. That might provoke the entity inside, causing it to strike preemptively. Standing at the door, Li Zhu sought a way to escape this perilous situation. As the eldest and strongest among the group, his inaction held sway over the others. They hesitated to enter despite their eagerness as long as he remained at the threshold. Come in. What are you waiting for? The elder urged again, his smile growing more pronounced. To Li Zhu, it felt like an invitation from the depths of hell. To the other junior brothers, however, it resembled the alluring beckoning of a beautiful courtesan enticing them to step inside. Drool nearly dripped from their mouths, yet they were restrained by their elder brother's presence. Come on, if you don't come in, I'll leave, the elder pressed for the 3rd time. Li Zhu realized he could not afford to wait any longer. You all go ahead or I'll step out for a moment. After much deliberation, Li Zhu concocted a feeble excuse. He then encouraged his junior brothers to enter. With so many of them acting as sacrifices on his behalf, that should suffice, he thought to himself. Human hearts are inscrutable. Even a senior brother whom one sees daily may abandon you at any moment. Watching the younger disciples rush in like chickens and ducks heading to the slaughterhouse, Li Zhu felt no regret. On the contrary, deep within him, he kept repeating that if given the chance, those younger disciples would not hesitate to turn against him. While the younger disciples advanced with fervor, Li Zhu quietly withdrew, retreating until he was out of the old man's sight. Kill. I have killed Su Buran. I have slain the master of Ling Tian Pavilion. As soon as he entered, someone shouted. Li Zhu saw a disciple raise his hand, beheading another disciple who was rushing through the door behind him while proclaiming his kill of Su Buran. You actually killed Su Buran. You severed my path to the 10th rank. I will take your life. Nearby, another disciple shouted as he took advantage of the excitement surrounding the first, striking down another disciple. Mother, I have avenged you. Not far away, someone had killed his most trusted disciple, laughing and crying at the same time. He, senior brother, I have finally possessed your body. Even if I cannot have your heart, I will claim you. Most absurdly, Li Zhu witnessed a disciple embracing another, groping and eagerly attempting to loosen his belt. Li Zhu, senior brother. He gasped while unfastening his belt, calling out Li Zhu's name. Li Zhu at the entrance was shocked, instantly feeling a pang of discomfort. The preferences of this disciple were unspeakable and unfathomable, and the disciple being embraced was grinning foolishly. Master, master, I have arrived. I have finally obtained you. This isn't a dream, is it? Even if it is a dream, I still want to be with master. The desires and obsessions of the two intertwined in a bizarre harmony. 2 disciples, 2 men. Li Zhu felt he could no longer bear to watch. Whether to leave or not was one thing, whether he would be disgusted to death was the pressing concern. Among Li Zhu's few senior brothers, only 3 remained by his side. These three either had considerable strength or possessed protective treasures. They suppressed their own desires, refraining from rushing in immediately. When they finally considered entering upon witnessing the scenes before them, they realized the strangeness of the situation. So they followed Li Zhu in retreat. Their good fortune stood in stark contrast to the fate of the others who had all entered as the door slammed shut behind them. The old man had also entered the room, seemingly unconcerned with the four who escaped. In less than a stick of incense's worth of time, all inside perished. Some were killed by sword, others dismembered, and some met their end due to their own desires. Though their deaths varied, the one commonality was that they all believed they had fulfilled their long-held wishes before dying. They died silently, perishing in joy in the thrill of vengeance fulfilled. What on earth is this place? Su Nianji carried Su Buren wandering around the village again and again. He realized he had become lost. Upon entering, the village appeared so small. But now, after wandering for half a day, he still had not exited. Instead, he found himself becoming increasingly familiar with his surroundings. For instance, the wall he leaned against bore the character Zheng, written by Su Nianji himself, marking his 5th visit to this place. Nearby, remnants of Su Nianzi's presence could be found on various objects, each bearing his trace. Even Su Niren felt a pang of hunger, yet she dared not voice it. With Su Buren on her back, should she inadvertently invoke his hunger, it would spell disaster. Quietly perched on Su Niren's back, Su Buren's bright eyes shone like stars. Her fair fingers gently tapped on the sword sheath. Silent, the earlier frenzy completely dissipated. It was evident that the influence she had been under had vanished. If a master of the sword Dao were present, they would surely discern that Su Niren's gaze held not just brightness, but boundless sword intent. She was as pure and untainted as a celestial being. Having trained solely in swordsmanship under her master since childhood, her heart was unclouded by desires. Hunger was merely a flaw she allowed herself to exhibit, intended to draw out challenges that would temper her sword heart. In this contest, she neither triumphed nor faltered. Ultimately, she attained what she sought. Her sword intent now flowed in accordance with her wishes, a small sword shadow, standing resolutely in her spiritual realm. That was the nascent soul of her sword, a seed that had been sown. What blooms from it, and what fruits it bears, depended solely on Su Niren's own efforts. At this moment, Su Niren remained devoid of vitality and cultivation, yet she could still wield her sword intent at will, provided she chose to. A mere flicker of her intention could shatter Su Nian's form into fragments. However, she refrained from such an act, deeming it unnecessary. Her sword intent spread forth delicately, aiding Su Nian in untangling his physical form, while simultaneously engaging in a peculiar exchange with his sword sheath. Her ability to break free from the influence, while simultaneously nurturing the seed of her sword soul, was entirely due to the sword sheath behind her. Curiosity about this object stirred within her, though she understood it belonged to Su Nian. She possessed only wonder, not covetousness. Though her sword intent had grown formidable, it still could not pierce through the illusion, leaving Su Nian to seek his own path to escape. Meanwhile, she needed to further refine her sword intent, her sword heart, and the newly emerged seed of her sword soul. After a moment's deliberation, Su Niren withdrew her expansive sword intent, enveloping both herself and Su Nian in its protective embrace. Su Nian continued to flail about like a headless fly, but this time it felt different. He spotted two men, two burly figures, who were being pursued by vengeful spirits. Despite their disheveled appearances and the bloodstains adorning them, Su Nian recognized them as the very men who had hunted Su Niren. The man at the front appeared to be the strongest among those who had pursued her, the one who had exchanged blows with her, applying the most pressure. Could I possibly overcome him? It seemed as though I would only deliver my head on a platter. After a moment of contemplation, Su Nian discerned their precarious situation. Without her cultivation, Su Niren was merely a burden. He was no match for the adversaries before him, especially with a relentless spirit pursuing the two men. How formidable must it be? 4 against 1 was hardly a fair fight. Resolutely, Su Nian pushed open a door and stepped inside. He had previously hesitated to enter, his instincts warning him of the sinister aura that enveloped the place, as if it were ever eager to consume the living. Yet with no other option, he dashed in. However, he was a moment too late. As he opened the door, Li Zhu spotted him. "Kid, hand over Su Niren, and he'll spare your life." Li Zhu, having discovered Su Nian and the figure on his back, had initially believed that sacrificing a group of disciples would afford him respite. Yet only moments had passed before he encountered 2 more spirits. Of the remaining 4, 2 had already fallen prey. Charging into battle, Li Zhu found that he could do little against the spirits. Faced with adversity, he proved resolute. Aware that escape was futile, he turned back to seek Su Niren, drawn to her by the lingering scent they had left on her. After a prolonged search, he finally located Su Niren and Su Nian. "Happy New Year, everyone." May all your wishes come true, and may you find joy every day. May your meals be hearty and your water tasteless. Li Zhu's original plan was to lead the malevolent spirit to Su Boren. Even if he could not defeat Su Boren, he aimed to cause him considerable trouble. Upon his first glimpse of Su Boren, Li Zhu was astonished to find him devoid of any cultivation. Li Zhu understood that the opportunity he had been waiting for had finally arrived. That was to brutally kill Su Boren at the moment of his cultivation's disappearance. Previously, Li Zhu had doubted that Su Boren's powers would vanish, but now seeing him before his eyes, he fully believed the rumors. Kill Su Boren. This single thought consumed Li Zhu's mind. As long as he could slay Su Boren, the deaths of so many junior brothers would matter little, while on the contrary the sect would bestow significant attention upon him. Let go. Dream on. Su Nianji provided Li Zhu with his answer. Letting go of Su Boren. Impossible. Unless he were dead. No matter how much Su Nianji despised Su Boren, he could still remember how Su Boren had carried him over countless rugged paths, saving him time and time again. One must not forget kindness, nor should one fail to repay it. Since you seek death, then prepare to die. Li Zhu snorted coldly, unleashing a blade of energy that sliced through the air. He paid no heed to the junior brother, who was devoured by the spirit nearby. As the blade energy descended, he charged towards Su Nianji and Su Boren with fervor. A lion does not hold back when hunting a rabbit. Li Zhu did not underestimate Su Nianji and Su Boren, rather he approached with utmost caution. Feeling the blade energy approaching, Su Nianji's heart tightened. He forcefully slammed the door open, bursting into the courtyard, while narrowly evading the deadly strike. The blade energy collided with the door, distorting it momentarily before it returned to its original state. Li Zhu followed closely into the courtyard, and as he entered the door, promptly shut behind him. The spirit that had been pursuing Li Zhu merged directly into the door. Inside the door, upon entering the courtyard, Su Nianji realized that the surroundings had transformed completely. Coffins appeared around him, each one dark and varying in size. Each coffin was spaced half a meter apart, both front to back and side to side. Su Nianji, carrying Su Boren on his back, stood amidst the coffins, feeling utterly disoriented. Just moments ago, he had stepped into a normal courtyard. Now he was faced with such a terrifying scene. Not only was the environment horrifying, but there was also little to shield him from the pursuit of the brawny man. This place did not seem suitable for escape, and with such a dreadful setting, who knew what dangers might suddenly arise? Su Nianji's vigilance heightened to its utmost. Before long, Li Zhu also appeared in this eerie locale. Though they had not been far apart before, the distance between them now appeared considerable. Li Zhu stood atop one of the coffins, surveying Su Boren and Su Nianji from his elevated position. In his eyes there seemed to be nothing else but Su Boren and Su Nianji, completely disregarding the surrounding environment. Su Boren, you have finally fallen into my grasp. It seems your fate is to be killed by me. Li Zhu was elated. He was unaware of where he was, or why the vengeful spirit had ceased its pursuit. But he knew that here there was only him, the cultivationless Su Boren, and a weak swordsman. In this place, nothing seemed capable of preventing him from killing Su Boren. Die! Li Zhu laughed maniacally as he unleashed a tremendous blade of energy toward a coffin before him. He charged forward, recklessly hacking at the coffin with his weapon. Ha ha ha! Su Boren, what if you are the most talented genius in Shuangzhou? You will still die by my hand. From now on, history will remember you, Su Boren, as the shortest-lived master of the Ling Tian Pavilion, a stepping stone for my ascent. Li Zhu's frenzy intensified, resembling a madman, until the coffin lay in ruins. As it shattered, only a few garments emerged from within, suggesting it was merely a symbolic grave devoid of any corpse. Su Nianji sighed in relief at the sight of Li Zhu's state. She adjusted her grip on Su Boren, who was slung over her back, shifting him into a more comfortable position. While she marveled at Su Boren's extraordinary talent, she couldn't shake the fear that he might end up like Li Zhu. In that moment, Su Nianji finally realized the unsettling nature of their surroundings. It felt profoundly wrong, as if the environment could evoke the most fervent desires hidden within one's heart. For Su Boren, her current obsession was simply indulging in delicious food. Thus her behavior manifested as an incessant urge to eat everything she could find. Conversely, the burly man pursuing them harbored a singular desire: to kill Su Boren. Everything he laid eyes upon became a target for his wrath. And what about her? Su Nianji suddenly pondered her own desires. Why had she remained unaffected while two stronger individuals had succumbed? What was the reason? Did she lack any fervent desire at present? Transporting the sword case to Sword City and locating her second uncle's remains. That was merely a distant goal. To be honest, she felt lost and uncertain if she could even reach Sword City. She didn't even have a clear destination, relying solely on an old map given to her by a mentor to guide her through the journey, moving forward continuously. Rather than a goal, it felt more like a quest to avoid disappointing her mentor. She had no idea who might perish along the way. Su Nianji didn't have a specific timeline for her arrival. She only needed to get there. Or was there something more compelling than reaching Sword City? Perhaps, to protect Su Boren. Upon this thought, Su Nianji realized she had not escaped unscathed, she had already fallen victim. Because Su Boren had saved her, carrying her through the mountain path. Therefore, a desire had taken root in her heart, without her awareness, gradually expanding until it loomed large. To protect Su Boren. That doesn't sound too bad. Su Nianji chuckled softly. Though she often appeared carefree, it didn't mean she was foolish. She tightened her grip on Su Boren, feeling a touch of softness. Was this her first time touching a woman? Was Su Boren considered a woman? Perhaps she was still just a girl? Or a female? Su Nianji quickly halted her wandering thoughts, fearing that any inappropriate ideas might magnify uncontrollably, leading to dire consequences. The desire that had already intensified was sufficient to confront the current situation. Simultaneously, she silently instilled a mantra within herself: protect Su Boren. This was her only means to counter the influence around them, a small yet effective glitch in the system. Are you going to protect me? Su Boren, resting on Su Nianji's back, found the experience quite comfortable. What Su Nianji had thought was a mere whisper was fully heard by Su Boren. She muttered to herself softly, showing no outward reaction, maintaining her icy demeanor as if she were an unchanging iceberg. Yet she casually leaned her face against Su Nianji's back, her posture becoming more relaxed. The essence of sword intent surged into Su Nianji's limbs, simultaneously nurturing and safeguarding him. In the realm of vision, all is but a haze of clouds and smoke, layer upon layer. Su Nianji found herself ensconced within a coffin's embrace, unable to discern a means of escape. She could only watch as Li Zhu relentlessly wreaked havoc upon the casket. At one moment he shouted, "Master, I have slain Su Boren. Surely you can now grant your sister's hand to me." Then he shifted to, "Sister, you wretched girl. I hold such affection for you. Why will you not marry me?" Soon after he declared, "Sister, look at me. I stand as a sovereign. You must love me. You refuse to wed. Then I shall slay all those you hold dear." Su Nianji felt as though she were watching a series of dramatic scenes unfold before her, the narrative conveyed with clarity and punctuated by grandiose gestures. It was without a doubt a compelling performance. The only flaw lay in the fact that there was but one character throughout this drama: Li Zhu. For 3 full hours, he vented his frustrations, wielding his blade with relentless fervor. Eventually, his energy dwindled, and he collapsed to the ground, still cursing feverishly. Su Nianji could not help but feel the urge to criticize the vile methods of the unseen puppeteer behind him. Words hovered on the tip of her tongue, but she refrained, for she too harbored hidden sorrows, having been forsaken in her youth. Thankfully, there was still the old man. She dared not dwell on the thought. By this time, Li Zhu had exhausted his tirade. Suddenly, the coffins began to creak open, revealing bones, partially decayed corpses, and tattered garments, all spilling forth. At her feet, a small bony hand emerged belonging to an exceedingly tiny coffin. Inside lay the bones of an infant, still clawing its way toward Li Zhu. "What is this?" Su Nianji gasped, taken aback. It was her first encounter with such a grotesque sight. One could scarcely call it anything but a procession of wandering spirits. Here lay at least 1,000 coffins, densely packed, all advancing toward Li Zhu. "Begone! This is mine!" Li Zhu shouted as a bull-headed apparition materialized beneath him, its horns thrusting upward with such force that it sent a myriad of filth sprawling away. "Do you think you are worthy?" A bone sword soared forth, cleaving one of the horns in half, embedding itself beside Li Zhu. A sword fashioned from bone speaks and engages with a bull-headed creature. Su Nianji marveled. She had often heard her grandfather recount tales of phantoms and foul entities, yet this was her first experience witnessing it firsthand. Once one reaches the 5th tier of cultivation, all those foul spirits can converse. Su Boren, now perched on Su Nianji's back, adjusted to a more comfortable position. She was puzzled as to why she answered Su Nianji's query. Ever since learning of his desire to protect her, she felt compelled to engage him in conversation. "The 5th tier. Goodness, such power could easily crush my existence. Can we escape? I do not wish to die. I have yet to even hold a girl's hand." Su Boren rolled her eyes. Had he really never touched one? Well, it seemed more accurate to say he had been touched rather than the other way around. "Su Boren, aren't you formidable? Hurry and take action. Are you waiting to die alongside me?" Su Nianji prattled on, and upon hearing this, Su Boren formed a hand seal for a sword technique, only to let it fall again. She refrained from making a sound or taking action, merely observing him with a sense of playfulness. Su Boran's cheeks flushed slightly, her thoughts wandering to unspoken notions. Was she contemplating a tragic end? Perhaps it was not such a terrible idea. Yet she seemed to have forgotten to relay something important. What could it be? While fifth-tier spirits could speak that Bone Sword was of the 9th tier and the bull-headed entity was of the 8th. Sharing this knowledge with two individuals who could not contend with them seemed futile at best to let it be. Clearly the bull-headed creature knew it could not defeat the Bone Sword and chose to flee instead. The Bone Sword found its mark piercing Li Zhu's thigh. Henceforth I belong to you. This will hurt. It remarked softly as it embedded itself within him, then fell silent. Oomph. Fool, do you think I, the old bull, would easily relinquish such a fine body? You're dreaming. As the Bone Sword pierced through Li Zhu's body, the bull head reappeared steadily, landing on Li Zhu's chest. Bull head, get lost. Suddenly Li Zhu shouted, mouth agape. What I, old bull, have set my sights on I will never let go. Li Zhu spoke again, his voice echoing with determination. Su Nianji observed the entire scene, unable to suppress a chuckle. It was evident that the bullhead and the Bone Sword were vying for control of Li Zhu's body, yet it appeared as if Li Zhu were merely playing the role of a bull. The two entities contended fiercely for Li Zhu's form, entirely disregarding Su Nianji and Su Boran. An opportunity has arisen, as should I make a stealthy move. Faced with such a situation, Su Nianji found his thoughts drifting not towards escape, but rather towards a daring plan to eliminate both the entities. Since they are so formidable, why do they need to exhaust that person first? Su Boran couldn't help but inquire of Su Nianji. Why, oi? Su Nianji retorted. There is a seal here, they cannot act freely within it. They can only escape the seal by taking over another's corpse. If you attack him, they will take advantage of that corpse to strike back, and their strength would be at least of the 8th rank. Su Boran lay against Su Nianji's back, speaking slowly. Can I sever their retreat? Su Nianji pondered for a moment before conceiving a mischievous idea. If he could destroy the bullhead and the Bone Sword's essence, they would be forced to remain in Li Zhu's body, fighting amongst themselves. Su Boran paused, contemplating whether that was even possible. It seemed worth a try. Without further thought, Su Nianji acted. He gestured with his fingers, and the initial sound of his technique appeared in the air, aimed directly at the Bone Sword. Clang! The Bone Sword shattered under the strike of Su Nianji's attack. The bull had only managed a single strike as well. Now the two spirits found themselves with no way to retreat. They could either fight for dominance within Li Zhu's body or coexist within it. Do you have a way to escape? After committing this mischief, Su Nianji retreated slightly while inquiring of Su Boran. To his surprise, the two spirits, now devoid of a retreat, did not pursue Su Nianji, but became even more fiercely engaged in their battle for Li Zhu's body. This should be the 10,000 Ghosts Cave in the 10,000 Great Mountains. It's my first time here as well. Su Boran spoke softly. As the master of the Ling Tian Pavilion, her knowledge exceeded that of Su Nianji, albeit only slightly. Are you alright? Can you walk on your own? Noticing that Su Boran was able to converse normally with him, Su Nianji couldn't help but suggest. No, Su Boran replied coldly. Who would want to leave such a comfortable place? Alright, what else do you know? Su Nianji could only ask for more information in resignation. I don't know, Su Boran responded. Su Nianji felt dejected, silently turning away and walking further from Li Zhu. This place, known as the 10,000 Ghosts Cave, was likely under a powerful seal preventing spirits from acting freely against humans. Su Nianji mentally organized the information he had gathered. I've heard that there is a Ghost King here, and she has a particular fondness for virgins. Su Boran suddenly spoke up. Su Nianji was taken aback. A Ghost King who favors virgins. What kind of strange being is that? Human preferences are already peculiar enough. Could a female ghost's inclinations be equally bizarre? Then can you help me lose my virginity? Instinctively, Su Nianji thought of a way to evade the Ghost King's attention. The moment he finished speaking, he regretted it. After all, that was the top prodigy of Shuangzhou. How could he dare to propose such an embarrassing request to the master of the Ling Tian Pavilion, who could easily end his life with a single strike? Su Nianji felt a deep desire to find a crack in the ground and disappear into it. Unbeknownst to him, the girl on his back, Su Boran, was blushing even more. There is no end to embarrassment, it only escalates. Seeking death. At that moment, Su Nianji heard Su Boran say this behind him. Panic surged within him as thoughts raced. It's over, as surely the female knight would slay him now. He remained motionless, unwilling to release his hold on Su Boran. If Su Nianji wanted to utter some tender words, but suddenly found himself enveloped by a menacing aura of sword intent. Even though he was somewhat slow to grasp the situation, he noticed the boundless sword intent surrounding Su Boran. It would be a lie to say it wasn't frightening. He couldn't even continue speaking. How could it not terrify him? Just a hint of that sword intent could easily cut him down. Yet the sword intent did not strike him as he had feared. Instead, it stood poised before him, ready for action. The once boundless darkness and the coffin vanished without a trace, and Shu Nianji found himself within a grand palace. Ghostly flames illuminated the space, green fire flickering everywhere. Above him sat a skeletal figure entirely composed of bones with only two fiery eyes glowing. In its hand it wielded a sword that glimmered with a chilling sheen amidst the ghostly flames, captivating yet deadly. No need to test its lethality. On the hilt of the sword 6 wandering spirits danced, never straying beyond the sword's grip. These spirits, both male and female, wore expressions of torment, as if they were imprisoned in an abyss of despair. Above the skeletal figure sat a tall, imposing figure known as Han Ba, cloaked in black fur, exuding a dark mist that occasionally surged forth uncontrollably. Upon the throne rested a lantern, a large red lantern casting the only crimson light throughout the palace. It appeared harmless, yet anyone able to occupy that throne was surely no ordinary being. Perched atop the lantern was a dog, lively and wagging its tail incessantly. With bright eyes it glanced at Shu Nianji before fixating on Shu Baran, its gaze rife with unabashed desire. It was a dog, yet it seemed intrigued by the woman. Shu Baran reprimanded the audacious creature, and upon noticing its unrestrained stare at her, she unleashed her sword intent toward it. Her pure sword intent could easily slay even those of ordinary 5th or 6th rank, yet the dog merely raised a paw and swiped dismissively, scattering her sword intent to the winds. Rank 10. Shu Baran frowned. Had her cultivation been intact, even a rank 10 creature like that dog would have faced the loss of a leg at her hands. Yet now devoid of any power, she could only watch helplessly as the dog flaunted its dominance. After dispersing her sword intent, the dog continued to stare at Shu Baran, even licking its tongue at her. This was intolerable. Shu Nianji grew furious, pointing a finger, determined to strike. Regardless of whether it was rank 10 or otherwise, he would first attack the dog. How could it dare to make his female knight exhibit such a look? He would deal with the dog now, and once he gained strength, it would surely face retribution. Humph! The dog let out a light grunt, swatting away Shu Nianji's flying sword and preparing to slap him. At that moment, a hand gently patted the dog's head. "Dead dog, have you forgotten you've been neutered? Don't you dare bully my young lord." As if confronted by a formidable foe, the dog lowered its raised paw, tucking its head down in submission. The pain of its lost doghood was truly unbearable. It is said that a beauty must possess exquisite bones. Sitting atop the palace among the throng, it is unclear to Shu Nianji whether the owner of the hand that caresses that wretched creature is truly beautiful, but she certainly possesses a remarkable skeletal frame. For as soon as one opens their eyes, one could behold the ghostly figure's framework. One side bears a body adorned with a mask, while the other half is nothing but bone, a slender waist defined by a single vertebra, and a chest that is half inviting and half skeletal. This sight left Shu Nianji somewhat unnerved. "Do not be afraid, young lord, though I shall not harm you," she assured him. "Gaze upon me closely, and after we share a splendid night together, you will surely realize my allure." 5 specters occupied the entire palace, with a woman seated at the apex. It was evident that she was the most formidable among them. Her voice was melodious and sweet, akin to honey, yet her appearance was undeniably peculiar. The stark contrast was unsettling. If one were to share an intimate evening with such a body, the pleasure remained uncertain, but being frightened to death seemed an assured possibility. "Do you like it, eh?" Shu Baran, the ghostly figure, unexpectedly inquired of Shu Nianji. Huh? Shu Nianji was taken aback by the question. Like it? That would surely frighten him to death. Dislike it? That would certainly provoke her ire, leaving survival in question. But could mere words of affection ensure survival? Perhaps one would die without dignity. "I like you just as you are," Shu Nianji replied without hesitation, adding a remark he himself could not fathom. Shu Baran appeared quite pleased, lifting her head like an imperious white swan. "Young lord, you are still so young. You do not yet understand the virtues of an auntie." She continued to tempt him, her voice genuinely enchanting, while her form remained terrifying. Without any visible movement, she inclined her head slightly towards Shu Nianji. Suddenly, the scene before Shu Nianji shifted. He found himself face to face with an extraordinarily beautiful woman, her features indistinct and shrouded in mist, but undoubtedly stunning. She was slender yet curvaceous, every contour pronounced, beckoning him with a wave of her hand. However, on her back was a woman covered in hair unhygienic and foul. Instinctively, Shu Nianji felt the urge to cast her aside. Just as he was about to do so, a whisper of a sword's song echoed in his ear. Instantly, his consciousness cleared, and he returned to the palace, the scene reverting to its former state. "Ah!" The ghostly woman gasped, surprised that a mere first-tier individual had managed to break free from her enchantment. Something was amiss. Su Boren smiled faintly, for she had discreetly placed a nascent sword soul seed upon Su Nianji, which severed the illusion. Positioned close together, her actions had gone unnoticed by both the ghost and Su Nianji. The sword soul seed, though newly birthed, possessed considerable power. Faced with the ghost's dominance, Su Boren remained undaunted. "Ghost lady, I want that young man's body." Suddenly a voice emerged from the red lantern that had been silently perched on its seat. The young man in question was indeed Su Nianji. "Ghost lady, over the years I have contributed significantly to the ghostly realm, accumulating much in your presence. I wish to exchange my past contributions for his body." Before the specter at the palace's summit could respond, the voice from the red lantern continued. "Young lord, it seems you are rather unfortunate. It appears there may not be time for you to enjoy some splendid experiences with me. That Su Boren belongs to the master." The dog panted, attempting to flatteringly lick the ghost woman's fingers. Who would have thought that a 10th grade spirit would abandon all dignity to curry favor? In the outside world, possessing a 10th grade being would undoubtedly place one among the top 10 powers of Frost Continent. For over 900 years there had been no new 10th grade spirits, and without the influence of seasoned experts this dog was hardly worth noticing. Slap. A hand struck the dog's head. "Are you teaching me how to do my job? Is castration not enough for you?" With a single blow, the ghost woman decapitated the dog, its head rolling down to rest at the feet of Su Boren and Su Nian. "Useless creature, you only dirty my hands." She wiped her hands disdainfully, casting a glance at Su Boren. I have no interest in your body. You are only fit for that dog." The ghost woman crossed her arms, half bone, half hand, a sight both terrifying and surreal. Su Boren, though often cold as an ancient iceberg, was undeniably beautiful. To say she was a country-destroying beauty would not be an exaggeration. After all, Su Nian had never seen anyone more stunning than Su Boren. "Thank you, ghost lady." The severed dog head suddenly spoke, its eyes filled with anguish. After being castrated by the ghost lady, even if it were a 10th grade spirit, it could never return to its former self. Its life as a dog was irreparably marred. Was it now destined to become a woman? If it truly transformed, perhaps it could reclaim a perfect dog life. Gritting its teeth, the dog's head lunged towards Su Boren, seeking death. Su Boren's voice rang out, her sword intent coalescing into a single powerful entity akin to a blade poised to unsheathe at any moment. At that moment, the two were oblivious. Su Boren and Su Nian had not entered here by mere chance. The 10,000 ghosts abyss awaited Su Boren. They needed a body. On the brink of breaking through to the 10th grade, the foremost genius of Frost Continent, the head of the premier sect Ling Tian Pavilion. Regardless of Su Boren's identity, each was worthy of their action. Now that Su Boren's powers had vanished, it was the perfect opportunity for them to strike. Thus, the seemingly lost Su Boren and Su Nian found themselves here by design, not by coincidence. They were specifically sought after by the 10,000 Ghosts Abyss. They needed a body. Su Nian was unaware of why they chose to abandon their original forms, but there must be a reason. However, no matter the cause, Su Nian would never relinquish his body to another. Su Boren drew her sword. The sword intent transformed into a colossal blade, descending upon the dog creature. The remaining head of the dog attempted to bite the sword. Remarkably, the sword intent was devoured by the creature. Ineffective. Su Nian was astonished by this scene. Su Boren's technique was the most formidable he had ever witnessed in his life. Despite lacking cultivation, she unleashed such devastating power with her sword. Even 10 Su Nians could not withstand it. Yet the dog was even more formidable. If this one dog was this powerful, what about the other 4? He could only speculate, but surely the one called Ghost Lady was even stronger. The other 3, standing alongside the dog, could not be weaker, if not equally powerful. Unable to fight back, escape seemed impossible. What should he do? In his anxious search for a solution, Su Nian suddenly realized he had been pulled into a strange space. A roaring fire blazed in the space, crackling and sizzling as though meat were being roasted. Su Nianji looked up, surrounded by an expanse of crimson that resembled not a stove, but rather an enormous lantern. This lantern was so vast it resembled a furnace. Hanging around the lantern were strips of meat reminiscent of cured bacon, occasionally dripping fat that produced the popping sounds. Upon closer inspection, Su Nianji realized these were not strips of meat at all, but bodies, dried and desiccated as if they had been turned into jerky. Yet it was still evident they had suffered brutal torment before death, each corpse displaying a grotesque visage. "Give your body to me," a voice echoed from within the lantern, laced with intimidation. "Dream on." Su Nianji shot back, without hesitation. "You must be a 10th grade spirit. Why do you hesitate to strike at me, a mere 1st grade novice? Is it necessary to frighten me first?" His inquiry seemed more like a probe than a question. "Let me guess. The young boy away from home for the first time faced the terrifying scene without flinching. He understood that when venturing into the unknown, one must rely on oneself. To falter in fear meant there would never be a chance for redemption. The boy did not wish to die. He had once aimed to fulfill the old man's wishes to return the bodies of the old man's sons. But now, he had birthed another dream, to protect that girl. Although she was formidable, he believed that one day he would grow strong enough to safeguard her so that he could naturally say to her, "Let me protect you." He could not afford to die, he would not. If he could not fight, he would use his wits. "You possess a bit of cleverness, but alas, you are mistaken," the voice from the lantern replied, belonging to the entity seated on the third chair in the palace. "What we truly desire is to occupy a corpse that retains its soul. The formation does not seal anything else, it seals our souls." The lantern's voice carried a hint of amusement, as if it had not experienced anything interesting in years, and was in no rush to seize Xu Nianzi's body, instead engaging him in conversation. "You're lying," Xu Nianzi countered. "One of you is a hanba, which is a soulless entity. How could it be sealed here?" He had pinpointed the root of the issue with precision. Sealing a soul is merely one aspect of the formation. There are indeed formations that seal corpses, and these are not mutually exclusive. The lantern scoffed, addressing Xu Nianzi's objections. "That makes even less sense. You needn't tell me, it is evidently a premeditated excuse." Xu Nianzi continued to refute. "Of course it is, to stir your emotions. Humans have 7 emotions and 6 desires. What I hold within this lantern is not merely fire, but these very sentiments. Every time one of your emotions is stirred, I will merge with you a little more. How about it? Are you scared? Are you angry? Be angry. Be afraid. Let yourself merge into me." The flames within the lantern danced in all directions like a lively melody, jubilantly celebrating. In the flickering glow, Xu Nianzi's youthful face was illuminated. Though his expression was obscured, his lively demeanor suggested that remaining silent was decidedly out of character. The surroundings fell silent once more, save for the sizzling of oil in the pan. Xu Nianzi slowly took a seat, making no movements, uttering not a word, and displaying no emotion. He was deep in thought. How much of Lantern's words held truth, and how much was mere deception? The infamous Shawandishan had garnered tales even as far as Yecheng, where Xu Nianzi had heard many stories about it. Naturally, most of these were cautionary tales meant to frighten disobedient children. When Xu Nianzi was unruly in his youth, his grandfather would threaten to cast him into the depths of Shawandishan. Among these tales was the infamous Wangwaku, a primary tool of his grandfather's to scare his grandson. In the old man's stories, the spirits of Wangwaku were sealed away, only to emerge once every 100 years during the night of 100 ghosts. According to what Lantern had just said, a soul had been sealed within. The sealing of the soul targeted the essence of that very soul. Even if one occupied a new body, Lantern would have no means to escape this seal. However, by choosing to merge with Xu Nianzi's soul, there existed a possibility to deceive the seal's judgment, thereby evading it. To achieve this, the host must remain alive, and the soul must not vanish. At this moment, Xu Nianzi finally understood why so many 9th and 10th grade beings had refrained from direct confrontation. Instead, they sought to mislead the crowd, wearing them down. They wished for those people to remain unaware of the additional presence within their souls. Moreover, Lantern's assertion that the more Xu Nianzi's emotions erupted, the more it would merge with a part of him was likely true. The 7 emotions referred to joy, anger, sorrow, fear, love, hatred, and desire, while the 6 desires pertained to the cravings incited by the senses of taste, sight, hearing, smell, touch, and thought. Reflecting on the entire process, Xu Nianzi had yet to experience any of these emotions triggered. However, he sensed that it could not be so simple, or otherwise Lantern would not have been so forthright. Thus, there must be something he was unaware of that had triggered a certain emotion or sensation. At the very least, Lantern had already intertwined itself with one of his emotions. Fortunately, Xu Nianzi remained composed. A 16-year-old boy who had left home devoid of grand dreams, yet having experienced profound loneliness and witnessed much, was not easily intimidated by Lantern's ploys. The fire continued to burn slowly. Seemingly perceiving Xu Nianzi's calmness, the temperature within the lantern began to rise. This was a tactic to provoke Xu Nianzi, using heat to elicit fear and anxiety, thereby drawing forth more of his emotions and feelings. Yet Xu Nianzi sat still, unperturbed, allowing the heat to escalate. "You want burn me alive? You've undoubtedly absorbed a part of my essence already. If I perish, your efforts will amount to nothing, and whatever you have merged with my soul may vanish as well. So why not take a break? Your petty tactics won't pressure me," Xu Nianzi declared coolly, akin to a wise sage conducting the most rational analysis. "Haha, you surprise me. Truly you are worthy of the body I have chosen." Lantern's voice resonated in the air, seemingly praising Su Nianji, yet he knew it was not a compliment, but rather a temptation. The lake of his heart remained tranquil, undisturbed by Lantern's words. The Lantern and Su Nianji were entangled in a deadly game resembling a hunt. Su Nianji was the prey, while the Lantern assumed the role of the hunter. At this moment, the Lantern reveled in the thrill of the chase. The more cunning the prey, the greater the Lantern's desire to pursue it. Then open your eyes. The Lantern's voice resonated within Su Nianji's heart, a powerful force compelling him to comply. As he opened his eyes, he found himself once again in the palace. Before he could utter a word, an overwhelming pressure emanated from the sword sheath, bearing down on him and forcing him to the ground. A pit formed beneath him, and he sank into it. 10. Grade pressure. Su Nianji struggled to speak. His internal energy dissipated under the weight of the force, rendering even his fingers immobile. His very soul felt subdued. Su Nianji sensed that his body no longer belonged to him. He was akin to a conscious vegetable, utterly incapable of movement. Above the lake of his heart, a lantern appeared, a phantom of the sword sheath, imposing its will upon it. In that moment, the lantern shared a similar plight, though it fared slightly better than Su Nianji. Gone was its former elegance. It could not even conceal its presence. Treasured artifact. The lantern's voice quivered with excitement. It could manifest from afar and suppress a 10-grade entity. Even after thousands of years as a ghostly figure, the lantern had never encountered a treasure of such magnitude. Are you its master? The lantern could hardly believe that an ordinary first-grade individual could possess such a remarkable artifact. A surge of greed welled up within it, intensifying its desire to seize Su Nianji's body and claim the treasure for itself. I'm going to die. Su Nianji felt as though he might be crushed by the pressure. It was a 10-grade force, yet it bore down upon him, as if mocking his plight. Amidst his turbulent thoughts, the lantern, still intent on occupying Su Nianji's soul, was suddenly pinned to the surface of Su Nianji's heart lake by the immense pressure. The once round lantern was now flattened, filled with countless thoughts, yet unable to act. For the first time, the lantern found itself utterly at a loss against a first-grade opponent. Regardless of your means, if you reveal even a shred of your emotions, I shall integrate further into you, and one day you will belong to me. Even under the weight of the sword sheath, the lantern continued to threaten Su Nianji within the confines of his heart lake. Let's see if you can achieve that. Su Nianji felt the pressure ease slightly and began to rise from the ground, responding with disdain. The youth was not intimidated. As he stood, he saw the dog overpowering Su Buran. Su Buran, stripped of her powers, was no match for the beast. In her hand, she still clutched the broken sword from their first encounter, but now it appeared nothing more than a toy before the dog. The broken sword was marred by several gashes from the dog's claws. Su Buran retreated step by step. It was clear they did not wish to kill her immediately, rather they aimed to capture her alive, wearing her down until she was utterly exhausted, allowing them to silently infiltrate the depths of her soul. Su Buran had long mastered her swordsmanship, employing fluid and natural movements. However, the dog's strength far surpassed that of the current Su Buran, and her defeat was merely a matter of time. Su Buran felt a deep sense of frustration as she was pinned down and struck. Yet this was not her greatest source of indignation. Her concerns lay not with defeating the wretched creature before her, but rather with Su Nianji. Just moments ago, Su Nianji had remained still, appearing perfectly normal, yet Su Buran, being the astute individual she was, could easily sense that something was amiss. Most of Su Buran's thoughts were consumed by Su Nianji. She had no desire to become entangled with the vile creature for long. Instead, she yearned to protect Su Nianji. The reason behind this impulse eluded her, but ever since she sensed something was off with Su Nianji, an unfamiliar impatience had taken root within her. However, her adversary was not a mere opponent. The creature, noticing Su Buran's distraction, lunged at her with a claw that, if it connected, would surely render her unconscious. In a flurry of urgency, she withdrew her sword to defend herself, but it was clear that she was too late. Just then a sword appeared before her, intercepting the creature's claw. To her surprise, it was a familiar blade, Su Nianji's sword. Unfortunately, as soon as it arrived, the creature's claw swatted it aside, effortlessly, a testament to the vast disparity in their strengths. Yet this brief moment of resistance allowed Su Buran to successfully pull back her sword and stand her ground. Despite her efforts, Su Buran was still sent flying by the creature's claw. She crashed heavily against a pillar in the palace, sliding down its surface as she coughed up a mouthful of blood. Su Buran, are you all right? Su Nianji rushed over, panic etched across his face as he shielded Su Buran from view. Fire, you foolish creature. You can't even hold off a worthless opponent. The creature spat in frustration, berating a lantern nearby. However, its tirade was met with silence. Above them, a single lantern hung on the throne, its flames subdued to mere flickers, almost imperceptible. The skilled individuals seated around the throne could still discern that tiny spark, aware that it was struggling to endure. Ghost Lady, look at him. He's nothing but a waste. He can't even suppress a first-tier opponent, and is instead being suppressed himself. What a pity for your century of cultivation, one voice remarked disdainfully. Damnable creature, it would be better off dead. Another added. We're only able to act in this cursed seal because the Ghost Lady traded a century of her cultivation for it. Do you even deserve her sacrifice? The creature continued its relentless tirade. Enough. The Ghost Lady interjected sharply, silencing the creature's incessant chatter. What a handsome young man. It's a shame I cannot intervene personally, though otherwise I would cherish you dearly, she said, her gaze softening as it lingered on Su Nianji, as if she had genuinely fallen for him. Alas, time is not on our side, so please die. The Ghost Lady's demeanor shifted abruptly, her form twisting into a grotesque visage, half skeleton and half human. Ghost Lady, no. I can handle those two. For every additional opponent you summon, you will deplete another century of your cultivation. The creature shouted in a panic. But the Ghost Lady paid it no heed. The Drought Spirit and the skeletal swordsman descended from the throne, advancing towards Su Nianji and Su Buran. Here's your final chance. Will you live or die? The Ghost Lady's voice reverberated with authority as she gazed down at Su Nianji. Hearing her words, Su Nianji did not even glance at the Ghost Lady. All his focus and thoughts were solely on Su Buran. Su Buran's lips slowly trickled with blood. She didn't cry out in pain. Instead, her large eyes widened as they fixed on Su Nianji, filled with a sense of grievance, as if tears were about to spill forth. What's wrong? Are you hurt somewhere? Or is it very painful? Seeing Su Buran like this, Su Nianji hurriedly inquired. It was the first time he had seen her show such vulnerability, and at that moment, an inexplicable anger and heartache surged within him. He couldn't pinpoint the reason, but he simply couldn't bear to see her in pain, feeling an unutterable guilt that surpassed even his concern for himself. Previously, no matter how intimidating the lantern had been, Su Nianji's composure remained unshaken, but now it had shattered in an instant. Anger. Above his heart, the lantern joyfully shouted, only to be suppressed by the sword case. Is our child gone? Tears welled up in Su Buran's eyes. She was genuinely heartbroken. I heard people say that if you get bumped, the child can just disappear. As she spoke, tears began to fall like peas. Su Nianji let out a deep breath. You're foolish. He wanted to scold Su Buran. To see her so devastated, one might think she had suffered a grave injury yet. But upon witnessing her sorrow, Su Nianji couldn't bring himself to chastise her. It was evident that she truly cherished the thought of a child. I still want to watch her practice swordplay. If she's gone, then I'll have to practice every day again. Su Buran continued. Su Nianji couldn't help but chuckle at her innocence despite feeling irritated. All right, you haven't conceived yet. But as long as we keep trying, we will have a child eventually. He softly comforted Su Buran. Really? So I don't have a child yet? Don't worry, when I do have a child, I will definitely protect her well. Su Buran's tears were instantly whisked away. Su Nianji was momentarily at a loss for words, unsure how to respond. Should he agree? A mere 16-year-old boy who had yet to fully grasp the concepts of love and affection, and who had never even held a girl's hand, was expected to skip all the steps and leap straight to the matter of having children. Though he considered himself the boldest among his peers, he found it impossible to easily acquiesce to Su Buran's wishes. Should he disagree? In truth, Su Nianji genuinely wished to have a child with Su Buran. Her looks were secondary. What mattered most was the desire to build a life together. What are you two dreaming about? Two corpses fantasizing about having a child? I won't let you even reach hell. A dog-like creature barked angrily, its fury apparent. You've ruined the atmosphere. Su Buran complained. Though she was innocent like a blank slate in the previous moment, an inexplicable sentiment had begun to blossom within her. It felt as if the person before her was destined to accompany her for a lifetime, akin to the bond between the protagonists in a picture book. The beautiful ambience had been thoroughly shattered. Seeking death. Let's go together. Don't mind that useless lantern anymore. Take them both down. The creature commanded. Though it didn't understand why a mere first-grade trickster had managed to suppress the lantern, it was confident that it was no weakling like the lantern. It would surely overpower them. Once it succeeded, it would seize the man's body and could once again live as a proud beast. The mere thought of potentially having a treasure made the creature giddy, striding with an air of triumph. The bone figure charged forth, slowly pulling out its sword. It had been eagerly anticipating this moment for a long time. For many years there had been no worthy opponent to draw its blade against, but finally a rival had emerged. As a swordsman, one naturally yearns to measure one's skill against the best. For decades, Frost Continent had been rife with the saying that Su-Buran was not yet the strongest swordsman, but would inevitably become the most formidable in the realm. It was merely a matter of time before that occurred, even if he had never set foot outside the abyss of 10,000 ghosts. The whispers had reached even the bone figure, attesting to the reach of Su-Buran's renown. To duel with a future champion was enough to stir excitement in the bone figure's weapon, a sword glimmering with a chilling light. The very moment it was drawn, a menacing aura enveloped the air, hinting at the countless lives this sword had claimed. Name of the sword: Cold Light. The bone figure stood like a righteous swordsman, engaging in a final exchange before battle. Broken Sword. Nameless. Su-Buran rose slowly, responding to the challenge. As a swordsman, she could not refuse the invitation to fight. The broken sword had lost its name, hence it was called Nameless. Compared to the bone figure's sword, Su-Buran's weapon could hardly be deemed a sword at all. It was in such a state of disrepair that it could not even be compared. Su-Buran's sword was not only half broken, but also riddled with dents. The blade had nearly vanished, rendering it more a remnant than a weapon. Yet it was the only sword she possessed, and retreat was not an option. As the bone figure unleashed a strike, the surrounding air filled with anguished cries, as if a horde of hungry spirits had emerged. The sword, aura, and malevolence surged towards Su-Buran. She gently pushed Su Nianji aside, creating a momentary distance to shield him from the sword's lethal energy. With no cultivation of her own, Su-Buran could only rely on her sword intent. The essence of her sword flowed through her, the resonance of her blade echoing as she faced the onslaught. But the moment their swords clashed, she was forcefully thrown back by the impact. This was a crushing disparity in strength. Lacking cultivation and energy, Su-Buran found herself at a severe disadvantage. Su-Buran! Su Nianji shouted anxiously, wanting to rush to her aid. Where do you think you're going? You belong to me. A sinister figure suddenly appeared before Su Nianji, blocking his path. Go sword. Call of the sky. In a fit of rage, Su Nianji drew his sword. He paid no heed to the strength of his opponent. All he wanted was to protect Su-Buran. The technique he had struggled to master for so long, Call of the Sky, was unleashed in that moment. Yet despite its intricacy, the vast gap in strength rendered even the most exquisite technique useless. If Su-Buran struggled, how could Su Nianji fare any better? The Call of the Sky had no impact on the sinister figure. The figure closed in on Su Nianji, raising its paw and swiftly knocking him to the ground. Blood erupted from his mouth as he fell. The lantern he had clutched slipped from his grasp, and the sinister figure had put force behind its attack, ensuring Su Nianji was gravely injured. Su Nianji. Su-Buran witnessed this scene and struggled to stand. Strength. I need strength. She cried out internally. She needed energy, she needed power. It didn't matter if she couldn't extricate herself from her predicament, she only needed to throw Su Nianji to safety. But alas, strength did not respond to Su-Buran's call. Energy and cultivation had vanished and would not materialize from thin air. Once again, the bone figure's sword loomed before Su-Buran, its blade poised menacingly at her throat. A crisp sound echoed through the air. The skeletal sword was met by Su-Buran's blade. However, in that instant, Su-Buran's sword shattered into countless fragments under the force of the skeletal weapon. It had already reached its limit. It could only withstand 2 strikes more for Su-Buran, exerting its final ounce of strength. With the sword broken, the power to block the skeletal sword vanished as well. The skeletal sword swung once more towards Su-Buran. Su-Buran, receive. The sword. Su Nianji lay on the ground, drained of strength. Seeing Su-Buran at a disadvantage, he desperately wished to rise and shield her from a few strikes. Unfortunately, he could not muster the strength to get up, only managing to twitch his fingers with the last of his energy to send a sword to Su-Buran. Su-Buran heard Su Nianji's voice, but her gaze remained sharply fixated on the tip of the skeletal sword. At this moment, she could not afford to lose again. If she lost, they would both perish here. Damn it, you dare to send Su-Buran a sword in front of me. Do you think I'm nothing but a dog? With a swift motion, the creature smacked its palm down, blocking Su Nianji's flying sword. It then seized the sword, holding it aloft, as if it were a mere toy. Tell me, if I were to stab a few holes in you with your own sword, what would happen to you? And what would happen to Su-Buran? The creature brought the sword close to Su Nianji. It was a sinister ploy, using Su Nianji to distract Su-Buran. Su Nianji felt a surge of anger and regret, lamenting his own weakness that left him unable to protect Su-Buran. Yet his eyes betrayed no fear. I am fine. Su-Buran, you should run. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth as he spoke, but his thoughts were solely on Su-Buran's safety. He understood he could not escape and refused to become a burden for her, nor a tool for the creature to threaten her. Run. You dare to tell Su Buran to run first. The creature brandishing the sword approached Su Nianji. Its tone was vicious as it plunged the sword into Su Nianji's thigh. Pain surged, yet Su Nianji stifled his scream with sheer will. He knew the creature was deliberately torturing him to manipulate Su Buran, forcing her into a dilemma until she was inevitably defeated. Shout! You won't scream, huh? The creature grew, enraged. It had not anticipated such resilience from one on the brink of death. Even with a sword embedded in his thigh, Su Nianji refused to yield. But the creature had its methods. If Su Nianji wouldn't cry out, it would make him do so. It began to loudly berate him, drawing Su Buran's focus. Extending its claw, the creature attempted to lift the sword from Su Nianji's leg, intending to stab him again. As the blade pierced deeper, Su Nianji felt his blood seeping away, rapidly draining from him, as though some unseen force was siphoning his lifeblood. At first he endured in silence, but soon the loss of blood rendered him voiceless. Dizziness set in, and he could scarcely comprehend the creature's taunts. All that remained in his mind was the imperative not to make a sound. The creature reached out with its claw, trying to pull the sword from Su Nianji's thigh, only to find it stubbornly lodged in place. The sword had rooted itself in his leg, as if it had taken hold of the very earth itself. If it had merely stuck, the creature's strength would have been sufficient to lift both sword and leg. Yet this sword felt as if it had become a part of Su Nianji, impervious even to the creature's might. The sword was originally meant for Su Buran, so naturally she was concerned about its whereabouts. Upon seeing the blade embedded in Su Nianji's thigh, Su Buran's heartbeat and movements seemed to slow for a moment. A pang of pain gripped her heart. This was a feeling she had never experienced before. Su Buran could not comprehend this sensation, yet she knew she had to save Su Nianji. Between them, there was no longer a need for any ulterior motives to drive the desire to rescue one another. Are you distracted while fighting me? Bone shouted at Su Buran. His words were casual, but the sword in his hand showed no mercy as it lunged directly at her. Su Buran's opponent was far from ordinary. He seized upon every gap in her defense. Just as the sword was about to pierce Su Buran, he abruptly changed course and struck her down, sending her crashing beside Su Nianji. Su Buran spat out a mouthful of blood. They sought a living person, not Su Buran's corpse. Su Buran. Run. With the loss of blood, Su Nianji's consciousness began to fade. In his final moments, he saw Su Buran collapsed beside him, still softly urging her to flee. Upon hearing those words, Su Buran coughed up another mouthful of blood. Yet she felt herself nearing her limits. Escape. It seemed impossible now. Death. Dying together wasn't so bad. Perhaps they would be reborn in another world and have a child. Su Buran thought to herself, extending her fingers to secretly grasp Su Nianji's hand tightly. This was the first time the leader of Ling Tian Pavilion had taken the initiative to hold someone else's hand. Come out. The furious voice of the beast echoed. To him, the situation appeared to be settled. Yet a sword stood in his way. Stubbornly, he insisted on pulling it out regardless of the howls of rage. Nevertheless, the sword remained firmly lodged in Su Nianji's leg, unmoved. Su Nianji's body showed no signs of stirring either. Blood continued to flow into the sword. Su Buran gently crawled beside Su Nianji and rested her head against his chest. Having grasped hands, what was the harm in lying down for a moment? A slight flush of abnormal color appeared on her face, betraying her nervousness. Bone looked coldly at Su Buran. The beast was desperate to pull the sword free. The drought demon observed nearby, seemingly eager to try her hand at the sword that the beast could not extract. The ghost lady was the only one seated, perched high in her chair, her skeletal fingers caressing the partially intact side of her face, which frowned in thought. I feel like I've seen that sword somewhere before. Where could it be? An unsettling wave stirred within the ghost lady. Something felt amiss. The sword began to shimmer with a bewitching red hue. A faint red mist appeared around the Chuan sword, reminiscent of Su Nianji's blood, yet also resembling mere red fog. After absorbing Su Nianji's blood, the Chuan sword began to transform. Since it can't be pulled out, let's just sever your leg. The beast had resigned itself to the situation. It had exerted all its strength, yet the sword remained stubbornly in place. Raising its paw, it aimed to chop off Su Nianji's leg. Above Su Nianji's heart lake, the lantern was still subdued. What just happened to make me feel a bit scared? Who are you really? A mere first-grade practitioner can evoke a desire in me to bow before you. The lantern trembled, its tone remarkably humble. Yet deep down, the pride ingrained from years of sitting on a high throne persisted in making a final stand. I think I remember. I remember what it is. The ghost lattice eyes glowed red, her expression turning sinister. The fingers that had previously caressed her face suddenly clawed at it. The remaining intact half of her face was marked with 5 bloody lines. It's Chuan. The righteous sword Chu-Wen. With a sudden force, she slammed her hand down on the throne, shattering it to dust. Su family. After the ghost lady exclaimed these two words, the Chu-Wen sword emitted a resonant cry. Without needing Su Nianzi's command, it sprang from his leg, pointing directly at the ghost lady, as if to say that she had said too much. How dare you cause trouble in my 10,000 ghosts cave? The beast bellowed at the sight of the sword emerging. Though it appeared arrogant, it was fully alert. The sword felt entirely different from the first time they had encountered it, as if it had become a formidable nemesis. Sing! A sword cry reverberated throughout the 10,000 ghosts cave. The blood mist on the sword vanished. The sword's light surged forth, transforming into a beam directed at the beast. Oomph! Just as the beast attempted to resist, it realized its power had been completely suppressed. It could only watch helplessly as the sword pierced its abdomen, emerging from its back. Bone drew his sword, and upon contact, all the malevolence dissipated from his blade, as if exposed to sunlight, becoming formless. The cold light sword that had just shattered Su Buran's blade now lay in pieces. Along with it, the beast was also torn apart by the sword's aura. A dignified 10th grade swordsman was reduced to nothing without even the chance to resist. The Drought Demon's fist was next. With sheer force, the Drought Demon's power was among the strongest within its rank. A 10th grade Drought Demon could shatter mountains with a single blow. Yet when it struck the Chu-Wen sword, it didn't even tremble, penetrating through the Drought Demon's arm and flying straight toward the ghost lady. Ah, Su family. You cannot bully ghosts like this. The ghost lattice voice was sharp, laced with an inexplicable deep grievance. A jade hairpin appeared in her hand, flying toward the Chu-Wen sword while her cultivation erupted. 12th grade. Su Buran's brows furrowed slightly. She had only ever experienced such pressure from her master, who relentlessly urged her to practice swordsmanship. When she failed to do so, the wrath of her master felt like this. Her master was 12th grade, yet not an ordinary 12th grade. At the brink of life and death, a breakthrough could lead to 13th grade without a death awaited. The Ling Tian Pavilion had become the strongest force in Shuangzhou solely because of this master's unwavering strength. Little did she expect the ruler of the 10,000 Ghosts Cave to be a 12th grade practitioner. However, rather than fear, Su Buran silently vowed that if she survived, she would return one day to exact her revenge. The Chu-Wen sword, like a war god, surged forth against the ghost lattice jade hairpin. Ding! This was the first time the Chu-Wen sword was blocked. Yet it only held for a brief moment before shattering the hairpin, driving straight toward the ghost lady. The ghost lady extended her 5 skeletal fingers to shield herself, but the Chu-Wen sword flashed with cold light. The ghost lady's power was suppressed, and she was directly pierced by the Chu-Wen sword, pinning her to the palace's ceiling. You go too far. Su family, do not push me. The ghost lady, pinned to the palace's apex, shouted in fury. Just after her outburst, the sword box behind Su Nianji suddenly opened by itself, revealing the empty slots and the 5 remaining swords inside. The ghost lady abruptly fell silent. Exterminate the evil. She ceased her resistance, allowing herself to be pinned to the palace top. The sword box closed and a surge of sword intent cleaved forth, revealing a path ahead. Su Buran slowly rose awkwardly, carrying Su Nianji on her back along with the sword box. She moved steadily, calmly, walking out of the 10,000 Ghosts Cave. Su family, have you fallen so low that anyone can touch you? The ghost lady, pinned atop the palace, watched as Su Buran took the sword box and walked away, slowly speaking. A sword cry rang out, and the ghost lady's head instinctively withdrew, as if she were a child caught misbehaving. The Chu-Wen sword, ignoring the ghost lady, flew away, returning to Su Nianzi's sword box. You can leave too. The ghost lady descended from the palace peak, kicking the beast aside, sending it sprawling. Don't pretend to be dead. Oh, I know you're fine. Thanks to this sword, the seal has weakened temporarily. After I send you out, behave yourself. The ghost lattice voice regained its previous authority, once again reminiscent of an emperor ruling over all. The branches of the trees were lush and towering, layered like a vast ocean of green that stretched endlessly. Mountains and rivers in different lands, yet the same moon and wind in the sky. Beneath the leaves, a voice resonated, crisp yet languid, as if the speaker were teetering on the edge of slumber. One could not help but wonder if the reader might doze off mid-verse. Mountains and rivers in different lands, yet the same moon and wind in the sky. A chorus of uneven yet melodious voices followed, youthful and spirited, evoking a sense of admiration for a bad teacher guiding a group of eager children. Parting the leaves revealed a scholar reclining on the ground, eyes narrowed, swaying his head as he softly recited the lines, utterly at ease. Behind him were his students, each in varied poses, some sprawled like rabbits, others crouched like kangaroos, some stood like crows, and still others were tied up like wild boars. A respectful gaze adorned the faces of the 30 or so animals representing a medley of species as they earnestly learned from the young scholar. Let us send our regards to the disciples of the Buddha and forge connections for the future. Let us send our regards to the disciples of the Buddha and forge connections for the future. With each line, the young scholar read the wild beasts echoed back despite their lack of comprehension. Yet their faces radiated adoration. Very good, very good. Thank you, sir, for your guidance. It allows us to speak even before reaching the 5th rank. A wild chicken stepped forward, performing a clumsy bow. Your success is due to your own efforts, the scholar replied, waving his hand dismissively, his voice still laced with lethargy, making it hard for listeners to resist the urge to sleep. I am here merely to await a fortuitous encounter to cultivate connections. I have not taught you anything. As he squinted, speaking of forging connections, a note of anticipation lingered in his voice. Sir, coming. You all must leave quickly. That person is not one to be trifled with. Suddenly the scholar sprang up from the ground, hurriedly shooing away the wild beasts. He then straightened his clothes, brushed off any dirt, and meticulously checked for any signs of unkemptness, a stark contrast to his earlier indolence. Subaran, run. With a look of excitement, the scholar had barely taken 2 steps when a voice called out. Subaran, I have come to rescue you. The scholar suddenly shouted, startling the birds and wild beasts in the forest. Get lost. However, he was met with nothing but that single retort. Subaran, are you all right? Are you hurt? I have top-grade elixirs here. Whether you are injured or not, you should take one. Instead of being angered by the command to leave, the scholar approached Subaran with a look of eager submission, producing 2 bottles of elixirs, as if conjured from thin air. Who is this? How can you carry Subaran? Damn it. I've never been carried before. With gritted teeth, the scholar's earlier elegance evaporated, leaving behind only a bitter resentment. What is it to you? I don't need it. No, give me the elixirs. Subaran's tone was curt, almost scolding in its reprimand of the scholar. Are you injured? You should take them. Upon hearing Subaran request the elixirs, the scholar instantly donned a pleading expression, hastily offering them forward. Subaran grabbed the elixirs and poured them into her hand, feeding them all to Su Nianji in one go. Ah, who is he? You accepted my elixirs for another man for the first time. Subaran, I am heartbroken. The scholar clutched his chest, feigning deep sorrow. Be quiet. Subaran frowned, and in that moment blood spilled from her lips. She too had sustained serious injuries, her strength had waned, and along the way she could not muster the energy to stabilize her wounds. For Su Nianzi's sake, she bore the pain and carried him all the way. Hurry, eat these. Seeing Subaran spit blood, the scholar quickly produced more elixirs, offering them to her. Subaran glanced at him, and after a moment's hesitation accepted them and swallowed one. Thank you, she said. Ah, Subaran actually thanked me. I'm so happy, this is the first time. I must remember this, it's a moment worth commemorating. Does this mean my relationship with Subaran has progressed further? The scholar chattered on, his earlier sorrow now transformed into bubbling joy. The surrounding beasts exchanged glances, their expressions humanized in disbelief. Is the sir more affectionate than even old dogs like me? A wild dog licked a nearby female wild dog. Is this really the same refined, graceful sir we've known? The group of beasts that had studied with the scholar for months seemed as if they no longer recognized him. Stop talking. The patient needs quiet. Subaran could no longer tolerate it, and had to intervene to halt the scholar's incessant chatter. The scholar immediately sealed his lips. Silence enveloped the scene, broken only by Su Nianzi's occasional cries. Subaran, run. Run. Delicate fingers poked at Su Nianzi's face repeatedly. What is this thing? Li glanced at Subaran, who was meditating, and then poked Su Nianji, who lay on the ground. At that moment, Li felt a surge of envy and resentment. He had known Subaran for over 40 years. They had never shared even the slightest interaction, never been close, let alone had Subaran carry him. Yet here was this fellow who seemed to have been carried by Subaran for an eternity. Trying to find a topic to break the ice, he couldn't help but feel irked that a stranger had already plucked the peach before him. Even if their family principles differed, he could still claim to be Subaran's childhood acquaintance. How could this be? Unfortunately, Subaran not only failed to respond, but she didn't even spare him a glance. Upon opening her eyes, she gazed gently at Su Nianji. Subaran, were you bullied inside? I was going to rescue you, but I spent over half a month searching for the entrance to the Wangwaku. Li felt a twinge of guilt. Wangwaku sounded merely like a name, a ceiling location. In truth, it could manifest in any part of the 10,000 great mountains, appearing before others, yet rarely being discovered. With Li's cultivation level, he indeed couldn't locate Wangwaku. Those who could find it were typically the overlords roaming the Frost Continent. Li could walk across the Frost Continent, but he was not yet an overlord. Come on, say something. Seeing Su Boran silently, he felt even more uneasy as his slender white fingers poked at Su Nianzi's face once more. Upon witnessing this, a surge of sword intent swept forth from Su Boran, aiming to sever Li He's finger. Hey, what's going on? Are you defending him now? Li He allowed the sword intent to strike his finger. Yet the intent didn't sever his finger, it merely pushed him back slightly. Su Boran ignored Li He and gently caressed Su Nianzi's face. You have to tell me who he is, right? Why did I lose? At least let me die with my feelings for you. Li He felt aggrieved. He had liked Su Boran for decades, and after just a few days without seeing her, that wild dog had carried her away. It was too tragic. I don't know. Su Boran gazed gently at Su Nianzi, which could be seen as an answer to Li He's question. She truly didn't know who Su Nianzi was, as she only knew his name. As for his circumstances, did it matter? Liking him was enough. Then tell me, do you really like him? Li He asked nervously, his heart racing. Li He dared to say that he wouldn't feel nervous even if the sky were to fall except in front of Su Boran. Does she like him? Not sure. Does she not like him? Also not sure. Su Boran pondered for a moment and arrived at this ambiguous conclusion. It seems like. Just as she was about to speak, Su Boran noticed Su Nianzi's eyes moving. Then she saw Su Nianzi open his eyes. Where is this? Su Boran, why aren't you running? Su Nianzi's second question upon seeing Su Boran was simple, yet significant, clearly showing that his concern for her outweighed his concern for himself. We've come out. This is a safe place. Su Boran spoke softly. Are you hurt? Su Nianzi had fainted and was unaware of what had transpired afterward. It's almost good. Su Boran wasn't lying. The medicine Li He had provided was of high quality, prioritizing effectiveness over cost. After taking one pill, Su Boran's injuries had healed significantly. Having consumed so many pills, Su Nianzi would recover within 2 to 3 days at the latest. Who is he? Su Nianzi pointed at Li He. The sudden appearance of a stranger piqued her curiosity. Ahem, allow me to introduce myself. Li He straightened his attire and donned a scholar's cap. Those with discerning eyes could easily recognize it as the revered cap of the Hao Ran Academy. Only a sage was entitled to wear such a headpiece. At the Hao Ran Academy, a sage could advance to the status of a semi-saint, and each semi-saint held a minimum cultivation level of the 10th rank. Unfortunately, Su Nianzi was merely a small fry from a remote village. Her grandfather might have some knowledge of the world, yet he never spoke of sects or power struggles, only sharing legendary tales of dubious authenticity. Thus, Su Nianzi had little deeper understanding of entities like the Ling Tian Pavilion or the Hao Ran Academy, viewing them merely as titles. Even knowing that Su Boran was the leader of the Ling Tian Pavilion, she considered it just a sect where Su Boran held a position. As for the responsibilities of a leader or the strength of the Ling Tian Pavilion, she remained oblivious. It wasn't that she lacked curiosity, it was simply that Su Boran did not divulge such matters, leaving her hesitant to inquire further. Isn't this a bit excessive? Dressed so finely, and wearing a scholar's cap. Are you some nouveau riche? Su Nianzi couldn't help but retort upon seeing Li He's demeanor. In her eyes, anyone without a carriage was akin to a rich upstart from the village. It was blatant ostentation, flaunting a scholar's cap as if it were a luxury brand. Su Nianzi felt a twinge of despondency. She had no wealth and feared she might embarrass Su Boran. Compared to the handsome young man before her, she felt outshone. Now it was Li He's turn to feel awkward. Nouveau riche. He wore the scholar's cap for formality. Little did she know he was not just an ordinary sage from the academy. In his usual life, he was often regarded as someone whose status eclipsed that of city lords and sect elders, none of whom were worthy of seeing him with the scholar's cap on. Only a sect master or a king could warrant such formality. The reason he wore it before her was partly due to Su Boran's presence and partly to exert a pressure meant to make her retreat. How had it turned into a branding of nouveau riche? Li He was at a loss for words, the carefully crafted responses slipping away. He is a friend of mine, Su Boran gently interjected. A friend? Yes, I am Su Boran's friend. At the mention of the word friend, Li He's eyes sparkled. Previously, he had no standing before Su Boran, being childhood acquaintances merely hinted at a deeper connection. As a sage from the academy, he could only whisper a few words to himself when alone. In public, he was merely known as the sage Li He alongside the sect leader Su Boran. They were not even friends, merely fellow practitioners who had met a few times. Now elevated to the status of friends, how could Li He not be elated? Is this nouveau riche the one who saved us? Su Nianzi gritted her teeth. Though she couldn't quite grasp the nature of the relationship between Su Boran and Li He, she could tell from Li He's expression that he held some interest in Su Boran. Su Boran might not yet have feelings for Li He, but outwardly, she presented an aloof, icy demeanor that discouraged approach. However, deep down, she was someone who believed in returning favors no matter how small. What if this man really had saved them both? Would Su Buran feel compelled to repay the favor? Even with just a few words exchanged, Su Nianji sensed she had gained a rival, a potential formidable threat. Not at all, Su Buran replied softly, offering no further explanation. In her mind, she merely owed Li He a debt of gratitude for a few pills he had provided. The true savior was Su Nianji. She would never openly acknowledge that Su Nianji had saved her. Her intent was to repay Su Buran when the time was right. Oh, that was a relief. Su Nianji let out a breath of relief. Li He, who had been cheerful, felt a surge of frustration at Su Nianzi's expression, nearly ready to confront her. Yet with Su Buran present, he restrained himself. Do you have something to say? Su Nianji fixed an unfriendly gaze on Li He as if to imply that he should leave quickly if he had nothing to discuss, lest he disturb the intimate moment between Su Burang and himself. I am here to protect Su Burang, Li He stated, instinctively straightening his posture. At a glance, he could tell that Su Nianji was merely a minor cultivator of the first rank, incapable of truly safeguarding Su Burang. A sense of honor welled up from deep within Li He. Protect. Su Nianji slowly rose, realizing that his injuries were not as severe as he had imagined, and standing was not as arduous as he had anticipated. With a frame like yours, you might as well be a coat rack. Who could you possibly protect? Su Nianji scrutinized Li He from head to toe. He was considerably taller than the 16-year-old Su Nianji, but still rather thin. Su Nianji considered himself slender, yet Li He appeared even more gaunt. It seemed that even the slightest breeze could sweep Li He away. Other than being somewhat handsome, he was utterly lacking in substance. He exuded the appearance of a destitute scholar, reminiscent of the old miser from Yeqing. When he was 5, his grandfather had taken him to enroll in school, only to claim that Su Nianji lacked manners and could not be admitted. This was simply because he had been blocking his mother's exit, leading the old man to declare Su Nianji a child devoid of etiquette. To spare Su Nianzi's feelings, his grandfather had refrained from telling the old miser that the only reason he had stopped his mother was because she had packed her bags, planning to abandon him and run away, and Su Nianji had merely intercepted her. Yet the old miser clung to this issue stubbornly and refused to allow Su Nianji to enter school. Su Nianzi's stubbornness flared up, and from that moment, he resolved never to learn from the old miser. Had the old man not passed away, Su Nianji might now be either fishing in his hometown or working as a carpenter or mason. Naturally, he would never have roamed the world alone and would certainly not have encountered Su Burang. Li He reminded Su Nianji of that old miser in every way, evoking a sense of dislike within him. Li He's demeanor was distasteful to Su Nianji, and the possibility that Li He could be a romantic rival only amplified his disdain. Though I may be but a scholar, I possess a modicum of cultivation. You, I fear, are not a match for me, Li He replied with a gentle smile, displaying an air of scholarly confidence. The beasts in the forest accompanying Li He had never witnessed their master exuding such scholarly charm before. Well, I'm hungry. Before Su Nianji could inquire if they should spark, Su Burang interjected. She was hungry, very hungry. She had felt hunger in the Wangwaku, where time lost all meaning and day and night were indistinguishable. After carrying Su Nianji on her back for half a day, her hunger had become acute. Without cultivation, one could not go without food. Even when she ate, she was still easily hungry again. Su Burang, however, did not mind eating multiple meals, though most of the time, she had only one meal without a second. What do you want to eat? The two of them simultaneously turned to Su Burang with the same inquiry. They exchanged a glance, each holding a hint of challenge in their eyes. Su Nianji, unafraid and unaware of Li He's true abilities, was undeterred. Li He, on the other hand, feared provoking Su Burang's ire and dared not act. Thus they remained locked in a silent standoff. I want meat, Su Burang replied without hesitation, as if driven by an instinctual desire for meat. Su Nianji lost. He lost thoroughly. When Su Burang mentioned feeling hungry, Su Nianji was prepared to drag his ailing body to find something to eat for him. But before he could even move, a group of beasts brought food for Li He. It was food ready to eat right away. As they delivered it, they called out, "Sir." This truly shocked Su Nianji. The fellow looked like a frail scholar, yet he managed to teach the beasts. Without hesitation, Su Burang began to eat, devouring plate after plate. The beasts continued to bring more and more. In terms of feeding, Su Nianji was utterly defeated. However, Su Nianji lost, but Su Burang did not. She kept eating, consuming whatever the beasts brought. As long as they brought it, she would eat it without pause. Until the beasts were exhausted from delivering, Su Burang showed no signs of stopping. In this respect, Su Burang was the true victor. Even Li He was left dumbfounded, his eyes wide open in shock. It was as if the Su Burang before him was not the one he had known at all. Su Nianji grinned wickedly, watching the astonished Li He. Fortunately, he had witnessed such scenes many times before and was well accustomed to them. Thus, he did not reveal any surprise in front of this potential rival. Is that all? I'm only 7 full. Looking at the beasts sprawled on the ground worn out from their efforts, Su Burang rubbed her belly and licked her lips, speaking with a hint of regret. Yet within that regret, there was a glimmer of anticipation. It seemed. The pile on the ground was also food. She blinked and looked at Su Nianji, showing no awareness that these were Li He's students, nor any realization that she had eaten soft food from someone else. Su Nianji opened his mouth momentarily at a loss for words. Have you ever seen someone eat so much that they leave the delivery person dazed, insisting on eating with them? I have. It's that soft girl from Ling Tian Pavilion. A woman who could eat for hours yet only be 7 full with no sign of a bulging belly. Could anyone afford to keep her? Let's find something else to fill up later. This isn't enough to eat. Su Nianji could not bring himself to suggest they eat the exhausted beasts as well. The beasts had it hard. It was no easy task. Not only did their efforts go unrewarded, but they also risked their lives. Who would dare to deliver food to Su Burang again? All right. With a look of regret, Su Burang walked over to Su Nianzi's side. Li He, standing nearby, felt as if he had turned to stone. Who sent the food? It was his disciple who had educated them. Why did it seem that all the credit went to Su Nianji? Why did they flock to that novice instead of him, Li He? Was it that Li He wasn't strong enough? Or not handsome enough? Li He felt deeply wounded by Su Burang. At that moment, it was as if he had received 1,000 critical hits. Clearly, he had won this covert competition. Why was Su Nianji the winner of life? Li He nearly choked on his anger. Let's get going lest we get caught up by others. Seeing Li He's grim expression, Su Nianji awkwardly sought a topic to break the tension. There was a humorous impulse bubbling within him. His buddy was not doing too well. In the end, he refrained from stabbing at the heart. Under the cover of night, Su Nianji led Su Burang onward. Li He pondered for a moment, but ultimately followed behind the two. He had no choice. He did not want to lose. He did not wish for Su Burang to fall into someone else's hands. Yet, just as Su Nianji had taken a few steps, a sudden burst of laughter echoed in his heart. Laughter echoed, I am finally free. I have emerged. On the serene surface of Su Nianzi's heart, lake waves of jubilant cheers reverberated, brimming with excitement and uncontainable joy. The sound's owner was undeniably elated. However, Su Nianji felt no joy in return. For the source of this exuberance was none other than the lantern from the third throne in the abyss of 10,000 ghosts. This lantern spirit was malevolent, notorious for turning living beings into jerky and using their fat to fuel its light. Its cruelty was beyond description, having harmed countless souls before being sealed away in the abyss. Years of confinement had not dulled its resolve, and now that it had escaped, the world was likely to witness the rise of another wicked overlord. Su Nianzi's heart was filled with anger and helplessness as he beheld the scene. He had no means to confront the lantern, forced to allow it to float atop his heart lake. Perhaps soon he too would become food for this lantern. I sense your disappointment. Are you afraid of your true self? The lantern cackled, sensing Su Nianzi's presence even before he spoke. Instead of fearing him, it sought to intimidate him further. No, Su Nianji pondered momentarily before replying. He had not feared the lantern ever since he had resolved to leave Yecheng alone. Fear had rarely gripped him. Do you know how much of your emotions I have absorbed? The lantern's voice was sharp, laced with impatience. 3 or 4, Su Nianji guessed simply. The 7 emotions refer to joy, anger, sorrow, fear, love, hatred, and desire. Su Burang was alive, which brought him joy. This was the first emotion. When Su Burang was injured, Su Nianji felt a surge of anger. As for the third, he believed there was one, though he could not be certain. He speculated further, uncertain of the lantern's emotional assessment rules. 3, the lantern replied eagerly. If I wished to flee or kill you, those 3 emotions would suffice. Its tone, brimming with excitement and eagerness, suggested that it could strike Su Nianji down at any moment. Not amusing, Su Nianzi's figure appeared above the heart lake, sitting casually on the sword box. He gently tapped on the box, exuding an air of leisure and calmness. Now that I'm sitting on your head, why don't you come and kill me? He swung his legs lightly, his gaze drifting to the horizon, utterly relaxed and unguarded. The lantern remained silent. Here you are, a 10th grade spirit, too cowardly to kill a mere 1st grade being. A renowned spirit from the abyss of 10,000 ghosts, humiliated by a 1st grade human, and yet you do nothing. Did you not wish to kill me? Here I am, come and do it. Su Nianzi's words, though not sharp, carried a tranquil, yet piercing calm, striking at the lantern's pride. If it were anyone else, they would have already shouted and threatened to kill him. Yet the lantern remained silent. Su Nianji refrained from provoking it further, continuing to tap the sword box with his fingers, his legs still swinging, his eyes fixated on a distant spot on the Heart Lake. The silence hung between the human and the spirit, both lost in their thoughts. You merely rely on your treasures. One day they will not save you. After a long pause, the lantern finally spoke. Though it did not concede defeat, its tone acknowledged its inability to kill Su Nianji. Do not forget, I have absorbed 3/7 of your emotions. Once I have merged with all of them, I will control you. Your treasure will belong to me. I do not kill you merely for this treasure. In a bid to reassure itself, the lantern found a reason to intimidate Su Nianji. Oh, Su Nianji stood up slowly above the Heart Lake. If you do not wish to kill me, then I shall take my leave. I may feel fear, but I shall never fear you. Your methods hold no power over me. They only serve to make me look down upon you. As he walked forward, each step punctuated his words. Oomph. The lantern scoffed, feeling insulted. It had pulled Su Nianji into the Heart Lake hoping to induce fear. Fear was an easily expressed emotion. Fear of death, fear of losing one's soul, all of which could incite terror. Yet Su Nianji showed no signs of fear. Can you tell me, besides joy and anger, what other emotion have you absorbed? Su Nianji paused, addressing the lantern. He had a vague idea, but sought confirmation. Love. The lantern's voice rang out unexpectedly, offering Su Nianji an answer he did not anticipate. Su Nianji exhaled deeply, vanishing from the Heart Lake. The lantern glared at the spot where he had disappeared, then at the sword box above it. It felt furious. A 10th grade spirit mocked and sat upon by a 1st grade being who, no matter how cunning it was, it could not suppress its anger. Yet it dared not act. The sword box above was formidable. The bone-cleaving sword cut through all manner of foes, including the likes of ghostly entities. This was but one of the swords contained within the box. If the lantern could not best mere beasts, it stood no chance against the swords. But the lantern would not concede defeat. It envisioned the moment it would dominate the world after completely absorbing Su Nianji's soul. The lantern began to fantasize about its impending reign. Night had fallen outside the abyss of 10,000 spirits. I, the Bone Sword Sovereign, have finally emerged. Li Zhu laughed heartily, a fervent desire for freedom radiating from every part of him. Nonsense. It is clearly I, the old ox, who has finally come out. Li Zhu suddenly retorted, his voice echoing with a dissonance that hinted at a deeper truth. Though it was one person speaking, the voices were identical. What are you two doing in my body? Get out. Li Zhu shouted again, as if performing 3 roles simultaneously. He wasn't truly playing 3 characters. Rather, within his body resided 3 souls, each imbued with distinct emotional hues: the bone, sword, the ox-head spirit, and Li Zhu himself. In that moment, they had harmoniously fused within one vessel, their essences intertwined, allowing them to bypass the formation's detection. Haha, I am you and you are me. Who are you telling to get lost? Li Zhu laughed boisterously, uncertain of who he was addressing. Haha, I, the old ox, am the only one to have escaped the abyss in 300 years. You can only envy me. Li Zhu boasted towards the direction of the abyss of 10,000 spirits. Get lost. I have no intention of merging with you. Li Zhu grasped his own face as if attempting to tear it away. To deceive the formation, we must merge perfectly. Once we are perfectly fused, you are us, and we are you. Separation leads only to death. Kid, you're so foolish. You should stop trying to take over the body. Li Zhu murmured to himself, occasionally emitting a sound reminiscent of a cow's lowing. Li Zhu, why are you alone? At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared before him. Greetings, master. We stumbled into the abyss of 10,000 spirits. Li Zhu recounted their entry into the abyss, carefully omitting the part where his soul had fused with the bone sword and ox-head spirit. They are all dead. What about Su Burang? Li Zhu's master, the 3rd elder of the celestial palace, Chun Sheng, wore a grim expression, but chose to prioritize the greater good. I don't know. Li Zhu could only reply honestly. Waste. With a loud slap, Li Zhu was sent flying. The 3rd elder, Chun Sheng, vanished from sight, leaving behind an air of uncertainty about his next actions. Well, encountering a 10th-tier spirit right after my emergence is terrifying. Wasn't it said that no 10th-tier spirits could appear on the continent in recent years? Seems there are still plenty of them lurking around. Li Zhu's expression shifted as he fixated on the spot where Chun Sheng had disappeared. Rest assured, one day I, the old ox, will help you fight back. To strike you is to strike at me, the old ox. As the night deepened, Su Nianji and her companions gathered around a fire in the woods, evidently planning to rest there for the night. Seated on the ground, they tended to a pot of mushroom soup simmering over the flames. The enticing aroma wafted through the air, causing Su Burang to swallow involuntarily. Su Nianji, who was preparing the soup, noticed Su Burang's reaction and cheerfully ladled the bowl for him. She then turned to Li He, who was also salivating but hesitant to speak, and offered him a bowl, as well as the mushrooms and bowls had been foraged by Li He himself. Delicious. Su Burang finished his bowl and raised it gratefully towards Su Nianji. Receiving the compliment, Su Nianji took the bowl back. You came to kill me, didn't you? Su Burang suddenly spoke up. Su Nianji's hand stilled mid-gesture, realization dawning upon her that Su Burang was not addressing her, but rather speaking to Li He. If Li He truly intended to kill Su Burang, then could they still enjoy this soup? But Su Burang had already finished a bowl. Sweet dreams, good night. The night wind howled, enveloping the surroundings in an eerie silence. Among the three, at least two seemed as though they had turned to stone, unable to utter a word. The sound of a falling needle could be heard. Su Nianji was filled with tension and confusion. This scholarly figure seemed to harbor hidden depths yet. Could a frail scholar truly best Su Buran? It was one thing for Su Nianji herself to be outmatched, but how could Su Buran also fail against him? Although Su Buran had lost her cultivation, killing Su Nianji would be easier than slaughtering a pig. Soup. Su Buran extended a hand, calling out to the petrified Su Nianji. In such a dire moment, she was still thinking about soup. Su Nianji couldn't help but admire the woman's audacity. All she ever thought about was eating and drinking. She glanced at the bowl and then at the silent scholar Li He. Su Nianji refrained from serving soup to Su Buran. What if it were poisoned? I want soup, Su Buran urged again. Su Nianji opened her mouth as if to say something, but ultimately remained silent, handing a bowl of soup to Su Buran instead. She then quietly settled beside Li He. The sword box stealthily opened a small crack, and a flying sword quietly emerged, moving toward Li He. To kill. Su Nianji was not one to slay Li He without reason. She was merely preparing for the worst. What if Li He truly intended to kill Su Buran? What are you doing? Do you think you can kill me with that flying sword that couldn't even slay a chicken? Li He looked down, finishing the soup in his bowl, in one gulp, licking it clean as he spoke. His demeanor was hardly that of a scholar, yet there was a certain scholarly charm even in the way he licked the bowl. Though Su Nianji was not fond of scholars, Li He's scholarly air was surprisingly pleasant, dazzling, and enviable. Su Nianji shot him a glance. With your feeble strength, killing you would be easier than slaughtering a chicken. Regardless of who would win, she could not appear weak. Su Nianji was somewhat astonished. He had stealthily killed second-tier opponents before, yet here was a scholar who had detected his hidden movements. It could only mean that this scholar was potentially more formidable than a second-tier cultivator. Unfortunately, Su Nianji's own strength was too low to gauge just how powerful Li He truly was. I don't wish to kill you. Li He stood up and moved to the pot, ladling himself another bowl of soup. My mentor said that Su Buran is my greatest rival. If I had been born 100 years earlier, the greatest genius in the world would not have been Su Buran, but me, Li He. Li He licked his lips, looking nothing like the world's greatest genius he claimed to be. Su Nianji glanced at him, and then at Su Buran, remaining silent. There was no sense of disappointment at encountering two geniuses. Instead, it felt as though she had made a silent resolution within herself. But I believe that Su Buran is Su Buran, and Li He is Li He. Without Su Buran, even if Li He existed, he would not be the Li He of today. As he spoke, it was as if he were reciting a tongue twister. Without you pressuring me to keep chasing you, even if I were a genius, I would not have so easily reached this point. Li He smiled. I want to win against you fairly, just once. There was a resolute glint in his eyes. If you die, I will never have the chance to win against you. Thus, even though my mentor sent me to kill you, I only choose to protect you. Because I want to win against you once. Li He repeated emphatically that he desired to win against Su Buran just once. Just once. Meanwhile, Su Buran, the very person whom Li He longed to defeat, paid him no mind, continuing to slurp her soup contentedly. Sweet dreams, good night. 3 days later. After entering the vast mountainous region, 3 more days passed, as the trio continued their journey, moving intermittently and tending to Su Buran. For Su Buran, these days were a rare oasis of tranquility. Ever since she had emerged from Ling Tian Pavilion in search of a breakthrough, she had been relentlessly pursued. It was either about killing or fleeing. Before encountering Su Nianji, she had not even had a bun to eat. In these 3 days, the absence of pursuers allowed Su Buran to feel at ease. Besides teaching Su Nianji the 7-star sword technique, her primary focus was on indulging in food. What a delightful reprieve it was. Due to Su Buran's instruction of Su Nianji, there had been numerous close encounters between them which had drawn the attention of Li He, who had revealed his murderous intent multiple times. Even a scholar dedicated to self-cultivation could not suppress such murderous thoughts, indicating the depth of his killing intent. Had it not been for Su Buran's vigilant watch with her sword intent ready to strike, Li He might have already succumbed to the urge to kill. Love and hate are emotions that even scholars find difficult to suppress. Sun Yinji, however, took great pleasure in observing Li He's demeanor, often grinning, as if he were asking for a good beating. The lanterns had played tricks on them a few times, but each time it ended without incident. Although they had not traveled far in these 3 days, they were nearing their destination, the sword wall referred to by the locals as Little Sword Mountain. Despite being called a mountain, it resembled a bustling city more than a mere hill. Sun Yinji compared it in his mind, and found it even more lively and vibrant than Yi City. "Look at you with that starry-eyed expression, you're about to drool, Li," he remarked, one hand behind his back, while the other held a book embodying the image of a scholar who never forgot his studies, even while on the road. Coupled with his faint smile, anyone who saw him would think he was a diligent student preparing for an examination. "I'll tell you, this mountain is not only grand, but also home to many beauties," Li he added, subtly blocking his mouth with the book, while a cunning smile crept onto his lips. Hearing this, Sun Yinji revealed a mysterious grin and glanced at Li He, his eyes playfully teasing. "Are they more beautiful than Suburan?" In that instant, Li He felt as if he had received a devastating blow, a sword aimed straight at his soul. The smile that had adorned his face vanished, replaced by a grave demeanor. "Certainly not," he declared with conviction. "Why would I seek beauty elsewhere when the fairest is right before me?" Sun Yinji smiled, and upon seeing that smile, Li He felt as if he had encountered a serpent. "You can go look if you wish. I'm content just to gaze upon Suburan." His words held a double meaning, one implying that Li He was a lecher, and the other complimenting Suburan's beauty. The unambiguous statement caused a blush to bloom on Suburan's cheeks. "I, a scholar, am no libertine," Li He retorted, hastily distancing himself from such implications, even invoking the term scholar to assert his moral high ground. After stating this, he made no move, seemingly intent on competing with Sun Yinji right there. Well, since he couldn't win, he had no choice but to concede. "Just wait until I can best you. I will make you admit you're a lecher." Sun Yinji silently scoffed to himself. He wouldn't press on with bravado, and instead turned towards Little Sword Mountain. The path leading up to Little Sword Mountain was a series of steps flanked by a sign reading Sword Steps. Sun Yinji was perplexed by its meaning. As he stepped onto the sword steps and began his ascent, a sudden wave of joy surged through him, a refreshing sensation akin to a breezy afternoon after rain with the promise of a rainbow. He felt invigorated and at peace as the ancestral sword chi within him stirred involuntarily. This startled Sun Yinji, who had momentarily feared an unseen enemy had launched a surprise attack. Upon careful reflection, he realized the overwhelming sword intent surrounding him had awakened his own sword chi. Due to his practice of sword chi and the days spent training with Suburan, he had become attuned to her sword intent. After confirming that the air was thick with various sword intents, he noticed their differing natures. Some were boisterous, others gentle, some were domineering, while others exuded lethal intent. However, regardless of their character, once Sun Yinji activated his sword chi, the surrounding sword intents recoiled as if they had met their nemesis. Rather than closing in on him, they seemed to submit, expressing a form of camaraderie. This is why Sun Yinji felt so comfortable. Furthermore, under the pressure of so many sword intents, the speed at which his ancestral sword chi operated accelerated, now 8 times faster than when he had just left Yi City. With a bit more effort, he could break through to the second level. Once he achieved that, he would be more confident in protecting Suburan. "What's wrong? Can't move anymore. If you can't, just kneel down." The rule here is simple: either you ascend under the pressure of countless sword intents, or you kneel and bow 9 times. Bowing 9 times will allow you to ascend the mountain. Li He taunted from behind, relishing the moment. He had no idea who the master of Little Sword Mountain was, or what strange temperament they possessed. To observe the sword wall atop Little Sword Mountain, one had to either rely on their own strength to ascend or kneel in supplication. Of course, there was one thing Li He did not mention: if someone knelt in supplication, even if they made it to Little Sword Mountain, they would be barred from viewing the sword wall, repelled by the mountain's sword intent. For the owner of Little Sword Mountain, a person who kneels in surrender possesses no pride. One must not be arrogant, but one must have pride. A swordsman must possess that pride to advance further. This is not related to talent, but rather it symbolizes a person's conviction. Some call it the spirit of the sword. The sword's backbone must not bend. The sword wall atop Little Sword Mountain, while appearing merely as a scar of a sword, is in fact a legacy of a swordsman. To comprehend that scar is to inherit the teachings of that swordsman. No swordsman would willingly allow their legacy to be claimed by one without spirit. Thus, this was an unspoken rule, a preliminary test to filter worthy successors. In Li He's eyes, Suburan could never ascend the sword steps. If she couldn't, then no one in Frost Continent or the entire realm could. Similarly, there was no reason he couldn't succeed. As long as Sun Yinji failed to ascend, his standing in Suburan's eyes would plummet, perhaps leading to him being permanently cast aside. At that moment, he could only accompany Su Buran in etching his mark on the sword wall. "You worthless fool, don't block my path." Suddenly someone called out. Li He and Su Buran turned simultaneously. Upon hearing those two words, Su Buran's eyes glimmered with killing intent, her sword energy surging. "Wait, you can't protect him forever. Just enjoy the show with me," Li He interjected, positioning himself in front of Su Buran. He had long wished to take action against Su Nianji, and now that there was a provocation, he felt a spark of anticipation. If Su Buran were skilled, he might have hesitated to intervene, but now, without any cultivation, she could only rely on her sword intent, and Li He found himself emboldened. Li He did not intend to kill Su Buran, nor did he wish to harm Su Nianji. With his current strength, did he really need an excuse to kill Su Nianji? Su Buran, lacking cultivation, might qualify as a master among ordinary people, but in front of Li He, taking action against him would be little more than a trivial effort. Su Buran remained unresponsive. If she had chosen to assist Su Nianji at that moment, Li He likely would not have stopped her. Yet the world would undoubtedly gain another heartbroken admirer in the process. After a moment's reflection, Su Buran retracted her sword intent and quietly regarded Su Nianji. "Do you think he can ascend?" Li He asked softly, his gaze fixed on Su Nianji. "As long as he desires, he can ascend," Su Buran replied. She was a swordswoman, a top-tier swordswoman on the verge of awakening her sword soul. What Su Buran perceived differed from the views of others. They saw Su Nianji hesitating on the sword ladder, mistakenly believing he was paralyzed by fear or rendered immobile. Yet Su Buran perceived the sword intent filling the ladder, a force so formidable that even she would tread carefully around it. However, Su Nianji was not the least bit daunted. Instead, he moved with the ease of a fish in water or a bird in the deep. The surrounding sword intent did not threaten Su Nianji, rather it shielded him. This was the truth Su Buran perceived, but she chose not to voice it. Her anger stemmed solely from hearing Su Nianji being insulted. Su Buran herself could not fathom why a single remark would provoke her ire. Since this is the case, why not wait and see? Li He forced a smile at the corners of his mouth. The vision of a world for just the two of them, with Su Buran, had vanished. Li He could not understand why Su Buran was so certain that Su Nianji could traverse the sword ladder. If it was Su Buran's assertion, it left no room for doubt. Arms crossed, Li He curiously regarded the sword ladder. Although famous, neither he nor Su Buran had ever ascended it, and thus they had never experienced its marvels. Su Nianji was oblivious to the commotion caused by the young noble, as his mind was wholly immersed in the boundless sword intent surrounding him. This small sword mountain was a unique feature of Shuangzhou, where local swordsmen took pride in leaving their sword marks on its surface. Typically, when others gathered for feasts and competitions, they boasted about how much wealth they had amassed, what they had purchased, or the progress they had made in their cultivation. In contrast, Shuangzhou swordsmen bragged about how they had left a sword mark on the sword mountain in a specific year and month. Those who left 2 marks would look down upon those who left 1, while those who had not left any would boast of their intent to leave several marks on a designated date. Over the centuries, thousands of sword marks had been etched into this small sword mountain. Some had faded with the passage of time, while others remained formidable after hundreds of years. At this moment, all that sword intent surged towards Su Nianji, conveying a singular thought: choose me. Thousands of sword intents clamored for Su Nianji's attention, much like countless beautiful contestants vying for selection in a beauty pageant. Su Nianji found it impossible to choose among them, naturally lacking the energy to heed the jeers of others. Waste. Just wasting time. Since you refused to come down, don't blame me for taking action. The young noble beneath the ladder was furious. Swordsmen were numerous on the sword mountain, each proud and headstrong, typically disdainful of others. The young noble had often been bullied, and now facing someone who had never ascended the sword ladder blocking his path, he could hardly contain his anger. Watch closely. Our master ascended the sword ladder at 13. There's no way this waste can compare. The noble's attendants praised their master. Ascended the sword ladder at 13, but still fails to comprehend sword intent at the sword wall. Your master truly is remarkable. Laughter erupted from the crowd. On this small sword mountain, the strength of one's sword determined authority. As for talent, that was hardly worth boasting about. Only the most unremarkable talents could hope to ascend the small sword mountain. While many swordsmen roamed the mountain, only a few spots existed before the sword wall. To comprehend the sword at the wall, one must conquer the swordsmen of the sword mountain. If one could not prevail, they had no right to seek enlightenment at the wall. Yet many other methods existed to learn and comprehend swordsmanship. Reascending the sword ladder to endure its trials was one such path. However, this was often regarded as the least esteemed method, given that the sword intent on the ladder was neither dense nor extraordinary, often yielding only hardship. Those who sought to experience sword intent on the latter were either fierce individuals or mere novices. It was evident that the young noble belonged to the latter category, hence the mockery from the crowd. Do you think you're impressive? You haven't even ascended the sword ladder and dare to speak of my master. One attendant retorted indignantly. He was cautious not to say too much, fearing a backlash. As the young noble ascended the sword ladder, he approached Su Nianji, and a surge of murderous intent enveloped him. This was sword intent. The young noble had long been aware of it, yet he had not expected such ferocity from the sword ladder's essence. Having traversed the ladder many times, this was the first time he felt such intensity. No wonder you refused to ascend. It seems the sword ladder offers unexpected rewards today. The young noble mistakenly believed that Su Nianji sought to monopolize the ladder's rare benefits. The overwhelming sword intent was indeed a trial, but it also presented an opportunity. Such intensity would make it much easier to grasp and capture a strand of sword intent. He reached out, intending to shove Su Nianji aside as he sought to claim this trial for himself. However, as his hand neared Su Nianji, he suddenly felt an overwhelming wave of sword intent crashing toward him. I'm going to die. I'm really going to die. A powerful instinctive sensation flooded the young noble's mind. I'm doomed. What is happening? He cursed inwardly, ready to flee. But before he could move, the relentless sword intent surged toward him, intent on claiming his life. Please no. The young noble's legs turned to jelly, immobilizing him as he felt himself plummeting. The sword intent surged uncontrollably. There was no way to escape. Resigned to his fate, the young noble shut his eyes, bracing for death. What are you trying to do? Su Nianji questioned softly, suddenly realizing that the myriad sword intents he had attracted were directed towards someone behind him. Upon closer inspection, he discovered they meant to strike at the individual lurking behind him. Yet after Su Nianji's gentle inquiry, the myriad sword intents inexplicably halted, seemingly hesitating to act out of consideration for Su Nianji. Big shot. Tears streamed down the young noble's face. He had thought he was a goner, but unexpectedly he was still alive. He could still feel the pressure from the countless sword intents which loomed before him, impossible to ignore. Big shot. I was wrong. I want dare again. Please spare me this once. The young noble knelt, bowing his head, tears and snot flowing in equal measure. A truly pitiable sight. Am not a big shot. You should plead with me. Su Nianji initially intended to dismiss the notion that pleading with him would be useless. However, glancing at the surrounding sword intents which seemed to obey, he thought that perhaps there was indeed a slight chance it could be effective. Please, I beg you, big shot, spare me. I will work like a beast for you. Upon hearing Su Nianji's words, the young noble suddenly realized this was the big shot's wicked sense of humor, compelling him to plead for mercy. Su Nianji felt a bit awkward. That was not his intention. I don't have a wicked sense of humor. Please. I bow to you. Seeing Su Nianji's silence, the young noble lowered his posture, even further prostrating himself on the ground. Ahem. Let there be no next time. Su Nianji, still unaware of what had transpired, had not been informed of the events. There was no recourse but to blame himself for being caught up in thought. He had no choice but to feign profundity, mimicking Li's posture with his hands clasped behind his back, kindly advising the young noble. Thank you, big shot. The young noble wiped his tears. Big shot, you came to leave a sword mark, right? This must be your first time here. I'm very familiar with this place and can assist you. Feel free to order me around. Treating me like a donkey is perfectly fine. As he contemplated his departure, the young noble suddenly mustered his courage. My name is Wang Fei. Though my family is not a prominent clan, we have a few people who can assist on the small sword mountain. Whatever you wish to do here can be made more convenient. Wang Fei shamelessly approached Su Nianji. Even if Wang Fei's talent was outstanding among his peers at 23 years old, he still did not know how many years it would take to comprehend sword intent. Not to mention gaining qualification to approach the sword wall for enlightenment required at least a century of effort, as the individuals there were all formidable. Who among those who wielded swords was not fierce? They were true warriors, relentless toward others and themselves. If he could attach himself to this big shot, while the big shot left a mark at the sword wall, it would ensure his family would never have to worry again. I don't need anything for now. I will come to find you when I do. Su Nianji could only offer this as a stalling tactic, hoping to appease Wang Fei, whose enthusiasm was making Su Nianji feel embarrassed. Most importantly, he was struggling to maintain his facade. All right, big shot, you must remember to find me. Wang Fei repeated, all right, several times, as if Su Nianji had already agreed. Before, Wang Fei had looked down upon Su Nianji, but now he descended with such humility that he nearly crawled his way out. Your master isn't that impressive, is he? Did he learn swordsmanship from a dog? Laughter erupted from the crowd, implying that Wang Fei resembled a dog. You are the one who. An attendant of Wang Fei's attempted to retort, but was restrained by Wang Fei. To gain the favor of that big shot is my honor. Wang Fei did not feel ashamed, rather he took pride in it. This left the crowd dumbfounded. Although the Wang family was not even considered a second-tier family on the Small Sword Mountain, most people knew that the Wang family members were proud and rarely humbled themselves. Younger brother, is this really all right? Won't not beating him affect your sword heart? Li He felt a twinge of dissatisfaction that Su Nianji had not embarrassed himself and hastened to encourage Wang Fei. It won't. I'm grateful for the big shot's sword. Wang Fei wore a smile, unfazed by the pressure. Although being enveloped by countless sword intents was a terrifying ordeal since Su Nianji had halted it, while flattering him, Wang Fei managed to catch a glimpse of the sword intents. In an instant, he discovered 3 strands of sword intent that resonated with him. That was why he was so eager to please Su Nianji. Though he had not yet mastered the 3 sword intents, he had acquired a target direction. Walking that path would lead to mastering sword intent sooner or later. Thus he had not only gained, but profited immensely. I see something amiss with you. Li He observed Wang Fei's almost fanatical praise for Su Nianji and felt increasingly displeased. Sir, although you are a sage from the academy, this is the Small Sword Mountain. Wang Fei recognized Li He's ceremonial headband and immediately identified his status. There's nothing I can do about the Small Sword Mountain. Can I not deal with you? Li He grew angrier. How dare you challenge me, a 9th grade figure, when you revere that 1st grade novice? Are you representing the academy to challenge my Small Sword Mountain? Go ahead and give it a try. Wang Fei wore a proud expression. Try it I shall. As Li He uttered these words, he noticed many swords being drawn around him. A throng of 3rd and 4th grade swordsmen, without hesitation, unsheathed their blades in response to him. Though we may not look favorably upon Wang Fei, we will not allow anyone from the academy to bully our swordsmen on the Small Sword Mountain. The crowd united in solidarity. Alas, Su Buran, Li He, what are you doing? Hurry up the mountain, weren't you eager to ascend? Su Nianzi's voice rang out unexpectedly. He had already reached the summit of the sword ladder halfway up the Small Sword Mountain. Unintentionally, Su Nianji had ascended the ladder, appearing quite at ease. Li He's expression darkened, ready to act. Since you are a friend of the big shot, I will allow you to ascend. This is out of respect for the big shot, not for you. Wang Fei wore an air of arrogance, treating Li He, a mere 3rd grade individual, with utter disdain. Li He's expression grew even darker. Who needs your respect? I don't need Su Nianji, my rival, to help me ascend. Just as he was about to take action, Su Buran stepped in front of Li He. Step aside. Su Buran addressed Wang Fei and the group behind him. She did not seek to protect Li He, but rather these people were blocking her path to Su Nianji. No. Someone attempted to protest. Su Buran's sword intent descended like a shadow. Those who came to the sword ladder seeking hardship were swordsmen devoid of sword intent, now rendered speechless under Su Buran's pressure. At that moment, Su Buran's cultivation was absent. Wang Fei glanced at Su Buran, who, though lacking cultivation, wielded a formidable sword intent that forced the crowd to bow their heads. Then he looked at Su Nianji, who stood above with only 1st grade cultivation, and it dawned on him. So the big shots enjoy fishing. It turns out the 9th grades were mere facades, cowardly. After 4,000 characters I took 4 hours to write, and my hands are almost exhausted and my back can barely straighten. I truly cannot afford to be lazy. Being lazy leads only to more laziness. Sweet dreams, good night. Li He followed closely behind Su Buran, striding with a sense of pride. He believed that Su Buran was standing up for him. Even if that wasn't the case, Li He, in his eager and submissive demeanor, would still feel that way. Perhaps he would even return home to write an extensive diary chronicling his admiration, though he wouldn't dare let his teacher or anyone else see it for fear of ridicule. As Li He walked past Wang Fei with his head held high, Wang Fei did not attempt to block him this time. Instead, he occasionally glanced at Su Nianji and then at Su Buran. Curiosity piqued about who these 2 remarkable individuals were. Frost Continent seemed to have little knowledge of such prominent figures. He had no impression of the man, though he had a vague idea of the woman, yet he was too cautious to make any assumptions. However, as long as he could cling to the thigh of such a powerhouse, he would never have to fear trouble again. Su Buran ascended the sword ladder, the atmosphere calm and untroubled. There was nothing, no pressure, no sharpness of sword intent. No need. Su Buran called out to Su Nianji. She too was puzzled as to how Su Nianji managed to command so much sword intent. Yet Su Buran did not require Su Nianji's assistance. At the very least, in the face of anyone's sword intent, Su Buran had never known defeat. She was a swordswoman. With a heart full of adventure, she embraced the freedom of life. To compete with other sword intents was not something Su Buran feared. Rather, it was something she eagerly anticipated. All right then. Su Nianji reluctantly gave up on the idea of helping Su Boren. As she ceased to channel her sword energy, the myriad sword intents no longer gravitated towards her, returning to their original fierce and powerful forms. They became domineering, exuding an aura filled with murderous intent and a tumultuous force. Once freed from any influence, all the sword intents converged upon Su Boren as if they viewed her as a formidable rival intent on pushing her aside. With determination, Su Boren stepped forward once more. Instantly, an overwhelming surge of sword intent erupted around her. Were they fierce? Su Boren was fiercer. Were they wild? Su Boren was wilder. Were they domineering? Su Boren was more domineering still. Alone amid the sea of sword intents, she shone with a brilliance that surpassed them all, like a beam of light in the darkness or an unwavering anchor in a storm. Su Boren stood resolute before the multitude of sword intents, as if she were an impenetrable wall against a raging flood. No matter how tumultuous the waters, they could not surpass this formidable barrier. Below, Wang Fei and the others looked on dumbfounded. Just moments ago, Su Nianji had given the impression that all the sword intents stemmed from him. Yet Su Boren projected an aura that overshadowed all of them. Both were strong goals that Wang Fei and his companions could never hope to attain. Su Boren, Wang Fei suddenly exclaimed in astonishment. In his heart, there was only one woman in Frost Continent who could reach such heights, Su Boren. The rumored top genius of Frost Continent, the foremost swordswoman below the 10th rank in recent years. Whispers suggested that she would soon become the leading sword of the 11th rank and below. With another decisive step, Su Boren intensified her sword intent, compelling the myriad sword intents to bow in submission. A swordsman never bows down, yet Su Boren forced them to lower their heads. With yet another step forward, a cold glint flashed, and the multitude of sword intents was cleaved apart by her mastery. Sword Soul Seed. A sharp intake of breath resonated in the air. Someone recognized that Su Boren's extraordinary sword intent bore hints of a sword soul. This was from the powerful figures atop Little Sword Mountain. We welcome you, Master Su. Congratulations, Master Su, you are one step closer to breaking through to the 10th rank. The air trembled with the announcement of congratulations. Terrifying. To break through the Sword Soul realm without even reaching the 10th rank. Unprecedented in Frost Continent. Wang Fei's eyes nearly bulged in disbelief. Typically, a swordsman needed to reach the 11th rank to have a chance at condensing a sword soul with those who could achieve it being considered geniuses. Yet Su Boren had not yet broken through to the 10th rank and already possessed a sword soul. If this were to spread, the legends surrounding Su Boren across the continent would multiply. Su Nianji, now at the top, gazed at Su Boren. The more she looked, the more striking she became, and she thought that the burden on Su Boren's back was dragging down her aura. If only Su Boren had a sword at that moment, it would have been absolutely perfect. Unfortunately, her sword had shattered in the abyss of 10,000 ghosts. Su Boren said nothing, but quietly approached Su Nianji. With the myriad sword intents dissipated, she moved with greater ease. Wang Fei, fixated on the two figures above, couldn't help but comment, a match made in heaven. These two sword immortals are truly well suited. Sweet dreams and good night. On the summit of Shaojin Mountain, within a tea house, 3 individuals sat at a table, each bearing a sword. What are your thoughts on Su Boren's visit to Shaojin Mountain? Lu Xing, the head of the Lu family, posed this question, knowing that every inquiry he made was of great significance, as he represented not just himself, but the entire Lu clan. He lifted his teacup, feigning a sip, while secretly observing the expressions of his 2 sons. What is your intention, father? Lu Tsung, the elder son, sharp and astute like his name suggested, refrained from expressing his opinion directly and instead sought Lu Xing's perspective. I have heard she is the foremost swordswoman of Shuangzhou. Now that I finally have the chance to meet her, my sword yearns for a clash. I wish to spar with her, Lu Shui, the younger son, declared with urgency, contrasting with the calm his name implied. He was a passionate swordsman, impulsive in nature, eager to challenge any skilled swordsman he encountered. The more formidable the opponent, the greater Lu Shu's competitive spirit surged. Ever since he grasped the essence of swordsmanship, he had longed to descend the mountain to duel Su Boren, but Lu Xing had restrained him from doing so. Now, with Su Boren approaching, it seemed inevitable that a confrontation would occur. I have been entrenched at the 9th tier for 300 years, Lu Xing continued, calculating the years. My own time is also running short. I had no great expectations, merely hoping to see both of you flourish and witness the prosperity of our Lu family. However, Su Boren's emergence has sparked a flicker of hope within me for what lies beyond the 9th tier, and I confess I feel a stirring of desire. Yet, At this juncture, Lu Xing paused, taking a sip of tea, his gaze drifting far away in contemplation. Yet our ancestor decreed that Su Boren must be killed. With a sigh, Lu Xing lamented. Lu Cong remained silent, while Lu Shui, after a moment of waiting for his father to speak, drained his cup in one gulp, stood up, and grasped his sword. No matter who seeks Su Boren's death, I will first challenge her, he declared, his voice fading into the distance. Meanwhile, many others on Shaojin Mountain were discussing Su Boren, including the Wang family. The Wang family was merely a third-rate clan within Shaojin Mountain. Upon returning home, Wang Fei was ordered to kneel in the family shrine. Do you know why you are to kneel? Wang Yong, his father, stared sternly at him. Father, she is Su Boren. I am merely seeking her favor. Our Wang family will undoubtedly thank me in time. A man's knees are worth gold. For the sake of our Wang family, I have cast aside that worth, Wang Fei replied, proudly, growing increasingly agitated with his own words. Fool. We as swordsmen possess pride. Where is your pride? Wang Yong kicked Wang Fei in the back in frustration. Father, what is more important, pride or the Wang family? Do you wish for our family to remain a third-rate force? I am a second-generation heir, yet I am forced to bully newcomers. It is truly a grievance for me. I could easily enjoy my position, but for the sake of the Wang family, I have compromised my own desires. It hasn't been easy. My elder brother has waited for 50 years without an opportunity to comprehend swordsmanship at the sword wall. Oh, I do this for him. Let my talent be wasted if it must, but can you bear to see it squandered? Wang Fei lamented, feigning tears. Are you helping the Wang family, or are you harming it? Do you not realize how many people on Shaojin Mountain wish to kill Su Boren? Wang Yong was exasperated. His son was utterly oblivious. Who could possibly kill Su Boren? Wang Fei shrugged, seemingly indifferent. No matter how powerful Su Boren is, can she stand against Shaojin Mountain? Wang Yong reached out to grab Wang Fei by the ear. I do not know if Su Boren can withstand Shaojin Mountain, but I know this: she will not die. Wang Fei recalled Su Nianji from the ancient path. He sensed that Su Boren, despite her lack of cultivation, was accompanied by a formidable ally, surely plotting something. Who exactly was their target? Wang Fei had no idea. Yet anyone who dared to challenge would surely face ruin. Wang Fei had begun to regard Su Nianji as an equally formidable figure. If he had known that Su Nianji was truly only of the first tier, Father, rest assured, Su Boren will not perish. That great figure is scheming. Whoever truly seeks Su Boren's end should be prepared for what is to come. Heh. After traversing the sword ladder, they arrived at Shaojin Mountain. At the mountain's waist, a platform had been carved out. Although referred to as the mountain's waist, it resembled a city built against the mountainside. Su Nianji roughly estimated that this place was far more bustling than Yeqing. Many things here were simply not seen in Yeqing. Originally, Shaojin Mountain served as a sanctuary for swordsmen to comprehend the sword wall. However, as the number of visitors increased, there was no longer ample space for all to absorb its essence. Yet having traveled so far, they were reluctant to abandon their pursuit. Thus some chose to settle at Shaojin Mountain, finding a place to stay. As more and more people took residence, their attendance also required sustenance, leading to the emergence of various businesses. Some long-term visitors, growing accustomed to the atmosphere of Shaojin Mountain, decided to remain indefinitely, becoming the first generation of permanent residents, even addressing matters of lineage within its confines. Generations passed, and Shaojin Mountain endured through thousands of years in Shuangzhou. Today, rather than merely being a small mountain, it resembles a fortified city, a mysterious stronghold nestled within the vast 10,000 mountain range, accessible only to the initiated, with its inhabitants showing little desire to leave. This is a hallmark of the grandeur and enigma of the 10,000 mountain range. Although it is often labeled as a forbidden domain, many cities within it, as well as places of peril, abound. Ascending further from the mountain's waist toward the peak, a sheer cliff loomed tall and imposing. Even from the waist, one could perceive the perilous height above. This was the sword wall of Shaojin Mountain. Standing at the waist, the distance was at least 1,000 meters, yet simply gazing upward evoked a palpable sharpness. This represented the accumulation of centuries at Shaojin Mountain, where many of the continent's most exceptional swordsmen had left their marks upon the sword wall. These marks served as proof of their existence, a means of validation and competition with future generations in the realm of swordsmanship. From a distance, one could see numerous individuals meditating before the sword wall. While the numbers were significant, they were not overwhelming. Shaojin Mountain never deterred anyone from experiencing the sword wall. However, irrespective of how many sword marks adorned it, the sword wall had limited width, and space at the front was scarce. Furthermore, fears arose among some that if others absorbed the sword intent, they would lose their own share. In particular, over the past century, the emergence of formidable swordsmen among their ranks had dwindled, with some who had achieved fame neglecting to leave their marks, resulting in a gradual decrease in the sword intent upon the wall. Thus, positions before the sword wall became contested. Each time, only 100 individuals could meditate simultaneously. Indeed, Shaojin Mountain lives up to its reputation. The sword intent here is overwhelmingly intense, Li He exclaimed as they walked through the streets. The sheer abundance of sword intent at Shaojin Mountain, coupled with the multitude of swordsmen, created an innate sense of pressure. The oppression of sword intent was palpable, making it nearly unbearable for ordinary individuals. Even someone as formidable as Li He, a sage of the academy and a ninth-tier expert who prided himself on his ability to outmatch Su Buran, felt discomfort, a testament to the intensity of the sword intent. Su Nianji, however, experienced little discomfort. Instead, he felt invigorated. Under the pressure of the sword intent, his sword energy was advancing at an unprecedented rate, now 9 times faster than before. Su Nianji even believed that if he remained on Shaojin Mountain for a while longer, he would soon break through to the second tier. Achieving this tier would bring him closer to realizing his ambition of protecting Su Buran. Su Buran herself was not entirely comfortable either, likely experiencing the most intense sensations among the three. The sword intent emanating from her sought to dominate the surrounding energy, yet the surrounding sword intent naturally resisted her attempts at suppression. While ordinary sword intent could not withstand Su Buran, the sheer abundance of it here proved overwhelming. She felt like an outsider repelled by the surrounding sword energies. Exhaustion weighed heavily upon her. Sweet dreams, good night. This is a paradise for swordsmen, but not for Su Buran. They all fear Su Buran's might. This is also a fundamental test for every swordsman who leaves their mark on the sword wall. If one cannot even overcome the pressing sword intent, what use is it to leave a trace on the sword wall only to invite ridicule? Su Buran certainly felt uncomfortable, but she did not move slowly. She bore the weight of half the small sword mountain. The one truly suffering was Li He. This is a paradise for swordsmen, not a haven for Confucian scholars. Moreover, he was following closely behind Su Buran. Su Buran would not take care of him or share the burden of the sword intent. The pressure Su Buran felt was matched by Li He. The sharpness of the sword intent and its overwhelming presence contradict the tenets of Confucianism. Even with his 9th grade cultivation, Li He struggled under the weight of the sword intent, progressing slowly and with great difficulty. In front of them stood a tea shop, for it was said that there was no wine on the small sword mountain, only tea. There once was a curious tale that sword immortals loved wine, yet the small sword mountain had none. Thus a group of sword immortals never came here. Whether it was true or not, the fact remained that the small sword mountain had no wine, only tea. On the small sword mountain there exists a type of tea known as Shaojiancha. It is cultivated with sword intent, often referred to as tea grown within sword intent. Only the small sword mountain possesses the environment necessary to produce this tea. Initially, people only sought ways to preserve the ever-fleeting sword intent of the small sword mountain. No one can withstand the passage of time, and sword intent is no exception. Even here, the strongest sword intent has persisted for 5,000 years. Yet people could still sense the continuous ebbing of that intent. Just because it has lasted 5,000 years does not guarantee its presence for 6,000. Thus, the inhabitants of the small sword mountain began researching how to retain the fleeting sword intent or how to utilize the diminishing sword intent. Through extensive study, they discovered that growing tea was the most effective method to preserve the vanishing sword intent. Even though tea cultivation can only retain 1/3 of the sword intent, it remains the most efficient approach. Tea can alleviate the effects of alcohol. Conversely, alcohol can ruin tea. Shaojiancha harbors the purest sword intent, and consuming it allows one to cleanse their body with sword intent, enhancing their comprehension of the sword path. It is said that the most potent Shaojiancha can purify one's entire sword body. These are the marvelous properties of Shaojiancha. However, those who drink tea cannot consume alcohol. After drinking alcohol, any Shaojiancha consumed within half a month would lose its effectiveness. Just like ordinary tea, it would merely be tea, destroying the unique benefits of Shaojiancha. Thus, alcohol is banned on the small sword mountain. The people of the small sword mountain do not care whether one drinks or not, but as long as one is on the mountain, there must be no alcohol. Alcohol not only ruins the tea's efficacy, but also damages the tea trees. Moreover, newcomers to the small sword mountain need only visit the tea shop and drink a cup of tea to avoid being overwhelmed by the sword intent. Therefore, the first sight upon entering the small sword mountain is a tea shop. Even Su Buran, if she had not drunk tea, would feel the pressure. Only Su Xianji, on her first visit to the small sword mountain, was not overwhelmed. Before they could reach the tea shop, a table appeared before the three of them with 3 bowls of tea laid out perfectly corresponding to Su Baran, Su Xianji, and Li He. Su Baran, you should not have come to the small sword mountain. An elderly man seated at one end of the table addressed them. Though he appeared quite old sitting upright on the stool, he resembled a renowned sword poised to be drawn at any moment. Once unsheathed, bloodshed would be inevitable. Not either death or survival would be spared. Su Xianji gazed at the old man's imposing presence, secretly astonished. The allure of being a swordsman, which many yearn for, is indeed not without reason. I have already come, Su Baran replied, standing still and biting her lip as she spoke. It was not that she felt wronged or feared, but rather that her social anxiety led her to articulate this response through the act of biting her lip. She was a genius, the most envied swordsman of Shuangzhou. Yet her childhood and life were filled with misfortune and deprivation. In her life, she had given up everything but the sword. She had only herself and the sword without anyone to converse with. Over time, Su Baran had grown quiet, increasingly unsure of how to communicate with others. Being the first swordsman of Shuangzhou was not solely due to her innate talent, it also stemmed from her unseen diligence and sweat. Being first was no easy feat, and being the first swordsman of Shuangzhou was even more daunting. You still have a chance to leave, the old man said, his squinted eyes seemingly inconspicuous, yet focused on Su Baran. They became as sharp as 2 flying swords, as if aiming to pierce through her. I will not leave, Su Baran shook her head. She would not depart. She aimed to leave her mark on the sword wall. Until she achieved her goal, she would not turn back. Not leaving. You will die? The old man threatened, a murderous intent suddenly radiating from him. Su Xianji could hardly believe that this elderly man, who seemed on the verge of the grave, could unleash such a formidable killing intent. The ferocity of the killing intent was unparalleled, a strength Su Xianji had never before encountered. Kill, kill, kill. The murderous aura was corroding Su Xianji's reason, turning him into a machine that knew only to kill. The world is imbued with righteousness, various forms and flux. Li He beside them had begun to chant the song of righteousness repeatedly, to resist the killing intent, demonstrating its potency. Su Baran said nothing, stepping forward amidst the killing intent, one step, then another. She reached the side of the table and sat down. As she did so, her palm gently tapped the table, and sword intent surged forth. The old man's murderous aura was instantly dispelled. The pressure on Su Xianji vanished, yet his eyes remained bloodshot. He continued muttering about killing, his head swaying slightly, clearly still under the influence of the killing intent. Had Su Baran moved any slower, Su Xianji might have truly succumbed to the murderous aura, becoming a machine of slaughter. Everyone will die, Su Baran said softly, reaching for the first cup of tea. Good. The old man responded to Su Baran's words, not in anger, but rather with an approving shout. You are quite remarkable, the first swordsman of Shuangzhou, and you need not wait for your cultivation to recover, it is already yours. The old man keenly discerned Su Baran's cultivation. After he spoke, it seemed as though some weight had lifted from him, leaving behind a sense of lost sadness, and something that had slipped away and could never return. Su Baran did not answer, but delicately blew across the surface of the tea before drinking it all in one go. I may not die on the small sword mountain. After finishing the tea, the overwhelming sword intent that pressed down on Su Baran vanished, and she was no longer repelled by the small sword mountain. Just that group of useless folks, the old man paused. I can only guarantee that the small sword mountain will give you a fair opportunity. Rising, the old man scanned his surroundings. Aside from Su Xianji and Li He, there were no others in sight. Yet it felt as if the old man was surveying the world. A fair opportunity. Good, I will wait. Su Baran readily replied. The fair opportunity the old man spoke of was allowing Su Baran to meet her end on the small sword mountain as a swordsman, and fairly so. I almost hope you do not die. The old man expressed a hint of regret before vanishing from view. Sweet dreams, good night. Su Baran understood. For her, there was no absolute fairness in the present moment. She had agreed immediately, entirely, because she was in someone else's territory. What kind of fairness could be considered fair? To kill Su Baran with those of her generation. This was undeniably unfair to her peers. Having practiced swordsmanship for over 60 years, Su Baran had become the foremost swordsman of Shuangzhou. Among her contemporaries, only those who reached the 7th rank could be called talents of the age, let alone those who could match Su Baran's prowess. The number was almost non-existent. Li He, who could barely compare to Su Baran, was 11 years her senior. There was no one stronger than Su Baran, whether they were 10, 20, or even 50 years older than her. Not even a century older. For 900 years, the entire continent had been cut off from the path to the 10th rank. Countless heroes had emerged during this time, yet only one person had stepped into the threshold of the 10th rank, Suburan. In these 9 centuries, she alone had achieved this feat. There was simply no one among her peers, and indeed no one in these 900 years who could rival her in talent. Otherwise, why would it not be another who accomplished this, but only Suburan who succeeded immediately? This was the chasm that existed. There was no one among her contemporaries who surpassed Suburan, and that was the essence of fairness. However, they sought to kill Suburan, and by such fairness it was exceedingly difficult to accomplish. Even now, Suburan, appearing to possess the cultivation of a mere 5 ranks, remained a formidable challenge to defeat. Suburan, I have long wished to fight you. A figure emerged from the alley after the elder departed, boasting a cultivation of the 5th rank. He casually slung his sword over his shoulder, his demeanor brimming with arrogance, as if he were invincible. You cannot. Suburan spoke, slowly shaking her head as she regarded him. She was merely stating a fact, yet the man took it as an affront. Her words were too blunt. Even though he himself acknowledged he was no match for Suburan, the mere act of her articulating it incited his anger. Sharp-toned. Let's see just how formidable you are. The man rotated his sword against his neck, propelling the scabbard forward with a sudden force, sending it hurtling towards Suburan. A sneak attack. Sun Yan was about to warn Suburan to be cautious. However, Suburan made no move. The scabbard flew towards her and was simply shattered upon reaching her. The scabbard splintered into numerous pieces. The man drew his sword, following the scabbard in an attempt to ambush Suburan. Suburan extended a finger, lightly tapping, and her sword, intent, surged forth towards him. Not only did it injure him, but it also shredded his clothing into tatters. He approached on foot, but was sent flying away by a single strike. It was not even a true sword strike, for Suburan wielded no sword. Her weapon had shattered long ago in the abyss of 10,000 ghosts. She had simply used her finger in place of a sword to send the 5th rank man hurtling away. Once he was sent flying, he approached Suburan's side and drained the tea from the table in one gulp. Excellent swordplay, truly worthy of being the foremost swordsman of Shuangzhou. Another sword was thrown aimed directly at Suburan's head. Do you people have no sense of propriety when drawing your swords? Is ambush all you know? Sun Yan observed anxiously, fearing that Suburan might fall victim to their treacherous tactics. Although they tended to shout a warning before striking, it hardly constituted a fair challenge. What if there were further ambushes waiting behind? Sun Yan's concern was not unfounded. He was merely worried for Suburan. Sweet dreams and good night. Suburan threw the bowl in her hand away. The bowl struck the tip of the sword and shattered into countless pieces. Not a trace of strength. Someone exclaimed in the shadows. It seems your cultivation has truly vanished. A whisper followed as the flying sword approached faster. Sun Yinji felt a surge of anxiety and tension at these words. She was about to open the sword case to summon a sword to block the incoming strike for Suburan. Have some tea. Suburan noticed Sun Yanzi's movement and softly addressed her. Seeing that Suburan still had the leisure to invite her for tea eased Sun Yanzi's worries. She sat down opposite Suburan in the same spot where the old man had just been, picked up the last cup of tea and sipped leisurely. Suburan stood up. As she rose, the surroundings felt utterly silent, as if the entire world was watching her. She was Suburan, the greatest genius of Shuangzhou and the finest swordswoman of the land. Yet she also appeared to be utterly alone. Though she had no sword, she was like a sword herself, a blade capable of subduing the world. A sword materialized beside Suburan, creating an invisible barrier that halted the approaching flying sword, leaving it suspended before her. Kill! From behind Suburan, a figure emerged, shouting fiercely as he lunged toward her. As he closed in within 3 meters, the sword intent surged forth automatically. That was Suburan's sword intent, deliberately maintained within that distance. Lacking cultivation, Suburan's sword intent was still among the finest in the world. The newcomer attempted to forcibly break through Suburan's sword intent, relying solely on brute force. Unfortunately for him, he was facing Suburan. His sword intent and strength couldn't penetrate hers. Instead, he was engulfed by her sword intent, drowning in a sea of it as it ground him down. I need a sword. Suburan did not look at Sun Yinji, but he felt as if she was speaking directly to him. It was a kind of resonance. There were swords on the ground, but they were not the ones Suburan wished to wield. Sun Yinji had a sword. She knew that. Thus, Suburan voiced her need. Which sword do you want? I can't pull out the others. Sun Yanzi's voice trailed off, feeling smaller. He thought himself too weak, unable even to draw a sword, let alone protect Suburan. Yours will do. Suburan seemed oblivious to the embarrassment in Sun Yanzi's tone. Her words were a form of encouragement. It was like a couple cooking together. What they made might not taste great, but the other would say it was fine as long as it was made by them. Su Nianji felt inspired by Su Buran's encouragement. All right, he agreed wholeheartedly. He opened the sword case, and the sound of the sword's melody filled the air as Chuwen flew out steadily into Su Buran's grasp. As time passed, Su Nianji grew more adept with Chuwen. With the sword in hand, Su Buran gripped it lightly. She finally possessed a sword. The greatest swordswoman of Shuangzhou had at last acquired a blade. Everyone in Shaojin Mountain understood the significance of this, but Su Buran gave them no chance for regret. She stepped out of the tea shop and onto the street. Come on, I offer you a chance for a fair duel with me. Su Buran stood on the long street, her voice soft, yet resonating with clarity for those who needed to hear. The long street was eerily empty, devoid of people. A gentle breeze blew, rustling Su Buran's garments. Su Nianji watched Su Buran at that moment, genuinely captivated. How beautiful, how cool she was. She truly was a magnificent sword fairy. Thanks to Wang Yi for his support, may he encounter no ghostly women on his night travels. Sweet dreams, good night. Su Nianji felt that this moment called for wine to match the imposing aura of Su Buran. Strong liquor paired with a beautiful person, and only Su Buran would suffice. Unfortunately, in front of him was merely a cup of tea, which Su Nianji decided to down in one gulp. For only by finishing it all at once could he match the present moment with Su Buran. How bold! One person, one sword, dressed in white, standing alone on a long street. Before him lay a small mountain of swords. Yet he declared decisively, granting them a fair opportunity to kill him. How many in this world possess the audacity to speak of killing with such casualness and bravado? In all his years, Su Nianji had only seen Su Buran do so. He drained the cup of tea, yet it proved bitter for Su Nianji. Though it was merely tea, it stung his mouth more fiercely than the strongest liquor. Inside, it carried the essence of sword intent. As he swallowed, that intent exploded in his mouth. Even though it was filtered and smooth enough for the body to absorb, it was still not something a novice like Su Nianji could endure on his first try. The sting made him want to expel it, yet he recalled Su Buran's insistence that he drink. Reluctant to waste Su Buran's goodwill, he managed to swallow it down. The pain subsided after a while, replaced by a refreshing sweetness flowing down his throat. The trace of sword intent coursed through Su Nianji's body, only to vanish afterward. This cup of tea may not have been a rare treasure from the small mountain of swords, but its effect was subtle. It merely alleviated the pressure he had felt upon his first arrival at the small mountain. What a pity! Although he gained little benefit, Su Nianji could faintly sense the tea's subtlety. He gazed at the empty bowl with a sigh, pouring the last few drops into his mouth, nearly licking it clean. Su Buran strode down the long street. How outrageous! Do you think this is your Ling Tian pavilion? How dare you act recklessly on the small mountain of swords? Even if you are the foremost swordsman, you should not behave like this here. Voices of reprimand echoed along the long street, each utterance from a different speaker, revealing numerous hidden figures in the buildings lining the sides. Swords flew out from the rooms, darting towards Su Buran. This is certainly not Ling Tian pavilion. Su Buran retorted, stepping forward and striking with his sword. With Chuwen in hand, Su Buran's sword was incredibly sharp, cleaving through all the flying swords with a single stroke. Poof! Many within the rooms spat blood. These flying swords were nurtured with their lifeblood and had become a shared fate, their rise and fall intertwined. Thus, when the swords were severed, they too were wounded. Such a precious sword. Someone sighed quietly. Although Su Buran was formidable and could sever flying swords, most of the credit lay with that very sword. A glimmer of covetousness shone in the eyes of the onlookers. They desired that sword. Thus they had another reason to kill Su Buran, to seize the treasured blade from his hands. More than 10 individuals soared out of the rooms, each wielding a sword, charging at Su Buran. Their auras were not weak, ranging roughly from the 5th to 6th tier. Su Buran did not glance at them. He unleashed another strike. The sword intent flowed around Chuwen, deepening the synergy between Su Buran and his sword. After one blow, over a dozen fell to the ground incapacitated. Having slain them, Su Buran did not linger on the corpses, but continued onward, not a drop of blood staining his form, nor a trace upon his sword. It is not that I look down upon the small mountain of swords. Rather, it simply does not merit my regard. Su Buran's voice was low yet cold and merciless. Graceful and poised. Not only did Su Niren feel it, but Li He and the crowd on Shaojin Mountain also sensed it. Even if Su Niren claimed there was nothing worthy of admiration on Shaojin Mountain, her words served only to humiliate it. In the face of Su Niren, the people of Shaojin Mountain could not help but marvel at her elegance. The exhilaration of a swordsman was nothing short of this. A solitary figure armed with her sword stood defiantly at the entrance, boldly proclaiming her intent. Su Niren took another step forward. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth began to coalesce around Su Niren. Third rank. Su Niren's cultivation had finally returned. Moreover, this restored cultivation was beyond anything the former Su Niren could have imagined. The previous Su Niren at the 4th rank had been relentlessly pursued by the 7th rank Li Zhu and his entourage of brothers. Yet now the recently restored 3rd rank Su Niren was already capable of standing at the entrance of Shao Jin Mountain ready to strike. Though both were at the 3rd and 4th ranks, the disparity was considerable. This was solely because Su Niren had undeniably broken through to the 10th rank. The former 4th rank represented the 4th rank of Su Niren at the 9th rank. The current 3rd rank, however, was that of Su Niren at the 10th rank. In terms of the quality, power, and quantity of her energy, this 3rd rank had far surpassed the previous 4th rank. Has she broken through? Li He exclaimed in shock. He wished for Su Niren to achieve the 10th rank, yet he did not want her to do so swiftly. His feelings for Su Niren were a peculiar blend of admiration and yearning. From the initial urgency of watching Su Niren draw closer step by step to ultimately conceding that he could not compare to her, he now found himself fixated on the goal of surpassing her one day, dreaming of the day he would propose to her at Lingtian Pavilion. As for the time before he surpassed Su Niren Li, he could not gather the courage to seek her hand. The ideology of the Confucian Academy was inherently stubborn. While it did not prohibit marriage and procreation, no scholar desired to marry a woman stronger than himself. This peculiar form of admiration confined Li He's affections to mere thoughts and musings. Ironically, he was the one who least wanted Su Niren to break through at this moment. Li He had an instinctive feeling that once Su Niren broke through to the 10th rank, she would likely surpass everyone else effortlessly. It would become increasingly difficult for anyone to surpass Su Niren's cultivation level in the future. Swordsmen were inherently the most lethal of all types, without exception. If one could not even match Su Niren's cultivation, there was no chance of surpassing her in combat prowess. It was virtually impossible. Thusly, he did not wish for Su Niren to break through at this moment. However, some matters seldom heed one's desires. In an instant, Su Niren stepped forward once more, drawing the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth towards her as it surged in her direction. 4th rank. Su Niren's cultivation transformed in the blink of an eye into the 4th rank. Quick, kill Su Niren. We cannot allow her to break through. Once she does, there will be no way to contend with her. A voice shouted from the long street. Suddenly, hundreds of figures appeared in the sky, each standing atop flying swords. This was the culmination of all the forces from the families advocating for Su Niren's demise. To prevent Su Niren from breaking through, they had now brought everything to bear. Faced with these hundreds, Su Niren showed no sign of panic. Looking down, she seemed lost in thought. Over 100 flying swords streaked towards her, soon followed by a wave of swordsmen charging at her. Flying swords, close combat, long-range assaults, chaotic battle. It had all begun. Yet Su Niren, unhurried, took her next step. 5th rank. Breakthrough. Sweet dreams, good night. Su Burang's breakthrough did not radiate an overwhelming force, nor was it particularly formidable. It was merely at the 5th rank. Under ordinary circumstances, if someone were to claim a breakthrough to the 5th rank on the small sword mountain boasting about their prowess, they would likely find themselves buried by the next day. Sword practitioners are a group of zealots. They fear nothing more than the elevation of another's cultivation. These obsessive warriors, in their quest to prove their strength, often resort to perilous tactics, such as engaging in battles beyond their rank. Today, before the gathered crowd on the small sword mountain, Su Burang achieved his 5th rank breakthrough, causing a stir among the onlookers. It was not merely the 5th rank that alarmed them, but rather the strength of Su Burang, who had transcended to this level. As Su Burang lifted his foot, preparing to take another step, a wave of anxiety swept through the crowd. At that moment, as he raised his foot, a group surged forth to confront him. A cluster of 6 5th rank warriors, 3 7th rank, and an 8th rank. All were swordsmen from the small sword mountain. The 3 7th rank warriors exuded a vibrant sword intent, while the 8th rank sword intent was even more domineering. This was the hallmark of the sword practitioners from the small sword mountain, where even 7th rank warriors were steeped in profound sword intent. In other regions, 8th rank swordsmen might barely grasp the fringes of sword intent, yet here it flourished. They aimed to prevent Su Burang from stepping forward, determined to thwart his entry into the 6th rank. Dozens of swords struck toward the various vital points on Su Burang's body from all angles. Su Burang slightly raised his sword chuan, allowing his vital energy to circulate. It felt somewhat insufficient. After a long absence from wielding such energy, he found himself a little disdainful of its meager presence. Nevertheless, he had to make do. Vital energy flowed from Su Burang's body into Chuan. Above, the clouds influenced by his energy began to coalesce, forming a sword of clouds that loomed over him. This ethereal, yet substantial cloud sword grew larger as the clouds piled up, eventually extending to cover the entire street. With a gentle sweep of Chuan, the cloud sword descended like a massive blade. Although it appeared insubstantial upon the street, those outside, including Su Burang's adversaries, could sense the ground sinking at least 3 inches beneath its weight. The cloud sword was inescapable, all the sword practitioners who sought to encircle Su Burang found themselves enveloped. The 5th rank swordsmen fell without a sound, their fates uncertain. The 6th rank cultivators knelt desperately, bracing their swords, their faces etched with disbelief. Yet again a single strike. Su Burang, having just returned to the 5th rank, had felled the majority with ease. The 3 7th rank warriors staggered back, astonished by his unexpected might. The title of the foremost swordsman of Frost Continent was not mere boast. Only the 8th rank warrior remained, disappearing within the clouds. As the mist dispersed, a figure emerged at the tip of Su Burang's sword. It was indeed the sole 8th rank swordsman. He steadied his sword, its blade resting against Su Burang's tip, while the hilt hovered just above his forehead. It turned out that the strike Su Burang had aimed was intended for this 8th rank warrior. The expansive range of the attack inadvertently ensnared others within its grasp. Yet despite the number of fallen opponents, the focus remained on the 8th rank warrior, who had narrowly evaded defeat. Impressive, he gritted through clenched teeth. You must not leave the small sword mountain. Despite his words, he was far from unscathed. Su Burang's strike carried an oddity. Only the 8th rank warrior understood that while he seemed to have blocked the blow, the tip of Su Burang's sword had nearly pierced through his sword and grazed his forehead. Indeed, Su Burang was powerful, and so too was his sword. Sweet dreams and good night. I will stay if I wish to, and when I choose to leave, I will do so naturally. Su Burang's voice was soft, a response to the 8th grade warrior's attempt to keep her at Shaojin Mountain. Such was Su Burang's character. Imbued with absolute self-confidence, even when facing a formidable opponent like Shaojin Mountain, and despite her current strength being merely at the 5th grade. Her every word and action radiated an unwavering conviction, powerful enough to persuade everyone around her that her statements bore merit and truth. Even the people of Shaojin Mountain felt a sense of defeat, as if they could not retain Su Burang. Ding! Before the 8th grade warrior could utter another word, his sword shattered into several pieces. The 8th grade fighter was taken aback, unable to discern any movement from Su Burang that could explain the destruction of his weapon. With his sword broken, he spat out a mouthful of blood, hastily retreating. If he could not win with a sword, how could he hope to succeed without one? Don't wait any longer, the 8th grade warrior shouted as he backed away quickly. A group of people found themselves unable to overcome a single Su Burang who was merely at the 5th grade. What then could they expect from a more powerful Su Burang? The 8th grade warrior's retreat made everyone realize that not all swordsmen were created equal. The members of Shaojin Mountain, who believed that their rigorous training and encounters with numerous sword masters would grant them an edge, found themselves mistaken. Despite their higher ranks, even the 8th grade warriors, accompanied by several 7th and 6th grade fighters, struggled against Su Burang, a situation that was utterly humiliating. Even as the 8th grade warrior continued to shout, no one stepped forward to assist him. The aura of fear Su Burang exuded had left Shaojin Mountain paralyzed. Those of the same age as Su Burang only reached a maximum of 7th grade, while the 8th grade warrior was older by a full 30 years, boldly stepping forward. Having already been bested by Su Burang, the other 8th grade warriors, who were several decades older, lacked the audacity to face her. Alone they could not hope to defeat her, and the shame of losing was far too great to bear. Who would be willing to engage her in combat? As for the 9th grade warriors at Shaojin Mountain, they were ancient beings who had trained for centuries. Each one hesitated to intervene, feeling a sense of awkwardness at the thought of bullying a younger opponent. Even if fairness was mentioned, it seemed unjust to take advantage of someone so much younger. Moreover, having witnessed Su Burang's prowess, it was unlikely that a 9th grade warrior could swiftly subdue her. A group of 8th grade warriors valued their pride, while the 9th grade warriors cherished their reputation even more. Furthermore, not all members of Shaojin Mountain wished for Su Burang's demise. While a significant portion hoped for her downfall, there were still some who did not share that sentiment, particularly a few 9th grade warriors who were nearing the end of their own paths. They saw potential in Su Burang and hoped she could pave a way for them. As for the 10th grade, Shaojin Mountain lacked any 10th grade warriors. Many years ago, there had been one, now a legendary figure, at the 11th grade, an elder who had recently spoken of fairness with Su Burang. This elder bore no ill will toward her. Had he intended harm, he would not have spoken of fairness, nor would he have refrained from taking action against her. For a moment, silence enveloped the area. No one paid heed to the 8th grade warrior's words. Suburan stood quietly, sword in hand, taking another step forward. The spiritual energy of the world converged around her, causing the swords in the hands of those nearby to tremble uncontrollably. In the air, a sword emerged, encircling Suburan. Heaven and earth resonate. The few 11th grade elders of Shao Jin Mountain stared at the sky, gritting their teeth. Truly, she is the first swordsman of Shuangzhou. I, an old fool, have reached the 11th grade and have never experienced such a resonance with heaven and earth. Indeed, comparing oneself to others can be mortifying. Genius and genius, yet there exists a vast disparity between them. If one were to categorize the geniuses of this world, there are those deemed as geniuses, and then there is Su Burang. Su Burang eclipses all other prodigies. To illustrate this difference visually, it resembles the gap between the author and a potato, a chasm insurmountable. To cultivate to the utmost limit is to summon the resonance of heaven and earth. But what constitutes this ultimate limit? Throughout the recorded history of the continent spanning thousands of years, only 20 individuals have achieved the harmony of heaven and earth. This is indeed a pinnacle of accomplishment. Among these, only 7 are sword cultivators. Of these 7, only 3 attained harmony through a singular sword. The manifestation of this harmony serves as a testament to the extreme. Among these 20, the youngest is a sword cultivator named Su San, who achieved harmony at the age of 327, breaking through the 12th rank from the 11th. Conversely, the one with the lowest cultivation level is a martial artist named Zhao Si, who experienced harmony at the age of 721 while breaking through the 10th rank from the 9th. Now, Su Burang has only practiced for a brief 60 years, yet has already achieved harmony upon breaking through the 6th rank. This remains a remarkable feat. Such as Su Burang. If there were doubts about her ability to reconnect the paths of the 9th and 10th ranks at this very moment, no one remains skeptical. Only one conviction prevails: if even Su Burang cannot bridge the 9th and 10th ranks, then no one in this world will succeed. A vague silhouette of a sword appeared above Su Burang for a fleeting 10 seconds before it coalesced into her being. 6th rank. She has successfully broken through. At this moment, Su Burang has finally returned to the 6th rank. Although merely a 6th rank in a bustling area, or on the small sword mountain, a 6th rank cultivator would barely make a splash. Yet now, having just broken through, she stands before the crowd on the small sword mountain. Everyone shares a singular thought: Su Burang has become invincible. If a 6th rank cultivator elicits such a notion of invincibility, what of her 7th rank? The 8th? The 9th? And what if she were to break through to the 10th rank? The crowd hesitates to imagine the extent of her prowess. A sigh echoed from the end of the street. It was an ordinary sigh, yet it struck the hearts of all present. Upon hearing this sigh, some on the small sword mountain felt exhilarated, while others were filled with trepidation, their eyes widening in disbelief. I had no intention of intervening. A swordsman should not bully the weak or use their cultivation to intimidate others. It is simply disgraceful. I cannot predict the consequences for others who commit such acts, but I know that I would never find peace having done so. If I were to slay you, you would become my lifelong tormentor, haunting me, even if the path were connected. Yet, you are far too exceptional. Your genius terrifies me. From the opposite end of the street emerged a man. He was tall, with a bushy beard and long hair cascading over his shoulders, carrying a massive sword on his back. The man stood impressive, towering at least 2 meters and weighing over 200 pounds, his muscles well defined. At first glance, he exuded an explosive strength. Ba Jian Luchong. A voice rang out from the crowd calling his name. Luchong. A name seemingly unremarkable, yet everyone present recognized it. Now that Ba Jian Luchong has arrived, surely Su Burang is doomed. Someone muttered with resentment. If the earlier desire to kill Su Burang stemmed from a mere exchange of interests, now it was the thought of many. In this gathering of prodigies, none wished to be overshadowed. Out of jealousy, Su Burang must perish. She must die, and everyone was confident, not solely because Ba Jian Luchong is an unparalleled genius, but because he is a 9th rank. Luchong, the dominant sword, had spent 300 years mastering the sword, witnessing countless talents and heroes, yet never had he encountered anyone whose excellence instilled fear within him. As he walked slowly and steadily, there was an air of anticipation about him, as if he were waiting for something significant to unfold. The crowd gathered on Shao Jin Mountain listened to Luchong's words, caught between astonishment and disappointment. Although Luchong was not considered the most formidable figure in the Frost Continent, nor was he regarded as exceptionally gifted, he possessed a modicum of talent, working tenfold harder than most, coupled with a dash of luck, traits that placed him within the ranks of the 9th tier. Yet he remained confined to that tier. For 9 centuries, no one had crossed the chasm between the 9th and 10th tiers. In those several hundred years, the 9th tier had become the pinnacle of cultivation. Those who reached this pinnacle were already rare treasures amidst the masses capable of commanding respect as local overlords. To be an overlord was a source of pride, making it all the more difficult for him to admit inferiority to others, an admission more painful than death itself. Lu Chong's public acknowledgement of his fear of Su Buruan revealed the latter's formidable presence. "You Su Buruan are one of a kind," Lu Chong declared, halting 10 paces from Su Buruan. "If I do not eliminate you, Shaojian Mountain has no future. I, Lu Chong, possess the lowest aptitude, and breaking through to the 10th tier is beyond my hopes. Since they dare not come for you, I shall take it upon myself to do so. To kill you is to secure the future of Shaojian Mountain, to ensure no sword hangs ominously over our heads, and to safeguard my descendants." Slowly, Lu Chong articulated his rationale. Most of Shaojian Mountain's members had already severed ties with Su Buruan, engaging in an irreconcilable conflict. Among them was Lu Chong's own family. Given Su Buruan's remarkable prowess, who could guarantee that once he achieved the 10th tier, he wouldn't seek retribution, they feared that if they did not act against him now, Su Buruan might hunt them down later, a possibility too great to ignore. Thus, Lu Chong's admission of fear was clear. He feared Su Buruan's strength. Consequently, he resolved to eliminate Su Buruan before that strength could manifest. "Is it enough?" Su Buruan asked, feeling a pang of discomfort as she observed Lu Chong's unyielding glare directed at Sun Yanji. Initially planning to wait, she found herself growing impatient for the first time. She despised the idea of Sun Yanji being regarded as a mere corpse. "Not enough," Lu Chong retorted. "Not enough. What did he find lacking? Was it his own resolve? I could have waited for you to accumulate your sword intent into a single strike." Alas, Su Buruan's thoughts remained unvoiced, though internally, she chided Lu Chong for his disdainful gaze towards Sun Yanji. It became clear that Lu Chong's lengthy discourse was merely a ruse to buy time to concentrate his sword intent into a singular formidable strike. Should he succeed in amassing that power, the force of his blow would be extraordinary. Su Buruan had discerned Lu Chong's intentions, yet had chosen to remain silent and motionless. Allowing Lu Chong to accumulate his intent was a testament to Su Buruan's confidence. I don't need it." Ba Jian. Lu Chong, known for his fiery temperament, would not have earned the title of Ba Jian otherwise. It was already quite humiliating for him to take action against Su Buruan. Now that he had secretly accumulated his sword intent only to have it exposed by Su Buruan, he had lost all remaining face. With a furious roar, he could no longer restrain himself and drew his sword. The large sword behind him was effortlessly pulled from its sheath. Though the sword was immense, it felt weightless in his hands as he swung it with ease. Even before he reached Su Buruan, the scent of blood wafted through the air. This sword was a killer's blade, claiming numerous lives. At that moment, all the sword intent Lu Chong had amassed burst forth. He showed no mercy, nor did he engage in any probing attacks. Without hesitation, he aimed to kill Su Buruan directly. Roar! The massive sword traversed a distance of 10 meters, its swing producing a deafening rush of wind akin to a tiger's roar in the mountains. The might and grandeur of this strike were overwhelming. Amidst the wind, Su Buruan raised her sword. Taking a slight step back, she activated the Qixing sword, and a sliver of starlight emerged at its tip. Compared to the magnitude of Ba Jian, the glimmering starlight at Su Buruan's sword tip resembled the faint glow of a firefly. With Ba Jian's strike, Su Buruan is surely doomed, right? Outside the arena, the spectators from Shaojian Mountain were filled with anticipation, eager for Su Buruan's demise. If she did not perish, none would sleep soundly. The tips of the swords clashed, and they separated instantly. Su Buruan was sent flying 3 meters away. This was the first time she had been forced back. Ba Jian. Lu Chong truly lived up to his 9-rank reputation, utterly overpowering Su Buruan in terms of cultivation. Kill. Seizing the opportunity, Ba Jian Lu Chong showed no mercy. His feet quickened, and with the sword held low, he harnessed his strength to the utmost. This strike is named Jinghong. Su Buruan steadied her footing, not immediately defending herself, but instead spoke softly. Her voice held no sorrow, no joy, no resentment, and no anger, completely devoid of emotion. This statement was not directed at Ba Jian Lu Chong, but rather intended for Su Sun. Recently, Su Buruan had been teaching Su Sun swordsmanship. The Jinghong technique was in fact a demonstration for Su Sun. What is Jinghong? With those words, Su Buruan moved her body, darting forward like a bolt of lightning. Faced with the formidable Ba Jian, Su Buruan, whose cultivation was inferior, did not hesitate. Instead, she advanced ahead of Ba Jian, arriving before him. A streak of starlight glided across the tip of her sword, piercing directly towards Ba Jian's heart, like a fleeting glimpse of a swan. This was Su Buruan's first proactive strike, aiming for her opponent's vital point. Ba Jian scoffed, halting his steps. He crouched down, channeling his strength to counter Su Burang's advance, forcefully striking her sword with his own. Su Burang was once again struck by his overwhelming power, but this time rather than retreating, she seemed to gain an additional surge of strength that propelled her into a new position. Twisting to Ba Jian's side, Su Burang thrust her sword forward once more. Ba Jian's cultivation flared anew, his sword intent surging as he competed with Su Burang in both cultivation and swordplay. They engaged in a triad of duels simultaneously. In terms of cultivation, Su Burang was no match for Ba Jian, consistently being repelled. However, in sword intent, Ba Jian was outmatched. Ba Jian's sword intent, derived from Shao Jian Mountain, only truly mastered upon reaching the 9 rank. To elevate it further and achieve a sword soul through sword intent would require a long period. Su Burang, having honed her skills over decades, had perfected her sword intent, and while her sword soul was still in the process of gestation, its power remained untapped. In the contest of sword intent, Su Burang triumphed decisively over Ba Jian. In 3 different contests, the two had 1 victory each. To truly determine the outcome, they had to rely on this third match, a duel of swordsmanship. On the tip of Su Burang's sword, stars glimmered. Meanwhile, Lu Chong wielded his great sword, exuding a fierce killing intent. In terms of form, Su Burang still had to take a step back. Yet his graceful swordplay was exquisite, and although Lu Chong's powerful strikes put tremendous pressure on Su Burang, they failed to subdue him in that brief moment. Su Burang seemed like a feather floating through the world, swaying gracefully beneath the sword of Lu Chong. To an onlooker, it appeared that Lu Chong would soon overcome Su Burang. It was merely a matter of time. However, only Lu Chong understood that he had accumulated sword intent and momentum that Su Burang could do nothing against. If the battle continued, his advantage would only diminish. Moreover, Su Burang's swordplay and movement, though they resembled a feather blown by the wind, were in fact each strike stronger than the last. With every sword stroke, the power of Su Burang's strikes compounded, building upon the strength of the previous ones. Lu Chong grew increasingly alarmed with each exchange. He had always believed he could suppress Su Burang, yet now it seemed that if he did not swiftly resolve the situation, Su Burang would continue to gather strength. When that happened, how formidable would Su Burang's sword techniques become? Lu Chong did not ponder long, but as time passed and Su Burang accumulated strength, it became clear that defeating him would not be a trivial matter. He could not remain idle. He could not allow Su Burang to continue building momentum. As an exceptional swordsman, one must recognize both one's own advantages and those of the opponent. Lu Chong understood that his only advantage lay in his superior cultivation compared to Su Burang. As for sword intent and technique, he was no match for Su Burang. Indeed, the one hailed as the greatest swordsman of Shuangzhou, Su Burang was no mere ornamental figure. Release! Lu Chong bellowed. The veins in his hands surged, and it felt as if he had been lifted several inches. His entire being seemed to swell with power. With Lu Chong's shout, his speed and strength surged once more, faster, stronger. It appeared he had activated some secret technique to enhance his power and speed. In an instant, his attacks became more frequent, rapid, and powerful. He's even using the blood-dominant secret technique. Su Burang really can endure it. Someone in the crowd recognized the technique utilized by the dominant sword Lu Chong, a hallmark of his reputation. Things don't look too optimistic, sighed someone in the crowd. Lu Chong had resorted to his secret technique so early and was exerting his full strength. Su Burang, while seemingly struggling, had not yet been defeated. If Su Burang managed to withstand Lu Chong's blood dominance technique, then Lu Chong would be in grave danger. Although the blood dominance technique was formidable, it left the user utterly exhausted once employed. Lu Chong had used it too early, as though he knew he couldn't defeat Su Burang without taking a gamble. "What nonsense are you spouting?" retorted another. "If a 6th-tier Su Burang cannot be subdued by the dominant sword Lu Chong, then who could possibly defeat him? It's impossible." No one dared to claim that Lu Chong could not win. If even Lu Chong at the 9th tier could not overcome Su Burang, then who could bring him to heel? At least 2 would be required. In total, there were only 3 9th-tier swordsmen in the Shao Sword Mountain, 2 of whom were nearing the end of their lifespans and seldom intervened in external affairs. Most importantly, one of them advocated for Su Burang to break through the 10th-tier barrier, paving a path for others. The other, while not particularly fond of Su Burang, chose to remain silent due to his imminent demise. Silence at times is the only answer. Thus, the true advocates for eliminating Su Burang remained the majority of the families below Shao Sword Mountain that lacked 9th-tier swordsmen, as well as the factions led by the dominant sword Lu Chong. If Lu Chong were to truly lose, then no one in Shao Sword Mountain could stand against Su Burang. Kill! The dominant sword Lu Chong roared once more, unleashing another surge of fury in a matter of moments. In the blink of an eye, the two had exchanged 15 strikes. Su Buran remained in a state of suppression. From merely floating like a feather in the vastness of the world during their first encounter, he had struggled to parry Lu Chong's sword. Lu Chong exerted overwhelming pressure on Su Buran in terms of both power and cultivation. Even though Su Buran's sword intent suppressed Lu Chong in a direct confrontation, Su Buran was at a significant disadvantage. The gap between the 6th and 9th ranks was slowly being bridged by Su Buran through those 15 exchanges. The brilliance of a startled swan was more than just a fleeting glance. After such a prolonged battle, Lu Chong had come to understand the intricacies of Su Buran's swordplay. With each strike, the power did not dissipate, instead it compounded into the next. After merely stacking 15 strikes, Su Buran was already being overwhelmed in sheer force. Lu Chong could no longer rely on his previous ability to crush Su Buran with superior cultivation. He sought to halt Su Buran's momentum. After a few strikes from Su Buran, he had already exhausted all his strength. Not only had Su Buran withstood all the storms, but he was also flourishing amidst them. The longer they fought, the more Lu Chong felt his chances of victory slipping away. "I cannot lose," Lu Chong chanted silently within. Throughout his centuries of existence, he had tasted defeat before, and there had been times of utter failure. Yet he had never felt such helplessness. He was acutely aware that he could not allow Su Buran to continue. Yet he found himself powerless to stop it. That sense of impotence bore down on Lu Chong, pressing upon his sword hard. Had Su Buran been of the same cultivation level dominant, Sword Lu Chong might not have felt such despair. At most, he would have acknowledged being outmatched. But the vast disparity in their cultivation levels was what truly bred hopelessness. It gnawed away at Lu Chong's confidence little by little. Thus a peculiar scene unfolded in the arena. Su Buran, who had once only been able to evade Lu Chong's strikes, was now capable of meeting him blow for blow. By the time the 20th strike appeared, Su Buran had reached a stalemate with Lu Chong. With the 27th strike, Lu Chong found himself increasingly pressured by Su Buran. By the 35th strike, Lu Chong could no longer keep pace with Su Buran's techniques, being forced to retreat repeatedly. "It's impossible." Is dominant sword Lu Chong holding back? How could a 6th rank suppress a 9th rank? Dominant sword Lu Chong is truly disgracing our little sword mountain. In the crowd, voices of blame began to rise against Lu Chong, reckless and unrestrained. When faced with the looming threat of death, people often resort to actions that even they cannot comprehend. They grasp at implausible excuses to deceive themselves into acceptance. The current advocates for Su Buran's death among the Little Sword Mountains faction were no different. They dared not acknowledge Su Buran's strength, thus they blamed dominant sword Lu Chong entirely. They believed that Lu Chong was holding back, crafting an illusion of being unable to contend with Su Buran. Yet they failed to notice that if they had all acted together at that moment, even if they could not defeat Su Buran, they could have disrupted his continuous swordplay. Even if they could not win against Su Buran, they could have helped dominant sword Lu Chong gain a moment's respite. However, no one dared to intervene. Perhaps it was that they simply lacked the courage to act. In the subconscious of all, Su Buran stood as an insurmountable mountain, an unassailable peak. To approach this mountain was to invite ruin beneath its weight. The people of Little Sword Mountain had not yet realized it, as they watched Su Buran walk from one end of the street to the other. In their hearts, there had already formed a natural sense of oppression, and this weight was none other than Su Buran herself. She had not yet become their inner demon, but from that moment onward, every swordsman on Little Sword Mountain found their sword hearts suppressed by her shadow. Henceforth, not to mention the world of sword cultivators, even within Little Sword Mountain, no swordsman would ever hope to surpass the barrier that was Su Buran. The 41st sword fell. The dominant sword Lu Chong's blade shot out, leaving a gash across his chest. Crimson blood flowed from the wound. Lu Chong was not dead. It was not that Su Buran refrained from killing him, it was simply that she was nearing her limit as well. The 41st sword, in astonishing feat, seemed as though it could be merely stacked successively. However, for the wielder, each successive strike demanded twice the effort of the last. Within Su Buran's petite frame resided immense power, yet sustaining additional sword moves had become increasingly challenging. The astonishing swan technique could be considered a form of cheating if one continued to stack it. Who in the vast world could stand as a rival? Thus, stacking was not a mere accumulation. With the 41st sword unleashed, Su Buran could only stand firm, suppressing the instinct to gasp for breath. Her cold eyes fixed intently on Lu Chong. "I have lost." Lu Chong raised his hands towards Su Buran, speaking respectfully. He felt a bitter taste in his mouth. No one enjoys uttering the words of defeat, especially to a junior of many generations below him, and in his proudest domain, he had been utterly bested by a young upstart. The expression on dominant sword Lu Chong's face was exceedingly grim, not due to his injury, but because the blow to his pride was more painful than any physical wound. Su Boren rested her hand atop the sword with only about 20% of her stamina remaining and less than 30% of her strength. Though it seemed she had plenty left, in fact, if she were to maintain the same intensity and power of her previous strikes, just 3 more swords would render her completely exhausted. Su Boren did not move, instead scanning her surroundings. Her beautiful eyes sharp as swords swept over each swordsman of Little Sword Mountain. With each gaze, a swordsman instinctively took a step back or trembled involuntarily. The coolness of her visage having just emerged from battle bore a hint of flush. At that moment, Su Boren was undeniably stunning. Yet in the eyes of the crowd at Little Sword Mountain, she appeared as a great demon, one capable of annihilating them at any moment. A demon who might devour bones without spitting them out. No one paid heed to Su Boren's beauty. All were gripped by fear. Fear of the bloodied sword in her hand. Su Boren requests the swordsmen of Little Sword Mountain to lend their blades. After surveying the crowd, Su Boren suddenly shouted. Her voice echoed throughout Little Sword Mountain. Not a single person dared to step forward, nor did anyone voice dissent. Su Boren requests the swordsmen of Little Sword Mountain to lend their blades. After a brief pause, and seeing that no one spoke or emerged, she shouted again. The crowd's expressions were filled with terror, each biting their lip in trepidation. Lu Chong, standing to the side, did not raise his head. He merely clenched his teeth tightly, causing the blood from his wound to flow even more rapidly. Su Boren requests the swordsmen of Little Sword Mountain to lend their blades. Su Boren called for the 3rd time, her voice louder, reverberating across the mountain and refusing to fade. The people of Little Sword Mountain bowed their heads, as if searching for cracks in the ground. Everyone heard her words. Near the back mountain, close to the sword wall, 2 grass huts stood with a crowd gathered before them. Grandfather, I beseech you to take action and extinguish Su Boren's arrogance. The crowd knelt on the ground. Inside the grass huts, there was no reply, only the echo of Su Boren's voice filling the skies above Little Sword Mountain. Do not. After a lengthy silence, a sigh emerged from within the hut. Su Xinji gazed at Su Boren's figure, feeling a pang of heartache. She was the one he had set his sights upon. When would he possess the ability to protect her? Standing to the side, he initially felt a flicker of satisfaction at her commanding shout, but upon reflection, he yearned to be the umbrella that sheltered her in this vast world, a protector rather than a talent lost to time. Let this be it for today. Su Boren stood alone with her sword atop the Little Sword Mountain, calling out 3 times, the news of which quickly spread. The entire Frost continent was ignited by her presence. With her singular sword and 6th-tier cultivation, she had defeated a 9th-tier opponent, the oppressive aura of the Little Sword Mountain lifting for the first time. In the hearts of many young people across the Frost continent, Su Boren had become an idol. Previously, she had been hailed as the greatest talent of the Frost continent, the future champion swordsman, yet seldom had she displayed her prowess, with little noteworthy accomplishments to her name. Now, however, her feats rendered her worthy of the title of the foremost swordsman. The Little Sword Mountain was not an ordinary hill, it was a sacred ground in the hearts of all swordsmen in the Frost continent. Many warriors from distant lands traveled thousands of miles just to behold its splendor. Those who left their sword marks upon the mountain were invariably powerful lords or legendary swordsmen, their achievements reverberating through the world. The strength inherent to the Little Sword Mountain was already formidable. In the Frost continent, even those who were not in the top 10 could rank among the top candidates. Although Su Boren had not unleashed her full strength, she single-handedly instilled fear, leaving no one daring to engage her. Such a glorious record silenced all doubts about Su Boren's genius and strength. She had become synonymous with the Frost continent. However, with such a claim came peril. All those who wished for her demise had learned of her whereabouts, her cultivation level, and how many would be needed to bring her down. Those intent on killing Su Boren would not rest easily. Next time, they would undoubtedly act with lightning speed, striving to eliminate her before she could ascend to the 10th tier. Yet Su Boren did not dwell on these threats. Having successfully repelled the formidable sword master Lu Chong atop the Little Sword Mountain, she had also instilled a sense of awe among the onlookers. But having expended all her energy, Su Boren found herself unable to ascend further, pausing in her steps, devoid of the strength to break through to the 7th tier, 8th tier, or beyond. Thus she chose not to continue her ascent, but rather found a place to rest. At that moment, Wang Fei decisively approached, securing a private courtyard for Su Boren and Su Nianji, accommodating the 3 of them. The courtyard was spacious, with ample empty rooms creating an air of openness. Wang Fei intended to send a group of servants to assist Su Nianji, but she quickly intervened. How could I let such a perfect opportunity to care for Su Buran slip away to others? She thought. Surrounding the courtyard were numerous tea trees, their varieties unknown to both Su Nianji and Wang Fei, a typical second-generation heir who also lacked knowledge of them. The occasional wafts of fragrant tea filled the air, pleasing Su Nianji and Su Buran. The tranquil aroma of tea created a small paradise. Standing beneath the tea trees, Su Nianji suppressed the feeling that living here with Su Buran would be a delightful existence. As she pondered, Su Buran tossed her sword before Su Nianji. It's time to practice. Fine. Damn the practice, there was no time to rest. The moment they paused, it was time to train. In reality, she couldn't have any relationship with Su Buran, and in her imagination, she couldn't either. If you desire, I can assist you. At that moment, a voice echoed within Su Nianzi's heart, a lantern's voice rich with temptation and vitality. Even though it remained suppressed within the depths of Su Nianzi's heart, the lantern felt joyful, seizing opportunities to entice her, still hopeful about life. I don't need that. Su Nianzi's smile vanished instantly. She had no intention of yielding her body to that mischievous lantern. Night fell. Boss, let me take you out to see the beauties of Shaojian Mountain. Ever since Su Buran brought the three of them into the courtyard, he had dismissed all the servants, leaving Wang Fei to remain outside ready to cater to Su Buran and his companions. After witnessing Su Buran's prowess, Wang Fei had completely turned into a sycophant. It seemed an immense honor for him to serve behind Su Buran and Su Nianji. As for Li He, Wang Fei held him in contempt. Having spent years at Shaojian Mountain, he believed that swordsmen naturally overshadow scholars. Even if Li He were in 9th grade, he still looked down on him. Only someone like Su Buran, a great swordsman, could be Wang Fei's idol. Su Nianji was about to refuse when Su Buran emerged from within, his gaze fixed on Su Nianji. I still want to. It seems you have some energy to spare. Before Su Nianji could decline, Su Buran had already spoken. Su Nianji was at a loss. He was once again misunderstood. He truly wanted to refuse. How could he become Su Buran's protector without diligently practicing his swordsmanship? Yet Su Buran had preempted him, leaving no room for explanation. It seemed that regardless of how skillful one was with a sword in matters of emotion, one could still be helplessly drawn in. Su Sword Immortal can come along to see as well, Wang Fei said with an insidious grin, clearly eager to bring Su Buran along to see the beauties. His audacity was astonishing. Su Nianji wished he could find a crack in the ground to hide. This time, there was truly no way to clarify the misunderstanding. All right, but... To Su Nianzi's surprise, Su Buran readily agreed. If you want to see the beauties, you must first complete a task. Su Buran spoke slowly, a hint of a smile breaking through his usually serious demeanor. So beautiful. Su Nianji noted this with a sense of longing. If only Su Buran could smile more often. Su Sword Immortal's orders must be fulfilled, even if it costs me my life. Su Buran did not refuse, which excited Wang Fei. He sensed an opportunity and quickly seized the moment to flatter Su Buran. Capture the sword champion of Shaojian Mountain. Su Buran scrutinized Su Nianji and Wang Fei, and suddenly a surge of sword intent erupted from his body. Wang Fei wanted to refuse, but found himself speechless under the oppressive aura of Su Buran's sword intent. Wang Fei's face was more sorrowful than one in mourning. What? Can't do it. Su Buran's expression turned cold, his seriousness intensified by the overwhelming sword intent that made Wang Fei want to kneel. All right. Wang Fei could only agree. And you? Su Buran turned to Su Nianji after Wang Fei's compliance. This was a calamity. Su Nianji wanted to refuse, but the words changed on his lips. Okay. This must have been Su Buran's first request of him. Although he had always instructed Su Nianji in swordplay, he had never mandated that Su Nianji must learn or reach any specific level. This was the first time Su Buran had made such a demand. Su Nianji could not refuse. Boss, it's all up to you. Wang Fei trembled. What exactly is the sword champion? Su Nianji asked. Wang Fei looked at Su Nianji in confusion before suddenly realizing. I assume the boss like me looks down on that meager tea tree, so he hasn't paid any attention to it. Wang Fei forced a bitter smile. The tea from Shaojian Mountain is very beneficial to every swordsman, but the tea trees are limited while the number of swordsmen is countless. Each family in Shaojian Mountain has its own tea tree and does not care much for that little bit of tea, but there are many more swordsmen outside. To attract swordsmen and foster good relations with those from outside, Shaojian Mountain holds the Sword Champion competition. They set up a platform not far from the sword wall on the southern slope of Shaojian Mountain. Without relying on cultivation or strength, the one who wins 100 consecutive matches becomes the sword champion. Winning a match earns you a jar of Shaojian tea, and winning 100 matches grants you a tea tree on Shaojian Mountain. There will be someone dedicated to caring for that tea tree, and all its yield will belong to you until you die. Only then will Shaojin Mountain reclaim it for redistribution. Wang Fei spoke disdainfully. Being a scion of Shaojin Mountain's family, he was born with a certain allocation of tea leaves, and as his strength grew, so did his contributions, potentially leading to a share of 2 or 3 tea trees. Therefore, he had never been short on tea, and whether he had a tea tree was of little consequence. In other words, for a spoiled child like Wang Fei, winning the sword champion title was not seen as an honor. Rather, he thought only the impoverished would compete for it. It was akin to the disparity between 100,000 for the wealthy and 100,000 for the destitute. Some things require tenfold effort and a gamble with one's life, while others are merely handed down from birth. Wang Fei had never considered participating in the competition to win the sword champion title. He understood his own limitations very well despite his disdain. Boss. It all depends on you. Even before the fight began, Wang Fei had already conceded. I'm not capable, Su Nianji replied earnestly. In terms of combat experience, he had none whatsoever. He had killed a few people, but even he did not know how he managed to do it. Usually Su Boren would feed him moves, but that was merely about taking hits. Surviving a back-and-forth exchange with someone else was already a good outcome. Su Nianji felt completely uncertain. However, when he caught Su Burhan's expectant gaze, he felt a surge of determination, as if conveying that his heart was set on a hero. I will definitely win the sword champion title, Su Nianji promised, thumping his chest in assurance to Su Boren. This was the power of love. After saying this, Wang Fei and Su Nianji left. Su Boren watched from the side, ensuring that Wang Fei did not lead Su Nianji astray. There was no turning back now. The crowd surged. On the southern slope of Shaojin Mountain, near the arena, waves of people flowed in continuously. Today, Su Boren single-handedly subdued Shaojin Mountain with his sword, and rather than diminishing, the number of participants in the arena had increased. It's never been this crowded before. After Su Jianxian subdued Shaojin Mountain alone, even those disciples who once looked down on the sword champion have come to the arena, Wang Fei explained to Su Nianji. Su Burhan's dominance over Shaojin Mountain brought both advantages and disadvantages. The downside was that Shaojin Mountain had been toppled by a single person wielding a sword, causing its reputation to plummet and inviting ridicule thereafter. The advantage, however, was that it had stirred the stagnant waters of Shaojin Mountain. Due to its advantageous location, Shaojin Mountain naturally favored swordsmen, and the families living here felt inherently superior to other swordsmen. Despite their high talents and abundant resources, they lacked a certain drive and pressure. Su Burhan's emergence was precisely what ignited that spark. It remained uncertain whether the elder from Shaojin Mountain had orchestrated this or simply wished to see Su Boren reconnect with the path of the 10th tier. It was evident that he had used Shaojin Mountain's reputation as a stepping stone for Su Boren. Yet if the elder had no ulterior motives, he could not have allowed Su Boren to act so recklessly. Now, as the crowd gathered before the arena, it was clear that the elder's intentions were indeed effective. Do I really have to wear this mask? Wang Fei asked, clearly reluctant. Having come to the arena after much difficulty, he wished to be recognized if he won. Wearing a mask would render his victory meaningless, as few would know who he was. Yes, wear it, Su Boren affirmed, with Su Nianji remaining silent. The mask was to prevent Su Nianji from being recognized. Everyone knew of Su Boren, and most of Shaojin Mountain's inhabitants harbored resentment towards him. Naturally, those close to Su Boren would also attract that ire. Li He, who was not participating in the arena and was already at the 9th tier, had no reason to fear anyone. Only Su Nianji had to compete. If recognized, there was no doubt that someone would resort to underhanded means against him. For Su Nianji's safety, Su Boren donned a mask himself. As for Wang Fei, his was merely a distraction for others. With so many people and only 5 arenas, they could only wait. After an hour, it was finally Su Nianji's turn to take the stage. In the arena, the use of strength and cultivation was prohibited. The swords were provided by the arena itself, imposing considerable limitations. Yet this truly honed each swordsman's skills. While the swords might feel awkward, they tested the swordsman's adaptability to the utmost. Without the use of strength and cultivation, the full potential of their techniques could be unleashed. Most swordsmen didn't rely on brute force to overpower their opponents, but rather on the subtlety and application of their techniques. This was clearly the intention of those who established the arena, to elevate the art of swordsmanship. Moreover, it was evident that the architect of the arena was a true sword enthusiast. By restricting cultivation and weapon choice, there was no limit on age or strength. Anyone could step onto the stage regardless of whether they were 100 years old or even 200. Whether at the first or ninth tier, all were welcome. This was a unique challenge, a test of one's resolve. When one knows their opponent is stronger, would they still dare to fight? A complete sword heart is fearless. As a swordsman, isn't it your dream to defeat those seemingly insurmountable adversaries? Therefore, such restrictions were not only accepted but anticipated with excitement. If cultivation and strength were allowed, some might never engage in combat. Only in this arena could one witness battles between the first and ninth tiers. Strangely, in these centuries, only 3 sword champions had emerged, none of whom were at the ninth tier initially. Yet all 3 eventually ascended to the ninth tier. The last sword champion had reigned over 300 years ago. Su Nianji did not bring a sword case, but the lantern was still suppressed in his heart lake. He had checked it beforehand. He chose the leftmost arena where a middle-aged man awaited, likely in his 60s or 70s. He had already secured a victory in this arena. Before entering, Su Boren had informed Su Nianji that his opponent was a third-tier swordsman. As Su Nianji stepped onto the stage, a unique sword intent emanated from the edges of the arena, sealing the cultivation of those who entered. It was said that these 5 arenas could even seal the power of those at the 11th tier to prevent any rule breaking. As for the 12th and 13th tiers, due to the inability to find a capable individual for testing, this remained a major mystery for Shaojin Mountain. The moonlight bathed the arena, glinting off a pool of blood. Su Nianji's gaze momentarily faltered as he focused on his opponent. Competing for the title of sword champion was no mere game. It was a battle, a potential clash of life and death. The arena only restricted cultivation and strength, everything else was permissible. Hence death could occur within its confines. Just tonight, under Su Nianji's watchful gaze, 2 had already perished on the arena, 1 right at his feet. Due to the oppressive sword intent, no one could rush in to save them. Surrendering would be futile if one were determined to kill. Fortunately, while the arena didn't restrict fleeing, one had to be able to escape it. Su Nianji had no doubt that if his true identity were discovered, given his association with Su Boren, he would be left on the arena by the gathered crowd of Shaojin Mountain. For others, losing meant defeat. For Su Nianji, it could very well mean death. Are you ashamed to show your face? Before the match began, the middle-aged man looked at Su Nianji, displeased by his mask. Swordsmen valued flair and decisiveness, and among the crowd, only a few wore masks, which inevitably made others uncomfortable. "I'm just too ugly. I fear my face might scare your sword heart, making my victory unmerited," Su Nianji replied, casually fabricating an excuse. To be accused of being ashamed was a slight he could not accept. "Good courage. Let me see if your sword can match the sharpness of your tongue." Indeed, the middle-aged man was provoked by Su Nianji's retort. He drew his sword and charged towards Su Nianji with remarkable speed, clearly intent on defeating him swiftly. Su Nianji unsheathed the sword provided by the arena. It felt light and awkward in his hand, but there was no time to dwell on that. His opponent was a third-tier swordsman and should be formidable even without cultivation or strength. Considering this was his first foray into the arena and his first battle against a swordsman, Su Nianji opted for caution. Stepping into the 7 stars stance, he swiftly retreated. This was a footwork technique from the 7 stars swordplay, mirroring the stars in the sky, interconnected yet elusive, gleaming like starlight. The middle-aged man never anticipated that Su Nianji could execute such fluid movements without cultivation. Unbeknownst to him, Su Boren had instructed Su Nianji to practice with the sword case on his back. Under its suppression, his first-tier strength flowed as if he had none. Su Nianji had trained under these conditions, and through continuous honing, his footwork and swordplay had developed to the point where, whether with or without cultivation, the only difference lay in their power. The middle-aged man lunged with his sword, but missed entirely, leaving an opening for Su Nianji. Swiftly, Su Nianji raised his sword, striking precisely into the gap in the middle-aged man's defense. Caught off guard, the middle-aged man found Su Nianji's attack to be both precise and agile. In an instant, peril loomed. As the middle-aged man attempted to retreat, Su Nianji denied him any opportunity, pressing forward as their movements carried them from one end of the arena to the other. The middle-aged man clearly did not anticipate that Su Nianji's sword would be so cunningly wielded. Given another chance, he certainly would not have acted so impulsively as before. Unfortunately, this world holds no if-onlys. The middle-aged man had been pushed to a point of no retreat by Su Nianji. Not wishing to be disgracefully thrown from the arena, he steeled himself. One hand boldly grasped Su Nianji's sword while the other lunged directly at his heart. The middle-aged man's plan was sound. He intended to trade a minor injury for Su Nianji's life. This was a contest, not a fight to the death. He believed that Su Nianji would value his own life and choose to evade the lethal strike. At that moment, Su Nianji noticed the middle-aged man's desperate strategy and subtly frowned, yet he did not withdraw his sword. Instead, his technique shifted. The 7-star sword technique combined with the 7-star footwork allowed him to change direction fluidly. He sidestepped the middle-aged man's grasp, leaving him to clutch at thin air. With this miscalculation, the middle-aged man lost some of his strength, his balance faltering, which caused his thrust towards Su Nianji to falter as well. Ding! At that instant, Su Nianji's sword struck the middle-aged man's sword accurately. A tremendous force coursed through Su Nianji's blade and transferred to the middle-aged man's sword, sending it flying. In a duel of swords, the fall of a blade dictates victory or defeat. A swordsman without a sword is akin to losing half their life. In this encounter, Su Nianji emerged victorious. As the sword fell, the middle-aged man clutched his sword hand, gazing at Su Nianji in confusion. That seemingly frail body possessed an extraordinary strength. Su Nianji looked at the middle-aged man with a hint of embarrassment. "Thank you for your guidance," he said, though inwardly he was elated. To have defeated an opponent rumored to be a third-tier swordsman was a remarkable start, and how could he not be pleased? Yet he did not harbor such confidence as to believe he could truly defeat a third-tier opponent in a formal battle. After all, the gap between first-tier and third-tier was vast. The absence of cultivated power merely indicated that this third-tier swordsman had not mastered his technique. He possessed strength, yet neglected the artistry of swordsmanship. With his spirits dampened, the middle-aged man descended from the stage, while Su Nianji remained on the arena. The arena had restrictions solely on cultivation levels, imposing no other limitations. Participants could choose to step down after a victory and enjoy tea brought to them, or they could remain and continue fighting. It was that simple. The arena on Little Sword Mountain truly embodied the carefree spirit of swordsmen. Not to mention, Su Nianji, having just arrived at Little Sword Mountain, held a favorable view of this arena, as it aligned perfectly with his dreams of the martial world. Su Nianji acknowledged that winning the title of Sword Sovereign was unlikely for him, but as long as he did not lose, he would choose to fight on unless he could no longer muster the strength. Observing that Su Nianji had not left the stage, others began to stir with anticipation. After a brief wait, someone ascended the stage. "Do you need a break?" The newcomer wielded an extraordinarily long sword, nearly 3 meters in length. As he stepped onto the arena, the sword dragged behind him, its tip barely grazing the ground. "I do not wish to take undue advantage of you." Noticing Su Nianji's silence, the newcomer reiterated this, while Su Nianji scrutinized his sword. An inch longer, an inch stronger. Su Nianji's sword measured only about 1.2 meters. The newcomer's sword was significantly longer, an advantage that could not be understated. Thus, he kept advising Su Nianji to rest. Within the arena, there were no restrictions or complex rules. If the victor wished to rest, an agreement could be reached with the next challenger, allowing for a break. In public, no one would resort to treachery, and here swordsmen disdained the thought of ambushing one another. Though there were biases against Su Baran among the people of Little Sword Mountain, they remained swordsmen at heart. Most sought the thrill and elegance of the sword rather than harboring dark intentions. Of course, this did not imply the absence of unscrupulous individuals, but among swordsmen, those eager for the joy of wielding a sword were far more numerous. "No need," Su Nianji replied, "but don't you find it tiring to drag that around?" The sword-dragging man was momentarily at a loss for words. He had not expected such a question from Su Nianji. "I've gotten used to it," he finally managed to say. "Well, that was something one could adapt to." "Aren't you prohibited from using your own sword?" Su Nianji suddenly recalled. "This sword is provided by the arena. My own is even longer." The man replied with mild dissatisfaction. "Longer still. 3 meters was not adequate." Su Nianji found himself speechless. "Please enlighten me." He raised his sword, signaling the commencement of their duel. Su Nianji did not rush to attack. The opponent's sword was far too long, and he had never encountered anyone wielding such a weapon. He was curious to see how his opponent would employ it, thus refraining from taking the initiative. The sword-dragging man seemed to recognize this, and did not delay either. Holding the sword with his left hand, he approached Su Nianji slowly and deliberately. After a step, he placed his right hand on the hilt, gripping the sword with both hands. Stepping forward once again, he unleashed his blade from a considerable distance, nearly 4 meters away. The length of his sword combined with the reach of his arm enabled him to strike Su Nianji from that distance, truly akin to cheating. Even with prior preparation, Su Nianji had not anticipated that his opponent's reach could extend 4 meters. He quickly retreated, but after 2 steps he found he could retreat no further, as he was now at the edge of the arena. To step back would mean automatic forfeiture. Cheating. Su Nianji could not help but curse inwardly. No wonder they forbade the use of one's own sword. Oh, it was likely meant to limit him. If he had wielded the longer sword, he claimed he could easily sweep opponents off the stage from the very edge. However, Su Nianji suddenly realized something. Raising his head, he saw the sword-dragging man take another steady step forward, moving deliberately but confidently. Instead of rushing to attack Sun Yinji, he steadily made his way to the center of the arena. Upon reaching the center, he held the sword with both hands without needing to extend his arms. The sword's tip was already poised to pierce beyond the arena's boundary. The arena's diameter was merely about 2.5 meters. Standing in the center, the man did not need to extend his arms. His sword could reach beyond the arena's limits. Such audacity! Sun Yinji furrowed his brows tightly. Facing such an opponent was indeed troublesome. It wasn't that one couldn't approach the other, but a slight movement from the opponent could lead to one's downfall. Taking a deep breath, Sun Yinji steadied himself. The man across from him, dragging a long sword, had clearly taken the dominant position, showing no signs of urgency. He seemed to be waiting for Sun Yinji to make a move. Adjusting his stance, Sun Yanzi's feet shifted into the 7-star step, shimmering like the stars in the sky. A longer sword had its advantages, allowing for preemptive strikes that could defeat the opponent before they even drew their blade. Yet a shorter sword had its merits as well. With a shorter blade, speed and power could be more concentrated. Both had their pros and cons. As long as one seized their respective advantages, victory was within reach. The man with the long sword was clearly aware of this, and he had no intention of letting Sun Yinji approach him easily. He struck first. The long sword whistled through the air. This was the downside of a long sword. Wielding it required greater strength, and it was always at risk of losing power due to wind resistance. The man, though not particularly stout, exuded a solid presence. Even wielding a 3-meter-long sword, his movements were remarkably swift. Sun Yinji had barely taken 2 steps when the sword's tip was already at his side, slicing through the wind. He did not flinch. With a swift motion, he countered with a strike of his own. This was a test, a measure of his strength against that of the man. Only by understanding both could he strike effectively. Clang! The 2 swords clashed fiercely. Sun Yinji took a solid hit with both swords halting before him. In terms of strength, they were fairly matched. Moreover, Sun Yinji had been deliberately holding back, conserving some of his energy. Though he had only studied swordsmanship for a short time, his physical strength was genuine. From the ages of 13 to 16, Sun Yinji had one purpose: to carry the sword case left by the old man. How heavy was that sword case? In his memory, it weighed over 500 pounds, as he had to train until he could lift that much stone before he could bear the sword case. He had been carrying it for over 3 months. Throughout that journey, he relied solely on his own strength. During this time, Sun Yinji made significant progress. He estimated he could now lift and wield nearly 800 pounds. Meanwhile, the man's strike was surely over 600 pounds. For someone who could move mountains and fill seas, the difference between 600 and 800 pounds was trivial. However, it should be noted that Sun Yinji was only at the first level. The arena prohibited the use of brute force. They were swordsmen dedicated to practicing sword techniques, not mere strength trainers or body cultivators. Most sword masters without cultivation would likely be outmatched by a physically strong middle-aged man. Furthermore, Sun Yinji was only 16 years old. His strength would only continue to grow in the future. Thus, 800 pounds of strength at this age and in this arena was already a remarkable feat beyond his peers. With their initial contact, both understood the approximate strength of the other. Neither underestimated the other. Since their strength was comparable, Sun Yinji shed his reservations. He engaged the man in a straightforward exchange of blows. As he struck the man's sword, Sun Yinji advanced, intending to close the distance between them. The man clearly was not a novice in this arena. Seeing Sun Yinji attempting to close in, he smiled slightly. With a powerful flick of his wrist, he forcefully bent the sword's tip. His strength had clearly increased significantly. Caught off guard, Sun Yinji found his balance compromised. At that moment, the sword's tip approached his waist. If it struck true, it would surely leave him feeling chilled to the bone. Yet amidst the danger, Sun Yinji remained unfazed. He swung with all his might, channeling his entire strength into the blow. Even with his balance disrupted, 90% of his power flowed into the sword. On the other end, the man clearly did not anticipate Sun Yanzi's hidden strength. He was pushed back 3 steps by Sun Yanzi's strike, his sword retreating alongside him. Using the rebound force, Sun Yinji narrowly avoided the sword's tip. In this exchange, they were evenly matched. The man struggled to regain his balance and stabilize his stance, while Sun Yinji managed to recover more quickly. In that moment, the advantage of the shorter sword became apparent. Sun Yinji seized the opportunity. Without waiting to steady himself, he charged at the man with all his might. The distance between them was already minimal. In the blink of an eye, Sun Yinji reached the man, who was just then regaining his footing. The man hurriedly grasped the hilt of his sword, attempting to fend off Sun Yanzi's strike. Yet Sun Yinji aimed not at the man himself, but at the sword he wielded. "Release it," Su Nianji shouted. The sword's tip deftly positioned itself between the man and the hilt. With a subtle yet skillful maneuver, Su Nianji disarmed the man. According to the rules, the man had lost. Phew! Su Nianji gasped for breath. Though it had been challenging, he had ultimately prevailed. He had won the second match as well. Instead of looking at his opponent, Su Nianji turned his gaze to Su Boren. There Su Boren was watching him intently, a glimmer in his eyes. Su Boren nodded at Su Nianji, signaling that he had performed admirably. Seeing Su Boren's approval brought joy to Su Nianji. He felt as though he had drawn a step closer to Su Boren. Next, without stepping down from the arena, Su Nianji shouted for the next challenger. The crowd, taken by surprise, did not expect him to call for another opponent so boldly. A moment of silence enveloped them. Arrogant. I, Zhang Peng of the Little Sword Mountain, have come to challenge you. Su Nianzi's simple announcement of next was misunderstood by the onlookers. Hearing the challenger's words, Su Nianji smiled, offering no explanation. There was no need for one. Su Boren did not require an explanation from the Little Sword Mountain, nor did Su Nianji feel the need to justify himself. After all, Su Boren had already subdued the Little Sword Mountain once today. Why couldn't Su Nianji do the same? It was said that a husband and wife should support each other, thus he would respond in kind. It was merely a small Little Sword Mountain. Had he not heard the name of Zhang's family from Little Sword Mountain, Su Nianji might not have decided to take a stand against them. However, they had made a move on Su Boren, attempting to harm him, and Su Nianji had not forgotten that debt. One day he would settle the score. When that day comes, he would ensure that no one dared to bully Su Boren. Anyone wishing to harm Su Boren would first have to seek Su Nianzi's permission. I have named this chapter The World, because Su Boren is Su Nianzi's world. I hope that one day, every reader who has journeyed through this book will become someone's world. Sweet dreams, good night. Little brother, as long as you knock him down, all of Xiaofeng's tea leaves will belong to you. Before the fight even began, someone in the crowd shouted at Su Nianji. You're on the arena now, so why mention the Zhang family of Little Sword Mountain? Do you think everyone doesn't know you're from a prestigious lineage? Don't be afraid, little brother. A group of voices encouraged him from below. Su Nianji was perplexed, struggling to understand their words. How could the mention of a mere Zhang family from Little Sword Mountain incite such anger? Unsure of the situation, he opted for silence. However, silence can often be mistaken for submission. Are you intimidated by the name of my Zhang family? If you kneel and beg for mercy, I will let you down. Zhang Peng grinned, his arrogance palpable. He exuded a more audacious air than when Su Nianji first encountered Wang Fei. If one were to compare, perhaps only Li He among Su Nianzi's acquaintances could rival Zhang Peng in haughtiness. Li He's pride was rooted deep within, as if he believed that only Su Boren was worthy of his attention, viewing everyone else as mere trifles in the vast sea of existence. While his demeanor was not overtly unpleasant, it conveyed a lofty indifference to the world. Zhang Peng's arrogance, on the other hand, was nothing short of reckless. Su Nianji searched his mind for words that could encapsulate Zhang Peng's self-important pride, concluding that only foolishly arrogant would suffice. Damn it! As swordsmen, we ought to wield our blades against the heavens, upholding righteousness and vanquishing evil, yet some bowed down for mere tea leaves. People like you are unworthy of learning the sword. Seeing Su Nianji remain silent, the crowd assumed he was intimidated by the Zhang family and began to hurl insults. Who says only the mouths of scholars wield invisible daggers? I see that the mouths of some self-important swordsmen are just as lethal. If your swords were half as formidable as your mouths, perhaps I wouldn't be standing here. A faint smile graced Su Nianzi's lips as he finally spoke. The crowd fell into stunned silence. Some reddened with anger, wishing to rush up and beat Su Nianji to a pulp. Mockery. Who couldn't do that? Damn it, are you willing to risk your life just to be Zhang's dog? You're just a mere first rank. The Zhang family can't protect you. Angry swordsmen shouted, implying that even if Su Nianji stepped down from the arena, they would still pursue him. Naturally, someone will protect me. If you have the energy to worry about me, why not come up here and let me give you a beating? Su Nianji defiantly raised his head, waving his sword toward the crowd. His gaze, however, was fixed on Su Boren, who smiled back at him. This was the man she had been waiting for. Very well, you're quite impressive. I, Zhang Peng, shall take you as my little brother. From now on, you are part of the Zhang family. Zhang Peng, lacking both strength and discernment, made a grave mistake. What are you even worth? Su Nianji bellowed, charging toward Zhang Peng with his sword. His movements were faster than before. Zhang Peng never expected the seemingly weak figure who should be groveling would dare to strike after offending the crowd. He was momentarily taken aback. Su Nianzi's sword reached him first, slicing across Zhang Peng's back and leaving a crimson mark. Kneel and beg for mercy, and I may let you down. Sun Yinji echoed Zhang Peng's words back at him. You little brat, you're seeking death. With one successful strike, Sun Yinji chose not to attack again, immediately waiting for Zhang Peng to make his choice. He deliberately avoided striking a fatal blow not out of fear of offending the Zhang family, but because a serious injury would be too lenient on Zhang Peng. Furious at Sun Yanzi's taunts, Zhang Peng refused to back down and swung his sword at him. Though Sun Yinji appeared arrogant, he had long been prepared for Zhang Peng's attack. This sword strike failed to harm Sun Yinji, giving him the opportunity to strike Zhang Peng again, this time across his back. Left. Sun Yinji shouted, thrusting his sword to the left, leaving another mark on Zhang Peng's arm, without hindering his ability to attack. Right. Another thrust found its mark on Zhang Peng's shoulder. Zhang Peng's skills were lacking. He had rushed to the arena without mastering the basics of his sword technique. Assuming Sun Yinji was a stranger from outside, he thought he could intimidate him with the Zhang family's name. This time his calculations failed him. Sun Yinji was not just a hard nut to crack. He was a debt collector entirely unconcerned with the Zhang family's reputation. Typically, when stepping onto the arena, even if one is not eager to defeat their opponent, they would not resort to such humiliation. Zhang Peng had bitten off more than he could chew this time. Kneel and beg for mercy. I will let you down. With over a dozen wounds on his body, Sun Yinji showed no signs of relent. Zhang Peng, overwhelmed, discarded his sword in defeat. Under normal circumstances, most would cease fighting to maintain dignity for both sides. However, Sun Yinji showed no intention of stopping, adopting an attitude of not relenting until Zhang Peng knelt and begged. You wretched brat, are you still not stopping? This is Little Sword Mountain, you ought to know where you stand. Members of the Zhang family began to warn Sun Yinji from below. What Sun Yinji attacked was no longer Zhang Peng, but the face of the Zhang family itself. Without even glancing at them, Sun Yinji continued his strikes. Zhang Peng sustained even more wounds. Unable to bear it any longer, he sought to jump off the arena. Seizing the opportunity, Sun Yinji plunged his sword into Zhang Peng's leg, preventing him from escaping. Kneel and beg for mercy. With another strike, Sun Yinji rendered both of Zhang Peng's legs incapacitated. There was no chance left for Zhang Peng to leave the arena. Sun Yinji withdrew his sword, standing coldly before Zhang Peng. You little brat seeking death. Realizing Sun Yinji had no intention of stopping those from the Zhang family, cursed loudly in desperation. In a moment of panic, one of them formed a sword gesture intent on striking Sun Yinji down from the arena. The onlookers scoffed at this reckless act. Those on the arena were not to be interfered with by those below. Everyone in Little Sword Mountain understood this rule. No one dared to break it. Should they do so? Buzz. The sword intent on the arena flickered, intercepting the flying sword aimed at Sun Yinji. Simultaneously, a strand of sword intent cleaved the attacker in two. This was the rule of Little Sword Mountain. Welcome, members of the Zhang family, to come kill me. Sun Yinji taunted. If you beg for mercy, it will be quite easy for you to leave. Sun Yinji crouched down before Zhang Peng. Covered in blood, Zhang Peng resembled nothing less than a bloodied figure. I beg for mercy. Please spare me. I'm blind to my own faults. Please. Zhang Peng, a spoiled scion, appeared arrogant, but was in reality quite weak. A single scare from Sun Yinji had him trembling and crying for mercy. Go down. With a kick, Sun Yinji sent Zhang Peng tumbling off the arena, leaving his life or death to fate. Bring me someone who can actually fight. Next. I'm almost at 100,000 words. Let me chat for a moment to reach that count, and we can showcase this debut today. First, I want to express my gratitude to my brother Wang Yi. Currently, all the earnings from this book primarily come from the gifts he sends me after watching ads. It's not much, just $3, but I am sincerely thankful. Why do I say primarily? Because 20 cents came from ads urging for updates, which may also have been watched by Wang Yi. But I hope that's not the case, as it would mean I still have readers quietly supporting me. There must be some right. They just don't show themselves quietly cheering me on. If so, I am very grateful. The other 2 cents were from my own curiosity a few days ago. I wondered why I had written so much without a single cent in reading revenue, so I flipped through my book from start to finish and found myself earning 2 cents. From over 60 chapters, just 2 cents. There must be others reading it, but why the lack of revenue? I can only assume it's too low, below the threshold for system settlement, so it was likely wiped clean by the system. So I truly appreciate Wang Yi and perhaps those brothers who are silently reading this book. This isn't about playing the victim. I just want to explain why I'm thankful to this brother. Daily ad revenue is my motivation not to slack off. The guilt of missing updates weighs heavily on me. Honestly, under such circumstances, I wouldn't dare to miss updates. Thus, I haven't missed an update for 24 days now. Counting today, that makes 25. I anticipated poor performance, so I'm not expecting much from this book. However, there's a recommendation mechanism on the platform, so I'll put in the effort to aim for a recommendation. Regardless of the outcome, whether good or bad, though I expect it to be quite poor, I will continue to write. When I started this book, I thought about writing one with 1,000 to 1,200 chapters since I've never written so many before. I believe that length is the most comfortable for a serialized novel. There will definitely be people who come and go during this journey, including Wang Yi, not hoping he leaves. After all, no feast lasts forever. Likely only your wife will accompany you through life. This is just a hypothetical. And there are also those brothers who are quietly reading in some corner. If my writing isn't up to par, or if I said something wrong, I hope you'll let it slide and not hold it against me. Just don't read this foolish author, don't let it affect your life. I only wish my brothers safe travels, happiness every day, and all the best. I'm wishing this here since I may not know who leaves or when. If possible, please say goodbye when you leave so I can offer my blessings in person. Actually, it's been a year, and I remember familiar usernames and nicknames. Nothing more, I'm just nostalgic. I've said too much, it's becoming a bit tragic. Let's set that aside. Of course I can't do much, or I can only say I hope you're doing well and that you're safe. I suddenly remembered that I seemed to have forgotten to mention a brother from the Zhatian gang, the only one so far to leave a 5-star review. My apologies for the oversight. Here's a shout-out, Brother Baba, from Zhatian gang. I hope you're doing well and safe. Now a brief summary of the first 100,000 words of this book. Personally, I feel that the writing quality has been declining as I progressed. I aim to write a passionate and tender story, but it hasn't turned out quite right. I've always felt that what I wrote was uncomfortable and unlikable, which slowed my pace. Yet I didn't know how to change it. I could only read more books. I read many, but ultimately, I just got confused by my own reading. What they wrote didn't fit what I wanted to convey. What I thought suited my style, I didn't have the skill to write. In the end, I found my writing drifting further from my original intention. Until one day, I suddenly recalled a line from Su's song, "I cannot be an extraordinary talent of the ages, just your umbrella in this world," that defined the direction of this book. I am a longtime fan of Su's song. If there's any infringement, please remind me in light of my 12 years of fanhood. Regarding life, it's quite amusing. Because after over 20 chapters, when I had my second hiatus, I also experienced a breakup. I won't elaborate on the reasons. During the new year, my parents pressured me to go on blind dates, and we ended up arguing over engagement. The result? Sigh. It seems that starting a book comes with its own sacrifices. This is merely a jest. Being an adult means I can't let a breakup lead to my downfall. I've been through enough turmoil for years. I've long passed the age where a breakup would cause me to spiral downwards. Next, I might be venting a bit, so please laugh it off. Last year, I saved 60,000 yuan, but in the first 2 months of this year, I lost half in the stock market. For a while, I even dreamt of losing money. Lately, it's been better. I've become somewhat numb to losses. The performance isn't good either. At work, I switched to a less demanding but lower-paying job, and at first, I often clashed with the veteran employees. Recently, things have improved. My salary increased by 200 yuan. Though it's not much, it's enough for me to spend and save a little. However, with the raise, pressure also increased by more than 200. Due to the pandemic, I can only stay at the company or dormitory. So every day in the dorm, I eat spicy strips with rice and mix in Laogan Ma. Today's meal cost 10 yuan. I skipped breakfast, had lunch for 7 and dinner for 3. Then I drank a 2 yuan bottle of sugary soda. After writing 100,000 words, I've barely earned enough for 1 bottle of soda. As for the pressure, I've grown older, and every phone call home means being pressured to go on blind dates. That's why I dread calling home. Buying a car and a house brings significant pressure. Life's pressures, failed writing endeavors, stock market losses, rejections from blind dates, and breakups weigh heavily on me. At the beginning, it felt overwhelming. Recently, things have improved a bit. Although work is still stressful, it's heading in a positive direction. I still can't afford a house or a car. I lost money in the stock market, but I can still earn and save. I'll take it slow, but eventually I'll find someone. I don't even have any female fans. If there were a woman who could support me, like Wang Yi, I'd feel like the happiest person in the world. Water accumulates to form a deep pool, a dragon rises. I don't know how far I can go, but I believe that moving slowly and occasionally taking the wrong path is fine as long as I keep stepping forward. One day I will transform into a fierce dragon in a place where storms rage, thunder roars, and no one cares. I hope that those reading this book, if you face difficulties, hang in there a little longer. Sooner or later, you too will transform into a fierce creature, summoning winds and rains. When that day comes, please let me know so I can witness how you are vanquished by heroes. Haha, to lighten the atmosphere a bit, I'll throw in a joke. In truth, what troubles me the most is that in my struggle, I've become increasingly unlike myself. During the writing process, I've lost much of my spirit and vitality. I fear that one day my writing will lack any essence filled with templates from others devoid of my own soul. Fortunately, Su Song has given me courage with his words. I hope that for everyone reading this book, there is someone by your side willing to be your umbrella in this world. I've rambled on for too long. Please forgive my nagging and annoyance. It's getting chilly again, but dress warmly. To you reading this book, take care of yourself and stay healthy. Wishing you a long life. Thank you. Thank you to everyone who has come by. And thank you to everyone who has left. Those matters and sorrows no one around me knows, nor have I shared them. So I'll just leave them here. My relatives and friends know I write, but they don't know my pen name or what I write. They are even less aware of my breakups or stock trading woes. No one knows about the reprimands I face at work. Being an adult means not causing trouble for anyone, so I never ask for anything. Whatever happens with this book, I'll take it as it comes. I just wish that when I grow old, I'll have some memories. A perfect youth might not be attainable, but a perfect dream would still be nice. Even if the performance is poor, I will continue to write, albeit slowly and not much. Please be understanding. Here Su Qing respectfully submitted. Make sure to cover yourself while it don't catch a cold. There is always a breeze that fills my myriad dreams. In Su Nianzi's heart, Su Buren embodies that breeze. Thus he ascended to the arena, spoke with audacity, and resolved to provoke everyone from the Little Sword Mountain. If he wished to be Su Burhan's shield, he must first bear the weight of the world. Little Sword Mountain was merely the beginning. Arrogant. Do you think you can bully the Little Sword Mountain because there's no one here? The Zhang family was a prominent clan among the top 10 families in Little Sword Mountain. This matter between my Zhang family and him is private. I hope you all will not interfere. Having offended the Zhang family, Su Nianji knew they would not let this slide. If anyone dared to bully the Zhang family on Little Sword Mountain, they would make Su Nianji their target. Who sent you here? A young man from the Zhang family, seemingly in his 20s or 30s, stepped forward. His arrival elicited gasps from the crowd. Soulbreaker Sword Zhang San. Zhang San, a rather casual name, but one that few would dare to mock on Little Sword Mountain. Soulbreaker Sword Zhang San, a fifth-tier cultivator rumored to have recently brushed the edge of sword intent. Wang Fei, standing behind Su Buren, introduced Zhang San. Among the younger generation of Little Sword Mountain, he undoubtedly ranks in the top 5. Wang Fei spoke with disdain. So what if he had touched the edge of sword intent? True masters could command countless sword intents. In Wang Fei's mind, Su Nianji was a true master on par with Su Buren. He had always been curious why such a master would conceal their strength to compete for the Sword Sovereign's title, but before these formidable figures, he dared not inquire further, merely watching Su Nianzi's performance in silence. No one instructed me. Su Nianji replied, sensing that this opponent was formidable. Zhang San exuded a different kind of pride, an internal confidence in his own strength. I don't believe you. Although Zhang San spoke to Su Nianji, he did not meet his gaze. Instead, he took slow steps toward Zhang Peng. If I must find a reason, it is simply that I find you displeasing. Su Nianji added from behind. I find this Little Sword Mountain displeasing. Indeed, it was not the Zhang family he disdained, but Little Sword Mountain itself. Very well, you possess great courage. You, a mere first tier with no strength, think your audacity is enough for me to believe you. Zhang San shook his head, believing Su Nianji had come to the arena with the intent to target the Zhang family. He glanced at Zhang Peng, who was still alive. Save me. Kill him. Zhang Peng, on the verge of death, still harbored hatred for Su Nianji, urging Zhang San to eliminate him. I will kill him, but you must die first. Zhang San drew his sword, then sheathed it. Zhang Peng's head fell. This was the true art of drawing and sheathing the sword, a seamless motion executed with such speed that it was almost imperceptible. You are the disgrace of the Zhang family. If you do not plead for mercy, you may still live. Blame yourself for this. Zhang San turned and walked towards the arena as Zhang Peng's corpse slowly collapsed. He did not die by Su Nianzi's hand, but at the hands of his own kin. What is your name? As Zhang San stepped onto the stage, it was the first time anyone had inquired about Su Nianzi's name. Su Nianji shook his head. Zhang San's question was likely to ascertain who had sent him. Yet no one had instructed him. Su Nianji. I am weary. Sweet dreams, good night. Zhang San scoffed dismissively, his expression dripping with contempt. He did not inquire about Su Nianzi's name out of curiosity, rather it was an attempt to humiliate him. You will hear it soon enough, and when you do it will strike fear into you, he declared. Su Nianji remained unfazed. Anger was unwarranted, and there was no need for it. This was a life-and-death duel. Only those who survived had the right to mock the fallen. It was a contest with no second place. Only the victor would live. Unfortunately, you won't have that chance, Zhang San concluded, stepping forward. It seemed like a mere step, yet it halved the distance between him and Su Nianji with astonishing speed. Su Nianzi's pupils constricted as he focused intently. Zhang San was a formidable opponent, one not merely boasting empty words, but possessing strength to match his confidence. As soon as Zhang San's left foot touched the ground, his right foot followed, seemingly materializing right before Su Nianzi. With a swift kick aimed directly at Su Nianzi's face, Zhang San violated the unwritten rule of combat: strike the opponent, not their face. Yet he deliberately targeted Su Nianzi's sword, a retaliation for Su Nianzi's earlier insult to Zhang Peng and an attempt to restore the Zhang family's honor. The suddenness of Zhang San's appearance and the speed of his attack would have intimidated an ordinary person, but Su Nianzi remained composed. He drew his sword, executing the move with an ease reminiscent of routine practice. His demeanor was calm and unhurried. Facing Zhang San's foot, Su Nianzi felt no sense of loss. After all, Zhang San's foot was not made of iron. Unless he was willing to sacrifice it, he would surely refrain from striking down. As expected, Zhang San quickly withdrew his foot, stumbling backward as he retreated to where he had come from. However, Su Nianzi would not allow him to escape so easily. With a sudden flash, Su Nianzi unleashed a technique he had just learned from Su Buran that very morning. The Jinghong technique materialized, and Su Nianzi matched Zhang San's rhythm. This was as far as Su Nianzi could push himself. Zhang San had not anticipated that his sudden offense would lead to him being outmaneuvered. He had overestimated his advantage. He thought that with his fifth-tier strength he could easily dispatch Su Nianzi, who lacked cultivation. Yet he had underestimated his opponent's experience. Even without the upper hand, Zhang San felt no fear, confident in his overwhelming power to crush Su Nianzi. He drew his sword for a lethal strike, the same one that had just felled Zhang Peng. Many spectators hadn't even caught the movement. It was fast, almost frantic. But it would not surpass the speed of Jinghong. Though Su Nianzi's execution of Jinghong was not as quick as Zhang San's strike, he had witnessed faster versions. The Jinghong of Su Buran had imprinted itself in his mind during their prior battle, where everyone had marveled at Su Buran's speed. Su Nianzi had observed keenly, and that was his innate talent, his affinity for the sword. Zhang San's draw might have been swift, yet it paled compared to Su Buran's Jinghong, lacking even half the speed. As long as Su Nianzi could see his opponent's move, he stood a chance to counter it. He had only seen Zhang San's draw once before, when he had killed Zhang Peng. Without hesitation, Su Nianzi anticipated Zhang San's strike. His Jinghong might not have matched its speed, but he could strike first. This was the second sword, the second Jinghong. Su Nianzi felt as light as a feather propelled into the air, floating with the wind. The movement seemed familiar to Zhang San, a fleeting memory of a similar motion, yet he had no time to ponder it further. A third sword from Su Nianzi was already upon him. This strike was faster, more urgent, and fused with greater power. Jinghong was more than a mere glimpse. Su Nianzi had learned that one strike could amplify the force of another. Though he had just begun mastering it, and could only stack a third of its power at present, it was still formidable. With each strike, Su Nianzi's strength compounded, creating a terrifying force. Clash. The two swords met with a resounding impact, both combatants nearly achieving parity. Zhang San could feel the growing strength from Su Nianzi's layering attacks. Suddenly, Zhang San recalled where that familiarity came from. Earlier that day, he had watched a combat display from a distance where he had seen someone's formidable skills. His own strength had not sufficed to participate, which turned out to be fortuitous, as the Zhang family had sent others into the fray only to suffer devastating losses at the hands of that individual. The terror from Zhang family's 6th and 7th tiers had left a lasting impression on him. It was no wonder that fear had gripped the Zhang family members. It was precisely because of the slaughter of their 6th and 7th tiers that Zhang San felt provoked when someone insulted his family. Now he understood that the true provocation was not aimed at the Zhang family, but at Shaojin Mountain. A stepping stone, a sharpening stone. In that moment, clarity dawned upon Zhang San. The person across from him was not merely a disciple of Su Buran, but had deep connections to him. With Su Buran having slain members of the Zhang family, it seemed only fitting that he would target Su Buran's disciple or someone closely related. Zhang San raised his head, his gaze icy. Pasol. Zhang San's sword bore the name Pasol. For a reason, it contained a unique technique known as Pasol. This strike, even without the infusion of cultivation, was formidable due to its chilling essence. Yet regrettably, he had awakened to this too late. Before he could fully grasp the situation, Su Nianzi had stacked a 4th Jinghong. Now this was the 5th strike, 5 swords. The accumulated power from 5 Jinghong strikes had reached a terrifying level. If cultivation were permitted, Su Nianzi's 5th strike would have paled in comparison to Zhang San's Pasol. But this was a battle where cultivation was off limits. Su Nianzi's 5th Jinghong could indeed hold its ground against Zhang San's Pasol. The clash of Pisol against the fifth Jinghong sent Zhang San reeling to the edge of the arena, his technique shattered, and his sword suffered a chip. Su Nianji, gasping for breath, bore 3 sword wounds inflicted by Pisol. Zhang San's hands trembled from the pain of his cracked grip, making it difficult to wield his sword. Yet Su Nianji refused to yield. Though close to his limits, he charged forward, unwilling to be defeated by someone from Shaojin Mountain. He would unleash his sword, his sixth Jinghong. With great effort, he managed to execute the strike, albeit slower and somewhat distorted. Yet he did it. He unleashed the sixth sword. Jinghong was not merely a fleeting glance. In that moment, driven by sheer will, Su Nianji delivered the strike. Zhang San frowned, realizing he had underestimated Su Nianji. Had he not allowed him to build momentum from the start, Su Nianji would have never matched him. But now was not the time for regret or admission of fault. Zhang San could barely lift his sword. Without hesitation, he leaped off the stage, sprinting swiftly towards the Zhang family direction. As Su Nianji watched Zhang San flee, he felt a surge of desire to give chase, yet his legs felt leaden, immobilized. He could only lower his sword and staggered down the arena. Before he could descend, the crowd from Shaojin Mountain had already surrounded him. They were unwilling to let Su Nianji go, eager to teach him a lesson for his arrogance. "Get lost," came a fierce reprimand, the voice of Su Buran. As his voice resonated, a wave of sword intent surged forth, making the crowd feel as though they were about to kneel before it. No one dared to obstruct Su Nianji any longer. Slowly, Su Nianji approached Su Buran, feeling an overwhelming sense of warmth, as if Su Buran had come to escort him home. In that moment, Su Nianji made a silent vow within his heart. Time passed swiftly, and before long, 3 days had slipped by. During this time, Su Nianji had not returned to the arena for any duels. Instead, he spent a somewhat warm period with Su Buran. If it weren't for Li He and Wang Fei, these days would have been truly idyllic. Su Buran was not in a hurry to leave marks on the sword wall. She occasionally took Su Nianji for walks by the mountains. Whenever this happened, Li He would trail closely behind, his gaze fixed intently on the two. Su Nianji found Li He quite bothersome and had secretly given him a nickname, Sycophant. However, Li He preferred to embrace this title rather than allow Su Nianji and Su Buran to enjoy their time together alone. He would say things like, "One must endure hardship to become a superior person, and the one who laughs at others will eventually be the subject of laughter." Such remarks genuinely irked Su Nianji. Take today, for instance. Su Buran had taken Su Nianji out for a stroll, and once again, Li He was following behind. "What are you waiting for?" Su Nianji finally asked after pondering for a while. "Waiting for snow," Li He replied eagerly. "I heard that there's snow on Little Sword Mountain this season. Since we're here, we might as well wait and see." No one could have anticipated that the notorious killer and sword immortal Su Buran would possess such an innocent side. "Haven't you ever seen snow?" Su Nianji asked, feeling a pang of sympathy. Su Nianji had departed from Yeqing in the summer, traveling for over 3 months before spending nearly a month with Su Buran. According to the seasons in Yeqing, it should still be autumn now. Although snowfall was rare, every 4 or 5 years a heavy snow would blanket the town. Thus, Su Nianji could be considered someone who had seen snow. Little Sword Mountain, being further north, experienced snowfall a few months earlier. By historical patterns, it was indeed time for snow to fall here. The weather had turned cold in recent days, but since everyone was a cultivator, they had become quite accustomed to the chill. Su Nianji had not realized that winter was approaching, nor had he noticed that nearly 4 months had passed since leaving Yeqing. The peak of Lingtian Pavilion is called Tianshan, where snow lies year-round, never melting. Li He sneered, casting a disdainful glance at Su Nianji. "Every year when it snows, my master falls ill. While I can skip sword practice to care for her, every time I see her uncomfortable, I would rather practice than watch her suffer." Su Buran looked a bit sad, lost in her thoughts. "Are you homesick?" Su Nianji asked, his gaze dropping, both of them having ventured so far from home for the first time. "Just a little. I miss my master," Su Buran replied, gazing at the sky, her eyes blinking rapidly. "Actually, do you want to leave first?" Su Buran turned, her eyes locked onto Su Nianji's. "Leave first? Why would he do that?" Su Nianji was puzzled. No, for reasons unknown, he refused to leave first. Su Buran certainly wouldn't suggest it without cause. There must be some danger afoot. "All right then, but if you ever feel like leaving, just let me know." Su Nianji did not question why, nor did Su Buran elaborate. "Okay," Su Nianji replied. Simply the lightness of his words belied the weight they carried. Intentionally, he walked behind and caught hold of Li He. "Is something wrong?" Su Nianji stared at Li He, gripping him tightly, conveying a clear message he wouldn't let go until he got an answer. After all, Li He was more informed than he was. Su Buran is still very young. She doesn't need to rush to break through to the 10th rank. If she waits a few more years, her chances will be greater, but Li He glanced at Su Burhan's silhouette, his expression tinged with melancholy. Ling Tian Pavilion cannot afford to wait. Her master is nearing the end of her days. Regardless of your thoughts, I hope you understand one thing. Li He said earnestly, his gaze now serious, a rarity for him. Su Boran is not just one person, she represents Ling Tian Pavilion. As the sect leader, the burden she carries is heavier than you realize. If you wish to be with her, you must first be worthy of her. You should know that I will be more worthy of her than you. In that moment, Li He regarded Su Nianji as a rival. This was only the second time someone had placed him on the same level as themselves since his departure, demonstrating Li He's regard for him. No, I will be the one more worthy of her. Su Nianji declared, looking at Su Burhan's back, each word resolute. He would prove himself worthy of her sooner or later. Come on, do you know why no more formidable individuals are coming to hunt Su Boran? Because Ling Tian Pavilion has blocked most of them. There may be something happening within Ling Tian Pavilion that she needs to draw attention to, which is why she made a grand display upon arriving at Little Sword Mountain. Those who come next will not be weak characters. At the very least, they will need to be at the 9th rank, or even more powerful. Do you think you can handle it? Li He gestured between himself and Su Nianji. In recent days, by deciphering Wang Fei's words, Su Nianji had grasped Su Boran's strength and circumstances, as well as Li He's cultivation level. Li He implied he could fend off an opponent of the 9th rank. But Su Nianji, even facing a 6th rank opponent would be a challenge. You can do it, I can too. I will do it better than you. Su Nianji shouted back at Li He. He would not hand Su Boran over easily, nor would he stand by while she fought alone. He would stand by her side. If Su Boran was waiting for snow, then he would wait for it with her. The wind howled, bringing with it a chill. Heavy snow was imminent, and he stood beside her to witness the vastness of the world together. Thank you for your support, Ayu. I am deeply grateful. Sweet dreams, good night. The cold wind howled as snowflakes danced through the air. This year, the first snowfall on Little Sword Mountain was as frigid as ever. Most cultivators were resilient to the cold, able to ward it off with their powers. However, Su Boran did not take that route. Instead, she had prepared winter clothing in advance for herself and Su Nianji. On the first night of the snowfall, Su Boran donned her thick winter garments and sat alone in her room, remaining there for an entire day and night. Su Nianji, watching her friend in the room, felt a pang of sorrow at the sight of her quiet solitude. The stillness was palpable, yet profoundly lonely. Seated alone, Su Boran resembled a warrior resolutely marching toward death, fully aware that her actions might lead to peril, yet choosing to proceed regardless. Her silence was not for decision-making, but rather for gathering her strength, allowing her to face her fate with a calm heart. As another night fell with the snow piling up to 3 feet thick, Su Boran stepped outside, without informing Su Nianji, slipping away quietly and empty-handed, heading toward the sword wall, a place she had never approached in her 10 days on Little Sword Mountain. Today she chose to confront it alone. When Su Boran crossed the threshold, the icy landscape of Little Sword Mountain seemed to awaken. Many people and matters began to stir. Dressed in her heavy winter attire, she walked slowly through the snow, which soon enveloped her. To the untrained eye, she appeared merely as a snowball. However, those who watched her were no ordinary individuals. Even cloaked in snow, they could see her clearly. Su Boran, you should not proceed any further. A voice called out as she neared the sword wall on the verge of entering its realm of enlightenment. A man appeared before her, speaking with a somewhat menacing tone. That belongs to Little Sword Mountain, not your Ling Tian Pavilion. In recent days, rumors had spread throughout Little Sword Mountain regarding Su Boran's decision to come here for a breakthrough. The prevailing theory was that she coveted the sword intent of the sword wall, hoping to leverage Little Sword Mountain's heritage to achieve her own advancement. If she succeeded, Little Sword Mountain would cease to exist, or so everyone claimed. Thus, this became the accepted truth among the people of Little Sword Mountain. I only wish to leave a sword. Su Boran spoke, her voice weak and devoid of her usual confidence. It was not fear that gripped her, as she simply did not want to be misunderstood. Over the past few days, she had heard many versions of the story. Beyond being a swordsmanship prodigy, Su Boran was also a girl, one who had not yet seen much of the world or experienced its hardships. Even knowing the reasons behind the rumors, it was hard not to feel sorrowful, especially when others treated their assumptions as fact, while only she understood the injustice of her situation. Little Sword Mountain does not welcome you, nor does it need you to leave a sword. The man firmly rejected her. Little Sword Mountain was originally just an ordinary mountain transformed by a group of swordsmen who left their marks and legacy there. It should have welcomed anyone wishing to leave a sword, especially a talent like Su Boran. Long ago, she had even received an invitation from Little Sword Mountain expressing a desire for her to contribute her swordsmanship. Su Boran had felt delighted and hopeful, but her master advised her to wait until her skills improved before coming to the mountain. The man's refusal stemmed from a deep-seated disbelief that Su Buran was merely seeking to leave a sword. "I must ascend the mountain now," Su Buran stated defiantly without turning back. It was time for her to embark on this journey, a moment she had awaited for far too long. "Impossible," a man shouted, his voice booming with authority. Behind him the snow stirred, revealing a dozen figures. These individuals had been contemplating the sword before the sword wall, undeterred by the heavy snowfall. The opportunity to comprehend the sword at the sword wall, even in the depths of winter, was exceedingly valuable. With only 16 slots available for attendees staying, no one was willing to squander such a chance. They were scattered throughout the snow, absorbed in their sword meditation, and now they prepared to obstruct Su Buran's ascent. "Draw your swords, I must go up the mountain," Su Buran asserted, her previous fragility vanishing, replaced by a surge of confidence and determination. She was resolute in her quest to ascend, and none would hinder her path. Anyone who dared to stand in her way would face her blade. "Ah," the man scoffed. "Do you think that after a draw with the dominant sword Lu Chong you can act recklessly on the little sword mountain?" In their battle, the consensus was that Su Buran and Lu Chong had fought to a standstill. Though Lu Chong had sustained injuries, Su Buran had also depleted her strength and could not hope to unleash any more brilliant strikes. To outsiders, the duel was merely an inconclusive tie, and some even claimed that Lu Chong had refrained from continuing the fight out of respect for her. If it had progressed, victory would have surely belonged to Lu Chong. Thus, the inhabitants of Little Sword Mountain, buoyed by this narrative, regained their misplaced confidence. If they did not maintain this perspective, Su Buran's prowess might suppress their sword spirits, leaving them too intimidated to challenge her. Form a sword formation. A suggestion was made amidst the dilemma that now gripped Little Sword Mountain. Alone, no one could defeat Su Buran. Together, they were still at a loss. How could they possibly overcome her? The idea of a sword formation was proposed, though its effectiveness was dubious. Little Sword Mountain lacked a grand protective formation, as it was not a true faction. It could be likened to a settlement or tribe without a definitive leadership structure or governing authority. It was merely a gathering of swordsmen who had settled their forming familial ties and developing their own power dynamic. Each household coexisted together, facing challenges while squabbling amongst themselves in times of peace. Only in significant matters did they defer to the strongest among them, and on ordinary days no one would yield to another. Thus, no one wished to confine themselves within another's formation, leading to the absence of a protective array at Little Sword Mountain. The only formation of note existed before the sword wall, a treasured asset that could not be stolen, but could be threatened by those disregarding the rules, desiring to monopolize it. Therefore, they had arranged a sword formation before the sword wall to hinder Su Buran. The snowfall intensified, yet Su Buran did not retreat upon hearing the words sword formation. Instead, she stepped boldly into the array they had established. She had arrived determined to walk her chosen path without looking back. With each deliberate step, her demeanor remained serene and composed. Su Buran shook off the snow from her attire, ready to face the challenges ahead. The heavy snow had arrived, and she was prepared. Life continued with its ups and downs, and she was resolute in her journey. As she moved forward slow but steady, she reminded herself not to halt or succumb to fear. No one was born to be pale. They were merely a sun trapped in a sea of clouds. Sweet dreams and good night. Killing intent surged like a tempest. In the shadows, 18 threads of lethal energy targeted Su Buran. On the surface, another 18 threads of killing intent emerged, unreserved and unrelenting. In total, 36 individuals were present, 18 from the 8th rank and 18 from the 7th rank. Although Shaojin Mountain was not a large power, its enduring family presence made it a force not to be underestimated. It was no surprise that Shaojin Mountain was counted among the top 10 candidates in Frost Continent. Beyond having a swordsman who had broken through to the 11th rank, every notable family within Shaojin Mountain boasted at least one 8th rank member. Shaojin Mountain comprised 63 major families and 72 minor ones. Each of the 63 families had an 8th rank warrior, many of whom were likely to break through to the 9th rank. The remaining 72 minor families also had a 7th rank presence, and it was only a matter of time before they broke through to the 8th rank, with the 9th rank merely a step away. Once half of these 63 families achieved the 9th rank, and someone united Shaojin Mountain, it would securely place Shaojin Mountain among the top 5 in Frost Continent, not merely a candidate for the top 10. The crux of the matter was that Shaojin Mountain was a disjointed assembly lacking the coherence of a singular force or sect. Yet today, within this sword formation, there were 18 at the 8th rank. This signified that at least 18 families within Shaojin Mountain supported the assassination of Su Buran. This formation is known as the Killing Array. It has never been revealed since its inception. Suburan, you are the first to witness this array. Your end will commence here. To perish beneath this array is your honor. The voice echoed through the air from all directions, obscuring the speaker's location. With the voice's conclusion, sword intent surged forth. Snowflakes shattered in an instant, scattering and then vanishing. Suburan did not gaze at the crowd, but instead focused on the vanishing snowflakes. Slowly she raised her hand. The snowflakes dissipated within her grasp. A wave of sword intent emanated from Suburan, enveloping the entire formation. This is my sword intent. White snow. Suburan spoke softly as she lifted her sword and stepped forward. Atop the peak of Ling Tian Pavilion, snow lay thick year-round. Suburan had spent countless years practicing her swordsmanship in this snowy realm. The most familiar sight to her was snow. It was her longest companion. In the vast expanse of white, silence reigned. No one accompanied Suburan, nor did anyone alleviate her solitude. She had no playthings, only snow. Thus her cultivated sword intent was intertwined with snow. Her master had arranged for Suburan to break through at Shaojin Mountain, but until now she had not understood why. Standing amidst the snowy landscape, the reason dawned upon her. In the presence of sword intent, the white snow found no escape. And Suburan embodied that white snow. Now she yearned to become the snow that survived within the sword intent. What would it be like for snow to thrive beneath such sword intent? Suburan did not know, for she had yet to witness a single snowflake surviving under the shroud of this sword formation. Everyone was aware that Suburan could break through to the 10th rank. Yet her master hoped for more than just that. She wished for Suburan to ascend even higher upon breaking through to the 10th rank, into the realm of the sword soul. The white snow perished and was reborn, marking the dawn of a new life. At that moment, even if she did not become a sword soul, she would be close to it. Regrettably, Suburan's master remained unaware that Suburan had already sown the seeds of a sword soul within her. There was no need for rebirth. She could still attain the sword soul. Suburan was not the only one in the world unaware of this. Everyone else was oblivious as well. Only she knew. She was waiting for a snowstorm. Some things are inherently unafraid of the cold. The edge of a sword is honed through grinding, and the fragrance of plum blossoms comes from bitter cold. The more it is polished, the sharper it becomes. The colder it is, the more it grows. Suburan finally awaited the snow she desired. Thus she began to pursue what she wanted to do. She allowed her sword intent to spread, and even as it enveloped the entire sword formation, she had no intention of halting it. She pressed on, walking her path up the mountain through the snow. Her goal was to leave a mark on the sword wall. To leave behind a single strike. A strike that would be the strongest she had ever executed since beginning her sword practice. Before that, however, she needed to accomplish two things. Above the lake of her heart, a seed began to sprout and grow. It was a slow growth akin to Suburan's own pace. With each step she took, the seed on her heart's lake revealed a sprout. Within the sword formation, the individuals who had set it up were dissatisfied with Suburan's performance. Faced with a sword formation arranged by 18 8th grade and 18 7th grade practitioners, shouldn't a 6th grade respect it at least a little? Yet Suburan merely stated, my sword intent is called white snow, and offered nothing more. She continued her ascent up the mountain. Was this a sign of contempt? She moved as if no one were around. Kill! The shout rang out. The 18 moved, their swords flying into the sky, their sword intent covering Suburan from 18 different directions. However, they soon discovered something less than ideal. The collective sword intent of 18 could not even suppress the sword intent before them. Not only did it fail to subdue it, but it was also being suppressed in turn. How peculiar. They were astonished. Soon another 18 joined the fray. 36 individuals, each older than Suburan, each with a cultivation level surpassing hers, found themselves utterly suppressed by her sword intent. It was as if Suburan was not within their sword formation, but rather they were ensnared within hers. White snow. White snow. Suddenly they recalled something, gazing in surprise at the white snow beneath their feet and around them. Snowflakes continued to drift down from the heavens. The white snow, which should have been shattered by their sword intent, settled gently upon their swords and bodies. White snow. White snow. The snow upon them was indeed white snow. Suburan's sword intent was white snow. They fully channeled their cultivation, seeking to block the white snow of the world. They sought to melt the snow of the heavens. Unfortunately, only the sun can melt snow. And among them there was no sun, far less a sun capable of melting the snow. Clang! A sound like ice cracking echoed through the sky. Suburan raised her sword and made a gentle cut. The snowflakes of heaven surged forth, rushing toward the 36 individuals. Sword. Sword soul. This is the sword soul. Sword intent has spirit. Heaven and earth have spirit. Suddenly, a trembling voice arose within the sword formation, as if shivering from the cold. The 36 being swordsmen themselves naturally yearned for, and were familiar with those legendary realms of swordsmanship. The spirit of sword intent signified the sword's soul. A sword-shaped symbol appeared on Su Burhan's forehead. Above the lake of her heart, the seed finally broke free. A small white snow-like sword hovered above her heart's lake. The sword resembled a flurry of snowflakes, more like a sword composed of countless snowflakes. The sword-shaped symbol on her forehead was merely a mark of her recent breakthrough formed from her inability to control it fully in that moment. At that instant, all the snowflakes in the world transformed into Su Burhan's sword. Had I possessed even half of Su Burhan's talent, I would not have remained stagnant at the 11th rank. At the midsection of Shaojin Mountain, an elderly man sat alone in the courtyard savoring the snow and sipping tea. As the only swordsman to have broken through to the 11th rank in Shaojin Mountain, he found himself enviously reflecting on Su Burhan's extraordinary aptitude. Such remarkable talent could only be aptly described as belonging to someone like Su Burhan's. A sword crafted from snowflakes appeared before the sword wall. Su Burhan's had made her move. Snowflakes fell thickly, seemingly descending, yet all gravitating towards the sword formation. Each snowflake represented a sword. In the vast sky, countless snowflakes danced. The snow fell faster, and the swords grew sharper. Kill! A voice shouted from within the sword formation. They had reached a point of no return. By deciding to ambush Su Burhan's, they had severed all avenues for retreat. They either had to slay Su Burhan's or be slain by her. Initially, they had harbored great confidence in their ability to defeat her. Yet now that confidence had evaporated. They could only exert every ounce of effort into the sword formation, hoping to avoid being killed by Su Burhan's. The killing sword formation was operated with full force by 36 individuals manifesting numerous swords and waves of murderous intent. However, they soon realized that no matter how many swords they wielded, they could not surpass Su Burhan's. Their murderous intent, no matter how intense, could not compare to the overwhelming chill in the air. 1,000 miles frozen in ice, 10,000 miles of snow drifting. This snowfall came swiftly, for it was eager to take lives. Meanwhile, Su Burhan's was in a hurry to progress. With a decisive step, Su Burhan's advanced. This step shattered the fragile ice beneath her like a crack, splitting under pressure, breaking open the sword formation. The wind and snow howled fiercely, enveloping everyone in their icy embrace. 18 8th ranks and 18 7th ranks felt the cold for the first time. It penetrated to the marrow, chilling them to the core. The wind and snow rushed in, and then swiftly receded, leaving only Su Burhan's standing alone. Surrounding Su Burhan's were 36 ice sculptures. She did not glance at the sculptures nor look back, but took another step forward, ascending the mountain path. The ice sculptures crumbled, concealed by the swirling snow. At that moment, a profound silence enveloped Shaojin Mountain. Everyone who had been watching the battle had assumed that Su Burhan's at the 6th rank was already at her limit. With 18 8th ranks and 18 7th ranks, they believed that even if they couldn't defeat her, they could at least wear her down. Yet they had not anticipated such an outcome. Those observing from Shaojin Mountain were left dumbfounded, their hearts filled with dread. Su Burhan's suddenly halted, turning to look back down towards the courtyard. Her gaze fixed upon the very courtyard where they resided. This talent. It's enough for me to refrain from killing you. A coarse voice broke the silence of Shaojin Mountain, shattering the stillness. With just one sword, Su Burhan's had slaughtered all 36 within the sword formation. Who among them would dare utter such words without fear of death? Confusion spread among the crowd of Shaojin Mountain. On another path leading up the mountain, a middle-aged man with an exposed upper body appeared. Zhao Yi has come in person. The elderly man in the courtyard paused, his hand holding the teacup frozen in place at the sight of the man. Grandfather, is that the Tianshi Palace Master Zhao Yi? Someone asked beside the elder. Who else could it be? Ling Tian Pavilion, Tianshi Palace. Just listen to those names. Tianshi Palace prides itself on being as lofty as the heavens, while Ling Tian Pavilion claims to soar even higher. Such names alone are enough to foster animosity between them, not to mention they are sworn enemies. Tianshi Palace is indeed the second strongest force in Shuangzhou, but Ling Tian Pavilion has only that 1/12th rank to rely on, while Tianshi Palace, though lacking a 12th rank, boasts 2 at the 11th rank. It is said that this palace master is on the verge of breaking through to the 11th rank with 2 others at the 10th rank. Originally, if that member of Ling Tian Pavilion were to perish, Tianshi Palace would no longer fear them, perhaps even eradicating them. Yet unexpectedly, a Su Burhan's has emerged. This game was initially set up by Tianshi Palace, and it should be Tianshi Palace that reaps the rewards. If only Zhao Yi had come alone, it would have been somewhat challenging to collect tonight. but unexpectedly. Does the Academy wish to meddle in worldly affairs today as well? Su Buruan shouted towards the courtyard below, ignoring the heavenly palace Lord Zhao Yi. In the courtyard, Su Nianji and Li He had already noticed Su Buruan's absence. As they prepared to search for him, they were confronted by a middle-aged man holding a book who blocked their path. I have come for my troublesome nephew, the middle-aged scholar replied. His back turned to them, addressing Su Buruan from a distance. Although his voice was soft, it reached Su Buruan's ears clearly. While others might believe his words, Su Buruan had no faith in them. Did Li He come for what purpose? Su Buruan was all too aware. He had previously sent Li He to kill him. Unfortunately, Li He could not overcome Su Buruan and chose instead not to strike him down. To capture a troublesome nephew. Such a convenient timing for an endeavor that could have been undertaken at any moment seemed highly suspicious. Does a single Li He warrant a personal visit from the Academy's leader? Su Buruan unabashedly exposed the middle-aged scholar's pretense. Although my nephew may be unsatisfactory, there is no one else from the Academy willing to retrieve him but myself, the scholar countered. Rest assured, I will not harm you. I merely seek to ensure that others like my troublesome nephew do not disturb you today. While the scholar's words appeared benign, they carried a deeper implication. Although many sought Su Buruan's demise at Shaojin Mountain, one individual had never expressed such a desire. This person, the sole individual above the 10th rank at Shaojin Mountain, could easily ensure Su Buruan's end should he choose to speak. Hence the scholar's appearance served not only to obstruct Li He, but also to keep watch over that individual who neither sought to kill Su Buruan nor offered him assistance. Once such a situation was set in motion, it would preemptively stifle all potential outcomes. The scholar's very presence guaranteed that no such possibility would arise, leaving Su Buruan with no glimmer of hope. Uncle, if you sneak away, I shall inform Master. Li He exclaimed, his face darkening as he grasped for any justification. Should you disregard the Academy's directives, I shall inform your master as well. The middle-aged scholar replied with a faint smile, referring to the plan to kill Su Buruan. The scholar looked at Su Buruan, knowing that tonight would bring her great peril, yet he wondered why she. Uncle, must you force my hand? Li He clenched his teeth. He had vowed to protect Su Buruan, a promise he had previously failed, allowing Su Nianji to take advantage of the situation. Now he did not wish to break his word again. Nephew, it is time for you to be reasonable. The middle-aged scholar suddenly adopted a serious demeanor, his tone resolute. Reasonable? Li He retorted defiantly. I do not comprehend. I hope you can enlighten me. Taoism has not produced a true practitioner in 1,000 years, suppressed by my generation and your masters, to the point of being unable to lift its head, the scholar asserted. Among the swordsmen, only Su Buruan can rival you. You are the first scholarly seed to emerge in nearly 9 centuries from our Confucian school. Continuing that legacy is not beyond your grasp. As long as you remain, we can suppress Taoism for another 1,000 years, and without Su Buruan you could dominate the swordsmen for a millennium. This grand vision your master and I have already paved the way for you. You need only to advance, while we shall bear the burden of any ill repute. This is for the Academy's enduring prosperity. The scholar became increasingly animated, stepping closer to Li He, tapping him gently on the head with his book. Li He was taken aback, unable to fathom the depth of his sex machinations which had been in place for so long. He had been taught since childhood that the flourishing of the Academy was his solemn duty, and now the opportunity lay before him. All he had to do was stand aside to achieve it. Su Nianji watched the exchange, unable to grasp their conversation, nor did he wish to understand. He only knew that Su Buruan was in danger, and he intended to rescue her. Are you here to kill Su Buruan? Su Nianji inquired. Indeed. The middle-aged scholar glanced at him dismissively. A first rank. No cause for concern. May I go to her aid? Su Nianji's voice was resolute. You must confront Li He, not me. After much consideration, he managed that retort. He did not wish to engage the scholar, recognizing he was no match. However, Su Nianji still had something to accomplish. Though he was but a first rank and could not assist Su Buruan significantly, there was one task he could undertake. One that only he could perform. What can you do as a mere first rank? The scholar looked at Su Nianji with a teasing glint in his eyes. I can tell you with certainty that Su Buruan will not survive tonight. The Heavenly Palace Master Zhao Yi has reached the pinnacle of the 10th rank. A single step further, and he will ascend to the 11th rank. No matter how talented Su Buruan is, can she defeat a 10th rank with her 6th? Can she overcome that crucial step to the 11th rank? Moreover, Zhao Yi is no ordinary person. To become the master of the Heavenly Palace, he has always surpassed his peers. He has defeated 8th ranks with his 6th before. Besides, he is not alone, he has a 10th rank assistant. Tonight, not only has the Palace Master Zhao Yi arrived, but also an elder. With just Zhao Yi, Su Buruan cannot win. What can you do as a first rank? Can you possibly hold back another 10th rank? The middle-aged scholar spoke slowly, yet each word struck like a sword, piercing right into the most vulnerable parts of the heart. Indeed, what could Su Nianji, a mere first rank, possibly do? Could he stop a 10th rank? On the other side, Li He also wore a grim expression. Whether he could escape his master was already in question, let alone contend with another 10th rank. I cannot do it, Su Nianji answered honestly, his sincerity almost despairing. But I will go anyway. Su Nianji raised his head, gazing at the falling snowflakes from the sky. In his mind, memories flooded back, Su Buran returning to save him, carrying him through countless mountain paths. In this life apart from the old man, only Su Buran had treated him with such kindness. Forgive me, old man. Su Nianji made up his mind. I promised I would protect her. I will see it through. If I cannot, I shall die before her. A light shone in Su Nianji's eyes. Then I forbid it. The middle-aged scholar's face broke into a wide smile. He wished to witness the despair of that little fellow. A first rank daring to interfere in a battle of 10th ranks. Please enlighten me. Su Nianji grasped the sword in his hand, a simple weapon given to him by Su Buran for practice. He had already spent the entire night practicing in the courtyard. First rank, and you dare draw your sword against me. This is the most amusing thing I have encountered. The middle-aged scholar laughed heartily, closing the distance to Su Nianji in the blink of an eye, raising his book to strike him down. Had Su Nianji not drawn his sword, he would have relished observing his expression, but the audacity to retaliate enraged the scholar. Su Nianji's eyes widened, unflinching as he prepared to strike. Suddenly, an old man appeared before the middle-aged scholar. You know I detest your kind of scholars the most. Full of grand ideals, yet committing the most unreasonable acts. This is Little Sword Mountain, as scholars are not worthy to act here. The old man's sword intent erupted, piercing straight toward the scholar. Su Nianji was pushed far back. The elder was none other than the sole 11th rank master of Little Sword Mountain. A scholar is of no use at all. The elder drew his sword, the gleaming light threatening to cleave the middle-aged scholar's frail form. But your sword cannot sever a scholar. The middle-aged scholar lifted his book slightly, which seemed ready to tear with a mere tug, yet it successfully blocked the elder's sword. 11th rank. Master, have you also broken through? Li He stood aside, astonished at the sight of the scholar. Otherwise, do you think I could assist your master in suppressing the world for a millennium? The middle-aged scholar smiled faintly, and with a swift motion was suddenly beside Li He. To ensure you do not run amok tonight, I must impose a little hardship on you, my dear nephew. With a wave of his hand, catching Li He off guard, he sealed Li He's cultivation and tucked him away into his sleeve. Truly worthy of Baifeng, no wonder he sent you to stop me. The elder had always looked down upon the scholar, but offered a rare praise. Ghost of the sword, he and you should not act tonight. Baifeng stood tall, the book in his hand, unfurling without wind. I merely found you displeasing, but it is humiliating for an 11th rank to stoop so low as to strike at a first rank. He stroked his beard, but did not make another move. They had made no agreement, yet an unspoken understanding lingered between them. They would not strike again, but instead watched the heavy snow outside. For tonight the true protagonists were not them. Sweet dreams, good night. Heavy snow fell from the sky with flakes gently settling on Su Buran's long hair. Her gaze remained fixed in the direction of the courtyard, more specifically upon Su Nianji, who had emerged from it. The old man acted upon Su Buran's request, for at the moment the white wind had appeared, she had secretly relayed a message to Heian asking for his assistance. Heian did not disappoint her. With a deep breath, Su Buran exhaled, a white mist swirling in the air before dissipating, reminiscent of a forsaken little girl lost in the snow, alone and vulnerable. Yet she was not like that girl, for someone was approaching her through the blizzard. I can offer you a chance to live. Zhao Yi proposed, observing the unease etched on Su Buran's youthful face. It was uncertain whether his intentions were genuine or feigned. If you descend this mountain and promise not to return tonight, I can ensure your safety. Fearing she might doubt him, he added, this is a guarantee from the position of the Heavenly Palace's leader. The Heavenly Palace, as the second most powerful faction in Shuangzhou, held its reputation in high regard. A promise made in such a capacity carried significant weight. Failing to uphold, it would tarnish the palace's name profoundly. If his proposal were not sincere, no one would have added such a statement. No thank you. Su Buran firmly rejected him. She was not foolish. Descending the mountain meant capitulation. If she yielded to Zhao Yi, her sword heart would falter, endangering the sword spirit she had only just begun to forge. Yet those concerns were secondary. Most critically, should she miss this opportunity to break through, her next chance would be exceedingly difficult. She could wait. With her innate talent, even if it became harder, she could still break through to the 10th level in 10 years. But the Ling Tian Pavilion could not afford to wait, nor could her master. If Su Baran's failed to reach the 10th level tonight, the future of the Ling Tian Pavilion would be in jeopardy. She could forsake the pavilion, but she had to protect it for her master's sake. You could come to the Heavenly Palace and take my position. Zhao Yi offered again, astonishingly suggesting that Su Baran's assume his role. No need. Su Baran's had no desire for the position of the Ling Tian Pavilion's leader, let alone that of a stranger in the Heavenly Palace. Why not? Zhao Yi shook his head, genuinely appreciating her talent. If she joined the Heavenly Palace, it could surpass Shuangzhou's top faction, perhaps even reach greater heights. Alas, with a heavy heart, Zhao Yi assumed a fighting stance. Then I apologize. Standing amidst the snowstorm, the winds and flurries seemed to part around him. A simple pose exuded an intimidating aura akin to a hungry tiger preparing to pounce. Su Baran's turned, her eyes gleaming with sharpness. Embracing the tempest, she struck at Zhao Yi with her sword, a thrust infused with the chill of the snow and a lethal intent. Though it appeared effortless, she poured all her cultivation into that single strike, harboring no illusions of victory against Zhao Yi. Excellent swordplay. Even as he prepared to kill her, Zhao Yi could not help but admire her skill. Such talent was rare and precious. However, should she prove unworthy of his use, even the greatest genius would be met with destruction at his hands. Zhao Yi unleashed his punch. The force arrived before the blow, the intent following closely behind. His fist roared like a tiger, colliding directly with Su Baran's sword. With the strength nearing the 11th level coupled with the nascent form of his fist spirit, Zhao Yi, though less gifted than Su Baran's, was a seasoned 10th level cultivator who had touched the threshold of his fist spirit, nearly matching the newly birthed sword spirit of Su Baran's. Yet the disparity in their cultivation levels was insurmountable. With one punch, Su Baran's sword shattered into fragments, and she was sent flying. Her body crashed into a snowbank, sliding several meters away. Fortunately, it was merely a mound of snow, providing some cushioning. Her injuries were not severe. However, she was buried in the snow, remaining silent for a long while. In the aftermath of that single blow, the victor and the vanquished became starkly apparent. Su Baran's fate hung in the balance, shrouded in uncertainty. Su Baran. Su Baran. Su Nianji watched the scene unfold, his eyes widening as a wave of sorrow surged from deep within him. He called out Su Baran's name repeatedly, convinced that she was not dead, yet terrified of the possible misfortunes that could befall her. He rushed toward her, calling her name, scarcely aware of the formidable presence of a 10th-tier expert looming before him. Stop! An old man with white hair and a white beard appeared in Su Nianzi's path. He pressed his index and middle fingers together and pointed them menacingly at Su Nianzi's forehead. This is not a place for you. The old man's disdainful gaze bore down on Su Nianji. Without further ado, he delivered a powerful kick to Su Nianji's abdomen. Although the 10th-tier expert did not use all his strength, the impact was still substantial. Su Nianji fell to the ground, blood spilling from his mouth and oozing from his body. His entire being was drenched in blood, and it seemed he would not survive much longer. The casual kick from the expert was beyond what Su Nianji could endure in his current state. Cough, cough. Su Nianji coughed up blood, his eyes steadfastly fixed on the direction of Su Baran. Su Baran. The blood flowing from Su Nianji stained the pristine white snow beneath him. Kid, are you unwilling to accept this? Kid, do you want to save Su Baran? As long as you give your body to me, I can help you save Su Baran. A desperate voice echoed across the lake of Su Nianji's heart. It was the voice of the lantern, a presence that had long been suppressed within his heart lake. Despite being confined, it never lost hope, seeking opportunities to guide Su Nianzi's emotions and ultimately consume him. Until now, it had never found a chance, but now it finally did. All of Su Nianzi's emotions had been stirred by Su Baran, allowing the lantern to merge with him. As he helplessly watched the possibility of Su Baran's demise, he felt his own life slipping away. The lantern recognized its opportunity at last. Could Su Nianji, a mere first-year, truly save Su Baran on his own? It was impossible. Even the lantern doubted its ability to rescue her in the presence of two 10th-tier experts. Whether it could save her was irrelevant, it simply needed to deceive Su Nianji into surrendering his body. Otherwise, if Su Nianji perished, the lantern might share the same fate, as their souls had already fused to a significant extent. The lantern did not want to die alongside Su Nianji, so it began to tempt him. Su Nianji did not respond to the lantern's words. His gaze remained locked on Su Baran's direction. He hoped she was safe. As for feeling unwilling, indeed, he was profoundly unwilling. He had yet to marry Su Baran, yet to arrive at Sword City. How could he be at peace? The weight of protecting Su Baran had turned into an empty promise. A sense of inexplicable helplessness blossomed within Su Nianji, coupled with an overwhelming feeling of defeat. In the past, even when faced with failure, he could accept it, believing that failure was merely a precursor to success. He had always thought that as long as he exerted effort, results would inevitably follow. But now, lying on the ground, unable to even rise, that sense of defeat felt boundless. Regret consumed him. Regret for not having tried harder, regret for the words he had not spoken before it was too late. Unwilling. Unwilling. So deeply unwilling. Su Nianji was truly filled with unwillingness. The snow fell heavier, and the blood flowed freely. In the midst of the snow, a sigh echoed, as if someone had sensed Su Nianji's unwillingness. It seemed someone wished to respond to his despair. The snowflakes ceased their descent, hanging suspended in the air. Then they began to reverse, ascending skyward, as if time itself were flowing backward. Snowflakes drifted down from the sky, swirling and dancing midair. Su Buran's body emerged from among the snowflakes, her face etched with fury as she gazed towards Su Nianji. Blood covered Su Nianji, staining the surrounding snow a vivid red, a striking sight against the white backdrop. Kill! Su Buran's anger surged. This was the first time Su Nianji witnessed her ire. With a gentle grip of her right hand, the snowflakes swirled into it, transforming into a sword forged from pure snow. In that instant, her aura shifted, and her cultivation broke through, 7th rank. Su Buran understood that she was no match for Zhao Yi, yet she did not retreat. Fueled by reckless courage, she charged at Zhao Yi, the snow sword radiating an icy chill. The speed of the 7th rank sword was even swifter than before. This was a strike imbued with her rage and intent to kill. Zhao Yi shook his head, even taking a moment to glance at Su Nianji. To be angry over a mere 1st rank, I must have overrated you. He could see that Su Buran's fury was not due to her injuries, nor from being knocked down. It was because of that little 1st rank brat lying on the ground. What good is talent if it is swayed by emotion? Such susceptibility is an inevitable weakness. With weakness comes the certainty of defeat. In this battle, the defeated were destined for death. With a powerful step, Zhao Yi pressed forward, his foot sinking into the snow. The flurry of snowflakes surged, and with that stride, he stirred up the snow around him for 10 meters. A punch. Despite being merely a flesh-and-blood fist, it met Su Buran's snow sword Hedon. In that instant of contact, the sword was shattered by the force of his punch. A sword made of snow could hardly withstand the weight of Su Buran's cultivation and sword intent. Against an opponent of equal or lesser cultivation, it might have held its ground, but Zhao Yi was not just any adversary. He was the 10th rank lord of the Celestial Palace. Zhao Yi's fist was heavier, and the fate of the snow sword was to dissipate. His punch landed squarely in Su Buran's abdomen. She coughed up a mouthful of blood, but did not retreat. Instead, she forced herself to endure the blow and closed the distance, stepping into Zhao Yi's range. Her cultivation erupted anew. 8th rank. Su Buran broke through again in the heat of battle, and a sword formed from her vital energy appeared in her hand. A swordsman can never be without a sword. Yet Su Buran lacked a proper weapon. The sword forged from her energy lunged towards Zhao Yi's heart. Zhao Yi did not dare to take this blow directly, for she was Su Buran. Even at 8th rank, he was cautious not to meet her attack with his body. He retreated half a step, and then with even greater speed closed in on Su Buran. With grandiose movements, Zhao Yi's fists were accompanied by the roar of tigers. He did not rush to kill Su Buran. Instead, he met her sword Hedon with his fists. The punch, imbued with intent, was too much for the sword made of energy. Oomph. After dozens of exchanges, Zhao Yi sent Su Buran flying with a single punch. She grunted, suppressing the blood that had been threatening to spill from her lips. Unfortunately, you lack a proper sword. If you had one, I would not have been able to defeat you so easily. Zhao Yi smiled slightly, his demeanor relaxed, as if the earlier clash had merely served as a warm-up. The gap between them was apparent, with a significant disparity in cultivation. Su Buran's prowess was diminished by the absence of a true sword, her skills reduced by 80%. Zhao Yi, relying solely on his fists, overshadowed her. Even if Su Buran could form a sword from her energy, or create one from snow against the formidable Zhao Yi, those blades would not harm him. Rather, they would exhaust her vitality, wearing down her strength. Without a sword, Su Buran was at a severe disadvantage. She bit her lip, preparing to charge once more, when suddenly she halted. Something was moving in the snow. Zhao Yi noticed disbelief flickering in his gaze as he turned towards Su Nianji. The old man with the white beard who had injured Su Nianji glared furiously in his direction. Receive. Receive the sword. Everyone believed that Su Nianji was courting death. Engaging in a 10-rank battle, while merely possessing a 1-rank capability, what else could it possibly be but a death wish? Yet only Su Nianji understood what he could do and what he should do. Su Buran had no sword. To prevent Su Nianji from worrying, she chose not to disclose what she was about to face. Hence, she could not ask Su Nianji for a sword. Although the Little Sword Mountain had swords, they were merely slightly better than ordinary ones. In Su Burhan's hands they bore no distinction. But Su Nianzi's sword was different. He was unaware of its true power, yet he was certain that Su Burhan would find it indispensable. The swords within the sword box were undoubtedly extraordinary. After all, how could they suppress the lanterns above the Heart Lake? Su Nianji was not foolish, indeed, he was quite astute. Thus he was among the first to realize this predicament. Su Burhan had no sword. Therefore he would deliver her a sword. It was that simple. Yet this seemingly straightforward task could very well demand the price of his life. Without hesitation, Su Nianji set off. Unfortunately, misfortune struck. Before he could deliver the sword to Su Burhan, he was injured. Seeing Su Burhan being overwhelmed in battle due to her lack of a sword filled Su Nianji with profound sorrow. He was already gravely wounded, and an elderly man of 10 ranks loomed nearby. If Chu Wenfei were to approach, it was likely that he would be intercepted by the old man before reaching Su Burhan. Thus, Su Nianji bided his time, waiting for the opportune moment. He concealed Chu when within the snow, carefully drawing nearer to Su Burhan, reminiscent of that fateful night when he first met her. He had hidden Chu when among the grass back then. Unlike that night of murder in the dilapidated temple, tonight he was delivering a sword to Su Burhan in the snow. At last, when Su Burhan was once again wounded and Chu Wen lay merely a short distance from her, Su Nianji could hesitate no longer. Chu Wen emerged from the snow, breaking through the icy veil. The elderly man watched the sword with a sense of unease, reaching out to seize it. Zhao Yi felt a flicker of displeasure as well. It was merely a sword of victory was already assured. What could a small sword of 1 rank possibly contribute to the situation? Yet that flicker of discontent arose from the fact that a mere 1 rank dared risk their life to deliver a sword to Su Burhan, leaving Zhao Yi unsettled. He charged forward. The sword was close to Su Burhan, yet still out of her grasp. The old man's force began to draw the sword toward him. Su Nianji sensed the pull. Even under his control, Chu Wen was being dragged back. It was highly probable that Su Burhan would not be able to seize the sword. Break! Break for me! Blood flowed faster from Su Nianzi's mouth, and the wounds on his body, previously frozen by the cold, tore open anew, blood spilling uncontrollably. Yet he paid it no mind. How, you can't even deliver a sword? Why not offer your body to me? They'll help you deliver it. The lantern mocked, Su Nianji proposing terms once more. This offer was tempting, for if he failed to deliver the sword, there would be no second chance for Su Burhan. Undoubtedly, the lantern had timed its proposal well. Unfortunately, Su Nianji had no strength or energy left to linger in conflict with it. All his focus was on the sword. Bang! Something shattered in the snow. It was Su Nianzi's cultivation. His sword energy surged at this critical juncture, fueled by sheer courage and determination, finally breaking through. Yet, the gap between 1 and 2 ranks was minimal when faced with 10 ranks. Chu Wen was still being pulled by the elderly man. Zhao Yi had already approached Su Burhan, aiming to prevent her from seizing the sword. Guide the celestial song. Su Nianji unleashed Chu Wen's secret technique. The sound of the sword echoed through the heavens, instilling awe, but the power was still insufficient. It lacked the capacity to harm a 10-rank opponent. Only momentarily surprising the old man, he quickly regained his composure. Rise! Sword! Su Nianji cried out from the depths of his soul. From the sword box, another sword's melody rang out. The second sword was summoned forth by Su Nianji. It shot straight towards the old man's back. It was futile, utterly futile. The old man, being a 10 rank, turned around and struck down the newly summoned sword with his fist. The blade fell beside Su Nianji, stained with blood. Though he had not wounded the old man, nor delivered the sword to Su Burhan, it was enough. Enough for Su Burhan to retrieve the sword herself. Her sword intent finally reached Chu Wen. Su Nianji relinquished his control, and Chu Wen followed suit, landing in Su Burhan's hands. With a swift turn, she slashed towards Zhao Yi. He advanced with his fist, relentless as ever. Yet the punch, the very essence of his will, was cleaved apart by the sword. Zhao Yi's eyes widened as he quickly retracted his fist, yet it was already too late. A gash appeared upon his knuckles, blood flowed forth. Though shallow, it marked the first time Zhao Yi had been injured by Su Burhan. At that moment, Zhao Yi finally comprehended why that 1 rank would dare risk everything to deliver a sword to Su Burhan. You know, the people of the Heavenly Palace never consider themselves good people. They don't pride themselves on righteousness. Their conduct has always been self-serving, only doing what benefits them. Why does the Academy need to ally with the Heavenly Palace? He couldn't help but ask Bai Feng as he saw Su Burhan defeated. In his heart, he truly believed in this junior. But with Bai Feng watching, he had no chance to save Su Burhan. The Academy has its own arrangements, Bai Feng replied coldly. Rather than whether Su Buran lives or dies, I'm more curious about how Jiang Cheng will deal with that little brat. Bai Feng changed the subject, clearly indicating he wouldn't let Hien rescue Su Buran. What else can he do? It's just death, Hien retorted. In the snowy field, Jiang Cheng, the old man with a white beard, approached Sun Yinji. Shout for me. Jiang Cheng yelled at Sun Yinji. His voice was loud enough for even Bai Feng and Hien far off to hear clearly. Since you're risking your life to deliver a sword to Su Buran, do you want Su Buran to watch you die? Jiang Cheng had reached Su Nianzi's side, his voice still booming. Rather than asking Sun Yinji, he was really questioning Su Buran. On the other side, upon hearing Jiang Cheng's words, Su Buran indeed hesitated for a moment before drawing her sword. Then Su Buran was struck by Zhao Ye's punch, but at the critical moment, she managed to block it with her initial awareness, avoiding a fatal injury. Shout. If you don't shout, I'll kill you. Seeing Su Buran lose her composure, Jiang Cheng intensified his threats. Su Buran frowned, her movements beginning to waver. She desperately wanted to save Sun Yinji. Zhao Yi, however, remained unfazed, unleashing his full strength against Su Buran. He sensed that her sword was no ordinary weapon. It was something remarkable. Thus he intended to take down Su Buran while seizing the opportunity created by Jiang Cheng, even if it meant injuring her. In an instant, Su Buran found herself in a more perilous situation than when she had no sword. Su Nianzi's eyes were fixed on Jiang Cheng, scrutinizing the old man. He wouldn't let him off even in death. Lying on the ground, he was already close to death. An old man like him preying on a dying person, he deserved to die. Fine. He'll shout. Sun Yinji struggled to speak. Jiang Cheng chuckled, genuinely pleased. Though he didn't know the relationship between Su Buran and Sun Yinji, he could sense their concern for one another. Make Su Buran kneel and beg for mercy, and I might spare your life. Jiang Cheng tempted Sun Yinji. He thought of Sun Yinji as a spineless coward. But, Su Buran, kill me. Take your revenge. Sun Yinji was pleading for death. He didn't want to become a burden to Su Buran. His role was to be her shield, not a hindrance. Thus he directly urged Su Buran to kill him. It was a simple, ordinary request. However, he himself had become incapable of fulfilling it. The injuries on his body rendered him immobile. He had exhausted all his strength moments ago. Even though a sword lay nearby, Sun Yinji couldn't even commit suicide. So he requested Su Buran to end his life. He would not become Su Buran's Achilles heel. Damn it, I won't allow you to die. Jiang Cheng cursed angrily. He stepped on Su Nianzi's hand, applying gentle pressure. He wanted Sun Yinji to beg for mercy. But Sun Yinji didn't utter a sound. It was painful, yet he wouldn't cry out. Before Sun Yinji could scream, Su Buran cried out first. Calm, aloof Su Buran. Deep inside, she was a tender girl who cared for those around her, but struggled with social anxiety. For the first time, she encountered someone willing to give their life for her. Su Buran didn't break down. Instead, she vented her fury through loud cries. In her anger, Su Buran broke through. 9th rank. Su Buran's cultivation returned in full. Her speed quickened and her sword aura sharpened. More importantly, Su Buran finally stopped suppressing herself as she, along with her sword, was completely unleashed. Kill. Eliminate the person before her to save Sun Yinji. This was the breath of resentment Su Buran had been holding. To achieve success, one must first be tormented to madness. Death and success are merely a thought apart. If one can persevere through insanity, maintaining self amidst chaos with courage and determination, success will eventually follow. In madness lies only boundless decay, utter darkness, and self-destruction, leading only to death. Su Buran had gone mad. Whether it was death or success, only she knew. The sword was wild. Its intent was sharp. The sword spirit was awakened by Su Buran, rapidly evolving. Su Buran enveloped Zhao Yi in her sword intent. A wave of pressure descended upon Zhao Yi, ascending to the heavens. The ultimate technique of the Ling Tian Pavilion, a sword form only mastered by each pavilion master, was unleashed by Su Buran. In despair, she chose not to succumb to ruin. This strike carried Su Buran's fury. It embodied her determination. This sword concentrated all of Su Buran's strength. Yeek! Zhao Yi shouted, realizing it was time to fight for his life. He never expected that Su Buran, pushed to the brink, could launch such a counterattack. Yet he felt no fear. 10th rank against 9th rank. There was no need for fear. Zhao Yi struck. All his cultivation surged into his fist. The two faced off from a distance. A tremendous explosive force shook the entire little sword mountain. Neither retreated, they were evenly matched. Su Buran and Zhao Yi clashed again. Oomph. Brat, weren't you hoping to be killed by Su Buran? He'll lend you a hand. Seeing Su Buran erupt again, almost matching Zhao Yi, Jiangqing knew he couldn't delay any longer. He stepped in front of Su Nianji, reaching out to grab him. He intended to hoist Su Nianji up as a human shield for Su Buran. He reached out, but surprisingly he couldn't lift him. Moi. Jiangqing sensed something was off. Upon touching Su Nianji, he found his cultivation had dissipated by more than half. The remaining strength was insufficient to lift Su Nianji. Su Nianji carried a sword box, which suppressed the cultivation of anyone bearing it, adding weight. As Jiangqing grabbed Su Nianji, he was also indirectly recognized by the sword box. Jiangqing's cultivation was suppressed by the sword box. Even his lantern was suppressed, so naturally Jiangqing was too. However, unlike the lantern, he wasn't immobilized by the suppression. Jiangqing's cultivation was diminished, but still able to move. What have you done? Jiangqing was astonished. He exerted force attempting to lift Su Nianji. But then he saw the sword box behind Su Nianji. That sword came out of here. A shock ran through Jiangqing. Su Buran's sword could easily injure Palace Master Zhao Yi, and even a box could suppress his cultivation. A treasure. A monumental treasure. I've changed my mind. I want to kill you first. Jiangqing suddenly declared. He developed a greedy desire for Su Nianji's treasure. He wanted to monopolize the sword box. Die. Jiangqing raised his hand, aiming to strike Su Nianji's head. Old man, I'm sorry, I can't go to the Sword City anymore. Old man, I'm sorry, I won't be able to carry on our family line. Su Nianji silently apologized in his heart. The old man's greatest wish in life was to go to the Sword City and see Su Nianji flourish, bringing him great-grandchildren. Buzz. The sword hummed. My Su family is not extinct, there are descendants. Then today this old ancestor naturally won't allow the bloodline of the Su family to be severed. A proud voice echoed in Su Nianji's ear. The sword that had fallen into the pool of Su Nianji's blood rose up on its own. With a blood-red shine, it pierced Jiangqing's palm like lightning. Ah! Jiangqing, who had wanted to scream, let out a cry instead. He hurriedly dropped Su Nianji, because as long as he held Su Nianji, his cultivation would be suppressed. Who? As a swordsman, how dare you launch a sneak attack? How shameless! Jiangqing circulated his cultivation, scanning the surroundings. His cultivation was no longer suppressed, and he regained his 10th rank. A 10th rank bullying my family's 2nd rank junior. What face do you have to speak? The sword that Su Nianji had just summoned hovered in midair. A wisp of remnant soul emerged from the sword. It fixed its gaze on Su Nianji. I, Su Erzi, have descendants too. After 9 generations of direct lineage, I died worrying whether that scoundrel would sever my Su family's bloodline. After so long, my Su family finally has this bloodline, and you dare to sever my legacy. Damn it. The remnant soul was furious. Recently work had been busy, the day and night were reversed. My mind couldn't keep up and my body was struggling. Thus this chapter concludes. Sweet dreams, good night. Su Erzi. This name was quite familiar to Su Nianji. Whenever her elder was in high spirits, he would boast endlessly, often comparing himself to this ancestor Su Erzi. It was said that this very ancestor had ushered in the glorious era of the Su family, revered as a sword immortal. However, the reasons for the family's decline remained a mystery that her elder refused to disclose. Rumor had it that Su Erzi was the only son in 9 generations, a title that weighed heavily on the Su family. The fear of a lineage ceasing to exist loomed large. Hence they bestowed upon this ancestor a name that expressed a wish for sons, Su Erzi, begging the heavens for 2 sons. Yet as fate would have it, the reality was that relying on divine intervention paled in comparison to hard work. Su Erzi himself was also the sole heir. He had named his son something peculiar, Su Sanwa. The legends surrounding this ancestor were many, including his unwavering love for a single person throughout his life. Yet due to his descendants' issues, he had broken his son's legs, forcefully arranging for him to wed 10 women deemed suitable for childbearing. It was said that the perfect woman had ample hips, a generous bosom, a curvaceous figure, and a substantial waist. Essentially, bounteousness was the hallmark of Su Erzi's ideal. This ancestor would urge his son to procreate daily, even going so far as to administer medicine to him, conducting research on nourishing tonics, and confining him with many suitable women. Su Nianji found this astounding. The reason her elder spoke so much was to emphasize one thing: he was exceptionally fertile. In matters of childbirth, he surpassed 3 Su Erzi combined. Thus, Su Erzi became a stepping stone for her elder, an essential character in his tales of bravado. Of course, the illustrious deeds of this ancestor were also indispensable. Before turning 50, he had led a life of mediocrity, solely devoted to fathering children. Yet after the tragic murder of his son, he resolved to embark on a path of cultivation, wielding his sword to protect his grandson still in swaddling clothes. This marked the beginning of his legendary journey, during which he had slain foes of high caliber and was reputed in the 11th rank as one who wielded a sword invincible under heaven. Ultimately, however, he began his training too late. His potential exhausted, he stalled at the 13th rank. His greatest wish remained to see a dozen great-grandchildren. The life of this ancestor was both legendary and tragic, yet his dedication to his descendants was unmatched. A wisp of lingering soul dares to be impudent before me. Jiang Cheng realized that he was confronting but a remnant spirit, and he felt a profound sense of humiliation. Oh, even as a remnant soul, I assure you, you cannot extinguish the flame of the Su family. Su Erzi roared in fury. The essence of his life was the continuation of the Su lineage. As a sole heir for 9 generations, and with his son and grandson also being sole heirs, he found solace in the mere existence of his family line, even if he could not witness it flourish. Without hesitation, Su Erzi revealed his intent. The murderous intent was palpable as he gripped his sword and advanced towards Jiang Cheng, moving deliberately step by step. A mere wisp of a soul dares to speak so boldly. I shall extinguish your last vestige of life. Jiang Cheng scoffed, raising his palm to strike, aiming to eliminate both Su Erzi and Su Nianji with a single blow. This only fueled Su Erzi's wrath. As the massive hand descended, Su Erzi unsheathed his sword. Initially, it appeared unremarkable, but when it fell, the radiant brilliance of the heavens converged upon that single strike. The darkness of the night was cleft asunder along with Jiang Cheng's colossal palm. Realizing the dire turn of events, Jiang Cheng summoned all his strength and treasures to defend himself, yet he could not withstand the brilliance of Su Erzi's sword. The blinding light sliced through Jiang Cheng's form, and darkness reclaimed the world. Snowflakes danced in the air as the cold wind swept by, and Jiang Cheng's body dissolved into the breeze. Junior, you must live well. After executing his strike, Su Erzi addressed Su Nianji, extending a hand to heal all her wounds. Alas, I shall not witness my family flourish. Junior, you must bear many children in the future, both sons and daughters, and ensure that I have a dozen great-grandchildren to honor the legacy of your ancestor who saved you. With that, the remnant soul of Su Erzi gradually dissipated. Su Nianji felt a bead of sweat form on her forehead. The old ancestor's obsession was overwhelming. His first words were a request for her to bear children. If he were to return to life, would she not become a mere machine for procreation? Childbearing was not entirely out of the question. However, it would have to be with Su Baran. She felt she needed to recuperate for a few days first, especially after the recent chaos that had turned her days and nights upside down. Sweet dreams, good night. A battle where a first-grade master can change the outcome for a 10th grade. Even if he were to break through to the 2nd grade in the heat of the moment, Bai Feng found it impossible. It was something that could never happen, not even in dreams. Let alone a sudden breakthrough to the 2nd grade. Even a leap to the 5th grade could not alter the course of this fight. When they arrived, Bai Feng and his companions believed this was Su Burang's certain victory. A mere minute ago, Bai Feng would have bet his life that Su Burang was doomed. In an instant, with just one strike, a 10th grade master met his end. Nearly a millennium of cultivation, a lifetime of dedication capable of looking down upon the world, gone with a single sword. Bai Feng felt a chill run down his back. Fortunately, he had refrained from attacking that little fellow just moments earlier. Otherwise, it could very well have been him lying dead. With a single strike from a 10th grade master, there would be no chance to resist. Bai Feng, who had merely recently broken through to the 11th grade, did not believe he could withstand such a blow. Tonight it seems impossible, he thought. Let's part ways here. With that, Bai Feng slipped away, fear gripping him. He was genuinely afraid, fleeing faster than anyone else, disregarding the fate of his allies. Perhaps he still hoped Zhao Yi could buy him some time. After all, a friend's life is worth more than that of a stranger. Bai Feng, Zhao Yi shouted in anger. He only has one sword, but what are you afraid of? The urgency in Zhao Yi's voice had transformed. He was no longer calm. Regardless of whether or not it was truly just one strike, he yelled in an attempt to keep Bai Feng steady. If he could secure Bai Feng, there might still be a chance for survival. Otherwise, even if there would be no more of such a strike, should Su Burang and that old man he join forces, his chances of escape would be slim. Bai Feng ignored him completely and vanished from sight. Damn it! Zhao Yi cursed vehemently, losing all his previous nonchalance. At that moment, he too began to contemplate fleeing. This is a matter for your Ling Tian Pavilion and the Heavenly Palace. I will not interfere, he said as he stroked his beard, gazing at Su Burang and Zhao Yi above. His voice was not loud, but reached their ears with perfect clarity. A flicker of joy surged within Zhao Yi. Channeling all his cultivation, he unleashed his strongest punch, pushing Su Burang back, and then he bolted. If Heian was not going to intervene, who knew if that little fellow still had one more sword strike left? Although Zhao Yi himself had claimed otherwise, what if he had been deceiving by phone? Upon arrival, who had even anticipated that the little fellow could wield such a sword? Zhao Yi had completely abandoned any desire to continue fighting, wishing only to preserve his life. Su Burang did not pursue Zhao Yi. Instead, he descended beside Su Nianji to inspect his condition. "I'm fine," Su Nianji replied, gripping his sword, a weapon that belonged to their ancestor Su Erzi. The sword measured only 2 feet in length and was 3 fingers wide, unadorned, and simple save for the 2 characters etched upon its blade, Erzi. This sword was known as the Erzi sword. The temperament of their ancestor was truly. To put it nicely, it was plain and unadorned. Out to put it less kindly, it was as if he had gone mad in his pursuit of perfection for his descendants. Suddenly, Su Nianji comprehended why his father often compared him to this ancestor. Their ancestor lost his only son at 50 and, driven by madness, practiced swordsmanship to avenge him, ultimately founding the prosperous Su family. His father, too, had suffered the loss of a son in middle age, not just 1 but 3. Such a blow could not be overstated. It was even greater than what their ancestor had endured. Unable to seek vengeance, his father could only draw comparisons between himself and the ancestor. "Father, I will do my best to find uncle and second uncle and my father," Su Nianji vowed, looking up at the sky, a sense of melancholy washing over him. Su Burang fixed his gaze on Su Nianji. After a long moment, he said, "I will break through to the 10th grade." Su Burang felt a tinge of nervousness as he reached out gently to grasp Su Nianji's hand. "Wait for me." Su Burang's eyes were clear and unwavering, just like her name suggested. Su Burang, untouched by the dust of the world. "All right." Su Nianji understood how much strength it took for Su Burang to say those 2 words. The one who never flinched at killing, who would not retreat a single step against a mountain of adversaries, now held his hand clammy with sweat and warmth. His earlobes flushed red, and he leaned back slightly, as if ready to bolt at any moment. Yet Su Burang still took that step forward, as relentless as her sword. "Good." The simplicity of Su Burang's words matched Su Nianji's response, yet it fell like a pebble into the depths of Su Burang's heart, sending ripples throughout. In that moment, the soul of the sword, freshly attained, began to elevate and grow. The sword's soul, as pure as snow, finally became white snow. The state of mind reached perfection, and the sword's soul matured. Clarity enveloped the spirit, culminating in the 10th grade. At that instant, Su Burang broke through to the 10th grade. In that moment, even Su Burang did not notice that upon the white snow of the sword's soul, 3 additional characters had appeared. "He's driving me crazy. He's driving me crazy. Su Burang, you are no longer welcome at Shaojin Mountain." He watched as Su Burang broke through to the 10th rank, nearly clawing his own beard off in frustration. He had always considered himself a genius, an once-in-a-lifetime talent. His greatest pride was having broken through to the 11th rank at the brink of death. Without comparison, one remains unaware of the vastness of the heavens and the depths of the earth. Only upon seeing Su Burang's innate talent did he truly feel envy, jealousy, and hatred. Even he couldn't help but want to draw his sword against Su Burang. Such talent was simply too enviable. "My." In a fit of rage, he suddenly looked up. "Might I ask which sword immortal bestows their sword upon Shaojin Mountain? Please." As he prepared to ascend into the sky, he froze mid-motion upon catching sight of Su Burang, as if recalling something. "Wait for me." Su Burang gently stroked Su Nianji's hand. "Okay." Su Nianji didn't understand why Su Burang repeated that she should wait for her, but she would agree to anything Su Burang asked of her. A smile blossomed on Su Burang's face as she released Su Nianji's hand and took her sword, soaring into the air. Above in the sky, the heavy snow that had once fallen seemed to have been parted by an unseen force. The dark night was suddenly pierced through. "I shall not permit the world to deny my marriage to Yi Qingqing. Thus, I shall not allow the world to sever the path to the 10th rank." A loud declaration echoed through the heavens. Following this, a sword intent cleaved through the sky. This sword intent, unknown in origin, traversed through Zhongzhou, Jinzhou, Bazhou, and finally Shuangzhou before arriving before Su Burang amidst the witness of the world. A single sweep of the sword chilled the 19 continents. At that moment, the world became aware of Yi Qingqing. They also learned that someone had severed the path of the 10th rank for her sake. Finally, they knew that someone had truly broken through to the 10th rank. "Senior's swordsmanship is profound. We are but models to follow," Su Burang murmured softly in midair. Only she understood that her admiration lay not in the swordsmanship, but in the audacity of one who would sever the path to the 10th rank for the sake of love. Practicing the sword was an unwavering commitment to tread the most arduous path. Why must one embark on this challenging road? Some seek fame, while others seek power. Yet that senior fought solely to marry Yi Qingqing. a true person of spirit. And she Su Burang. Why did she seek to break through to the 10th rank today? To hold Su Nianji's hand to ensure that Su Nianji would not perish before her again, and to protect her master's Ling Tian pavilion. Thus, the senior drew his sword for Yi Qingqing, and she Su Burang too had her reasons to unsheath her blade. Burang. Su Burang softly uttered her newfound understanding echoing in her mind. Burang. Untainted by dust. Yet ultimately she had been marked by Su Nianji. The sword was drawn. Bang. Like a brilliant firework, the two blades erupted with immense power, tearing through the night. The sword intent extinguished. Only Su Burang remained standing alone in the sky. Draped in white garments, her clothes billowed around her. Holding Chuan, she stood silently, as if embodying a transcendent sword, immortal, proud against the frost and snow. In a corner of the sky, the light of dawn emerged. The night shattered. Heaven awakened. Ha ha, I Chung Sun should not yet perish. Thank you, Master Su. Suddenly laughter echoed from Shaojin Mountain. A sword soared into the sky, its once waning might surging upwards, and further upwards, breaking through to the 10th rank. Once again, a powerful presence emerged from Shaojin Mountain, resurrected from the dead. Another had reached the 10th rank. The path severed for 900 years was reconnected. From that moment on, the 10th rank could no longer bar the world. A radiant light enveloped Su Burang. Her sword intent coalesced, becoming one with her being. Wait for me. Another simple phrase. Okay. Su Nianji replied. Su Burang vanished above Shaojin Mountain, reappearing before Zhao Yi. You've broken through to the 10th rank. Zhao Yi stammered, panic rising within him. Was he still her match now that Su Burang had reached the 10th rank? Even if you have broken through to the 10th rank, you cannot kill me. Why waste your efforts? Zhao Yi declared arrogantly. Even if he could not defeat Su Burang, escaping should be no issue. 3 swords. Su Burang spoke, urgency in her tone. Someone was waiting for her. Jing Hong. Like a streak of brilliance across the heavens, Su Burang unleashed her sword against Zhao Yi. The first sword, and Zhao Yi spat blood. The second sword, and his right hand was severed. The third sword, and Zhao Yi fell, breaking through to the 10th rank. Su Burang was the foremost swordsman of Shuangzhou. What does it mean to be the foremost swordsman of Shuangzhou? Unrivaled among her peers, no one could escape. 3 days later, an unexpected visitor arrived at Shaojin Mountain. In the spot where Su Buran had been waiting for snow every day, she was now sitting together with Su Nianji. Su Buran lazily rested her head on Su Nianji's lap, exuding an air of tranquility and grace. In that moment, she was just an ordinary girl savoring the joys of a simple life, her face radiating happiness. Master. The uninvited guest was from the Ling Tian pavilion. Upon seeing Su Buran reclining on Su Nianji's legs, the visitor's eyes widened in disbelief, especially upon realizing that Su Nianji was merely a second-tier cultivator. How could a second-tier match their pavilion master? What's the matter? Su Buran softly inquired. Although she was accustomed to being seen by others, it was the first time her own people had witnessed her in such a manner, and she felt a tinge of embarrassment. The former pavilion master has been injured. We hope you can return soon. The visitor took a deep breath, striving to maintain a calm demeanor. The master is injured. Su Buran immediately sat up, a wave of sorrow washing over her. She should have anticipated this. Her master had never been in good health. This time, with the Heavenly Palace's involvement, it was only natural for them to target her master. But love had come too suddenly. The tender embrace of love is a hero's grave. Indeed, there had been no surprises. She had almost forgotten until someone came to bring her back. Su Buran looked at Su Nianji. Are you coming back with me? Her eyes were filled with hope, yearning for him to accompany her. In the lofty heights of the Ling Tian pavilion, it was just her and the eternal snow-capped mountains. Her fellow disciples had always kept their distance from her due to her status as pavilion master, fearing her rather than approaching her. Only her master and Su Nianji were different. Her master was the closest person to her, while her feelings for Su Nianji were of another kind, still overshadowed by her bond with her master. Thus, Su Buran knew she needed to return to the Ling Tian pavilion. I have some matters to attend to. Once I'm done, I will come find you. Su Nianji replied after a moment's thought. He still needed to return to Jian City to retrieve his second uncle's remains and perhaps seek out the bones of his estranged father and elder uncle. Su Nianji was uncertain when he would find them. Nonetheless, he understood the importance of fulfilling promises alongside the longings of love. All right, you must come find me. Su Buran smiled brightly. They'll wait for you. This time it was Su Buran who awaited Su Nianji. Good. Su Nianji gently patted his sword sheath. Chuan flew out. This sword is for you. It was Su Nianji's first sword. Although Su Buran was formidable, she had never owned a sword. Take it out and hold it when you miss me. Su Nianji saw Su Baran about to refuse and cut her off before she could speak. I have plenty of swords in the Ling Tian pavilion. You should keep this piece of scrap iron, the woman who had come to fetch Su Baran interjected. Zhixiang, be quiet. Su Baran shot a fierce glare at the woman. She took the sword from Su Nianzi's hand and turned to leave with the woman saying nothing. Yet Su Nianji knew she would wait for him. As they soared into the sky, Su Baran's tone turned stern as she addressed Zhixiang. Since you have served my master for many years, I will spare you this time. But if you dare to speak out again, I will surely kill you. Zhixiang trembled and quickly knelt down, but whether she accepted this or had her own plans remained known only to her. Su Baran departed walking past Su Nianji. He returned to his room to pack his belongings. It was time for him to leave as well. Boss, this is the Sword Wall's comprehension token from Shaojin Mountain. You can use it to study swordsmanship for a year. Wang Fei entered brimming with excitement, holding a jade sword. I won't take it. I want to exchange for something. Su Nianji declined to accept it and looked at Wang Fei. Whatever you command. Wang Fei was so happy he could hardly contain himself. A list detailing those from Shaojin Mountain who targeted Su Baran. Su Nianji had not forgotten this matter. Had it not been for that old man, who helped Su Baran fend off the scholar from the academy, he wouldn't have needed this list at all. He would have directly asked Shaojin Mountain. Regardless of the other party's motives, both he and Su Baran owed a debt of gratitude to Heian. Therefore, Su Nianji would only inquire about the families that had targeted Su Baran in the future rather than Shaojin Mountain. I had it prepared for you long ago. Wang Fei chuckled, knowing well that someone would face reckoning once Su Baran broke through to the 10th tier. He was relieved his boss had not sought to attack Su Baran. His boss had eagerly gone to confront her, but ended up injured by her sword energy and had to be carried back. Wang Fei had teased his boss for many days. Thank you, Su Nianji said sincerely as he carefully placed the list into the sword sheath in Chuan's sword slot. This was his first act of vengeance. A swordsman should settle scores promptly. Yet he was still not strong enough. He would have to wait a little longer. With his pack on his back, he set off once more. When he had arrived at Shaojin Mountain, he was accompanied by Su Baran, and now he was alone. But this time he no longer felt lost, focusing instead on reaching Jin City quickly and then finding Su Baran. What Su Nianji did not know was that Heian had saved him because Su Baran had promised to leave a sword at the sword wall. Since he did not visit the sword wall, he remained unaware that Su Baran had inscribed 3 characters there. At the highest point of Shaojin Mountain's sword wall, the name Su Nianji was etched. Qingfeng City is a small border town. Su Nianji left the small sword mountain and walked along the edge of the 10,000 great mountains for a month and a half before arriving at Qingfeng City. Aware of his own limitations and wishing to keep his life intact for the sake of meeting Su Buruan, he treaded cautiously along the way. He never ventured deep into the 10,000 great mountains, sticking instead to its fringes. During this month and a half, apart from hunting wild beasts and catching fish and shrimp, he had encountered little danger. However, his timing for arriving at Qingfeng City was far from ideal, as the city was currently embroiled in conflict. The city gates were surrounded by over 100,000 soldiers, and they were firmly shut, manned by fully armed guards. Even with Su Nianzi's second-grade status, entering the city amidst such a throng was impossible. Taking a detour would mean heading back into the perilous depths of the 10,000 great mountains, which would not only be risky, but would also add at least another 10 days to his journey. Su Nianji longed to enter the city for a warm meal, even just a bowl of noodles. He had left in haste, carrying only a few jars of tea and a change of clothes won at the small sword mountain. He had brought nothing else, and during this month and a half he felt as though he was on the verge of becoming a wild man. Savoring a warm bowl of noodles was his greatest wish of late. Given the uncertainty of finding a village by taking a detour, Su Nianji decided to wait here until nightfall, hoping to sneak into the city then. The thought of warm noodles and delicious meat made him swallow hard in anticipation. Suddenly shouts pierced the air. Catch the assassin. The assassin has killed the general's concubine, do not let him escape. Su Nianji, lying on a tree, was quietly awaiting the arrival of night when the commotion drew nearer. At first he paid no mind, but as the cries grew closer he realized that the so-called assassin was heading his way. This is bad. Will I be mistaken as an accomplice? Su Nianji began to worry. It was the time of sunset, with evening still a while off. He couldn't tell if the assassin was aware or just disoriented, but the figure was getting alarmingly close, and before he could find a place to hide, the assassin appeared. Brother, the assassination was successful. Let's get out of here, the assassin called out, seemingly forgetting to conceal Su Nianji's presence. Su Nianji was dumbfounded. Who is your brother? You've mistaken me for someone else, he protested. Yet the assassin paid him no mind and fled. Soldiers soon surrounded the area. There's another assassin here. daring to assassinate the general's concubine. The general has promised a reward of 100 taels for capturing the assassin. A throng of people closed in around Su Nianji shouting about the reward. Su Nianji felt awkward. He had no idea if explaining would help. Everyone, I am not an assassin. Oh, I do not know that person. I am just a passerby, he insisted, trying to hold his ground. He had no choice but to explain. With over 100,000 people against him, he stood no chance. A passerby? What proof do you have? The leader skeptical scrutinized Su Nianji while the crowd pressed in closer. Su Nianji realized that the leader was merely stalling to gather more people. Their group hunting the assassin numbered at least a couple of hundred. Yet Su Nianji couldn't afford to act recklessly. If he did, it would leave him with no explanation at all. I come from the small sword mountain, you know of it, right? This is a jar of the esteemed Xiao Jian tea destined for the king. Su Nianji's mind raced, conjuring a plausible excuse. The small sword mountain was renowned in Shuangzhou, and Xiao Jian tea was a favorite among all. In certain realms, only the king was entitled to receive even a few taels of Xiao Jian tea. Seeing Su Nianji's earnestness and the jar of tea, he produced. The leader hesitated for a moment. Seizing the opportunity, Su Nianji prepared to add fuel to the fire. Brother, I have come to save you. Let us together assassinate that demon. I will not let you face this alone. Just then the assassin unexpectedly returned, shouting that he had come to rescue Su Nianji. Whether he was out of his mind or just reckless, the assassin charged in, killing a soldier with a single blow. Now, no amount of reasoning could possibly make sense of this situation. I truly do not know you. I haven't even seen what you look like. Don't call me brother. This isn't brotherhood, it's a matter of life and death. Su Nianji was inwardly venting his frustrations. What kind of superficial brotherhood would turn around and stab him in the back? Damn it, I almost fell for your trick. You must have failed to assassinate the general and now want to try again. The leader shouted, his eyes filled with anger from being deceived by Su Nianji. In that moment, he chose not to kill the actual assassin first, but to surround Su Nianji and eliminate him instead. Although I did deceive you, I am truly not an assassin. Su Nianji felt a bit embarrassed. How was it possible that he was more irritating than a real assassin? Kill. Su Nianji's words only made the leader feel that his intelligence had been insulted. He didn't even grant Su Nianji the opportunity to explain further. He divided a small group to pursue the true assassin, while the majority turned their attention to Su Nianji. Listen to me, I really don't want to kill anyone. Su Nianji shouted. These soldiers were just ordinary people with a bit of strength. None had undergone any training, and even the leader had not stepped into the path of cultivation. In a real fight, Su Nianji would not be at a disadvantage. However, they had powerful backing. Their main force comprised over 10,000 people attacking Qingfeng City. Killing this small group of about 100 would only bring in thousands more. Su Nianji, being merely at the second rank, could barely contend with this 100. Facing thousands would be overwhelming. Thus, Su Nianji did not wish to take a life. Once blood was shed, there would be no possibility of reconciliation. He was just a passerby entering the city solely to ask for a warm bowl of noodles, hoping to avoid trouble. After all, he was in a hurry to meet Su Buran. Don't. I really am not an assassin. Su Nianji attempted to explain once more. Brother, stop wasting time, just run. To his surprise, the assassin chose not to flee, but returned to fight. It seemed he intended to rescue Su Nianji. Was this assassin out of his mind? Su Nianji found it incomprehensible. If the assassin was merely trying to escape, using Su Nianji as a shield, there was no need for him to come back. Yet he returned, fighting his way through the crowd to save Su Nianji. Su Nianji could only assume he had mistaken him for a comrade. Even if he was mistaken for a companion, surely one would not go to such lengths. It was precisely this misunderstanding that left Su Nianji at a loss for words. Even if he had a dozen mouths, he could not clarify his situation. He had to leave. Determined, Su Nianji decided to run. He stepped lightly like a shooting star among the 100 or so people encircling him. In a fleeting moment, he dashed through them. Now at the second rank, facing a group of slightly stronger ordinary men, he moved with ease. The assassin was slashed with a blade. There were too many foes. Despite his decent swordsmanship, he was just an ordinary person without training. Surrounded by dozens, he could hardly defend himself. Originally, the assassin could have escaped, but he chose to return to save Su Nianji. Su Nianji hesitated. Although the assassin had brought a group that nearly put him in danger, the fact that he returned to save him, risking his life in the process, was undeniably true. There was no deceit when it came to the life of a person. Therefore, Su Nianji pondered whether to save the assassin. The assassin endured 2 more slashes, visibly faltering. After a moment's thought, Su Nianji decided against it. After all, they had no ties, and from a certain perspective, the assassin had brought this upon himself. Su family army seeking death to survive. Do not kill the enemy. Do not retreat, do not retreat. At that moment, the exhausted assassin suddenly shouted. Su Nianji halted his retreat, his eyes wide open. His body moved forward uncontrollably. Su family army seek life and death. Do not kill the enemy, do not retreat, do not retreat. This slogan was all too familiar to Su Nianji. How familiar? Before the age of 5, it had been both the pride of his family and a source of torment for his mother. His father Su Chongdao was a great general who spent most of his time in battle. The troops he commanded were named after his surname. Although this army did not belong to the Su family, being able to name a military force after one's family name was an immense honor for any general. The Su family army represented a legacy of glory. Its motto was, seek life and death, do not kill the enemy, do not retreat. Su Nianji never expected to encounter the Su family army here. He knew his father was a renowned general, yet he had no idea where he served. When he once asked his father about it, the old man warned him that being a general was perilous, a danger that might make them a target. Thus the old man secretly brought Su Nianji to a foreign land, a strange city. Su Nianji understood that if there were no danger to his father, they would not have fled so early. Hence he never pressed the matter further. Between the ages of 3 and 5, whenever his mother was unhappy, she would recite that slogan while beating him, believing that the misfortunes in her life stemmed from the man who was his father Su Chongdao. The debts of a father must be paid by the son, so she took it out on him. Each time Su Nianji would seek refuge with the old man, who would say, "Your mother simply lacks education and experience. You must study hard to avoid being as unworldly as she is." It was only when Su Nianji was expelled from the old scholar's teachings that the old man ceased to mention her ignorance. It was due to Su Nianji's childhood experiences that the old man would fervently call for his son to return brandishing a sword, only to come back empty-handed, fearing Su Nianji might be killed. Fortunately, Su Nianji only suffered until he was 5. After that, that woman vanished. For him, it was both a misfortune and a stroke of luck. Thus, upon hearing the incredibly familiar slogan, Su Nianji's body surged forward uncontrollably to rescue the assassin. He needed to learn about the Su family army. He needed to uncover everything about the army and the man named Su Chongdao. The assassin was likely the only one who could provide him with answers. No longer holding back, no longer restraining his murderous intent, Su Nianji moved with agility, darting in and out. His thoughts whirled, and the sword box opened automatically. The first sword slot was already empty. From the second slot, a short sword flew forth, the Ertzi, sword of the second ancestor. Once released, the flying sword quickly targeted the area surrounding the assassin, piercing through the lives of ordinary soldiers as if mowing down grass. Flying sword. It's a great cultivator. The remaining soldiers shouted in alarm, terrified. The term Great Cultivator is a respectful title for those who can wield flying swords, and generally a sword cultivator must reach at least the 3rd rank to do so. In the eyes of ordinary people, achieving this status already warrants the title of a Great Cultivator. Calling him a Great Cultivator served to warn everyone of Su Nianji's prowess. Seizing the opportunity, Su Nianji picked up a knife, knowing he was not skilled with it, but in a race against time, he had to make do with whatever was at hand. In just 3 minutes, armed with a sword and a knife, he cleared the area around the assassin of soldiers. Hurry! Quickly call for reinforcements. I refuse to believe a single cultivator can wipe out tens of thousands of us. The leader shouted as he ran, seeking help while attempting to intimidate Su Nianji into retreating. But Su Nianji had no intention of chasing after them. Instead, he approached the assassin. "Are you from the Su family army?" Su Nianji knelt beside the gasping assassin and asked. "I used to be a supply soldier in the Su family army. This is the emblem of the Su family army," the assassin said, pointing at Su Nianji's sword box. As the box functioned autonomously, a plum blossom emblem appeared on it with a sword nestled within the blossom. The fragrance of the plum blossom comes from the bitter cold, and the edge of the treasured sword emerges from the grinding. Plum blossoms and swords. The banner of the Su family army. The old veteran, a former supply soldier of the Su family army, did not recognize Su Nianji, but he caught sight of the emblem as he passed by. Mistaking him for a member of the Su family army, he inquired, "Do you know where the Su family army is now?" Su Nianji's heart tightened, and he quickly asked, filled with regret for not acting sooner. He lamented his inability to heal or save anyone. Help me get this inside." The assassin pulled a jade tube from his bosom and handed it to Su Nianji. "All right, can you tell me where it is?" Su Nianji grasped the assassin's hand, channeling his own cultivation energy into the assassin's body. "It's in the west." "West." The assassin uttered a single word before his breath ceased entirely. "West? West what?" Su Nianji leaned closer, pressing his ear to the assassin's lips. Yet despite his efforts, no further words came. No one could extract answers from a dead man. Little ghost, I can help you discover the answer as long as you give me his body. In Su Nianzi's heart, the lantern once again tempted him. Its flames flickered with excitement, seemingly harboring an insatiable desire for the corpse. The thought of a corpse thrilled the lantern immensely. Give. No. Su Nianji instinctively wanted to agree to hand over the body. This secret was far too alluring for him. Having never known his father, he now grasped a lead tantalizingly close to uncovering answers. If only he could give the lantern the body, he could learn the truth. Yet at the last moment, Su Nianji suppressed his yearning. Get away. I will not allow you to turn the corpse into mere meat. Su Nianji was unaware of the lantern's intentions, but the merging of their souls had revealed much. In that fleeting moment of agreement, images of transforming the corpse into jerky flashed through his mind. Understanding the lantern's true purpose, he realized it sought the body solely for that grim transformation. Moreover, the lantern itself was incapable of executing such a task. If Su Nianji consented, the lantern would need to use his own body to perform the secret arts and extract the answers. Simultaneously, it would require Su Nianzi's body to dispose of the corpse. Such demands were utterly unacceptable to him. It was a lowly trap, one that would make reclaiming his body nearly impossible. Furthermore, he would never consent to turning the corpse into jerky. That was a moral boundary. The dead deserve respect, especially since he was an old soldier of the Su family army. His unresolved feelings toward his father, the admiration that had blossomed throughout his childhood, inevitably cast a favorable light on anyone connected to that man. He would not allow the lantern to desecrate any corpse, especially not that of an old soldier. As the pursuing enemies drew near, Su Nianji picked up the old soldier's body and ran far away. He sought a secluded grove, a place less likely to be disturbed, and buried the body there. No tombstone marked the grave, as he did not know the man's name. Yet the veteran's conviction and spirit influenced Su Nianji deeply. In his heart, that man was both an object of admiration and resentment. Previously, resentment had outweighed admiration. However, today, especially upon hearing that rallying cry, Su Nianji found his resentment beginning to fade. What remained was a desire to understand that man and his journey. It seems that entering this city is inevitable. Under the night sky, Su Nianji gazed at the brightly lit Qingfeng city. Tonight, Qingfeng City was anything but peaceful. In fact, it was bustling with chaos. Outside the walls, the army relentlessly attacked the city through the night. Fires blazed and arrows flew. The battle raged intensely, cries echoing, and the sounds of conflict were continuous. Everywhere lay corpses unattended. The city walls had been assaulted 3 times, each time repelled. Young women within the city had climbed to the ramparts to hinder the advancing forces. At this rate, Qingfeng City could not hold out much longer. The former soldier of the Su family army had instructed that the Jade Tube be delivered to Qingfeng City. If the city fell, there would be no place left to send the Jade Tube. Moreover, Su Nianji was uncertain if the lead he had found would vanish. Thus, he could wait no longer. Tonight, he would enter the city. Under the cover of night, Su Nianji stripped a dead man of his clothing. Clad in the attire of a soldier attacking Qingfeng City, Su Nianji joined the fray without drawing any attention. Amidst the chaos, soldiers fought desperately, oblivious to the presence of a stranger among them. As the battle raged, Su Nianji blended into the surroundings, waiting for an opportune moment to ascend the city walls. Gaining entry into the city proved surprisingly simple. Once inside, rather than taking lives, he employed the 7-star footwork to vanish into the crowd. Not even the darkness hindered his stealth. The soldiers were too engrossed in the struggle to notice his disappearance. However, upon entering the city, Su Nianji encountered a significant dilemma. The old soldier had instructed him to deliver the jade pipe, yet the question loomed: who was to receive it? The city's overseer seemed preoccupied with the ongoing battle. Pondering the situation, he returned to the ramparts, intent on identifying the overseer. Typically, the leader would position themselves in the most perilous spot, their head a prized target amidst the frenzy of battle. Especially in such dire moments, the absence of a commander could greatly diminish morale, as soldiers would hesitate to fight fervently without their leader. After a brief search, Su Nianji pinpointed 2 critical locations on the battlefield. One was at the city gate. If breached, the soldiers outside could easily storm in. Yet this spot was ill-suited for a commander who needed to focus on the broader strategy. The other location was occupied by a woman clad in armor, seemingly without any combat prowess, surrounded by guards, yet attracting the most attention from enemies. Moreover, Su Nianji noticed 2 individuals lurking in the shadows, fixated on this seemingly defenseless woman, their eyes gleaming with malice, lying in wait for the perfect moment to strike. The chaos of the battle did not deter their vigilance. It became evident that even if she was not the overseer, her status was undoubtedly high. Su Nianji refrained from acting impulsively. He was not merely delivering an item, but also sought information about the Su family army. Thus, the optimal outcome would be to rescue the woman. The Ertzi sword glided silently from its sheath, circling wide before approaching the two lurking figures. Now all that remained was to wait. Soon the defenders began to gain the upper hand against the attackers. The two in hiding realized they could not afford to delay any longer. The moment to strike was upon them. As one leaped forward to create a distraction for his companion, the guards, momentarily taken aback, were quick to react. They intercepted the first attacker, but the second, seizing the opportunity, prepared to strike. At that moment, a sword pierced his back, driving through his chest. Su Nianji, showing no mercy, dispatched the man with the Ertzi sword before it returned to its sheath. The protected woman witnessed the swift execution, her eyes widening as the blade retracted. Yet Su Nianji felt no relief. The initial attacker had managed to break through the guards and was now closing in on the woman. The protectors, worn from the day's fight, were no match for the well-rested assailant. "Danger!" someone yelled, but it was too late. The woman, however, displayed no signs of panic, retreating toward Su Nianji step by step. "Princess, it is time for you to die," the assassin exclaimed, electrified with excitement, knowing the woman lacked any combat skills. To kill her would be effortless, and with her demise a future of wealth and power awaited him. "Please assist me." The woman's voice was cold, her request sounding more like a command. Su Nianji chose not to take offense. As the sword energy ceased its circulation, the Ertzi sword flew forth. "Raise your hands," Su Nianji commanded softly. Hearing his authoritative tone, the woman hesitated, her pride momentarily subdued as she raised her arms. In the split second of her compliance, the Ertzi sword darted out from under her armpit, striking the assassin's heart with precision. The assassin fell lifeless. However, the blade's passage tore through the fabric of her armor, exposing her fair skin. Su Nianji's brow furrowed tightly. "Ancestor, are you playing tricks on me?" he muttered, sensing a peculiar intent from the sword as it deliberately cut through the woman's garment. If this was not a ploy by his ancestor, how could the sword have such precision? What was the ancestor trying to achieve? Causing harm? Su Nianji nearly cursed the old spirit. Seeking death. The woman's companions erupted in outrage, ready to retaliate against Su Nianji. Had their hands not been full with the ongoing battle, they would have swiftly dealt with him. "Silence. Thank you for your kindness, but your skills in swordplay are woefully lacking," the woman scolded her guards before mocking Su Nianji. Su Nianji merely smiled, turning away from her. The mischief wrought by his ancestor was a burden he had to bear. As for the exposed skin, he felt no inclination whatsoever. "Apologies, miss, please use this." Su Nianji quickly retrieved a change of clothing from his pack and offered it to her. Although only a minor tear at her side, careful observers could still catch a glimpse of what lay beneath. Why would the ancestor act thus? Su Nianji pondered, and a nascent thought began to form, hinting at the answer residing within the words, Ertzi. The war continued until the late hours of the night, before finally coming to an end. After a grueling struggle, the people of Qingfeng City managed to defend their stronghold. Su Nianji, standing quietly to the side, remained unbothered, and he refrained from intervening unless the leading woman found herself in peril. With the battle still raging, the jade tube lay nestled in Su Nianji's embrace, leaving him no opportunity to draw it forth. During this relatively brief span of time, Su Nianji learned the name of the woman, Yi Qingqing, the youngest princess of the Qingyan kingdom. Her name was quite melodious, and she possessed a captivating beauty, yet Su Nianji still believed that Su Buren was the most striking of all. Once the battle concluded, although exhausted, Yi Qingqing persisted in overseeing all matters before finally descending from the city walls. It was remarkable that the commander of Qingfeng City's defense was an untrained, delicate woman who had never wielded any martial skills, yet she remained steadfast on the battlements. In this respect, Su Nianji could not help but admire Yi Qingqing's bravery. "You may speak now. What is it you wish to say?" As Yi Qingqing stepped down from the wall, Su Nianji approached her. After waiting all night, his patience had nearly worn thin. Upon seeing him, Yi Qingqing was the first to pose a question. "I want to know about the Shujiao army," Su Nianji stated. At the mention of the Shujiao army, Yi Qingqing suddenly contracted, resembling a cat ready to pounce at any moment, as if she could lash out at Su Nianji without warning. It was perplexing to see such a fragile girl display such intensity. "You are not from the Qingyan kingdom, are you?" Yi Qingqing inquired abruptly. "I am not. I come from Dafeng. However, my father was a soldier in the Shujiao army. I am here to seek his remains." Su Nianji spoke cautiously, avoiding the revelation that his father was the commander of the Shujiao army. For the son of a common soldier seeking the bones of his father, it was merely a tale of familial love. However, the son of a commander seeking his father's remains might elicit suspicions of vengeance or something else entirely. By adjusting these identities, Su Nianji sought to mitigate any potential danger. The Shujiao army has been completely annihilated. There are no remains left. Yi Qingqing stared intently into Su Nianzi's eyes, enunciating each word as if attempting to peer into his very soul. Completely annihilated. No remains. Su Nianzi's heart sank. Though he harbored some resentment towards the father who had never returned home and whose face was now a mere blur in his memory, hearing this answer brought a wave of sorrow. Then, could you tell me where it happened? I wish to pay my respects to my ancestors. Su Nianzi's voice trembled with sadness. It would be best not to go. Upon observing Su Nianzi's expression, Yi Qingqing was convinced that he was indeed the son searching for his father's remains. Why are you so determined to find your father's remains? Yi Qingqing countered, still probing. While she sensed the authenticity of Su Nianzi's sorrow, she could not shake the feeling that he was concealing something. My old man, before he passed, hoped I could bring his son's remains back home. He never enjoyed a moment of comfort in his life. He raised me only to join the Shujiao army, and at his death his sole wish was to have his son's bones returned. Su Nianji spoke candidly. It was the most ordinary human sentiment. I am sorry. Yi Qingqing lowered her head in apology. However, you cannot go. The Shujiao army was destroyed as traitors, and the dynasty forbids anyone from paying respects. Those who attempt to do so shall be executed. Even if you are of the second rank, you cannot contend with the dynasty. Yi Qingqing spoke slowly, her voice resolute. All who worship shall be slain. When Su Nianji heard these words, his hand instinctively moved towards the sword sheath, a chilling aura of murderous intent subtly permeating the air. That is the decree of the dynasty. It has nothing to do with me. Yi Qingqing sensed Su Nianji's killing intent and immediately sought to alleviate the tension between them. As the princess of the Qingshan dynasty, she had no choice but to obey the commands of the realm. The murderous aura emanating from Su Nianji was not only a manifestation of his anger towards the Qingshan dynasty, but also a subtle threat directed at Yi Qingqing. She had witnessed his strength before. Although he was not among the most powerful, there was no one around her capable of intercepting Su Nianji's flying sword at such close range. Moreover, after enduring a fierce battle, they lacked the energy to engage Su Nianji in another fight. If I recall correctly, Qingshan dynasty is the third largest dynasty in Shuangzhou, isn't it? Su Nianji did not retract his killing intent. Instead, he took deliberate steps closer to Yi Qingqing. Being new to Qingfeng City, he was unfamiliar with his surroundings and could not fully trust her words. To guard against any potential attack from her people, he needed to maintain an absolute distance, one that allowed him to control Yi Qingqing at a moment's notice. You dare! Someone shouted from the crowd, trying to drive Su Nianji back. Yet Su Nianji moved closer to Yi Qingqing. With a mere stretch of his hand, he could end her life. No one dared to intervene. Those around Yi Qingqing could only glare at Su Nianji in fury, but he paid them no mind, fixating intently on her. Though the dynasty is vast, it is not my dynasty. Instead of retreating, Yi Qingqing stepped closer to Su Nianji, effectively presenting herself as a hostage. This gesture also served as a means of reconciliation with him. The dynasty might be great, but it was not hers. Su Nianji astute as he was quickly grasped the underlying meaning. The Qingshan dynasty indeed held the title of the third largest in Shuangzhou, yet it was not Yi Qingqing's dynasty. Her ambitions, it seemed, reached the skies. In that moment, Su Nianji felt a flicker of fear. His world was governed by Subu Ran, while Yi Qingqing's domain lay within the Qingshan dynasty. Such lofty aspirations, however, I still cannot trust you. Su Nianji was not easily swayed by Yi Qingqing's words. A princess of a dynasty that struggled to guard Qingfeng City had little credibility when claiming she would seize the world. It was nothing short of a fool's dream. That is of no concern. Until you choose not to trust me, you may always stay by my side. I shall be your hostage. Yi Qingqing's voice was soft. After a day and night of battle, she was undeniably weary, yet her words were resolute. They resonated with such determination that even a lantern in Su Nianji's heart could not help but exclaim, this woman possesses great ambition. Her perspective was expansive, and at that moment, Su Nianji felt a tinge of agreement towards her ambition to claim the world. It seemed as though the splendor of the world should indeed be governed by someone of her caliber. However, he quickly dismissed the thought. Whether Yi Qingqing could survive the challenge before her remained uncertain. I will not serve as your free bodyguard. Su Nianji firmly rejected her proposal, retracting his killing aura. Yi Qingqing, possessing both vision and understanding, realized that Su Nianji might not kill her, which is why she made such a suggestion. The outcome of the war was still uncertain. Qingfeng City was at an absolute disadvantage, and securing an ally was crucial. Su Nianji's strength was not negligible. Staying by Yi Qingqing's side could indeed provide her with protection. Otherwise, he would not have safeguarded her throughout the night. Understanding this, Yi Qing-chung spoke plainly. Very well, then I must take my leave to rest. She took a step back, her voice tinged with fatigue. She was exhausted, yet she persisted. Who in this city has a good relationship with the Su family army? Su Nianji pondered for a moment, then asked through gritted teeth. He had not anticipated the plight of the Su family army. He needed to fulfill the old soldier's dying wish. On one hand, it was about seeing things through to the end. On the other, he hoped to gather more information regarding the Su family army. I do, Yi Qing-chung replied with a sly smile, before turning to leave. Now it was Su Nianji's turn to feel overwhelmed. This woman was too clever and somewhat difficult to deal with. Oh, old soldier, you have posed a conundrum for me, Su Nianji murmured, gazing in the direction where the old soldier was laid to rest. The idea of handing the jade tube over to the administrator of Qingfeng City was swiftly dismissed. Given the dire circumstances of the Su family army, Su Nianji would not easily entrust the old soldier's request without absolute certainty. This was something belonging to the Su family army, the Su of Su Chongdao and the Su of Su Nianji. It seemed that he would have to remain in Qingfeng City for a while longer. Regardless, he decided to find something to eat first. Su Nianji patted his growling stomach. A warm meal was desperately needed. Ling Tian Pavilion. At the peak of the snow-capped mountains stands a palace, the residence of each successive master of Ling Tian Pavilion. Typically, only the master is permitted to dwell within its confines. It is said that one must reside high above to possess aspirations as lofty as the heavens. Historically, several masters of Ling Tian Pavilion have devoted themselves to ambitious projects contemplating how to elevate the pavilion to the true heavens. However, these masters have exhibited an unwavering stubbornness, resolutely determined to accomplish this feat. The result has been tragic. The projects remained unfinished, and the masters ascended to the heavens themselves, their lives extinguished. The untimely demise of successive masters in the pursuit of these grand designs has left Ling Tian Pavilion in a state of decline, teetering on the edge of obsolescence. Fortunately, the previous master achieved a breakthrough to the 12th rank, becoming the only individual of that caliber in Shuangzhou, thus preserving Ling Tian Pavilion's status as the foremost power in the region. Ling Tian Pavilion faced dire tribulations coinciding with the emergence of a demonic figure who severed the path to the 10th rank for many. The pavilion's predicament of lacking successors grew increasingly dire until Su Boren appeared, hailed as the sole hope to break the impasse. Su Boren did not disappoint. She easily transcended to the 10th rank and even slew the leader of the Celestial Palace. As a result, Ling Tian Pavilion not only retained its title as Shuangzhou's premier authority, but also diminished the threat posed by the Celestial Palace. Truly a double victory. What excited Ling Tian Pavilion most was that despite its decline, many individuals remained stuck at the 9th rank. This was a testament to the profound foundation of the sect. In just a month, the number of individuals breaking through to the 10th rank had reached 37, a statistic that could have overshadowed any other sect in Shuangzhou prior to this. Ling Tian Pavilion was not only revitalized, but was also on a trajectory of vigorous growth. The number of breakthroughs to the 10th rank had reached an unprecedented record in the sect's history. For years, Ling Tian Pavilion had languished in decline, yet at this moment its true essence was laid bare, fierce and unrestrained. In the master's palace, Su Boren sat beside an elderly woman. Boren, I heard you found someone special during your travels, the old woman gently inquired, patting Su Boren's hand. Master. Su Boren felt a flush of embarrassment at the sudden revelation, her cheeks burning. That little fellow is only at the 2nd rank. How did he manage to win over my little Boren? The old woman said, slightly vexed. Master, he didn't deceive me. Su Boren was at a loss for words as the old woman's expression shifted from anger to a smile. It's my fault for keeping you confined on this snowy peak to practice your swordsmanship all these years. The old woman gazed at Su Boren with a heart full of affection. For the sake of Ling Tian Pavilion, she had forced Su Boren to practice daily on the mountaintop. Rather than mere training, it felt more like a cage. Su Boren was not foolish, yet her limited social interactions had rendered her quite introverted, bordering on social anxiety. Who would believe that the illustrious sword immortal of Shuangzhou was in fact socially anxious? Su Boren was not immature, rather her lack of worldly experience allowed her to remain untainted, her sword heart pure and unblemished. Her sword spirit embodied the pristine essence of snow, the purest white in the world. Do not worry, master. I am not one to insist on social standings. If I were to seek a match for you based on status, who in this world could be worthy of my disciple? The old woman's words exuded confidence. If anyone possessed greater talent than Su Boren, then it would not be her to bridge the gap to the 10th rank. As for those above the 10th rank, They were often ancient beings nearing the end of their lives. Who would wish to marry their beloved disciple to such an elder? The old woman did not shy away from considering social compatibility, but realized there was no one worthy. Thus it was better to let Su Burin choose her own path, allowing her sword heart to remain unobstructed. Su Burin understood her master's intention, gazing earnestly at her. If you wish to be with him, I will not stand in your way. I may not return from this seclusion. If I do not return, it will be difficult for you alone to safeguard Ling Tian Pavilion. I had hoped you might endure a little longer and marry the descendant of an ancient being. The old woman spoke slowly as if making a weighty decision. Su Burin felt a surge of anxiety. Now that you have someone you care for, Ling Tian Pavilion has bound you for so many years, and I do not wish for you to become like me. You are still young. So if there comes a day when Ling Tian Pavilion is beyond your control, let it disperse. Wherever you are, there shall be the essence of Ling Tian Pavilion. In time, you can establish a new one. Su Burin shook her head. Master, there are many brothers and sisters in the sect. How could it fall? Do you believe that? Stop comforting your master. As long as I am here, I can suppress them. If I am gone, I will break through to the 11th rank first. Su Burin comprehended the significance of Ling Tian Pavilion to her master. The old woman devoted her life to the sect. At its peak, it should not falter. Yet often things begin to unravel when they seem most prosperous. History, interests, and life and death cannot escape the cyclical nature of unity and division. I believe in you, but if that time comes, do not force yourself to hold on. Your uncle CSCI, although he has his disagreements with me, is the one who wishes for Ling Tian Pavilion to thrive the most. Your junior brother Lin Beek, though often silent, harbors a deep animosity towards evil. But what about your other uncles and brothers? Will they not have ulterior motives when facing death and life? The mantle of Ling Tian Pavilion has already been passed to you. The path ahead is yours to walk. All I worry about is whether the one you care for will become a burden to you. You have made your choice. Naturally, I will not obstruct you. If he does not satisfy my expectations, he cannot become your burden. In the city of Qingfeng, Su Nianji walked along the desolate streets. Due to the ravages of war, the streets were nearly deserted, with only fallen leaves and wild winds swirling about. After searching for a while, Su Nianji finally discovered a noodle shop. Inside, only an elderly man was present with no other customers. Sit down. The old man commanded. Today the noodles are on the house. What would you like to eat? The old man cast a glance at Su Nianji, but his eyes were fixed on the plum blossom on the sword case behind him. Do you recognize this? Su Nianji asked, sensing the old man's gaze pointing at the plum blossom. Who doesn't recognize it? The elder replied, turning to prepare noodles. Old man, let's have a chat. Su Nianji approached, eagerly, his eyes sparkling. The banner of the Su family army. You can walk around with that in Qingfeng, but make sure you don't reveal it outside, the old man warned, his gaze dimming. Is it because the Su family army is considered traitorous? Su Nianji lowered his head, recalling the information he had gathered from Yi Qingqing. Not traitorous. The Su family army could never be traitorous. Kid, you're not here to pry information from an old man, are you? Even if I die, I won't admit the Su family army is traitorous. You can kill me now if you wish. The old man suddenly exclaimed, agitated. Calm down, old man. My father was a soldier of the Su family army. I came here to search for his remains, Su Nianji explained. The old man regarded Su Nianji for a moment. Then sit down. Don't say anything. Just eat your noodles. The old man's firmness left Su Nianji no choice but to comply and take a seat. Oh, Plum Blossom. Another one here to hunt the Su family army. After all these years, still not giving up. At that moment, a man entered from outside carrying a cloth bag. He appeared somewhat skilled, at least at the first level. His words caused Su Nianji to frown. Another one hunting the Su family army. After all these years, it seemed the Su family army was truly facing hard times. The old man had brought him all the way from the Qingyun dynasty to the Great Wen nation, which was indeed no small feat. Wuqiu, sit down, the old man said, placing a bowl of noodles in front of Su Nianji. Old man, are you deliberately trying to provoke me? And Zheng Wuqiu's eyes were fixed on the bowl of noodles in the old man's hands. Do you think my blade is easy to handle? If you dare to feed him, I'll cleave you both in half today. Zheng Wuqiu threw the cloth bag onto the table, which rolled open, revealing 3 or 4 severed heads. There were likely more inside. See, these are the heads I collected last night from the city walls. Zheng Wuqiu boasted, pointing at the gory display. Do you want to test my blade? He drove his knife into the table, looking down from a height at Su Nianji. Thank you for the noodles. I was also at the city gate last night. Only the weak would threaten others with the dead. Su Nianji stood up, extending his hands to accept the noodles from the elder. Good, good. The old man trembled as he handed the noodles to Sun Yinji. Old man, you're just too kind. You didn't eat yourself saying you couldn't go to battle, yet you leave food for those who do. I'm not stopping you. But now you're giving food to such a fraud. Zheng Wuqiu spat angrily. He's a descendant of the Su family army, and so are you. You both can eat, the old man replied, turning to prepare noodles for Zheng Wuqiu. You. Zheng Wuqiu looked between Sun Yinji and the old man, then slumped down in despair. I'll keep an eye on you. Don't let me catch you slipping up. He threatened, glaring at Sun Yinji as he sat down. Sun Yinji, however, paid him no mind and quietly enjoyed his noodles. Sweet dreams, good night. The old man served a bowl of noodles to Zheng Wuqiu, accompanied by a small bottle of wine. Old man, I knew you were still hiding some wine. Where on earth do you stash it? I can never find it, Zheng Wuqiu exclaimed, his spirits lifted at the sight of the wine. After you've slain your enemies atop the city wall, naturally, there will be wine to celebrate you. Even if I don't eat or drink, I will make sure to provide it for you. The old man chuckled. Sitting nearby, he sipped his tea while watching Sun Yinji and Zheng Wuqiu enjoy their noodles. With the wine, Zheng Wuqiu relaxed considerably. 2 liang of liquor warmed his throat, fueling his bravado. Old man, when this great hero roams the world, I will bring back a few hundred jars of fine wine for you, Zheng Wuqiu declared grandly. He glanced at Sun Yinji. If you won't get any of it. Sun Yinji paused his chopsticks momentarily before continuing to eat his noodles. It wasn't solely hunger that drove him. This bowl of noodles was filled with the fiery blood of a man who had sacrificed for the protection of his homeland. Would an extra 2 liang make you capable of toppling the Qingyun dynasty? The old man was genuinely pleased, experiencing a heartfelt joy at the sight of a familiar face returning safely. Zheng Wuqiu picked up a noodle with his chopsticks, slurped it up, and swallowed it down. You understand me, old man, but... He lifted his cup again, downing another 2 liang. With this little pot of wine, I could dare to annihilate the entire academy. In the throes of exhilaration, Zheng Wuqiu slammed his cup onto the table. That lousy headmaster by phone. With one stroke, I could sever his head and toss it into this cloth bag to bring back for you to enjoy with your wine. His eyes reddened slightly as he no longer paid heed to Sun Yinji. Fueled by the liquor, what man hasn't aspired to be the greatest in the world? Well, if that day truly comes, I, the old man, shall drink with you heartily. The elder nodded in agreement. Hey kid, did you hear that? The academy's headmaster can't withstand a single blow from this great hero. You better beg for mercy while you can. Zheng Wuqiu seized the opportunity to pat Sun Nianzi's shoulder a little too forcefully, causing it to ache. Sun Yinji remained silent, quietly listening to this self-proclaimed hero boast. Not speaking, are you afraid of my blade? Zheng Wuqiu gleefully took another sip of his drink. My apologies, this little fellow has poor drinking etiquette, and even worse tolerance. He usually gets drunk after just 2 liang. He must be quite tipsy by now, the old man joked, turning to Sun Yinji with an apologetic smile. It's all right, Sun Yinji nodded, indicating his understanding. Yet internally he couldn't help but scoff. If he can't handle his liquor, why drink at all? If 2 liang makes him bold enough to talk about killing an 11th grade headmaster like Bai Feng, what will happen if he drinks more? Infuriating. Bai Feng is despicable. The academy is detestable. One day this great hero will eradicate all scholars from the world. Zheng Wuqiu slurped up a mouthful of noodles, then abruptly grabbed the wine bottle and started chugging. It's over. Truly over. Sun Yinji sighed inwardly. Will he wipe out all scholars, turning them into reckless drunks who can't even read? Be cautious with your words. Education is important. This world can do without the academy, but it cannot do without scholars, the old man said, glaring at Zheng Wuqiu with a hint of anger. Education distinguishes right from wrong, identifying good and evil. The problem isn't with education itself, but with certain individuals who misrepresent it. Bai Feng. Sun Yinji carefully repeated the name. This headmaster of the academy was widely known even to those in the Great Wind. His primary doctrine was to dismiss all schools of thought and elevate the academy above all. In contrast, the Great Wind, where Sun Yinji once resided, was a martial nation. In recent years, spurred by the headmaster's influence, more and more scholars began chanting the slogan, "Dismiss all schools of thought and elevate the academy." Rumor had it that the court of the Great Wind was even considering recognizing the academy as the state religion. However, due to the nation's martial spirit, the idea had not gained much support. The Qingyun dynasty, as Sun Yinji had learned, was said to be a dynasty with Taoism as its state religion. So why was Bai Feng involved? Why such hatred for all scholars? Sun Yinji asked, glancing at the drunken Zheng Wuqiu, eager to understand his perplexity. I am Zheng Wuqiu, yet I harbor a grudge against all scholars of the world. With a fierce throw, Zheng Wuqiu hurled the wine bottle, smashing it against a pillar with a loud crash. The shattered wine bottle felt like fragments in Su Nianzi's heart. Such disappointment could only manifest as hatred towards all scholars of the world. Zheng Wuqiu, who had smashed the bottle, rose to his feet. I will keep my eyes on you. Did you see? This sack of Baifeng heads is your fate. Zheng Wuqiu did not forget to pick up the cloth bag, which contained several severed heads he had collected from the city walls. Ignoring the heads that rolled away, he slung the bag over his shoulder and walked out, slapping the bag with his knife. Baifeng, if you refuse to listen. A lifetime of study wasted ingrained in your backside. Now that I've caught you, just watch me break your skull. Stumbling, he left the main street and approached another house, banging on the door with a forceful knock. Auntie, I've brought back Baifeng's head. Without waiting for the door to open, he moved on to knock on another door. Second uncle, I've brought back Baifeng's head for you. Wang, and I brought back Baifeng's head. Staggering, he turned into an alley, continuing to knock on other people's doors. Su Nianji watched Zheng Wuqiu's comically reckless behavior, which inexplicably evoked a sense of sorrow. Don't mind him, everyone is used to it. Let him have his fun for a while, he'll tire himself out. The old man shook his head, signaling Su Nianji not to intervene. Zheng Wuqiu had a poor tolerance for alcohol, and his drunkenness seemed to reflect his troubled spirit. Su Nianji had intended to ask Zheng Wuqiu for information, but realized he was far too intoxicated to be of any help. Instead, he sat in the noodle shop, gazing at the old man. What do you wish to ask? Seeing that no one else had entered the shop besides Zheng Wuqiu, the old man took a seat across from Su Nianji. Everything. Su family army and Baifeng. Su Nianji responded. I'm starting to doubt whether you are truly a descendant of the Su family army. The old man scrutinized Su Nianji, wondering how he could be so ignorant. Since I was little, my grandfather took me to flee to the Great Wind Kingdom. Before he passed away, his last wish was to return my father's remains to his homeland for a proper burial. Su Nianji explained. This is my first time in the Qingyun dynasty, and I genuinely know nothing. He admitted sheepishly. How the matter is quite simple. The old man took a sip of tea. The state religion of the dynasty is Taoism, but now it has waned. Especially in recent years, after the only 11th grade Taoist passed away, the academy began to target Taoism. It is said that the upper echelons of Taoism have been captured by Baifeng. The old man doesn't know the details, only hearsay. The old man stroked his beard. The Qingyun dynasty is the third largest dynasty in Shuangzhou, and the academy would not miss the opportunity to seize such a vast territory. While suppressing and eradicating Taoism, why not benefit? However, Taoism has been the state religion in the Qingyun dynasty for 1,000 years. The centipede's corpse does not die easily, and many prominent figures are inextricably linked with Taoism, including that member of the Su family army. Su Nianji lowered his head, realizing that this likely referred to those who would take their place. A military force is a colossal entity in front of ordinary people, yet before the 11th grade Baifeng, it is nothing more than a slightly larger ant. The Su family army did not support the academy, and under the threat from the academy, they were branded as traitors and eradicated. The real culprits were the upper echelons of the dynasty and the academy. It was said that Baifeng had insisted on annihilating the Su family army, leaving not a single person alive to intimidate those who defied orders or held on to illusions about Taoism. Baifeng's tactics were successful. With a thunderous approach, the Su family army was destroyed, and all in the Qingyun dynasty were left in shock. No one dared to oppose the academy again. Thus, the academy began to establish itself as the state religion of the Qingyun dynasty. The only surprising aspect for Su Nianji was that within the dynasty, the only person openly supporting the Su family army and Taoism was the youngest princess Yi Qingqing. Her fate was to be demoted to the remote border town of Qingfeng, living as a fallen princess. Only then did Su Nianji understand why that princess on the city walls had been so adamant. She had mistaken him for a member of the Su family army. If she had truly executed him, it would have been a genuine execution. Is Zheng Wuqiu a descendant of the Su family army, thus harboring such hatred for Baifeng? Su Nianji pondered, inquiring about Zheng Wuqiu. It's not just Zheng Wuqiu. The Su family army had 300,000 armored soldiers, with 50,000 hailing from Qingfeng. My 2 sons, the only son from across the street, Wang Ant's 4 sons, Zheng Wuqiu's father, uncle, and second uncle, were all warriors of the Su family army. That boy Wuqiu has always yearned to roam the world to learn martial arts and seek revenge on Baifeng, yet he has never gone. Not out of fear, but to ensure we old ones can live comfortably. We are the only ones left young in this street. Sometimes staying behind requires more courage than leaving. Su Nianji was shaken by these words. A family of loyal and valiant souls, yet treated not as heroes, but as traitors to be extinguished. In death they left behind no good name. Su Nianji rose and bowed deeply to the old man. Young lord, you are too courteous. The old man returned the gesture. I have yet to ask for your esteemed name. Sun Yinji respectfully inquired, feeling more polite than those scholars at that moment. I am Wang Dongshan, an old man. Young lord, if you happen to encounter those remains, please do not forget to bring them home. If you seek revenge, please inform the General Dongshan this old bone is also willing to serve him. Stepping out of the small noodle shop, Sun Yinji wandered aimlessly around Qingfeng City. Eventually, he found himself atop the city wall, plopping down with a thud. Some were busy clearing away the dead, while others were repairing the wall. Yet Sun Yinji's thoughts were consumed by the echoes of the Su family army has 300,000 soldiers, with 50,000 hailing from Qingfeng City. On this street, only Zheng Wuqiu remains a young man. He could leave, but out of concern for these elders he cannot. Zheng Wuqiu was fighting for the elderly. He himself was doing it for the old man and Su Baran. But what about that father he had never met? What could possibly lead him to abandon his wife and child? Sun Yinji had never understood that father and knew nothing of his story. Yet today, for the first time, he felt an insatiable curiosity about the man he had never encountered. Second Uncle Su Baran, wait for me. After all, they will come to collect the remains sooner or later. It doesn't matter if it's early or late. Let me see what kind of person you truly are. Gazing into the distance, feeling the gentle breeze, Sun Yinji murmured to himself. The sword case rested lightly on his knees, his fingers softly caressing the plum blossom etched upon it, and the sword itself. Plum blossom and sword. Not far away, Yi Qingcheng had just taken a brief rest. He was both pondering and watching her closely. In this city, the only one who could provide Sun Yinji with answers was Yi Qingcheng. Once a princess of the dynasty, she had been demoted due to the matters concerning the Su family army and the Taoists. Yi Qingcheng was undoubtedly the most informed person regarding these events in Qingfeng City. Thus, Sun Yinji kept a watchful eye on her. What's this? Are you planning to kill me again? After just 2 hours of rest, Yi Qingcheng hurried over to oversee the operations of Qingfeng City. I want to know about the Su family army. Sun Yinji asked directly. Well, let me finish my work first, and we can talk then. I don't have much time. Sun Yinji discerned the playful glint in Yi Qingcheng's eyes. I don't have much time either. The enemy forces will soon advance. If I don't complete the arrangements while I can, everyone in Qingfeng City will perish. Yi Qingcheng replied without any hesitation. Then you should tend to your tasks. After a moment's thought, Sun Yinji chose to compromise. Yi Qingcheng made a valid point. The most crucial reason was that this was Qingfeng City, the very place that had produced 50,000 soldiers for the Su family army. He did not wish to see it destroyed. Sun Yinji trailed, Yi Qingcheng closely observing her manage various affairs. He noted that she handled everything swiftly and with apparent ease. It seemed there were no challenges too great for her, and she treated each person in Qingfeng City with kindness. In return, she was adored by all. Yet there was one issue that even Yi Qingcheng could not resolve. There were no young men left in the city. Qingfeng City was remote, merely a small border town home to around 300,000 residents, including the elderly, children, and women. 50,000 young men had joined the Su family army, leaving fewer than 40,000 in the city. Most were laborers, ordinary people who had never taken a life. There were only a little over 5,000 true soldiers. Before this, Qingfeng City had already endured 10 days of battle, resulting in over 30,000 deaths. This was still considered a relatively low toll thanks to Yi Qingcheng's adept command. The enemy had lost 50,000 men, but there were still over 100,000 soldiers outside the walls. The women in the city had already taken to the battlements, yet it was far from enough to fend off the 10,000 soldiers outside and protect Qingfeng City. The elders had begun a voluntary hunger strike, saving their food for those atop the walls. Yet this remained a war that could drive one to despair. In Yi Qingcheng's eyes, Sun Yinji could not see a glimmer of victory. Nevertheless, she continued to strive forward, diligently arranging everything and steadfastly comforting each person, assuring them that hope would surely come. Yet even she could not glimpse a shred of that hope.